Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 42, Training the Two Great Ladies, plus their knight. Chapter 42, Training the Two Great Ladies, plus their knight. Will this do? Rias asked, motioning to the wide, spacious room situated in the old schoolhouse she had brought Alduin to at his request. A room that adopted the visual appearance of a school gymnasium, and had been inscribed with intricate earth magic enhancements by the bishop of her older brother's peerage, MacGregor Mathers, creating a self-repairing feature similar to the chamber where Alduin and Sebastian sparred back at the Buné mansion. Yeah, this should be more than strong enough. Alduin returned a firm, approving nod. To begin their training, he believed it best to approach each member of the Gremory peerage individually, in order to confront all the immediate flaws he had spotted in their abilities and skill set. Starting with none other than the leader of the group herself, the crimson-haired ruin princess, who wielded the power of destruction. So, what's my first lesson, sensei? She voiced his self-proclaimed title with blatant sarcasm. Crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow, still not entirely convinced of Alduin's teaching ability. Sure, he was powerful, immensely powerful, especially for his age. But possessing strength and possessing the means to help others achieve it didn't always go hand in hand. Whether Alduin's confidence regarding his ability to train every member of her peerage, herself included, was a product of actual skill or plain ego remained to be seen. When you unleashed your power of destruction on me back then, do you know why it did such a negligible amount of damage? He began, without a shred of judgment or patronization in his voice this time. Rias clicked her tongue, understandably not fond of the memory. Isn't it your responsibility as my teacher to tell me that? He wagged his finger at her. A good teacher doesn't spoon-feed his students the answer, he helps them hone their ability to think for themselves. After all, I'm not going to be here forever. You'll still need to continue training yourself once I'm gone, and you'll also need to be capable of overseeing the training of your subordinates from that point onwards. She couldn't argue with his logic there. Granted, the drastic difference between his current attitude he was demonstrating and the one he had shown while he was all cloaked up was rather jarring. His code-switching ability might even be on par with Seraphal herself. I'm guessing it's because your defense was too high. She started eyeing his horns, hinting at his draconic constitution. Call me suspicious, but I have a feeling your body got a bit of an upgrade since we last met. Well, it's true that I'm your all-powerful sensei and you don't have a hope of even scratching me in a million years. Boo-woo. That observation would only be useful from a life-or-death battle perspective. Once again, the urge to give Alduin a fierce palm across the face was tugging at her. You need to think from a self-improvement one, and start learning to spot the flaws in your usage of demonic power and figuring out how you can remedy them. He gave her a light tap on the forehead, irritating his student even further. First of all, I didn't give you permission to touch me. She huffed with a scowl. And second of all, isn't it just an issue of destructive power? My power of destruction simply wasn't potent enough to break through your natural defense. I can't think of any other way to look at it. Really? Because I can, Alduin frowned, unsatisfied with her answer. If you tried to force the absolute maximum output of destructive power your body was capable of mustering, what would happen? She scoffed. What kind of question is that? I'd lose control of my powers, and they'd go berserk, obviously. And therein lies the root of your issue, control. He smiled. In theory, you have 100% of your inherent power of destruction available to you, but you'll never truly be able to call upon that 100% because you're incapable of controlling all that power. Are you suggesting that you can fix that? She narrowed her eyes, finding his claim exceedingly bold. Control was the biggest hurdle to overcome when it came to mastering one's use of the Dryad Clan Trait. Even though her brother was capable of doing so like it was hands and feet, that was something he could do from birth. It was more a matter of superior genetics rather than intricate training. Zekram's proficiency was also in a league of its own, but he was the progenitor of the clan trait for crying out loud. Added with the fact that he had been around since Lucifer and Lilith began conceiving the 72 pillars. His skill was a given. Then there was her mother, Venelana. Truthfully, she wasn't sure how powerful she was, as she had never seen her utilize her power of destruction before. However, she did know her mother was strong enough to be dubbed the flaxen-haired ruin princess. The predecessor to her crimson title. In the presence of the other three wielders of the clan trait in the Underworld, it was impossible for her not to feel meager in comparison. Like metaphorical mountains of expectations were pressing down on her shoulders that she'd never be able to lift off of her. He chuckled. Fix. If by fixing you mean getting you to that 100%, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. He shrugged in resignation. He wasn't even close to reaching the full potential of either of his bloodlines. He'd have to be clinically insane to think he could do it for a clan trait he was approaching for the first time. Figures, she exhaled softly. Remember, I'm not here to try to put you on your brother's level or anything. Your objective is for in your peerage to beat Riser and his peerage, hey, if you can even call it one. He snickered. I'm going to do my best to hone your control as much as possible, but the rest will be up to you and your subordinates. You'll still need to command them and strategize accordingly during the actual battle itself. Believe me, I'm the last person to have a high opinion of Riser, but he's had experience in actual raiding games. Whereas I haven't. So what? Alduin scoffed, much to Rhea's surprise. He may have experience, but you have holy power and sacred gears. That rooster's flimsy, lust-driven peerage can't even begin to compare. Though it wasn't anything world-changing, his words did inspire her with a fair bit of confidence. Confidence she'd need going into her confrontation with the men in question. Yeah, I suppose that's true. She smiled warmly. All right then, how do you propose we begin? Alduin grinned, slapping his palms together and intoning. Tree-bind flourishing burial, the gymnasium's maple flooring began to tremble violently, causing Rhea to stumble and stagger around as she struggled to maintain her balance. While her teacher's footing remained perfectly still. What did you just do? She panicked as the ground beneath her split wide open, allowing an onslaught of thick trunks to slither out and wrap around her body in the formation of a tree, firmly binding her in place. I'm creating your training exercise, that's all. He covered his mouth and breathed a stifled giggle, pretending as if he wasn't enjoying himself. As you're probably aware, the root of demonic power is imagination. This makes it an energy source heavily reliant on one's mentality. So, in order to improve your control, I'm offering you a scenario where you'll be constantly exposed to the sensation of controlling your demonic power. Simple enough, isn't it? That doesn't even remotely explain why you've bound me here. She tried to struggle herself free, but it was to little avail. The trunks were simply far too strong for her to brute force her way out of. The goal is simple, all you have to do is charge your power of destruction around you, kind of like you're putting on a cloak of destructive energy, and use that to break yourself free from the tree I just created. His face had the words "it'll be easier said than done though," written all over it. Again. That still doesn't explain why you're doing it like this of all methods. She wasn't sure what exactly was going through Alduin's mind, but she did know one thing. The second she broke free, she was going to give Alduin a slap so powerful it'd make Hades quiver with dread. You have to have something less humiliating than this. I've learned from experience that a bit of added stress can be quite a helpful motivator when it comes to training. Like I said, the mental element of controlling your demonic power is crucial. Of course, a bit was a huge understatement when it came to the training Alduin went through. Go on, give it a try. Watch me, this'll hardly take a moment. Even though her physical strength couldn't even begin to match up to Alduin's binding spell, she refused to believe the same would go for her demonic power. Rhea closed her eyes, beginning to hone her concentration. A deep, bleeding crimson glow began to illuminate the space around her, earning a thoughtful hum from Alduin as he observed the spectacle. His enhanced hearing could pick up on a faint, yet palpable whirring sound spreading through the atmosphere. As if the particles of destructive energy radiating off her were clashing with the very air particles themselves. The power to destroy any and all matter, he mused. It looks like it wasn't an exaggeration after all, but at her level, it's not nearly enough to even put a dent in Riser's immortality. The bark entrapping her began to crumble like ash, slowly revealing the parts of her body overlapped by the wood, suggesting that she'd be freed in a matter of moments. Ha! I told you I'd. She only got halfway through her boast, noticing the look of smug assurance in Alduin's eyes as he pointed at the trunks she had supposedly destroyed. Much to her disbelief, a bright, verdant hue began to emanate from the partially ruined trunks, causing them to grow back twice as fast as her power of destruction was destroying them. Like Martha had told him, Alduin had begun learning to combine his Dryadic blessing and wood manipulation, allowing him to mimic Martha's version of the binding spell he had used on Rhea, which his mother had once used on him. Although, it was still drastically inferior to his mother's, unsurprisingly enough. I've imbued a fair amount of my regenerative energy into the tree, so you'll have plenty of time to experiment with your power till your heart's content. Have fun. He quipped, skipping towards the gymnasium's entrance, off to meet his next student. At this point, Rhea's face had turned red as a tomato in a mix of embarrassment and frustration. Alduin. Get your draconic behind back here right this instant. If you think I'm going to let you leave me here like some captive princess. Before she could finish yelling at him, the door had already slammed shut, officially bringing her indignation towards the Buné to an all-time high. Fuck. That lizard. With a stark frown on her face and eyes filled with mistrust and cynicism, Aquino followed behind Alduin as he led her up to the old schoolhouse's rooftop to begin her training. His presence was a constant reminder of her secret being shared with someone outside the peerage. Coupled with the fact that he had forced her to make use of the power she had inherited from her father, the men she abhorred with all her heart. You know, Alduin began, finding the awkward silence between them deafening. If you keep scowling at me like that, you'll get wrinkles. Do you really want to ruin that pretty little face of yours? He attempted to spark up some small talk between them, but Aquino's face remained unmoved, and evidently unimpressed. Where's Rias? She asked accusatorily, completely dismissing his comment. She's training downstairs, he answered plainly, choosing to shrug off the Queen's conjecture. The Gremry peerage was clearly a close-knit group with a firm familial bond. The fact that they weren't immediately accepting of him barging into their day-to-day life like this hardly took him by surprise. I gave her a little homework assignment, so to speak, but I'm sure she'll be fine. His offhand response only furthered her skepticism. Who told you about me? About us? She continued to question him, her demeanor growing increasingly defensive. As if she were convinced that Alduin's placid, calm posture was a ruse of some kind. Well, seeing as I have access to all your information without being a wanted criminal, you should be able to take a guess. He side-eyed her while walking up a staircase, his expression indecipherable to Aquino, who typically proved to be an exceptional judge of character. I don't understand. Why would Lord Lucifer entrust you with such sensitive information? The Satan was known to be particularly, or perhaps a little too protective of his sister. To a point where most believed him to be a closeted ciscon. For him to trust anyone at all with such knowledge regarding her and her peerage spoke volumes about the level of trust he placed in said person. Isn't that question a little redundant? How else am I supposed to train you all if I don't know anything about you? He chuckled, wearing a smug, close-lipped smile. Aquino, you don't like me very much, do you? Somehow, he seemed completely unoffended despite his observation. Does that really surprise you? A bemused smirk crawled across her face. You know a concerning amount about us, and we hardly know a thing about you. Urban Mythsan. In truth, Alduin knew his awareness of her secret wasn't the only thing bothering her. In fact, it wouldn't be a stretch to say she was more bothered by what he knew about the other members of the peerage. Like it kindled some kind of protective impulse within her. A trait which he actually found respectable. The queen of a peerage served as the king's right hand. They needed to be capable of looking after their juniors alongside them. I see how that could be troubling. He gave her an understanding nod. Walking out onto the rooftop as the gentle, afternoon breeze swished through his hair. Why don't you go ahead and ask me some questions then? Maybe it'll ease your worries a little. Pardon. Aquino blinked repeatedly, taken aback by Alduin's abrupt willingness to ease her concern, despite the standoffish attitude she had just expressed towards him. You heard me. Go on, ask me anything. As long as it's not anything perverted, of course. My fiancé wouldn't be too happy about that. He smiled, clasping his hands behind his back. Fiancé. You're engaged. Her eyes widened as she got her first glimpse into her teacher's personal life. Is it really that surprising? He tilted his head. I'm a high-class devil just like your king, it's only natural for me to be placed on the marriage market as well. He left out the part where his father made the decision without his prior knowledge, solely because, unlike Rias, he ended up liking his chosen partner. Well, now I know what my first question is. Her hostility started to subside as piqued curiosity seeped through the cracks of her skull. To whom? Rias was already taken, and it couldn't be Sona since she definitely would have at least heard whispers about that by now, not to mention that there was a pre-existing, board game colored condition one would need to adhere to if one wanted to marry the Citri in the first place. Which left two potential suitors Aquino could think off the top of her head. Sikvera Agars and Latia Astaroth, though she couldn't quite imagine their personalities meshing all that well with what little of Alduin's she had experienced. Then again, considering Rias and Riser's engagement. Chemistry hardly seemed to be a concern within high-class society when it came to pairing people with each other. Roygun, he answered. Roygun. Aquino repeated, not recognizing the name that wasn't even remotely on her list of possibilities. However, she could have sworn that she had heard the name somewhere before, and after a bit of mental searching, an answer presented itself. One which she felt highly inclined to greet with immediate dismissal. Wait. 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 Roygun. As in Roygun Belphegor. The rancor? That Roygun. Of course, who else would I be talking about? He smiled, acting as if nothing was surprising about the fact that he was engaged to a woman who was centuries older than him, possessed Satan-class strength, was a part of the Underworld's top 10, and to top it all off, an extra demon. There was only one other instance in the history of the Underworld where an extra demon and a pillar were wed, and that was between Graphia Lucifuge and Surzex Lucifer. The main difference being their marriage occurred right after Lord Lucifuge disbanded the house itself, whereas Alduin and Roygun's was going to occur while the latter remained not only an extra demon, but the matriarch of their house. As Sebastian had put it, sorting out the kinks of their union was bound to be a challenge, put lightly. Aquino stood in stunned silence with a blank expression on her face, unsure what to make of what she had just heard, and Alduin was happy to give her all the time in the world she needed to process. Now I have even more questions, she sighed, and he gestured for her to fire away. First of all, how old are you? 18, much to her irritation, he continued to act like everything was normal. Fun fact, my birthday's right in between Sona and your king. A month after and a month before, respectively. She completely ignored the latter part, compelled to focus all her attention on the former. Why, you're the same age as us. She stammered, she felt obligated to reject such a notion, but her keen senses couldn't detect so much as a shred of falsehood from him. Yup, he popped the P, swirling his hand around his face. I know I look a little older, but it's just a result of a little appearance change we Buné clansmen get when we're of age. Don't pay it any heed. That was much easier said than done when he had literal horns on his head. You're not lying to me, are you? She couldn't help but ask. After all, regardless of her opinion on Alduin, she couldn't deny that his strength was nothing short of overwhelming. She and the rest of the Gremry peerage had experienced it firsthand. Granted, it was pretty unsettling to know that Sarorg wasn't the only one in their generation with the prowess to demonstrate an overwhelming level of sheer dominance over the rest of his peers. Nah, I don't really have much to gain from doing Southwest in the first place. He shrugged, nonchalant as ever. Got any more questions for me? Plenty, but I'll try to keep them to a minimum since there's work to be done. She chose to start with the question tugging at her curiosity the most. Unaware just how quickly her antipathy towards Alduin had subsided in the short amount of time she had conversed with him. Your engagement to Roygun, how did that even come to be? She sent a proposal to my father, and he accepted the proposal. That's all. Aquino narrowed her eyes. Not only was she unsatisfied with such a plain, lackluster response. For the first time, she finally felt like she was able to read Alduin's emotions. Detecting a faint undertone of bitterness at the mention of his father, which caught her completely off guard, and most certainly aroused her intrigue. Is it? She pressed further. Good grief, Alduin sighed, realizing that he had allowed his mask of indifference to slip, though only a little. He did it without my prior knowledge, just like your king's father. He rolled his eyes. I guess that's just how parents are sometimes. Of course, Zeoticus and Sebastian were very, very different people, in pretty much every conceivable aspect. Aquino pursed her lips, convinced that there was much more to Alduin's noticeable dislike towards his father than he was letting on. I know what you're thinking, but before she could continue her line of questioning, Alduin faced her with a solemn, steeled gaze. You think our aversion to our fathers is something we have in common? She let out a thoughtful hum. It seems like a fair assumption to me. Alduin shook his head in disappointment. You're only half right. Sure, my father's the shittiest old man I know. But there's one key difference between us, one that makes a world of difference in who we are. For some reason, Aquino felt a sense of unease start to stir within her abdomen. Oh. And what would that be? Alduin's upper eyelids dropped to the point where they were cutting the top of his pupils, his expression akin to a disappointed parent watching their child throw a temper tantrum. You've allowed your hatred to hold you back, I haven't. He pointed at his horns. You refuse to look past it. You let it make you weak. You let it make you a half-assed queen who held out on the king you've sworn yourself to for nearly your entire life. If you had wised up a little, you would have been at least 10 times stronger than you are now, but you're not. You're weaker than you should be, and you have no one to blame but yourself. You're the lightning priestess who knows nothing about her own lightning, Aquino Himejima. Aquino was left speechless, her posture stiffening as if she had just been encased in a block of ice by the Satan Leviathan herself. One moment, she believed she was having a fairly pleasant ice-breaking conversation with him. And the next, he had gone ahead and said that, his words hitting even harder than the insults he had hurled at the group during the mock battle he had conducted. Withal, he wasn't finished. 85, during our brief battle, I could have killed you 85 times, and 85 times I chose not to. He looked up, his voice calm, but heavier than ever. Of course, I didn't do so because that wasn't my intention. But what if it wasn't me? In the grand scheme of things, I'm truly not that strong. You could always be attacked by another ultimate class existence or someone even stronger. Someone who wishes you dead. Someone who won't hesitate the instant they acquire their first chance to kill you. Each syllable that slipped off Alduin's tongue felt surgically designed to create a wide, gaping wound of insecurity in Aquino's heart, which only grew deeper and deeper the more he spoke. When I first got close with my fiancée, she told me that my heart was no longer my sole possession, that part of it now belonged to her. He wore a fond, reminiscent smile. Your relationship with your juniors and king isn't all that different. You don't get to act as a lone operative, you're part of a collective. A collective that relies on you, looks up to you, and cares for you. When you wield your power, you wield it not just for yourself, but for them. And when you choose not to, you're not only denying yourself that power, but you're also denying them your power. You're leaving them void of your strength when they need it most. He continued to twist the knife, and Akino's figure could do naught but tremble in the wake of his serene, yet strategical words of reprimand. She hated the painful sense of truth that was she being barraged with. She hated how easily he was able to target all her mental weak points in such an absurdly short span of time. She hated the sensation of sweat building up on the surface of her palms. She hated the gradually quickening twitching of her fingers. She hated the feeling of guilt and self-loathing he was beginning to instill within her. And more than anything, she hated his stare. His haunting, piercing, verdant stare that made her feel as if she were merely an unruly child. Please, that's enough. Do you know what the crux of your problem is? He continued, completely uninterested in hearing her pleading. You can't differentiate power from person. What do you think will happen if you start using your holy lightning? Do you think it'll give Barakil some sick sense of satisfaction? Do you think it'll somehow dishonor your mother's memory? A woman who I imagine wished for nothing more than your safety. Tell me, Akino, because I'm dying to know. Deafening, pained silence followed. As I expected, you don't have an answer. He shook his head in disappointment. You've allowed yourself to be blinded by hatred. I'm willing to bet you yourself don't even know why you've held onto your searing anger for this long, especially when you've got people close to you that you should be far more concerned about. Imagine if I had really been after you all. What if one of your precious juniors or your master had perished at my hands? Would you be able to live with yourself knowing you didn't do everything you could to prevent that? Akino gritted her teeth and clenched her fists to the point where her nails were digging into her palms. Listen closely, power itself cannot decide who you are. It's how you use it that determines your character, or in your case, how you don't use it, I suppose. He walked up to her, standing right by her side as she refused to meet his gaze. Until you wake up and realize that, I have no intention of giving you any kind of formal training. After all, it won't do you any good while you're shackled by your own mentality. He walked past her, returning downstairs to begin his next student's training, and leaving her alone on the rooftop to mull over what he had just told her, and more importantly, decide what she's going to do from that point forward. Whether she'd remain chained by her hate or break free and become a queen truly deserving of her moniker. With an expression oozing uncertainty and unease, Kiba cautiously walked behind Alduin, following him to the old schoolhouse's dojo, which had been used by the kendo club when the building was still in use. Rias had gone ahead and renovated the decommissioned area so Kiba could utilize it as his private training quarters. Should I say something? Kiba wondered, failing to realize just how intently he was staring at Alduin's back, a stare which had not gone unnoticed by his newfound teacher. Fortunately for him, Alduin didn't seem to mind. The knight could still remember it, the sharp, scorching pain inflicted upon him by the specks of residual holy power stemming from the impact of Akino's holy lightning. It had only lasted a few moments as he was swiftly rendered unconscious, yet those few moments of exposure were enough to leave a lasting, painful impression on him. Was it that bad? Alduin spoke, catching Kiba off guard while he was absorbed in his thoughts. Pardon. Kiba blinked, failing to recall what Alduin had just said to him. The holy power, did it hurt that bad? Alduin continued, discerning Kiba's inner turmoil without needing to face him thanks to his senjutsu prowess. Sorry about that, I thought you'd be able to handle a little bit of your queen's true lightning since you've been exposed to holy power before. I didn't think it'd affect you this much. Kiba wasn't sure how to respond, faced with what sounded like an honest, remorseful apology from someone who had handed him and his peers a one-sided beatdown on a silver platter, referred to him by a name that filled with nothing but a searing thirst for vengeance, and then returned only to reveal that he'd be acting as his teacher from now on. Having made a deal with Lord Lucifer behind the scenes to prepare them for an apparent upcoming raiding game with Riser Phoenix, to annul his king's wedding arrangement with the glorified rooster. To call the situation confusing would be a grave understatement. I assure you it won't be a problem, Lord Alduin. Though Kiba understandably wasn't a big fan of Alduin, the prim and proper mask of knightly perfection he wore at all times convinced him that it was best to treat him with respect, deserving of a high-class devil nonetheless. Especially one possessing such overwhelming strength. Alduin breathed a deep sigh. First of all, let's do away with the formalities, please. We boons don't care much for them. He came to a halt, finally turning around to face Ko as Prince Charming. His gaze was firm and knowing. Second of all, lying to me isn't going to get you very far, young man. I'll excuse it this time, but I'd advise against making it a recurring trend. Kiba's eyes widened. I didn't mean to. Relax, I said I'd excuse it, didn't I? Alduin waved his concerns off. Besides, having the sensation of being nicked by holy power fresh in your mind might be a good thing. I'm afraid I don't quite follow. Kiba furrowed his brow. Even though I haven't gotten around to beginning everyone's training, there's already one conclusion I can make about your group with absolute certainty. His smile widened before he turned away and continued his stroll through the schoolhouse's hallways. The root of all your problems are mental. Mental. It didn't take long for Kiba to figure out what Alduin was referring to. The realization plastered a firm, fierce scowl on his face. Yeah, I'm talking about the Holy Sword experiment. The wall standing between you and the growth you're trying to achieve. The mere mention of the project alone was enough to positively infuriate Kiba. Akino's got her issues with her father. Chiron's pretty much the same, only with her sister instead. And Gasper struggles with the fear of his own power and his isolationist tendencies. Kiba felt his fingers reflexively tense. You shouldn't use Kaniko's name so casually, it's rather crude if you ask me. Crude? It's her name, isn't it? I fail to see a problem with referring to someone by their given name, Isaiah. Kiba felt his mask continue to slip, his face struggling to keep his grievance concealed. Of course, you two don't like your true names because they remind you of your pasts. The knight's eyebrow twitched. If you're aware of that, then isn't that all the more reason not to use them? Alduin groaned, shaking his head in chagrin. You clearly haven't been listening. Your inability to overcome your past is what's holding you and all your peers back from letting your potential flourish. Isaiah, I want you to be reminded of what happened to you as much as possible. I plan on having you confront it in your mind constantly, it's the only way you'll muster up the courage to face your fears. Fear. His lips curled into a frown. If you think fear is what I feel, then I'm afraid you're sorely mistaken. Fear is the root of all hatred, my dear knight, Alduin promptly cut him off. You can't overcome your hatred without overcoming your fear first. Ha, you make it sound so simple. Kiba scoffed, letting out a dry chuckle under his breath. Tell me, Alduin, what is it exactly you expect me to do? Should I just forgive and forget? Is that what you want from me? That's not what I said. Alduin stopped right in front of the sliding door leading into the dojo, slowly craning his head around to meet Kiba with a cold, unimpressed glare. I'd appreciate it if you didn't put words in my mouth. Kiba shuddered, startled by yet another drastic shift in Alduin's tone. And to answer your question, he continued before the knight could even think about apologizing. I wouldn't dare suggest such a thing. Obviously, I didn't experience the horrors of that project firsthand like you did, but even just from reading the report included in Lord Lucifer's file, I already began contemplating paying those church dogs a personal visit and eradicating them myself. Kiba felt a shiver crawl down his spine as Alduin's expression darkened, a vengeful shadow cast over his face. His bloodlust, it's genuine, he wasn't sure how to respond. He had presumed Alduin was trying to mock him for his misgivings about his past, only to learn that he, in fact, shared his perspective. Of course, I can't do such a thing since it'd piss Seraphol off, foreign relations and all. Alduin chuckled, sheepishly scratching his nape as his demeanor returned right back to normal. But who knows? Maybe the church will try something stupid and give me an excuse to go after them. Fingers crossed. Once more, Kiba found himself unable to keep up with Alduin's rapid, unpredictable attitude shifts. He proceeded to slide the door open, stepping into the dojo and taking a moment to gander around, observing its wide, spacious interior. The flooring was laden with rows upon rows of tatami mats, composed of rice straw core and covered with a woven rush surface, and edged with cloth. The walls consisted of a series of wooden frames, filled with sheets of bamboo and paper, giving the area all the expected markings of a traditional dojo. Nice place you've got here, Alduin hummed in approval, performing a few stretches and demonstrating a level of flexibility Kiba couldn't help but marvel at. Your sword birth, it's capable of creating demonic swords possessing whatever attribute you choose to assign to them, right? Well, that is the case on paper, but in practice, there are a myriad of limitations preventing me from controlling it as much as I'd like to. He admitted with a hint of shame. Oh. For example, Kiba wore an uncharacteristic smirk. If I tried to create a sword with a certain degree of power, beyond that of what I'm capable of conjuring, it'd just backfire on me. Like a dragon-slaying sword, for instance. Oh ho. Prince Charming actually has a sense of humor. Color me surprised, he breathed a heartfelt bout of laughter. In that case, let's make that your first assignment. Kiba blinked. What? Alduin returned a smirk of his own. You're going to learn to create a dragon-slaying sword. And, I was thinking of putting everyone's training into one chapter, but after these 3 the chapter was already 6,000 words so I decided to save it for the next one. But there's probably going to be more than just training in the next one since it's only Kaniko and Gasper that are remaining. WNZT9 ASAS. Chapter 43, Alduin Sensei continues to Sensei. Chapter 43, Alduin Sensei continues to Sensei. In order for Kiba to create a dragon-slaying sword, he would have to successfully harness an attribute known as dragon-slaying magic, renowned as the de facto strongest anti-racial magic in the entire supernatural world. When properly harnessed, someone with a draconic factor as potent as the one Alduin possessed could be rendered powerless in a single strike. Even Sebastian would have to do everything in his power to avoid being afflicted if he came face to face with such a thing. Of course, there was a reason the draconic race still thrived despite the existence of such a seemingly overwhelming counter. The number of people capable of wielding dragon-slaying magic throughout history could be counted on one hand. It didn't matter if you were immensely talented, immensely fortunate, or immensely skilled. Unless you perfectly embodied all three, becoming a true dragon slayer was naught but a pipe dream. The most notable ones being St. George, who used the holy sword Ascalon to slay a dragon, or Sigurd, who wielded the strongest demonic sword ever created, Gram, to slay the dragon king Fafnir. Naturally, Kiba would never be able to wield Ascalon, considering his biology, let alone obtain one of the church's most prized possessions. And as for Gram, the current location of the sword was unknown to the Underworld's intelligence network. Besides, even if it were to be found, Alduin had a strong feeling Kiba wasn't ready to handle that kind of firepower. As a matter of fact, he doubted the knight would manage to create such a sword with his sacred gear anytime soon, either. After all, it wouldn't be a stretch to say a dragon-slaying sword was the hardest weapon Kiba could attempt to conjure. It required a level of mastery and competence with sword birth he was nowhere near achieving. Especially when he had yet to even perform a successful balance break. So why bother setting a goal he had no hope of accomplishing in any reasonable amount of time? Well, the point wasn't for Kiba to actually create a dragon-slaying sword, but to aspire and be motivated towards its creation. To focus on all the work needed to reach that apex with maximum drive and efficiency. Alduin wanted him to increase his proficiency with sword birth as much as possible before the raiding game with Riser began. He didn't see much of a reason to develop Kiba's physical conditioning or technique any further, since, in his honest opinion, they were more than adequate to take on Riser's peerage. Granted, he did understand much about sacred gears, so he wasn't exactly the most qualified person around when it came to training a possessor. However, he did know one thing. Sacred gears responded to their user's will, or more specifically, their desire. If Kiba desired to reach a level of competency with sword birth that would allow him to create something as complex as a dragon-slaying sword, sword birth would respond to that desire. It wouldn't grant him that desire out of thin air, obviously, but it would push him in a sense. He would obtain a more direct inclination to improve that he was lacking, something Rias had failed to give him as a result of her never personally involving herself in his training, or that of any of her subordinates. Again, Alduin didn't hold her solely accountable for that. He believed most of the responsibility fell on Surzek's shoulders for spoon-feeding his sister a peerage one would normally need years upon years of experience to even begin managing. If you thought about it logically, to properly train them, she needed to be heavily knowledgeable on sacred gears, holy power, damper physiology, specific yokai physiology, senjutsu, and to top it all off, have the necessary emotional intelligence to deal with all the mental walls plaguing her peerage. Alduin himself only ticked 2 of the boxes with his senjutsu training, and arguably effective ability to confront their personal issues. Even though Thora could help him with Gasper's damper composition, he'd be lying if he said he wasn't already beginning to feel a little overwhelmed. Still, he had made a deal with Surzek, and he fully intended to follow through. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Kiba asked hesitantly, only half prepared to call upon sword birth and attempt to create a dragon-slaying sword like Alduin had suggested. Maybe, maybe not, Alduin shrugged with a sheepish grin on his face, chuckling to himself. "I still think you should give it a try. There's no better way to test your limits than giving the ceiling the best punch you can muster." Besides, even if Kiba experienced a little recoil, Alduin could always heal him right up. "I see," Kiba nodded somewhat apprehensively. "Yes, I suppose you're right." He wasn't sure how to explain it, but the hopeful smile plastered on Alduin's face filled him with a sense of self-expectation. Like he couldn't afford to let him down, or more specifically, like he didn't want to let him down. It was different from what he felt towards his king. When it came to her, all he wanted to be was a knight worthy of her compassion. But that was just a generalization. What did it mean to be worthy? Did it mean to simply get stronger? Did it mean being able to help Rias with certain issues? Did it mean to act a certain way befitting of a knight? There was nothing to truly aspire to because she had never given him anything specific or concrete. He just blindly did what he thought was expected of him, including wearing a mask of indifference and suppressing his emotions as much as possible. There was no real guidance. Granted, Surzek's knight, Tsuji Okita, had given Kiba a considerable amount of swordsmanship training, but he couldn't be there for Kiba as much as he wanted to. A lot of responsibility came with being the Satan Lucifer's knight. He had duties that needed fulfilling. Which meant he couldn't really tackle Kiba's mental issues either, assuming he knew how, unlike Alduin, who had confronted them on their first day together. All of a sudden, Kiba felt that ever-present state of aimlessness starting to fade. He held his palms outwards, allowing sword birth to rest upon them in the form of a plain, dull-looking long sword that would remain a blank slate until he willed it to become otherwise. "Here goes nothing," he took a deep breath before beginning. One moment, his face steeled with determination, and the next, a torrent of bright, red sparks erupted around the blade, like the brakes on a speeding train that had come to an abrupt halt. "Oh!" Alduin hummed, putting his hand on his nape only to discover that the hairs on the back of his neck had begun to rise, responding to the feeling of instinctual danger they could sense in the atmosphere around himself and his student. They were reacting to the sparks Kiba was creating, which were particles of dragon-slaying magic conjured out of thin air by virtue of his sacred gear's immense creative prowess. Of course, Alduin knew the knight wouldn't be able to successfully merge them into his sword, but it was still a fascinating sight to behold. Kiba's muscles reflexively began to tense, bulging veins visible on the surface of his skin, a clear sign that his body was struggling to contain the anti-draconic power he was attempting to control. He clenched his teeth, biting down as hard as he could as if he were trying to brute force himself towards success. It wasn't long before the sparks around him started to grow violent, wild, and rampant, quickly slipping out of Kiba's clasp. Further and further away from his blade, refusing to submit to his willpower. Yeah, I think that's enough. Alduin took a prepared step forward, sensing that his student was on the brink of collapse. Cough. 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 Sword birth dematerialized all on its own as Kiba erupted into a hoarse coughing fit, clutching his chest as he was afflicted with a tight, searing pain that filled him with the urge to keel over and regurgitate. Relax, deep breaths. Alduin was quick to put his hand on Kiba's shoulder, immediately mending all of the damage done with his Dryadic blessing. Sorry, I wasn't able to. There's nothing to apologize for, you were testing your limits, that's all. I had a feeling you wouldn't be capable of creating something that extreme anyway. Alduin patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. Besides, your goal is to slay a phoenix, not a dragon. You're not going to ask me to try to create a phoenix-slaying sword as well, are you? He asked with a note of unease. Well, I won't ask you to, but you're welcome to take a crack at it if you're feeling up to the challenge. Alduin smiled knowingly. I think I'll pass. Suit yourself, Alduin shrugged. Anyhow, now that we know your proficiency with your sacred gear is too low to create a dragon slayer, or phoenix slayer for that matter, we can start working on improving that proficiency. Kiba's eyes widened. How? We're going to focus on your creativity. Alduin tapped his foot against the floorboard, using wood manipulation to cause one of the planks to rise and morph into the shape of a wooden spear. I've had some time to ponder, and I think I've got just the exercise to help you with that. While Kiba wasn't sure what Alduin had in mind, it was obvious that it was going to include sparring. You're trained in spearmanship. He raised an eyebrow. Not formally, but I've experimented around with it enough to at least have a rough idea of what I'm doing. Makeshift weapons proved to be incredibly useful during his morning training sessions with his mother, especially against the grass puppets she created. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that over time, Alduin had essentially created his own, unique weapon techniques. All of which were suited to his personal fighting style. I see, Kiba hummed. He had a plethora of questions regarding Alduin's abilities, especially considering how he got the jump on him and his peers with such ease. However, he decided to push his curiosity aside for the time being since it looked like he was about to experience more of Alduin's prowess firsthand. And what exactly is this exercise you have in mind? Alduin smiled. You're going to start abusing your sacred gear as much as possible. Kiba blinked. You're too restrictive with how you utilize sword birth, too basic. You lack imagination and struggle with letting your creativity flow. Because of that, you haven't developed your sacred gear's abilities nearly as much as you should have. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say your creative process itself is flawed. Care to elaborate? For example, when I was fighting Chiron, why did you bother creating a sword with more destructive power? Kiba's eyes widened, shocked that Alduin was able to decipher the nature of the sword he created back then despite not having been struck by it. She's physically the strongest amongst you, isn't she? If she couldn't overpower me close up, what made you think you'd be able to? In the first place, as a knight, your specialty is speed, isn't it? Not brute force. I'm not sure. Kiba dipped his head in embarrassment upon realizing the blunder he had made. Alduin was right. From a tactical standpoint, choosing his destruction sword out of all the blades in his arsenal was completely illogical. Are you saying I should have confronted you with speed instead? I don't know, should you have? Alduin's objective was for Kiba to learn how to truly think with his sacred gear, not to do the thinking for him. Judging from what you experienced against me, do you think attempting to outspeed me was an option? Once Kiba recalled how the battle had ended for him, the answer was obvious. Even with the speed-boosting effect of the night piece, Kiba wasn't even close to matching Alduin's pace. And trying to use sword birth to increase his speed probably wasn't an option either. It was a versatile sacred gear, sure. However, the fact remained that the attributes it could create would only apply to the demonic swords themselves, not the user. He let out a thoughtful hum. Approaching him with strength wasn't an option, nor was speed, which meant he needed to look for a different avenue. What about stealth? Kiba proposed. Was it possible for him to catch a senjutsu practitioner like Alduin by surprise? Probably not, but that didn't matter. The point wasn't for Kiba to best Alduin, but to improve his ability to make use of sword birth's versatility as much as possible. As long as Alduin could get him to truly experiment with the limitations of his sacred gear, then progress would be made. Do you have a stealth-specialized sword? No, but I could try creating one. That's the spirit. Alduin wore a satisfied smirk. Then what are you waiting for? Get crafting, my dear disciple, he twirled his spear, resting it across the back of his shoulders. Deciding to be Kiba's guinea pig for all the swords he'd create until the knight ran out of stamina. Alduin brought Kaneko outside to the schoolhouse's backyard, where she had fought him while he was in his cloaked form. Naturally, like the rest of her comrades, her initial response to his presence wasn't all that positive. Coupled with the unnerving sensation of not being able to perceive Alduin's aura with her ki, a concept that hadn't even crossed her mind until now. She always had an open window into the emotions of everyone around her, but Alduin's window was closed shut. Whether he was happy, sad, angry, disappointed, or ecstatic, she'd never know. She'd always be left guessing, which was the norm for a normal person but not for a senjutsu practitioner. Especially one that had never been around another wielder for quite a while. It was unnerving. However, Alduin could relate to the feeling in a way. After all, he could read the emotions of almost everyone around him, except his mother's. Someone whose presence agitated him 1,000 times more than his did Kaneko. You know, Alduin began, meeting Kaneko's suspicion-riddled glare with a soft one of his own. Your case is pretty similar to Akino's, he said while glancing at the rooftop where he and the lightning priestess' heated discussion transpired. What? Kaneko blurted out, taken aback by Alduin's seemingly placid demeanor. Both of you have chosen to hold out on your innate abilities for about the same reason, haven't you? Akino does it out of spite for her father, and you, out of spite for your sister. He stroked his chin, offering her a one-eyed, knowing grin. Kaneko clenched her fists, her face tightening into a fiery scowl. Don't mention Ne-sama, it's none of your business. How so? She's an SS stray devil, isn't she? His words caused the memory of the incident to resurface in the Nekasha's mind, resulting in a few stray droplets of cold sweat appearing across her face and quickened breathing. She's one of the most wanted criminals in the underworld, considering my employment under Seraphal, and the fact that I'm working for Lord Lucifer as well. Don't you think I'd be obligated to bring her in if I were to encounter her? The frustration swelling in Kaneko's chest worsened, which, of course, didn't go unnoticed by her teacher. That anger you're expressing, I wonder, is it because you resent her? Or because you're actually worried about her? She might be a criminal, but she's still your sister at the end of the day, isn't she? Kaneko's startled expression caused his smile to widen. Maybe you're angry because you're worried for her. Despite you perceiving her as a monster, or more specifically, the fact that you perceive the power you two share as monstrous. I each have no idea what you're talking about. She insisted, almost snarling at him. Flickers of ki flaring up around her as a result of her disquieted emotional state. And I told you to stop talking about her already. Make me, he snickered, clasping his hands behind his back and tilting forwards, daring Kaneko to take a swing at him if she had the courage. Mentally, she wanted nothing more, but physically, she just couldn't bring her body to move. Freezing up each time she contemplated approaching him, because deep down, she knew she didn't have a chance. The difference in power between them was far too vast, and she had experienced that firsthand. It looks like you're struggling. In that case, how about I offer you a little motivation? He narrowed his eyes. If you activate that fluffy form of yours like you did earlier, I'll let you take a free swing at me, as hard as you want. He purposefully let down his guard, allowing Kaneko to read his aura and sense that he was being genuine. Yet, she still couldn't bring herself to move, let alone transform. Not just because she was afraid of him, but because of a much deeper-rooted fear that had been plaguing her ever since Surzek scooped her up and entrusted her to his little sister's care. I see, so it's true after all. Alduin leaned back, recalling what he had read on Kaneko's file. You really think you'll turn into a monster if you use your abilities? What a shame. That's easy for you to say, she scoffed, gritting her teeth. You didn't see what I saw. You didn't see what my sister turned into. No, but I saw what you turned into a short while ago when you used that power against me. He remained even-tempered. Call me crazy, but you struck me as anything but a monster. If anything, you just seemed like a young girl trying to protect her friends. What's so monstrous about that? You don't get it. She yelled in an almost pleading fashion. If I use that power, then it'll only be a matter of time before I lose control. He continued, causing her to look up at him with shocked, widened eyes. Well, I guess I can relate to the feeling. What? My paternal clan trait, Dragonification, comes with a huge risk called draconic deviation, which afflicts someone the instant their control over their draconic ability slips. He breathed a low exhale. Once that happens, not only will you go berserk, indiscriminately attacking everything in sight, you'll also start to burn your life force until you perish. And the risk of deviating persists until you've mastered the trait. Even to this day, I don't fully understand what that means. All I know is that the only ones to accomplish that are my father and my late ancestor. With her mouth agape and a fixed gaze locked onto Alduin, Kaneko began to mull over his words, soaking them up attentively, and coming to terms with the fact that she wasn't the only one who feared her blood. Does that mean you're also? Yeah, he offered her a nod of resignation. I'm also at risk of deviating. If I ever let my control falter, even for just a moment, I'll turn into a mindless killing machine and more likely than not end up hurting the people closest to me. I imagine that's also why you fear your Nekasha blood, isn't it? She nodded intently, instilled with both a sense of understanding and pity towards Alduin, alongside one of overwhelming joy that she had found someone sharing the same problem as her. I don't blame you for that. Fear is a perfectly normal thing to feel, especially when the root of it comes from within. He crouched, coming down to eye level with her. However, Chiron, you can't let that hold you back. Fear is something you must fight, not let lord over you. I doubt your friends will ever say it aloud, but deep down, they're counting on you to do so. She pressed her lips together, quivering a little. But I don't know how. Don't worry, I won't make you tackle it alone, otherwise what good would I be as a teacher? He chuckled in a light, reassuring manner. Have you ever received any formal senjutsu training before? Not really. She shook her head. I see, then I guess you haven't been taught how to meditate properly either. Meditate. Yeah, and I'm not talking about just general meditation, I mean the kind specifically tailored for us senjutsu practitioners. He tapped his temple. Remember what I said? Emotional control is key when it comes to using senjutsu. The less you let your feelings fluctuate, the easier it'll be to hone your ki. Martha had attempted to hone Alduin's senjutsu through meditation, but thanks to his considerably rowdy temperament, it ended up bearing little fruit. Which is why he ended up learning the concept through Sebastian's teachings instead, a method which he had absolutely no intention of using on Kaneko. However, Alduin's mentality had changed quite a bit in the past month thanks to his reincarnation, and because of that, meditation had now become viable for him. He hadn't practiced it very much, but he still remembered all the theory Martha had imparted to him. Senjutsu meditation is all about learning to control your feelings when they start to run rampant, so when you find yourself in a similar situation during battle, you're able to keep a cool head, and keep your Nekasha abilities tame as a result. A hopeful glimmer appeared in her eyes. How do I do it? Just follow my lead, he said, sitting down cross-legged, adopting the lotus position. You want to start by slowly circulating your internal ki all around your body, except for your head. Channeling ki directly to the brain is an unfathomably complex technique, and one that can easily backfire on you with serious repercussions. The only person he knew capable of pulling off such a thing was, of course, none other than his mother. She replied with a firm nod, doing as he instructed and allowing cool, tranquil wisps of internal ki to surge throughout her, spreading to every nook and cranny of her body save for her head. An act that came as easily as breathing to her. Alduin hummed in approval. She's a Nekasha, I suppose it's only natural for her to get the hang of it with such ease. However, the hard part had yet to come. Now, for the next step, activate that form you showed me earlier. Kaneko's face tightened with apprehension. Are you sure that's a good idea? You'll be fine, you were able to keep yourself in check when you were battling me earlier, even if you haven't mastered it, you're more than capable of maintaining that form while you're meditating. She fidgeted around a little, understandably anxious about using that form. Especially when she was doing so consciously, rather than activating it in a spur-of-the-moment scenario like she had done during the battle. Nevertheless, with Alduin's guard still lowered and his ki still perceivable to her, she had no choice but to face the truth that his belief in her was genuine. It was a truly strange, nearly indescribable feeling. She had only just met Alduin, and his initial impression on her definitely wasn't positive by any stretch of the imagination. Yet, his unwavering confidence and wholehearted desire to help her still managed to touch her in a way. She just couldn't bring herself to betray that confidence. With him around, she could feel the lingering fear that she'd inevitably end up just like her older sister start to dissipate, even if just a little. All this time, she had always been told by her master that it was fine for her to bury her fears, ignoring the truth and importance behind them as much as she pleased. Rias would never think less of her for it, and she'd never push Kaneko to face her yokai heritage. Even going as far as to slap an alias onto her, just like she did with Kiba. Alduin, on the other hand, wanted the exact opposite from her. However, not only did he still express genuine care for her despite her fears, but he actually shared them to a degree. It was a truly, truly strange feeling for the young feline. But not an unpleasant one. She deepened her concentration and started the activation process for her Nikomata mode, choosing to take her time unlike her latest demonstration. Slowly but surely, the properties of her ki started to alter, morphing from a signature you detect on any run-of-the-mill yokai to one more dense, rampant, and fierce. The kind deserving of one possessing such a potent bloodline. A pair of snow-white, fluffy cat ears sprouted out of the top of her head, followed by a singular tail that protruded out of her skirt's waistband. Good, now for the next step, Alduin's voice lowered, his demeanor turning somber. Think of the most uncomfortable thing you can imagine. Though in hindsight, I don't think there's much of a point in me speaking all cryptic when we both know exactly what I'm referring to. The incident that gave Kuroka Tuja the title of SS Stray Devil, the root of the fear she was trying to fight with Alduin's help. Why do I need to? Don't speak, you'll lose focus. He was quick to admonish her, his senses laser-focused on the circulation of her ki. You can't learn emotional control without giving yourself something to temper it against. Normally, I wouldn't have you think of something so extreme, but because that incident is the root of your problem, I'm afraid there's no other choice. For better or for worse, Alduin mentioning it alone caused the memory to resurface in Kaniko's head regardless, made evident by the drastic fluctuation in her ki, and beads of agitated sweat cascading down her skin. You're wavering, Chiron, you're allowing your fears to disrupt your command over your ki. Noticing that Kaniko's status would soon grow dangerous if she didn't keep herself in check, he patted the center of his kimono, signaling for his serpentine companion, Sylvie, to slither out and heed his call. He pointed at Kaniko's trembling figure. Mind shutting her down before she implodes? I suppose one with her level of senjutsu prowess and potential is worth assisting. She coiled the base of her 10-foot-long body around Alduin's arm, extending her head outwards and promptly sinking her fangs into Kaniko's shoulder, dominating the Nekisha's ki with her own and cancelling out both her Nikomata mode and her ki circulation. Slowly, Kaniko's eyes opened, a dejected look appearing on her face once she noticed that she had failed. Relax, I didn't expect you to get it down on your first try. He clapped his hands together. Try again, you're a talented little one, so it's only a matter of time before you succeed. Trust me. He said with a warm smile. Are you sure it's alright for me to be here? Gasper stammered, clinging to the fabric of Thora's skirt harder than ever, experiencing what it was like to roam around in public for the first time in quite a while as they arrived on the doorstep of her and Alduin's villa, which was not only where the Buné had decided to begin Gasper's training, but also the place where the damper would be staying as long as he remained under Alduin's tutelage. A decision he had totally made with Ria's prior knowledge. Of course it is, Thora offered him a warm, almost motherly smile as she ruffled his hair. The young lord believes you have a great deal of potential, but he also understands that you're uncomfortable with using your power around your peers, which is why he wants you to reside here for your training. And more importantly, it meant that Gasper wouldn't have to reside in a dark, hollow wooden box anymore. A child like him deserved a proper living space, and someone that'd be around to properly take care of him. A Roland older, more experienced damper with a wealth of knowledge when it came to taking care of children like Thora was practically perfect for. But won't I be a bother? My power might end up affecting you too as well. His demeanor grew panicky. Rias and his peers aside, even the thought of accidentally freezing total strangers was enough to cause him a significant amount of distress. Gasper, Thora's voice lowered, her tone tranquil. This is the first time you're truly attempting to grasp the abilities of your sacred gear, it's only natural that you're going to struggle with it, and both the young lord and I are well aware that the two of us might end up being affected. Then. However, Thora interrupted before he could protest further. That's a risk all three of us must take if we're going to help you control your sacred gear. There's no way around that. If you're expecting me to admonish or chastise you simply because you're having trouble managing a power I doubt most could even begin to fathom, then I'm afraid I'll have to sorely disappoint you. Like Alduin, Thora believed most of the responsibility regarding Gasper's situation lay on Surzek's and Ria's shoulders. Locking forbidden Baylor views wheeled her away, especially when their grasp over the sacred gear was unstable, was both incredibly irresponsible and potentially dangerous to Gasper if his situation were ever to worsen. Nonetheless, the past was the past, dwelling on it wouldn't amount to anything. All they could do was try their best to help Gasper in his current state and hopefully give him the freedom to move as he pleased without having to worry about a potential time-stopping mishap. I don't understand, Gasper muttered under his breath, dipping his head. Aren't you scared of me? Thora breathed a deep sigh. The mentality Gasper was displaying was an obvious product of Surzek's isolation order, and Rias in action, that led him to believe everyone wanted nothing more than to keep him as far away from them as possible, causing him to struggle with processing the fact that she and Alduin genuinely wanted to help him, despite knowing the risks of being around him and his sacred gear. She couldn't help but feel immense pity for the younger damper, a feeling that boosted her motivation to help him to the best of her abilities tenfold. Of course not, I'm insulted that you even felt the need to ask. She huffed, resting her palm against his back and pushing him closer to her. As long as you remain under this roof, we'll do absolutely everything in our power to assist you regardless of the risks. It'd do you well to remember that. With a dazed look and a faint red flush on his face, Gasper let out a hum of acknowledgement. He entered the living room alongside her, taking a moment to pause and marvel at the furniture and the area's general interior. Immediately realizing how drastic of an upgrade their home was in comparison to where he had been stashed in the old schoolhouse. "Where's Alduin?" he asked. "He should be in the backyard." She led him through a sliding glass door connected to the living room, which led to a lush, expansive garden that had been installed by Sarah Fall at Thora's request. Filled with all sorts of vegetation, flora, and biodiversity found in the human world rather than the underworld. And more importantly, she had asked for the installation of a large, glassy structure in the center of the garden, one Alduin was extremely familiar with. A greenhouse. Despite the nature of Alduin's relationship with his mother, she knew he genuinely enjoyed gardening. It was an activity that offered him a pleasant, much-needed sense of ease and tranquility while he trudged through the hectic maelstrom that was his life. The damper duo entered the greenhouse, their nostrils immediately met with the smell of freshly planted soil, fertilizer lingering in the atmosphere, and the sweet, fruity aroma of jasmine flowers being planted at the farthest end of the structure by none other than Alduin, who was equipped with a pair of gardening gloves and a trowel. So, this is what it feels like, he smiled, observing the fruits of his labor as he finished planting the last of the pink, tubular-shaped flowers. I guess I can't blame her for spending most of her time here, especially when the alternative is being around the shitty old men. Alduin turned to face them, removing his now soiled gloves. It's about time you arrived, he smirked, using wood manipulation to create a wooden stool beside him. Come, there's something I'd like you to try for me. Gasper looked up at Thora, silently asking for permission to part from her. Go on, she nodded her approval. The young lord will take care of you for now. I'll come back to fetch you once lunch has been prepared. She proceeded to take her leave, but not before exchanging a wry, knowing look with Alduin. As it would seem, Gasper had already started to get quite attached to Thora, which, of course, neither of them minded in the least. Alduin was glad that Gasper was being given an opportunity to bond with one of his kind and had full confidence in her ability to act as a guardian figure for his student. And he had a feeling Thora was also looking forward to forming a relationship with another damper. Here, Alduin reached down and lifted Gasper by the shoulders, positioning him on the stool. Before we start, are there any concerns or issues you'd like to bring up? I understand it's been a hot minute since you've been in public, but I'd like you to be as comfortable as possible during your stay here. There is one thing, Gasper began, causing Alduin's eyebrows to raise attentively. I have a few contracts I maintain through my laptop, will I still be able to manage them here? Sure, I don't see why not, Alduin shrugged. Anything else? Even though the amount of time he'd have to train Rias and her peerage was uncertain, he had no other choice but to take things slow when it came to handling Gasper. Leaving plenty of time for Gasper to focus on the commitments he already had, and anything else that caught his attention. Compared to the rest of the group, his mentality was by far the most fragile, which meant a strong-armed approach like the one he used on Aquino just wasn't an option. It'd more likely than not just cause him to crumble under the pressure and segue into a mental breakdown. When it came to Gasper, building up his confidence was the utmost priority. And no, that's all. I see, in that case, let's get started. To Gasper's confusion, Alduin started to raise his finger towards his mouth, pricking his index finger against his canine and drawing out a droplet of blood. Drink up. He held his finger out towards the damper. What are you doing? Gasper panicked once more, nearly stumbling backwards and falling off his stool. According to Thora, consuming my draconic blood might make it significantly easier for you to control Forbidden Baylor View, he explained. Don't worry, my blood's perfectly safe for you to consume. It's diluted because I'm not 100% dragon, and I've also got some special cells in me that keep them from acting up. Now hurry up and drink. He insisted, placing absolute confidence in Thora's hypothesis. No way. I can't. Blood is scary. He fervently shook his head, turning away from Alduin and closing his eyes. Good grief, I guess I'll have to push him a little, but I need to be careful not to overdo it. Also, what kind of damper's scared of blood? I see, Alduin let out a slow exhale. Then I suppose you'll have no other choice than to use your sacred gear as is. But that's dangerous. Yeah, it is, he affirmed, carefully observing Gasper's emotional state to make sure he didn't go overboard. However, if you don't want to entertain this method, then what other choice is there? I can't afford to let him avoid this. Blood consumption might not be essential for a damper survival-wise, but it's still incredibly important for their physical growth. As a matter of fact, Gasper's lack of consumption is probably why he's so small despite being old enough to be a high school student. Aye. Gasper trailed off, his eyes darting from side to side in deliberation. I'll do it. Unsurprisingly, he chose to accept. There was nothing he feared more than losing control over his sacred gear, so once when he was offered a possible solution to that lack of control, it was only natural that he'd want to place his faith in it, just like Alduin had chosen to. Hesitantly, Gasper leaned forward and stuck his tongue out under Alduin's finger, allowing a single droplet of his draconic blood to fall into his mouth. And in an instant, a rush of fierce, coursing adrenaline surged through Gasper's body, exposing the damper to a feeling of empowerment unlike anything he could have dreamed of. Washing out any feelings of uncertainty, weakness, and insecurity, even if only temporarily. What is this? Gasper murmured in a somewhat drowsy state of mind. That's your vampiric side flaring to life. I'm not sure how long it's been since you last consumed blood, if ever, but clearly it was long enough to warrant quite the reaction, Alduin concluded, unbothered by the change since the effect coursing through Gasper showed no signs of growing harmful. Now then, while you're riding that high, I want you to use Forbidden Baylor View to freeze me. Yeah. Is that really a good idea? It'll be fine. If Thora's assumption proves correct, you should be able to deactivate it at will. He folded his arms, patiently waiting for Gasper to make his move. All right then. Gasper pumped his fists, gathering up as much of his sparse confidence as he could. Gasper's eyes began to morph, the pink hue of his irises intensifying, overlapping the violet and spreading outwards to consume the rest of his sclera, followed by an oval set of black lines that patterned the surface of his eye, connecting to a shining, bright yellow diamond situated where his pupils were supposed to be. Immediately, Alduin felt his body stiffen. His raw power was strong enough to keep him conscious while entrapped in Gasper's world of stop-time, however, he could do little more than shift his eyes around and twitch some of his appendages. All it had taken was a single glance from the damper, and Alduin, the strongest devil of his generation alongside Serorg, had been left completely helpless. Ha! That's one terrifying power all right. Withal, he didn't express so much as a lick of fear or disdain towards Gasper. Only fascination and wonder towards the immense potential and promise his student held. And a few seconds later, Alduin felt his mobility start to return to him. I did it. Gasper stammered in sheer disbelief that he had pulled off what he thought was impossible throughout his entire life. He had resumed time, completely of his own will. Yeah, you did. Alduin let out a proud chuckle. Well done, Gasper. His student cheered. And, next chapter is 9,000 words, so get ready for that. Smiley face. WNZT9 Chapter 44, Challenging the Colors of Chaos Karma. Chapter 44, Challenging the Colors of Chaos Karma. After lunch, I decided it was best to put Gasper to bed. I didn't think of it earlier, but the little guy's sleep schedule was also nocturnal, as he never shared the daytime schedule of Rias and his fellow peerage members, which means I'll have to start easing his biological clock into a diurnal schedule. It's necessary in order for him to actually be able to socialize with his peers once he's got his sacred gear under control. For now, Thora and I cleared out one of the many guest rooms in our villa and transported the coffin from Gasper's old room into it. Obviously, I prefer for him to sleep in an actual bed, but she advised me that getting him to switch from that was going to be, at the very least, 1,000 times harder than changing his sleep schedule. Gasper's basically become a flat-out claustrophile. If I were to leave him alone in a space that was even remotely open, he'd feel like he was being watched 24/7. And surprise, surprise, I'm not interested in making him endure a schizo episode. He also keeps a doll alongside him at all times when he goes to sleep, which, frankly, might be the most adorable thing I have ever seen, and has strengthened my looming urge to adopt him. We made sure to give him his laptop as well so he can continue managing all his ongoing contracts, which will come in handy towards getting him a promotion from low class to middle class. As a matter of fact, Gasper's closer than the rest of his peers to becoming eligible for the middle class exam since his contracts, by far, are the most profitable amongst them. As expected of my Favoria, I mean, my student whom I'm only slightly more favorable towards. Yes, only slightly. How did it go? Thora stepped out of Gasper's room after ensuring everything was in order with her fellow damper, looking at me as if I were a daycare attendant responsible for her child. If she were the mom, we'd probably make pretty good foster parents for him, wouldn't we? I pondered before quickly recomposing myself. You were right, my draconic blood let him activate and deactivate Forbidden Baylor view of his own volition, though the effect was only temporary. Seeing Gasper's look of unparalleled relief once he unfroze time was quite the reward in and of itself. It'll take time, effort, and repetitive training before that control becomes a permanent part of him, she nodded affirmatively. But Gasper's a bright child, he'll get there eventually, I'm sure of it. I couldn't have said it better myself. I knew it was just a matter of time, but unfortunately, the amount of time we had at our disposal before Riser made his appearance was uncertain. Speaking of draconic blood, my tone grew solemn as I reached into my kimono and withdrew an item I had been carefully keeping with me ever since I received it. A vial, containing a viscous, glowing, celestial blue liquid within. The blood of the strongest dragon king, the Chaos Karma dragon, Tiamat, which I had received from Seraphal in exchange for my agreement to become Kuo Town's guardian. Thora's eyes widened in immediate unease and recognition, the look on her face making it clear to me that she knew what I was suggesting. Young lord, are you certain now is a suitable time? I could tell that she wanted nothing more than to dissuade me, knowing full well what kind of a risk I'd be taking. However, she knew me well enough to realize that attempting to do so was pointless and that I had already made up my mind. Despite our shared awareness that it could end disastrously for me, I was attempting to achieve something only a true, genuine, thoroughbred fool would. I was trying to break into the realm where the seemingly unmatchable forces of nature that are my parents stand, in the shortest amount of time possible. Before everything with the word Buné attached to it goes up in flames. In order to do that, I must take risks like these, there's no way around it. I think Seraphal might have realized that somehow, or at least understood the extent of my drive, and that's what led her to even give me Tiamat's blood in the first place. Then again, it could have just been plain enticement and nothing more, it's not like anyone really understands the inner workings of us boons besides those who bear the name. Honestly, I'm not sure, I admitted with a note of hesitancy. Yet, some part of me thinks I should do it anyway. Even though there's a chance it'll all go wrong. It didn't matter how minor the misstep was, as long as I made one, that'd be it for me. The end. Finito. Kaput. I'd be swallowed by Tiamat's blood, and all my work up till now would be for nothing. Stagnation truly is quite an attractive thing for a Bune, isn't it? Just don't try to reach for more power, and your chances of living a long life would rise drastically. But I can't afford to do that, especially when the presence of Martha's cells is helping me fight against deviation, a privilege exclusive to me, and me alone. I've told you this before, young lord, but you need to learn to have more confidence in yourself. You determined yourself through your awakening ceremony, and there's no reason you won't do the same with this. She offered me a forced smile that was doing its utmost to hide an ocean of distress and trepidation on my behalf. I truly am a lucky man, aren't I? Yeah, I suppose you're right, I replied with about the same level of dry enthusiasm, letting out a sigh shortly after. I hate to ask, but would you mind watching over me while I'm taking the trial? You know, just in case I... Of course, she was quick to interrupt, clearly uninterested in hearing me finish that sentence. You needn't even ask. Thanks, I gave her a curt, appreciative nod. I tapped the center of my robe where Sylvie was coiled up around my torso, signaling for her to pop her head out from between my scarf. Master. Sylvie, I need you to watch over Gasper while Thora's doing the same for me. Just in case his drinking my blood results in some sort of delayed reaction, everything seems fine so far, but I'd rather not take any risks. Very well, she slithered onto the floor, finding a place to curl up near Gasper's bedroom door. Much obliged, I returned my attention to Thora. Shall we? After you, she smiled, following me outdoors to the backyard where my greenhouse was located. A place that was truly starting to shape up to be a garden worthy of my standards, and one day, perhaps that of Martha's. My feelings for the woman aside, the forest she curated is undeniably a marvel to behold. I doubt location is much of a variable when it comes to strengthening my draconic factor, considering that my awakening ceremony was conducted in a near pitch-black cave after all. However, being around flora like this offers me peace of mind. I don't think it'd hurt to choose a place I feel more relaxed in. I sat down on a patch of grass, making myself nice and comfortable. Round 2, here I come. I steeled my resolve, taking a deep breath before uncorking the vial and feeling my heart begin to vehemently palpitate. Over time, it had become easier for me to suppress the smell's enticing effect while the cork was on, yet only seconds after inhaling its exposed odor, I could feel my fingers begin to tremble, and my breath sharpen. The sensation was indescribable. It was doing more than just tugging at the instincts of my body, it was tugging at my very soul itself. Pulling at something that dwelled deep inside me and beckoning me to indulge. I wonder, am I only feeling this way now because it's the first time I'm smelling it post-awakening? Or is it because I resolved myself to claim its power? Whatever the case, there's no reason for me to dawdle any longer. I raised the vial to my lips, inhaled sharply, and gulped down the entirety of its contents in one swift motion. Do you recall the story of Icarus? Before I could feel any kind of physical reaction whatsoever, I had already arrived in my mindscape. The land was floored by a vast, wide array of decomposed leaves, and basked in majesty by the presence of a tree that towered higher than my eyes could ever hope to perceive, as if it were piercing the very heavens themselves. And despite it being a part of my own psyche, the feeling of overwhelming significance and weakness I experienced as I stood before it still hadn't faded. Not even a little. Well, in a strange way, I don't mind the feeling. It's almost like it serves as a reminder to me to never forget that no matter how far I tread, there'll always be more ground to cover. It's both humbling and motivating. What? I blurted aloud, lowering my gaze to face my dragon, who was crouching in the middle of the leafy field with his back turned. I had been so enamored in my own thoughts that I completely forgot what he just said. Icarus, he repeated, his tone now mildly irritated. Son of the inventor Daedalus, who received a pair of wings made from feathers and wax. And flew too close to the sun, only for his wings to melt and his body to plummet into the sea. I finished his sentence. Yes, I'm familiar. You're missing a part, he breathed a deep exhale, standing up and finally deciding to look me in the eye. Before Icarus got too close, Daedalus tried to warn him not to do so. I scoffed, one didn't need to be a genius to comprehend what he was saying. He was calling me reckless. True, but he also warned him not to fly too low either, I replied in confidence. This is what you call flying low. Challenging the blood of the strongest dragon king. He snorted, crossing his arms with an amused smirk on his face. It looks like your lunacy has only grown since our last meeting. First of all, only my fiancé's allowed to call me crazy, I huffed. Second of all, isn't your trying to caution me now of all times a bit moot? If you had something to say, you probably should have said it before I ingested the blood. He shook his head. No, it isn't my place to tell what you can or can't do outside of this space. The risks you take are chosen by you, and you alone. My job is simply to see if you're worthy of living up to your thirst for power once you've committed to it, nothing more. I let out a low hum. Sounds like a dull existence. Oh, Alduin, he chuckled. Being your dragon has exposed me to a great many emotions, but believe me when I tell you boredom isn't one of them. Not even remotely. In that case, you're most welcome for the entertainment, I quipped while performing a playful bow. My demeanor stiffened shortly after. Now then, isn't it about time we began my next trial? Impatient as ever, I see, he pursed his lips together. This trial won't be anything like what you experienced during your awakening ceremony, words won't have any effect, nor will it be a matter of simply surviving or winning one's approval through any show of courage or determination. I knitted my brows, sensing the gravity of his words. There's only one victory condition. You must attain an unconditional, unquestionable win over your opponent. His eyes sharpened like daggers, staring a hole through my face. Opponent. I matched the intensity of his glare. You make it sound like you're not the one I'm fighting. That's because you aren't, he confirmed. You'll be fighting a version of me, or more specifically, a version that's attempting to become a part of me composed of the cells you just ingested. Oi. He's not suggesting what I think he is he? Oh, but I am, he continued with a devilish grin while reading my mind. It is her power you seek, therefore it's only natural that it's her test you face. You'll be fighting Tiamat, my dear Buné. Ah. I see. It appears I might be screwed here. Like, royally, colossally, unfathomably screwed. Of course, that version of me doesn't actually possess Tiamat's full strength. If that were the case, this wouldn't be a trial, it'd just be a glorified execution. Immediately, a vein bulged out of my forehead. Why the fuck is he only bringing that up now? I nearly just had a heart attack. I was almost ready to start writing down my will for Lucifer's sake. If I did that, I wouldn't be able to relish that look of immense panic on your face, now would I? He enjoyed the privilege of being able to read my mind once more, with a very, very punchable look on his face. Also, I wouldn't take that as a cue to relax if I were you. Even if she's not the real deal, she's more than capable of putting you on the ropes. Honestly, I'd go as far as to say she's more than you can handle at the moment, but you went ahead and decided to challenge her anyway. So here we are. Sheesh, you could at least try to hide the disappointment in your voice, you almost sound like Sebastian. I groaned, rubbing my nape. Anyhow, I'm assuming this is just a straight-up life-or-death battle. Either she consumes you, or you consume her. There are no other possible outcomes. All right then, I replied with a firm nod, knowing full well he had no reason to lie to me. Send her at me. I cracked my neck from side to side, wiping any semblance of smugness off my face in preparation to face the Chaos Karma Dragon's trial. Very well, a fierce gale picked up, strong enough to cause even my rigid locks to sway as the leaves around my dragon's feet kicked up and began to swirl around him like a miniature tornado, hiding his figure from me. For both our sakes, I hope you're as strong as you think you are. Child of the moon. Next time we meet, I really ought to ask him why he keeps calling me that. I mean, I know why, at least I think I know. It's about the lake, isn't it? But there's something off-putting about the way he says it. Like he knows something I don't. Oh well, those are worries for future me. Current me has a dragon king to worry about. Or would it be more apt to call her a dragon queen? I'm not one for comedy, a low, unamused feminine voice spoke from within the leafy whirlwind. However, even I can't help but be appalled at how laughable this all is. I mean, to think a mere hatchling would muster up the courage to try and claim my strength, have my years of solitude truly eroded all the reverence my name once carried? It almost makes me want to weep. The gale started to ease up, and with it, the leaves finally began to settle. And to my surprise, they revealed a shockingly humanoid figure. Standing a few feet in front of me was a fair-skinned woman with long, straight, light blue cascading hair that pooled around her ankles. Her eyes were an odd bright pink shade, not too dissimilar from Gasper's, and her pupils were even more bizarre, consisting of white, diagonal crosses. The fact that she appeared in her human form aside, I was expecting them to be more reptilian in design, like mine. Her ears were pointed, also like Gasper's, albeit slightly longer. And atop her head rested a pair of exceedingly, almost overwhelmingly large ram-shaped horns. They were jade in color, with hints of black and gold etched into them. I mean, for fuck's sake, they look like they weighed double her, no, scratch that, triple. That aside, she really is quite the looker, assuming that this is what the real Tiamat looks like. She's also pretty well endowed too. I couldn't help but leer a little as my eyes drifted down towards her chesticles. They're probably about as big as Royguns, or perhaps a little bigger. Cough cough. But I digress, I'm here to fight, not attempt a mating ritual. If it's any solace, I'm technically not underestimating you as much as you think I am since this isn't your true power. I shrugged. Despite my playful attitude, I was already starting to realize just how much of a threat she posed. Even though she was just standing there, unmoving. The mere sight of her frowning at me was enough to instill me with a primal sense of fear, a kind even more fierce than what I felt when I sparred against Sebastian. She genuinely wanted to kill me, her bloodlust currently silent, but palpable, nonetheless. Her frown wasn't a mere frown, it was a display of the disgust she felt when she looked at me. A sign that me attempting to covet her strength had wounded a part of her draconic psyche, only those with a death wish dared to aggrieve. Her pride. Cracking jokes, are we? She sneered, her gaze lowering to where my hands were for some reason. What a pathetic attempt to hide the fact that you're trembling with fear like the squirmy little brat you are. I tracked her stare, only to be met with the harrowing reality that my fingers were, in fact, trembling. Fuck, that can't be a good sign. The fight hasn't even begun yet. I let out a nervous chuckle. Cut me some slack, will ya? A hatchling like me needs a little bit of time to work up his confidence. While talking, I started to circulate my ki in a meditative rhythm, the same one I had taught Chiron, to help me ease my nerves. Unfortunately for you, time isn't a luxury you can afford, she snickered. The hairs on the back of my neck and arm began to rise, sensing Tiamat's quickly rising hostility. Oh well, let's just get this over with quickly, shall we? I'd rather not force myself to play with you any longer than I have to. I could feel the temperature in my mindscape begin to plummet. Step after step, Tiamat gradually began to pace towards me, the chilling sensation worsening with each foot of ground she covered. All right, I need to calm down and observe. The beginning of a fight is the most decisive moment. If I can seize the initiative, my chances of winning will soar dramatically. Carefully, I observed her posture. Noticing that her fists were balled, and her arm muscles were tensed. I see, she intends to confront me in close quarters. That's good, hand-to-hand's my strong point. Instead of waiting for her to make the first move, I planted my feet forward, strengthening my lower body with Tuki before launching myself at her with all the speed, momentum, and ferocity I could muster. All the while, I kept my gaze neutral. It's been made abundantly clear to me that she's a top-level opponent thanks to my dragon's words of caution and my foreboding instincts. If I direct my focus on any one area of her body, she'll notice. And I'll just be giving her a free opportunity to counterattack. Of course, this also meant the attack I launched on her would be somewhat random. I mean, I can't throw an offensive on her in both a targeted and untargeted manner. That'd require the ability to retrain two completely separate trains of thought at the same time. Last I checked, I still only had one head. However, randomness isn't always a bad thing when used correctly. It offers the advantage of unpredictability. The instant I was in range, I brought my body to a grinding halt, still carrying an impressive amount of momentum with me, which I channeled into my right leg, and used to throw a wild, all-or-nothing kick at her torso. The area where I had the lowest chance of missing, and the one that was hardest for her to evade an attack from. You just think you're so smart, don't you? She jeered. Somehow, someway, a split second before my foot connected with her ribcage, Tiamat's position changed. Her entire, fucking, body was now on the other side of my leg. Opposite from where my kick was directed, leaving me swinging at naught but empty air as if she had never even been there in the first place. I don't understand. Did she just teleport? I didn't sense any sort of magical fluctuation whatsoever while I was charging her. There isn't any magical circle here either to facilitate the jump. Could she have simply initiated the teleportation faster than my senses could perceive? Or did she use some method to block my ability to detect the initiation in its entirety? I'll admit, I do find that look of utter, sheer dismay on your face quite pleasing, you overzealous little hatchling. She took full advantage of my open guard, pummeling her soul into my left kneecap and bringing me down onto one leg. Like I said, I'll end this quickly. With a spiteful glare on her face, she followed up by slugging her knuckles across my face with enough force for the sound of bone cracking to be heard, specifically that of my nose, which I could feel begin to swell as a trail of blood trickled out of my nostrils. And before I could even process the pain from the blow below, she slugged me again, and again, and again, exposing me to the raw, unadulterated hatred that my attempt to gain her power had given her. Stay conscious. Stay conscious. Stay conscious. Stay conscious. Stay conscious. Don't pass out. You can't pass out. If you do, it's all over. I screamed repeatedly in my head, my vision a foggy blur as I soldiered through the throbbing pain that worsened with each strike she unleashed. Honestly, what were you hoping to achieve here? Did you truly think a mere brat incapable of exchanging even a single blow with me could be worthy of my power? What a joke. She reached forward and effortlessly picked me up by the throat, pressing her fingers together to shape her hand like a spear in preparation for a killing blow. Good riddance, Alduin Saulos Buné. She arched her arm backwards, ready to skewer her hand through my chest at a moment's notice. But I wasn't about to let it end that easily, or pathetically. I was still conscious, though barely. It meant I could still fight, and that was reason enough to keep going. Even if I had lost the initiative I was trying to gain, and quite frankly, felt a little outclassed, I still had an advantage. This was my terrain, my mindscape. Woven from leaves, trunks, and roots. All of which were susceptible to my wood manipulation. It didn't do me much good during my awakening ceremony since my dragon could use the same abilities as me, but that wasn't the case for Tiamat. Mere seconds before she was about to finish me, violent, earthquake-like tremors began to spread through the ground. Catching her slightly off guard and disrupting her footing only a little, her fingers still firmly clasped around my throat. However, in a battle such as this, even the smallest openings could make all the difference. And in this instance, it was enough for me to inject a burst of Tuki into my fist and throw a right hook at her forearm, forcing her to let go of me out of reflex. I didn't hesitate to distance myself from her, neglecting to heal myself with my Dryadic blessing on purpose. Instead, I clasped my hands together and crouched down, allowing the tremors that were coursing through the soil to reach their apex. Sea of trees erosion, I intoned, causing a set of behemothic underground roots the size of Rhea's schoolhouse to spurt out of the soil and bolt towards Tiamat, intending to consume her like the tentacles of a colossal squid. This technique was most certainly a large-scale, high-power one, but it was also heavily situational. It didn't involve me creating my own wood. Instead, I manipulated wood that already existed in the terrain around me. Which meant in urban areas or places that didn't have an insane amount of timber present, the power the technique was capable of exerting was practically non-existent. It was only truly worth using in an area like Martha's private forest reserve, assuming the woman herself wasn't there to completely shut your technique down. Or a place like my mindscape, where there just so happened to be an endlessly reaching tree that possessed roots of insane proportions. I watched with narrowed eyes and sharpened instincts as the roots tangled around her form, closing in and threatening to crush her figure into a fine paste. Of course, I knew it'd never be that easy. How truly childish, a voice indistinguishable from a growl bellowed from within the entanglement. You can't accept your own powerlessness, so you decide to flail and thrash your arms around like a screaming toddler throwing a tantrum. A sea of deep blue, celestial flames burst from the epicenter of the roots, incinerating all the bark in sight and revealing Tiamat's still standing figure, with no visible wounds other than a faint, hardly noticeable amount of bruising across the surface of her skin. So that's her draconic breath. Its power is definitely a notch above mine, despite this being a weaker version of her. It's good that I figured that out sooner rather than later, lest I end up recklessly trying to clash with her. But that's not the only thing that caught my attention. I wonder, why didn't she choose to simply teleport away from my sea of trees erosion instead of burning it all down? I was still a little stunned from her blows, and I just sacrificed a huge chunk of my stamina to even pull off the spell in the first place. Even if I were to assume teleporting was more energy-consuming than using draconic breath for her, it still doesn't change the fact that evading would have given her a stellar opportunity to attack me. Maybe even finish me off outright. Yet, she didn't. That's definitely something to pay attention to. I don't see any way for me to win this battle without figuring out how she pulled that trick off. There's that insufferable analytical gaze of yours again, she scorned, the venom in her voice palpable. Somehow, you've managed to delude yourself into thinking there's any chance of you emerging from this as the victor. I don't even want to imagine the mental gymnastics you had to do to reach that conclusion. You're awfully talkative for someone so sure about themselves, I replied while pondering my next move. Hoping to make use of her chatty nature to get some much-needed planning time. Don't tell me the great Dragon King's starting to get nervous. She let out a brief, amused exhale. There's no use in acting tough when your face is a bleeding mess, hatchling. It's unseemly. Especially when we both know the only reason you mustered up the courage to speak to me in such a way is because you're stalling for time. Fuck. You're trying to figure out how I evaded your kick at the beginning, aren't you? She folded her hands behind her back, approaching me at walking pace with unparalleled confidence written all over her demeanor. Well, I for one am certainly not going to give you any hints, but you're welcome to try if you're that desperate. At least it'll make squashing you slightly entertaining. Strange, despite her words, she doesn't strike me as one to knowingly waste time like this. She was fairly adamant on finishing me off quickly, even going so far as to aim for a killing blow the first chance she got. So why is she choosing to simply stroll towards me like Boo, in the blink of an eye, Tiamat had appeared directly in front of me. Her facial expression morphed into a sick, satisfied grin as her foot cracked against my chin, rattling my skull in an attempt to render me unconscious. She teleported again. I couldn't afford to waste time thinking. With her insane brute strength, even a flicker of hesitation would be enough for her to decimate me. Like Sebastian had taught me, hesitation was defeat. I clenched my teeth as tightly as I could, biting through the pain and twisting my hips in conjunction with my left arm to deliver a sharp, precise Tuki-infused jab to her chin, hoping to return the favor. Thwack. And while my fist did indeed connect with her, it didn't land where I had intended to. Instead, I somehow ended up striking her cheek. Despite my being certain that my aim had been 100% accurate. This doesn't make any sense. I couldn't simply have missed. She was right in front of me, for fuck's sake. It was point-blank range. She must have done something. I know she did, I can feel it in my bones. Looks like you still haven't figured it out, what a shame. She smirked, plunging her hand into my abdomen and beginning to tear through my flesh, exposing me to an unbearable degree of searing, agonizing pain as her fingers managed to get within millimeters of my intestines. I managed to keep my organs intact by the skin of my teeth by quickly clasping both hands around her wrist and pushing back with a combination of brute strength and careful senjutsu deployment, following up by conjuring a set of flexible, wooden tendrils and wrapping them around her forearm for added measure. Goodness, looking at you struggle truly is quite the treat. If this weren't a test, I'd probably allow you to fight a little longer just to savor the sight some more. She chuckled as she started to lean forward, increasing the amount of pressure she was applying to me and causing me to feel my strength begin to wane. Shit, it's only a matter of time before I collapse under her superior physical strength. I might be able to reinforce myself with Tuki, but with my pre-existing injuries, and the fact that a waterfall of blood is currently gushing out of my core, which I'm going to need to heal soon lest I want to pass out from the hemorrhaging, it's clear to me that senjutsu isn't going to be of much help here. Not to mention that Tiamat's going to throw her other hand at me any second now. I need to act, now, there's got to be something I can do. Anything. I steeled myself, fighting through the pain harder than ever as I called upon the only spell I believed capable of giving me the breathing room I desperately needed. A spell that I had minimal experience with, one I hadn't been formally taught either by Sebastian or Martha. I had only read about it in my tutoring lessons with Thora, when we were focused on House Buné's history, and given it a few flimsy attempts after my awakening ceremony. Nonetheless, I can't think of anything better, so I'm going to give it a shot anyway. Partial Dragonification. Black scales began to coat the surface of my right arm, starting from the boundary between my shoulder and bicep and spreading down towards my hand. Instantaneously, I could feel my muscles bulge to the point where they were on the verge of bursting through my skin. Followed by the phalanx in my fingers beginning to excruciatingly crunch and elongate, morphing into a clawed shape as my nails sharpened. Unlike full Dragonification, partial Dragonification involved only turning one of your body parts draconic, rather than your entire being. On paper, it sounded like an awfully simple technique for a Bune to use post-awakening. If you could transform your entire body into a dragon, then doing so for only one part of it should be easy as pie, right? Wrong. The goal of partial Dragonification, as the name suggests, is only to call upon a part of Dragonification's true power. After all, not only was the latter extremely draining on one's stamina and sanity, but the transformation period itself took a long time. If I were to use it amid my battle with Tiamat, I wouldn't just be handing her an opening, I'd be offering up my head on a silver platter. In order to properly activate the technique, I essentially had to play an ultra-high-stakes game of tug-of-war. The initial activation process was the same as Dragonification, but the second it began, you needed to not only divert the draconic energy surging through your body to your desired location, but you needed to start suppressing the activation itself. Holding it back from throwing you into a full Dragonification against your will, and at the same time, you couldn't hold it back too much since the draconic energy would become too weak to achieve any kind of Dragonification at all. In short, it was a complex game of balance. I'm pretty sure the only reason I'm able to use it all despite my lack of training is because my Saulo cells are helping me control my draconic abilities. Not that I care, I'm really not one to look a gift horse in the mouth. With my right arm now fully coated in a scaly sheet of armor and strengthened to its absolute apex, I found myself capable of resisting the Dragon King's vast physical prowess. TCH. She wore a fiery scowl as my nails dug into her wrist like oversized needles, forcing her to relinquish her hold lest she wanted me to sever her hand right off. I felt her bloodlust surge as her death stare intensified. I knew full well that she was going to try to launch a barrage on me far more brutal than the last, but I refused to waver. After all, I had a pretty good idea where she'd aim her next attack. I withheld the urge to smirk as I watched Tiamat reel her foot backwards, her eyes laser-focused on a particular area of my body. My abdomen, which was still profusely bleeding, thanks to her trying to gouge my bowels out a second ago. I hadn't had a chance to heal it with my Dryadic blessing yet, since we were still trading blows and all. Sure, my innate draconic regeneration was impressive, but it wasn't a miracle worker. Regardless, the fact that I know her next move is a huge advantage. The second she moves in for the kick, I'll counter by grappling her heel with my left hand, and I'll use my right draconic one to tear her limb clean off. Well, I say that, but it'll probably be messy. Exactly as expected, her foot began to move, my vision and instincts both confirming without a shadow of a doubt that her trajectory was set towards my stomach. I prepped my left hand, ready to act at a moment's notice. Bam. And then the unthinkable happened. I felt the impact hit my chest. The force sent me tumbling backwards, leaving a trail of blood originating from my bleeding core in my wake as I rolled into the distance. My thoughts in complete, utter disarray. I was so baffled by what just transpired that the gut-wrenching pain I was experiencing had been reduced to a mere afterthought. I'm not going crazy, am I? I know I saw it. I know I did. I watched her foot move, I watched it reach within a literal, fucking, millimeter of my abdomen. My vision, my instincts, my training, they were all correct. They had to be. Yet, at the last second, no, the last millisecond, her foot managed to appear in front of my chest like it was never even aimed at my abdomen in the first place. It's almost like I'm seeing things. Oh. The second that thought entered my mind, I slammed my right arm forward and raked my claws against the soil to bring my body to a grinding halt. And immediately channeled my Dryadic blessing to mend the gaping wound in my core. Shit, how could I have been so blind? So idiotic. So narrow-minded. I'm ashamed to have even suggested that her power was related to teleportation at all. Maybe I let my assumptions stretch simply because of her status as the strongest Dragon King, but that doesn't excuse my foolishness. The answer was staring me dead in the eye this whole time. She's a fucking illusionist. At the start, I didn't miss because she moved out of the way, I missed because she wasn't even there in the first place. The same goes for her strikes, I didn't fail to read them because they suddenly changed trajectory. I failed because I couldn't see their original trajectory at all. You're one shrewd dragon, aren't you? For the first time during this battle, I finally experienced a sense of clarity. Tiamat paused, taking a moment to observe my drastic shift in demeanor. Ah, you finally figured it out. Well done, little hatchling. Would you like me to pat your head as a reward? She mocked while slow clapping. You're awfully calm for someone who just had their trick exposed. I struggled to decipher whether she was just putting up a tough front or was genuinely unbothered by my discovery. What do I have to fear? Knowing an illusion exists and knowing how to break said illusion are two completely different things. She shrugged, her posture oozing nothing but smug confidence. Even with your senjutsu active, you still couldn't snap out of them. If anyone should be nervous, it's you. Damn it, she's right. I've been using my key sense from the very beginning, but I still got caught in her illusions regardless. TCH, if only I had Sylvie with me, she'd make this fight 1,000 times easier for me. Come on, Alduin, think. Knowing that she can create illusions isn't enough, since I can't counter them with senjutsu alone, I need to know what type of illusions she's creating. It's definitely not a barrier type, I doubt she had the time to deploy one, considering how quickly this fight's been progressing, and besides, barrier type illusions are typically a lot more aggressive. The kind that'd have you seeing 100 different afterimages of your opponent all at once. There's no way I'd still be standing if she had activated something of that magnitude. It can't be one that's activated on contact either, since she deployed before I had even made my first move. It has to be something more subtle, but also potent enough to completely bypass my senjutsu. How frustrating. There you go again with that calculating look on your face, she exhaled deeply. Isn't it about time you learned your lesson? You can't beat me, Alduin, not now, not ever. I mean, just look at you, your face is an even bigger mess than before, and your stomach nearly just got a free realignment courtesy of yours truly. Just how long do you think you can keep this up for? I can do this all day, I chuckled, channeling my inner Captain America for a second. Charming, she rolled her eyes in amusement. All right then, if you're so intent on subjecting yourself to this humiliation, then I'm more than happy to oblige. This isn't the true Tiamat I'm fighting against, it's an inferior copy, or so my dragon says. There's a good chance that her illusion ability has some kind of weak point I can exploit, even at my level. If I can just last a little longer, I'm sure I can find out what it is. She disappeared once more in what felt like a fraction of a second, and I could tell by her merging shadows on the ground that she was now behind me. But this time, I wasn't worried. Even though I didn't know how to prevent myself from getting trapped in her illusions yet, I had a better understanding of how to defend myself. Her fist bolted towards my spine, but I didn't bother trying to guard against the attack head-on. Instead, I slapped my palms together and created a wooden dome around my figure. There was no use trying to confront her with my fists. If I tried to block her, she'd just use her illusions to mask where she was targeting again. Which is why I chose to guard my entire body instead, so that it won't matter where she tries to hit. Bang. A rumbling shockwave spread throughout the dome once Tiamat's knuckles clashed against its hardened exterior, and while I could feel the defensive structure's composition begin to crack, it had served its purpose by enduring one of her blows. Before her next strike arrived, I spread my fingers outward and ordered the dome to impale, causing dozens upon dozens of wooden spikes to jolt out of its wooden surface and thrust in all directions, each spike containing hardly a centimeter of space between them to ensure it hit the Dragon King, regardless of where her true position was. Shick. As expected, I could hear Tiamat let out a stifled grunt as one of the wooden spikes tore into her flesh. Hold on a minute. Hearing. My eyes bulged, a flash of realization hitting me. My key sense was telling me that she was in front of my dome, but the sound of her getting hit came from behind. Oh shit. I hadn't really noticed it earlier when my thoughts were a mess because of how easily she was managing to overwhelm me, but I vaguely remember hearing the faint rustling of leaves around me even when there was a significant amount of distance between us. Like something was moving near me, something invisible. In reality, that was just Tiamat moving into position while I was trapped under her illusion. Her speed also exceeds mine, which makes the sound hard to notice, as she probably only needs a step or two to close even meters of distance, but for my level of hearing, even the faintest noise should be sufficient. Haha. I understand it now. I know what the limitation of this inferior Tiamat is. Her illusions are not absolute. They're able to directly affect my senses without her moving so much as a muscle, and for someone with ordinary senses, I imagine that'd be one of the most terrifying powers they could face. But not for me. Because she can't manipulate all of my senses, at least not all at once. So far, she's managed to trick my vision and my key sense, despite not possessing any senjutsu prowess herself, which seems like bullshit to me. However, she does seem to be aware of the fact I'm using senjutsu. It's possible that understanding how it works is enough for her to manipulate ki. I mean, Tiamat's old as they come, more so than even Sebastian and Martha. Maybe it's not that outlandish that she's managed to pull off such a thing with her wealth of experience and knowledge. Oh well, at least now I know what to do. I can finally go on the offensive. I dispelled the dome, observing the sight of blood spilling out of an open wound from Tiamat's forearm and torso with a satisfied grin on my face. It's about time I made her shed some in return. That must hurt, I snickered. Though I imagine the pain of a little hatchling pulling a fast one on you is far worse. I knew that my fists alone wouldn't do as much damage as I needed them to do, even if I did get a fairly solid strike in, so I opted to create a wooden spear, which I clasped firmly in my right hand. Partial dragonification still active. You can't figure out how to deal with my illusions, so you decided to throw out an attack in all directions, hoping you'd get lucky. She ran her tongue across the wound on her forearm, her saliva seemingly containing some sort of healing enzyme that accelerated her regeneration. I wonder if I can do that as well. It worked, didn't it? I chuckled, planting the tip of my spear into the ground and resting my draconic arm atop its hilt. I was purposefully trying to appear as overconfident as possible, while being careful not to overdo my act to prevent Tiamat from noticing. Do you really think mere child's play will work on me more than once? She lifted a brow, casting a look of suspicion my way that almost plastered a look of visible nervousness on my face. Fortunately for me, Sebastian had grounded an admittedly handy little concept into my mind known as emotional control. Still, it kinda stings to give that old fart any credit at all. Maybe, maybe not. I kept my answer neutral so as not to warrant any further wariness from her. Why don't you come and find out? I twirled my spear around my shoulders and assumed my fighting stance, discreetly shifting my posture to leave a small part on the left side of my torso unguarded. An area near my stomach, which Tiamat knew for a fact was one of my weak spots, thanks to her earlier attempt to tear right through me. It was an awfully minuscule, hardly noticeable gap in my defense. One so inconsequential that even an experienced fighter wouldn't think twice about, and one an experienced opponent wouldn't bother targeting, if they even noticed it at all. But Tiamat would. I knew she would. I know full well how perceptive she is regarding my stance from her earlier, lightning-quick, insanely precise blows. Each of which severely damaged my defense and posture. Additionally, I only left the opening while I was performing my cocky flare with my wooden spear, making it appear completely accidental, and not but a product of my own overconfidence. Hopefully preventing Tiamat from noticing something was up. As for why I bothered to do such a thing in the first place. I can read Tiamat's positioning through sound, yes, but I cannot do the same when she goes for a swing. Sure, I could attempt to read the movement of her limbs through listening to the wind around them, but by the time I figure out where she's aiming, it'll be too late. That's why this setup is necessary. I need to be able to predict her next move in time and seize the opportunity to end our battle right then and there. I cannot endure another blow, nor do I have the stamina to prolong this battle for an additional exchange. Plain and simple. Tiamat is winning, and even if I miraculously manage to hold out a bit longer, once she knows that I've changed strategies, she's bound to readjust, and then I'll be destroyed. This next exchange will be the last, regardless of whether I emerge the victor or the defeated. Hey, to think I'm being pushed this far by an inferior imitation. I really am weak, aren't I? However, it's because of my weakness that I'm pushing myself to do this. I seek to rid myself of that disease, and that's a path that doesn't come easy, I know that. I've known that, my dragon warned me about that. Which is why I'll knowingly continue, regardless of whether the path consumes me or ends up being consumed by me. Tiamat's bloodthirsty gaze sharpened. Have it your way then. She lowered her hips towards the floor, and like a loaded gun, she shot towards me with immense speed. I knew her movements were false, made clear to me by the faint, but audible sound of the litter on my mindscape's floor quickly progressing to my left. Exactly where I was hoping for the noise to be. I didn't dare to look elsewhere, keeping 100% of my vision focused on nothing but Tiamat's speeding figure, and that alone. I even performed a sign with my left hand to make her think I was going to defend every part of my figure like before. This is as far as you'll go, hatchling. She stopped in front of me, her fist raised and her eyes focused on my face. And finally, seconds before she was about to hit me there, I allowed the cockiest, most smug, self-satisfied smile I had ever worn throughout both of my lifetimes to appear on my face. I could say the same thing, King of Chaos Karma. A burst of Tuki erupted out of my being, wildly flaring up around my body and taking the form of a supercharged aura that threatened to destroy my internal organs if I didn't tone it down within a matter of seconds. I thrust it at the empty air around the left side of my torso, the exact spot where I had purposefully left an opening. My draconic hand surged with every fiber of ki, technique, and brute, draconic strength it could muster, causing my spear to move out faster than the cracking whip. Spurt. What? Lo and behold, the wooden tip of my spear found itself piercing the flesh of Tiamat's tightened fist, digging all the way towards her elbow and prying the wound on her forearm that had only just sealed open, even further than before. I wasted no time on words, performing a swift, horizontal slash and lopping her arm clean off, and immediately capitalizing on her crippled posture and my brimming brute strength to shift my spear and stab it deep into her chest, stopping only once I felt my spear tear through her beating heart, and come out the other end of her torso. After stumbling around briefly with a look of complete, utter disbelief, she fell onto her back, her gaze now focused on the endlessly stretching sky contained within my mindscape. And while it was incredibly, almost disgustingly dishonorable of me, I threw my spear into her chest, piercing it once more. I had to be sure that what I was seeing wasn't an illusion, and that I had indeed defeated her for good. Ha! A bout of weak, dry laughter escaped her bloodied lips as she coughed out one chunk of blood after the other. Would you look at that? Maybe those horns aren't wasted on you, after all. I hope so, I plan on keeping them for a long time. Confident that the threat she posed had vanished, I allowed myself to finally relax, dispelling both my Tuki and partial dragonification before collapsing onto the ground but first, exposing myself to a wave of exhaustion unlike anything I had ever experienced before. Honestly, I've always thought mine were a little extra, but yours are just plain excessive in every sense of the word. Oh, is that so? In my opinion, the bigger the better. She laughed a little more despite it clearly paining her. You know, hatchling, you should visit my true self sometime soon, maybe she'll teach you a thing or two, once she notices you possess her power, if you can impress her that is. Yeah, I think I'll pass since, first of all, I barely managed to survive an encounter with this version of yourself. And second of all, you're fucking terrifying, you know that. I had already made a mental note to myself that if I ever encounter the real Tiamat, I'm going to turn tail. Haha, you say that hatchling, but it'd do you good to remember that, the strong, are always drawn to one another, no matter the era. With those parting words of caution, her body started to crumble and reduced itself to numerous floating strands of celestial blue energy, all of which proceeded to float towards me and enter my figure through the pores on my skin, filling me fresh, rejuvenating wave of draconic energy, the most potent I had ever felt. But that wasn't all. I also ended up receiving an ability. The illusion ability belonging to Tiamat, the very one she had used to manipulate my senses. It was an insane boon to obtain, considering what it was capable of, but after the struggle I just went through, I think it's a reward well earned. Although it's still incomplete, since I believe it's supposed to be capable of controlling all 5 of a target's senses, and at the moment is only capable of manipulating 2 at a time. That makes sense since the version of Tiamat I fought was also incomplete. I suppose I'll have to figure out a way to improve it later. But for now, I'm more than satisfied with what I've received. Hey, perhaps I'll call the ability partial hypnosis, I think it's pretty fitting if you ask me. Indeed, it is, the voice of my dragon called out to me as he materialized back into my mindscape. I looked him square in the eye with a firm smile on my face. I won. That you did, he admitted, attempting to, but failing to hide the pride in his voice. Who would have thought that my dragon could be such a tsundere? WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 45, Kuo Town's heating up. Chapter 45, Kuo Town's heating up. As her master, Martha, had ordered, Tajitsaheim had come to Kuo Town to observe Alduin. Or in her eyes, the young lord. A title that had absolutely nothing to do with his noble status from the Serpentine princess's perspective. She was her lady's offspring, and for her, that was reason enough for him to earn her undying affection. Moreover, once she actually laid eyes upon him for the first time, discreetly watching from afar while he remained none the wiser, that affection only grew. Seeing those haunting, luminescent, verdant irises evoked a fierce sense of familiarity within her. Even if the rest of his appearance had been sullied by the genes of an inferior man, incapable of comprehending just how fortunate he was to be graced by her lady's presence, the sight of Alduin's eyes alone completely extinguished any and all feelings of disdain or discontent from her mind. He was, without a shadow of a doubt, Martha Sallow's son. Still, she couldn't help but resent the assignment her lady had given her a little. Why had she been designated as a mere observer? Forbidden from making any direct contact with the young lord whatsoever. As her lady's servant, wasn't it only natural for her to become Alduin's caretaker? She could aid him with his senjutsu training, making full use of the wealth of knowledge she possessed by virtue of being a part of Ryuichi Cave's royalty. Hell, she could even prepare him to confront the trials of the cave conducted by the White Snake Sage herself. Simply because Alduin was her lady's son, she had full faith that he could attain the fabled power of a sage just like his mother had all those centuries ago. Especially if he had the guidance of the great Tajitsuheim. Not only that, but she also firmly believed she'd be the perfect protector for him. On top of being an unfathomably lethal combatant who had been around for, well, an amount of time she didn't care to keep track of anymore, her immense senjutsu prowess made her an extremely capable healer. If anything were to happen to the young lord by virtue of the double-edged sword that was his paternal bloodline, she could be there to heal him at a moment's notice. Since Martha herself wasn't present to do so. And last but not least, there was Sylvie, the special breed of Ryuichi snake her lady had given the young lord as a reward of sorts. Tajitsuheim's youngest sibling. The first offspring to be born directly from the White Snake Sage herself in a long, long time. After Tajitsuheim, and her sisters Ichikishimaheim and Tagriheim had been born. The sage hadn't expressed any interest in producing any more offspring, confident that the three princesses would be enough to manage Ryuichi Cave for her, testing all who were daring enough to try coveting the cave's power and sacred knowledge. But all of a sudden, she had birthed a fourth daughter roughly about a year ago. With no explanation or warning, whether the sage had done so out of mere amusement, boredom with her current offspring, or some other unfathomable reason remained unknown to the princesses. Did any of them dare question their mother? No. No one questioned the sage, not then, not now, not ever. Regardless of whether they were a hopeful getting close to obtaining Ryuichi Cave's venomous strength, a true contractor, or her kin. Well, except for Martha. She was special. The only contractor whose senjutsu surpassed that of all three princesses, despite her being a pure-blood devil without a shred of yokai or sage blood running through her veins. As well as being the only creature in all existence who had gained the White Snake Sage's permission to refer to her as a friend. There was a reason Martha had earned the undying admiration of the princesses after all, even if she found their fanfare excessive at times, she couldn't deny that having such high-level creatures at her beck and call had been of immense use to her. However, despite Tajitsuheim's everlasting admiration for her lady, she still found herself in disagreement with the orders she had been given. Martha forbade her from making physical contact with Alduin, but was fine with allowing a mere damper of all creatures to fulfill the role of his caretaker. A responsibility she vehemently believed belonged to her, and her alone. It wasn't fair. What care could that maid possibly give her young lord? Tajitsuheim had watched her closely upon arriving at Kuo Town, and she had seen everything that transpired between her and Alduin. Including the passionate exchange that had transpired in their living room. It disgusted her, right down to her very core. Her young lord was being sullied, his skin touched, and his blood consumed by someone who was unequivocally unworthy of the privilege. To her, the maid was not more than a mere parasite, a leech hoping to fill the void that was her lacking existence. She couldn't stand it, no one but herself, her youngest sibling, and, of course, her lady were supposed to have any kind of connection with Alduin. She loathed the maid with every fiber of her being. Whenever Tajitsuheim's eyes landed upon her, she could feel her senjutsu begin to waver as unparalleled envy and wrath plagued her thoughts. Yet, each time that happened, she'd force herself back into composure. Her lady had given her a task, and she fully intended to follow through. Then again, she'd be lying if she said there wasn't a part of her beckoning her to do something about her resentment. Morning had arrived, and like usual, Rias Gremory's day began with her sitting at her desk within her clubroom, going over stacks of piled-up paperwork and contract-related logistics while her peerage went about their daily academic activities. Despite the nature of her agreement with her father and the Phoenix clan to postpone her wedding until she graduated from Human University, she expressed very little interest in experiencing human schooling, unlike her Citri counterpart, who had gone as far as to assume the mantle of student president. Thanks to her being armed with the power to seamlessly brainwash the minds of humans, altering her attendance and exam results to ensure her graduation proved to be no challenge at all. She was free to ditch class as much as she liked, pouring all her focus into her devil-related obligations, as well as a considerably unhealthy amount of anime consumption. What a pain, Rias grumbled inwardly, massaging her aching shoulders that had endured a long night of struggling and exertion thanks to a certain someone who had left her bound amidst an array of self-repairing tree trunks. Sure, eventually she had channeled enough of her power of destruction to fight her teacher's tree formation in a war of attrition and break free. But did that lessen the humiliation she felt whilst being entangled within it in the first place? No. Not even a little. The memory of it alone caused her face to redden with unadulterated indignation. If she were made aware of Alduin's current address, she'd have more likely than not marched over there and attempted to raze the place to the ground out of sheer spite. However, as much as she hated to admit, the experience hadn't been all negative. Not only did she feel her control over her power of destruction start to increase, even if only marginally, but she felt like she was on the cusp of grasping an entirely new technique. Or perhaps it'd be more accurate to call it her first technique, seeing as her usage of the power of destruction until now consisted of nothing more than wildly throwing it around as if it were a flamethrower let loose. Every time she cloaked her body in the Baal clan's signature destructive energy, just as Alduin had instructed, she felt the process of doing so gradually become easier and easier. Naturally, it didn't become second nature to her after merely a single day of training. However, she was fairly confident her aptitude for the process could reach such a state with enough practice and perfection. If that were to happen, wouldn't I get my hands on a pretty good defensive technique? I've always exclusively used my power of destruction for offense, but a bit of versatility couldn't hurt. This was the first time in the Grimoire's life that she had properly evaluated her own abilities. Academics aside, her family had never pushed her to undertake any formal kind of physical training, allowing her to coast on what already existed within her, rather than focus on developing it into something more. But thanks to Alduin's involvement, that was starting to change. Ria's sheltered life had shielded her from the fundamental rule of the Underworld, power above all. Withal, the combination of an undesired betrothment weighing over her head, and the beginning of her tutelage under the Buné had split that shield in two, both metaphorically and literally. Now, she couldn't help but wonder how far she could take her personal strength. Sure, her formative days when her growth would be at its apex were long gone, and there was no way to retrieve them. But there wasn't any harm in trying her hardest regardless, was there? Besides, she doubted Alduin would even bother training her in the first place if she were a lost cause. What a troublesome figure you've sprung on me, Oni-sama. She stabbed her forehead with her thumb, looking back on just how much her subordinates had changed since Alduin's arrival. In spite of it only having been a day. Akino, for one, appeared to have fallen into an extraordinarily deep state of contemplation. Everyone around her noticed, not that it was a tall task by any means, seeing the lightning priestess without her usual, overly flirtatious attitude came as an immediate shock to anyone who had interacted with her on any level at all. Instead, her expression had become completely and utterly lusterless. Blank. Void. Dull. Rias couldn't even begin to fathom what was going through her queen's head, especially since the woman in question refused to talk to her, disclosing only that she and Alduin's training had consisted of a conversation, and nothing more. Instead of attending class or honing her tea-brewing craft like usual, Akino had notified Rias that she'd be going on a walk this morning, simply stating that she needed some time to herself, and of course, her king felt obligated to approve upon observing Akino's demeanor. All Rias knew was that her queen was experiencing some kind of change, just like she was. However, whether that change ended up being a positive or negative one remained to be seen. I swear Alduin, if you've messed with Akino's mind somehow, there'll be hell to pay. She squeezed her pen with all her might. Shortly after, her thoughts started to drift towards Kiba. Unlike her queen, the knight's change was clear as day to her, though that didn't make said change any less shocking. He had become focused. Even more so than usual, his eyes carried a sense of ironclad resolve and determination Rias had never even thought possible. By standing near him, she could feel an immense expression of sharpness resonate between them. Like metaphorical boulders of confusion and aimlessness had been lifted right off his shoulders, or as if Alduin had put the knight's mind against a whetstone. When she had visited his dojo last night to check up on him, she didn't find him working on his swordplay form like usual. Instead, he was sitting cross-legged on the floor with a notebook and pencil in hand. He had actually begun theory crafting, exploring the limitations of sword birth both on paper and in practice. From what Rias could recall, Kiba had started writing down combat scenarios in relation to the abilities of Riser Phoenix and his peerage, pondering what kind of blades would be best to deal with certain abilities. Moreover, none of his thinking required Alduin's input. Sure, his teacher had been the one to get him started. But the actual meat and bones of Kiba's new mindset was something he could manage all on his own. And the surprises didn't end there. Right before Rias took her leave to check up on Kaneko, Kiba requested something from her. Something Rias would never have expected in a million years. He asked her to start calling him Isaiah again. Actually, he had to ask her that about 5 times because of how difficult it was for Rias' brain to wrap its head around what it was hearing. Eventually though, she had to come to terms with the fact that Kiba had indeed wished for her to refer to him by his true name once more. He still flinched at the name. Rias could tell that much, and the trauma that came with what happened during the Holy Sword project undoubtedly still haunted him. Alduin was capable, but one can't just cure such a fierce mental burden with words alone. And definitely not in such a short span of time. However, the fact that he had asked at all signified something huge. Kiba wanted to move on. It definitely wouldn't be an easy path, but the desire to break free of those shackles was now there. For Kiba, that was a behemoths step in the right direction. Be thankful, Alduin, it's only because I witnessed the effect you had on him firsthand that I didn't jump to conclusions about what you did with Akino. Then there was her adorable little rook, Kaneko. According to Kiba and Akino's recount of what had transpired during Alduin's initial ambush, after Rias had been knocked out and all, she was the first one to truly act. Despite being the timidest out of the group, if you excluded Gasper, since he wasn't present during the battle. She had used her Nikomata mode, completely out of her own volition and desire to protect her comrades. Unlike with Akino, Alduin hadn't pushed her to do so while they were fighting. The Buné hadn't admitted it, but even he was thoroughly taken aback by her sudden show of bravery. Kaneko had displayed true courage, and for that, Rias was both proud of her fluffy subordinate, and ashamed that she had fallen short when the person her older brother had entrusted her to protect had pushed herself to her limits. And surprisingly enough, Alduin, a pure-blooded devil, was revealed to be a senjutsu practitioner. He used his knowledge of the art form to start teaching Kaneko how to meditate in order to give the Nekashu a tighter grip over her bloodline abilities. Gradually lessening her ever-present fear of going berserk, a fear her teacher understood perfectly well. As far as Rias was aware, senjutsu wasn't something that came with the Buné family name, igniting a sense of morbid curiosity within her that led her to do a little investigating. Not that said investigating was all that difficult, the information she found was openly accessible to pretty much everyone in noble society, especially someone from a clan bearing the rank of duke. Lo and behold, his senjutsu came from his maternal bloodline, House Salos. Leading Rias to a revelation that trumped all else regarding the mentor her older brother had conscripted. Alduin Buné was a dual trait possessing pure-blood devil. The only one to have been born in all of the Underworld's history. Originally, she theorized that his wood manipulation was a result of him consuming the blood of a dragon who could wield that form of elemental manipulation. But that clearly wasn't the case. House Salos truly is an enigma, she thought, gently tapping her chin with a pensive look on her face. They possess a clan trait called Dryad, as in a singular clan trait. Yet, the abilities that clan trait carries all seem separate to me. Wood manipulation as a unique application of elemental magic. Dryadic blessing as a recovery-type power. And of course, senjutsu, which was well known to be an incredibly potent and versatile technique. Sure, you could say they fit together thematically, but categorically, the clan trait possessed offense, recovery, and support all in one. Compared to the rest of the clan traits within the Underworld, something about House Salos' strength just didn't seem to fit in. However, any further investigation into Alduin's maternal house ended up proving a fruitless endeavor. Other than his mother, Martha Salos' widely known, questionable marital track record. Anything and everything regarding House Salos was inaccessible to her, an heiress to a dukedom. Hell, even the names of any other existing Salos members, both past and present, came up dry, including its ancestor, which she found to be pretty outlandish. All she knew was they held the rank of Viscount, nothing more. Even the location of the house's compound remained a complete mystery. Naturally, that only incited more of her curiosity and speculation. It doesn't make sense, a Viscount shouldn't have the authority nor resources to hide information from a duke. Her restless tapping against her chin quickened. Unless, someone with more authority is hiding their information for them. Her older brother would definitely have the authority to do so as the man in charge of the Underworld's domestic affairs, albeit, Rias couldn't even begin to discern why he'd do such a thing. Other than Oni-sama, the only people who could block information from a duke would be Archduke Agar's, or Great Kin. Yo. Fuck. Rias toppled over her office chair, falling flat on her backside after being startled by the abrupt greeting. Whoa, didn't mean to scare you there, sorry. A familiar, extremely punchable face hovered over her with an apologetic expression. Don't give me that shit. You absolutely meant to scare me, I didn't even hear the front door open. She scowled, latching onto her desk and pulling herself up. That's because I didn't use the door, he chuckled, pointing towards the clubroom's window. You left your window open, it was the faster option. He shrugged. And that somehow makes it okay. She grumbled, at a complete loss when it came to her teacher's logic. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Hey, I already apologized, didn't I? Alduin huffed. You can go ahead and wipe that frown off your pretty little face, you'll get wrinkles. I have a feeling I'm going to suffer from a lot more than just wrinkles as long as you're around. She clicked her tongue. More importantly, you've got some nerve showing up in front of me so casually after that stunt you pulled yesterday. Oh, you mean the tree. Hee hee, you can act annoyed all you want, but we both know it ended up being helpful. Not that, she interrupted with narrowed, accusatory eyes. I'm talking about Gasper. Gasper. What about him? Alduin lifted his brow and tilted his head. Don't play dumb with me, Alduin. Kaneko sensed that his seal had been broken. She folded her hands together, eyeing him in a way that practically dared him to continue toying with her. Broken. Goodness me. He leapt back, raising both his hands and adorning his insufferable cloaked Alduin voice once more. You should send a search party out immediately. Someone could have kidnapped the poor kid. She picked up on your scent in his room as well. Oh, he immediately deflated back into his normal self. I see. Well. Rias' gaze hardened. Don't you think I'm owed an explanation as to why you thought it was acceptable to take my bishop away without my permission? You say that as if I haven't already done so, he replied. I told you at the start, didn't I? I'd be training all the members of your peerage, and that includes Gasper, even if he isn't an active part of your group. Still, a warning would have been nice, Rias sighed in resignation. It was hard to fault the man after seeing the effect he had on her and her peerage. You could at least do me the courtesy of letting me know where you're keeping him. He's at my place, Thora's currently taking care of him. Thora. My personal attendant and my house's head maid, he explained, emphasizing the title for Thora's sake. She's a damper like him, and she's doing an excellent job of taking care of him. Her input was also extremely helpful when I was training him. Rias blinked. Wait, your family hired a damper. And you've already begun training Forbidden Baylor View. I expected you to take some time to research before approaching that sacred gear. To answer your first question, yes, it's a long story for another time. As for your second, I was also hesitant about diving straight in at first, but Thora came up with a theory that I believed was worth trying. Alduin lifted his arm. She hypothesized that Gasper consuming my draconic blood would allow his dampiric strength and sacred gear to work in tandem, giving him full control over Forbidden Baylor View, though only temporarily. And lo and behold, it ended up working. All's well that ends well, I suppose. Gasper drank blood. Rias jolted upwards, slamming her palms against her desk. Evidently much more shocked by that revelation than by that of the progress they had made with his sacred gear. For as long as Gasper had been under the care of the Gremory family, not once had anyone managed to successfully get him to consume blood, a crucial factor towards a damper's physical development. Yeah, it took a little convincing, but we got there in the end. The Lil Man's clearly retreated into his shell over time, but hopefully I'll manage to get him to open up somewhat before the raiding game. Alduin hummed, letting Rias mull over his words as his gaze gravitated towards her desk. Specifically, a photo that was sitting atop a stack of unfinished paperwork. What's that? He pointed. Rias lifted her eyebrows, her expression displaying a brief flicker of panic once she noticed what had caught Alduin's attention. And nothing. She attempted to reach out and hide it, but Alduin's superior sleight of hand allowed him to swiftly grab hold of it before her fingertips could even near the item. Call me crazy, but I highly doubt you'd react like that if that were the case. His posture stiffened as he carefully scrutinized the photo, which appeared to be of an awfully worn-down, dilapidated church. Is this something I ought to be concerned about? He flipped the photo towards her, paying attention to Rias' aura to see if she was lying to him. Rias hesitated for a second before breathing a defeated exhale, unable to keep her cool under the pressure of Alduin's reptilian glare. As the princess's designated guardian, his concern was only natural. Possibly. She admitted, reclining into her chair. When our familiars were patrolling around Kua like usual, they spotted, or perhaps it'd be more accurate to say they sensed something off about that place. If the church's location wasn't so detached from the rest of the town, we'd probably have noticed it sooner. Alduin narrowed his eyes, gesturing for her to elaborate. I'm not 100% sure, but there appear to be traces of light magic surrounding the church. And it's not just a residual amount that a few stray artifacts would produce, it's the amount you'd expect from people, as in multiple. She crossed her arms, her face tightening. I'm holding off any further investigation since I don't want to risk stepping on any landmines. However, finding such a thing in my town is definitely worrying, to say the least. He nodded affirmatively. First of all, you were right to hold off. Light magic isn't something a devil should be careless around. Second of all, if we're talking people, then its presence means there are either exorcists, angels, or fallen angels, she finished with a nervous gulp. I don't understand, Kuo is publicly marked as the Underworld's territory. With the current ceasefire between the three great factions in effect, I doubt they'd be careless enough to intrude on land occupied by another faction. Not necessarily, that ceasefire is flimsy at best. The ocean's worth of historical enmity between us is still strong as ever. I wouldn't be surprised if a few bad actors here and there decided to act up, and that's just me considering the best-case scenario. Worst case, one of us is preparing to go to war again. To Alduin's knowledge, the leaders of the three factions had just barely managed to put the ceasefire into effect, after enduring a colossal amount of rejection and discontent from their subordinates. To say the ceasefire was being held together by pieces of string and papier-mâché wouldn't be an exaggeration. War. That's a bit of a stretch, don't you think? She insisted. No, both you and Sona are not only heiresses to the 72 pillars, you're also siblings of two currently sitting Satans. He furrowed his brow. And it's like you said, your presence and claim over Kuo Town is public knowledge. If someone's encroached on your territory, chances are they've done so knowingly. Even if it was all just speculation, Rias couldn't deny that Alduin's logic checked out. Which only made the situation more worrying. Are you trying to say that we're being targeted? She almost hesitated to ask. Possibly, he set the photo down and walked towards the window, putting one foot on the frame in preparation to leave. Whatever the case, I intend on finding out and dealing with it before it becomes a problem. You're going to investigate. Are you sure that's safe? Maybe we could ask for assistance first. Sweetheart, I am the assistance. He let out an amused chuckle, which earned him a stiff pout from her in return. I'm both your guardian and a member of Foreign Affairs, it's quite literally my job to investigate stuff like this. Before she had a chance to respond, he had already left, leaving behind nothing more than a faint gust of wind in his wake. Humph, he didn't have to sound so patronizing about it. As you can probably tell, I've started setting up the action that's going to go down in Kuo Town. I like slice-of-life content as much as the next guy, but I know it's still important to get the story moving at a reasonable pace. Also hinted at some stuff going down with Martha's snaky servant, and some tidbits of knowledge regarding House Salos, which I do have a plan for, believe it or not. If you've got any questions or suggestions, feel free to leave them down below and I'll be more than happy to answer. WNZT9 ASAS. Chapter 46, Chapter 46, Fly Swatting. Chapter 46, Fly Swatting. It didn't take long for me to fly my way over to the supposedly abandoned church Rias had marked out. I wasn't worried about anyone spotting a strange, horn-flying man soaring through the sky, since thanks to partial hypnosis, I could just disguise myself as another amongst Koa's strangely abundant crow population. Of course, with the possible existence of a supernatural threat lurking about, I made sure to conceal my presence with senjutsu for added measure as I observed the haggard, poorly maintained, soon-to-crumble religious structure from afar. Standing amongst the dense foliage and forestry that surrounded the place. Hey, talk about convenient. If I do end up getting myself involved in some kind of confrontation here, the Salos in me is going to have a field day with whoever's unfortunate enough to enter my crosshairs. Speaking of Salos, I chose not to bring it up when I was conversing with my little crimson-haired student earlier, but I happened to notice a document or two with the familiar emblem of a tree with an abundant gathering of roots under it. House Salos emblem. Good grief. I can't even begin to guess what inspired that girl to go poking her nose where it didn't belong, or more importantly, wasn't wanted. I'm pretty sure I didn't mention anything regarding my maternal bloodline in front of her, although, I did tell Chiron that the meditation technique I was imparting to her originated from Martha. I suppose it's possible she might have said something to her king. But how could I have known the mere mention of senjutsu would make her turn full-on detective? Curiosity's a natural trait for someone her age and all, but this is definitely something I'm going to need to put a stop to. The only reason I didn't immediately chastise her is because I had a strong feeling that'd only heighten her intrigue. I know for a fact that whatever information she had tried to dig up ended up coming barren, because pretty much anything and everything regarding my maternal family is classified, for whatever reason. Even from me. There was a time when I was younger when I tried asking Martha about my maternal family, which ended up becoming a not-so-pleasant memory for me, and one that ensured I'd never ask again. If there's one thing that woman hates more than anything, it's having her personal space intruded upon. If that wasn't already made obvious by the fact that she secludes herself in her private forest around the clock, barring anyone from entering without her explicit permission unless they're seeking their own demise. And Rias has done exactly that, even though I imagine all she did was request basic information on the house, the kind you'd find in any old book regarding the 72 pillars. That information's classified for a reason. Martha does not want it to be seen, and odds are Rias's attempted investigation was logged. Which means my mother's been made aware of her curiosity. I can't gauge what the woman's exact reaction will be, but I highly doubt it's anything positive. Fortunately, Rias is in the human world at the moment, and while Martha may be both immensely powerful and cunning, intruding on territory protected by the Satan Lucifer and Satan Leviathan is beyond even her, or so I hope. Not to mention that Rias is both the younger sister of one of the said powerhouses and the heiress to a dukedom. The chances of Martha causing her any harm are exceptionally low, she's far too logical to pull something that's stupid. Besides, it's not like Rias managed to actually extract any of the vaulted information, the security on that file is ridiculously high for some unfathomable reason. I imagine the perks of Rias' family awarded her a fair number of resources, but that doesn't change the fact that she's not yet been made matriarch. Therefore, she doesn't have complete access to House Gremory's network. However, the more she pokes and prods, the higher the chance of something happening to her becomes. Martha's patience is about as thin as a strand of spider silk, this town's protection serves as a superb safeguard, but why let Rias poke the bear when it can be prevented? It's a needless, and quite frankly, stupid risk that any guardian worth their salt wouldn't allow her to take. If I absolutely have to, I could strong-arm her into stopping as a last resort, but perhaps it'd be smarter for me to reach out to her family instead. The majority of people from Martha's generation have an ill opinion of her anyway, so it'd probably be easier to get them to convince Rias to stop. As a matter of fact, I think it'd be best to just approach Lord Lucifer. If anyone understands the importance of steering clear of classified information like that, it'd be the head of domestic affairs. I'll make a mental note to myself to handle that later, for now, I've got a church to investigate. I stepped out of the brush with Sylvie snugly confined within my robes, making it near impossible for someone to catch me off guard unless I were to be attacked by a Satan-class existence. The first thing I noticed about the church was the odor that clung tightly to its stony exterior, akin to smoke or charred ash, one which tickled my nostrils and made my nose twitch in discomfort. Though unfamiliar to me at first, once I realized that my body was demonstrating some kind of innate aversion to the scent, it wasn't hard to put two and two together. It was the smell of light magic, and judging by its sheer potency, I think Rias was right in assuming someone was here. The only question is who? Exorcist? Angel? Or fallen angel? I decided against entering through the front wooden double door to avoid making any sound or activating any kind of mechanism that'd alert anyone. After all, magic was the only way I could be detected. Someone could always place a rudimentary door sensor on the floor, walls, or ceiling. Then again, maybe that's just my paranoia speaking. Sue me. I started to circle the church, keeping on the lookout for a window that was broken enough for me to vault over, as well as any detection barriers or instruments I might have missed during my initial scouting of the area. Granted, I doubt that's possible while I have Sylvie with me. Here we are. I smirked upon finding a suitable entry point, making sure to coat my feet in a layer of wind magic to suppress the sound of my footsteps before sneaking through the window frame. And once I was able to observe the church's interior, an immediate flash of realization hit me. Any and all holy artifacts that had once been present with the structure, whether they were crosses, murals, or statues, had been destroyed. Not worn down, not stolen, not left to gather moss with time's endless march. Destroyed. Smashed. Battered. It was unmistakably purposeful. I'd even go as far as to describe it as resentful. The way the artifacts had been torn to pieces and scattered all over the floor gave the impression of hate. I could even see a pile of Bibles in the corner of the church, all with gaping holes stabbed right through them, as if someone had taken a knife to each individual one. Well then, this definitely narrows things down, doesn't it? I doubt an exorcist would ever do such a thing, and I don't think an angel is even physically capable of doing so. This is the work of a fallen angel. Grigory's here. I'm not sure whether I should be relieved or more concerned than I already am. On the one hand, I'm a lot less scared of a fallen angel than I am of heaven's fanatical wrath. On the other hand, we share a border with Grigory in the Underworld, and considering the ceasefire's already fragile state, there's a good chance of me sparking up quite the conflict if I'm not careful. Which probably wouldn't sit very well with Seraphal. Can't say I'm all that interested in getting turned into an ice statue. But it's not like I can just leave this be, can I? I have a responsibility to protect Kuo Town and its two princesses. At least one fallen angel, and potentially multiple of them, have moved into a devil-protected area without authorization. There's no way I can let that slide. And if I'm being honest, I think Seraphal and Lord Lucifer are the type to prefer war with Grigory over risking anything happening to their little sisters. It might be foolhardy, but I believe it's safe to assume they'd side with me if it came down to it. Besides, we have the special existences that are Lord Beelzebub and Lord Lucifer, whereas Grigory doesn't. If I were the Governor-General, I'd avoid a war with us at all costs. Assuming said Governor-General's a man of logic. One can only hope. Anyhow, I can worry about Great War II Electric Boogaloo later. For the time being, I should continue investigating. Finding where this fallen angel or these fallen angels are is of utmost importance. Master, look, Sylvie poked her head out from my collar like usual, pointing her head in the direction of the church's altar at the furthermost end of the room. Oh. I let out an amused hum, noticing a faint but evident sheen of light leaking out from the base of the altar, signaling the existence of something beneath. A hidden entrance, huh? How novel. I approached the altar and knelt down, planting the side of my face against the floor beside it, allowing me to pick up on three things thanks to my enhanced hearing. Faint shuffling, low muttering, and hoarse cackling. I deliberated on whether or not to deploy my key sense, ultimately deciding that I might as well take my chances with the low odds of a fallen angel being able to notice the presence of a senjutsu practitioner. Even if I get caught, I'm well within my rights here. They're the ones who decided to intrude on devil-owned territory. They only have themselves to blame if this ends up poorly for them. Phew, fortunately, though, I was able to deploy my key sense without a hitch. And honestly, I'm both a little disappointed and confused with what I've picked up on. Disappointed, because the two presences I sensed are extremely weak, to the point where I might even be able to knock them out simply by pressuring them down with my raw key alone. Confused, because only one of them appears to be a fallen angel, accounting for the abundance of light magic stored within their core. There's a human in there. There are a few trickles of light magic clinging to him, but it's not nearly as potent as the fallen angel he's with. His scent might be a little confusing, but he's still mostly human as far as I'm concerned. Strange. How very strange. It couldn't be an exorcist, could it? No, never in a million years would they collaborate with a fallen angel. The resentment between them is much, much too strong. But when you put a human and light magic together, an exorcist is the only product I can think of. Ah, my eyes widened, recalling a vague topic I had learned about during one of my many tutoring sessions with Thora. Unfortunately, it was one conducted with past Alduin's poor level of attentiveness, so I didn't have any in-depth knowledge. However, what I did know would suffice for the time being. It could be a stray exorcist. From what little I remember, exorcists who end up being exiled by the church tend to rely on fallen angels for support. It makes sense when you think about it, they're both existences that fell from grace after turning on their kind. They have every reason to form a bond of codependency with one another with their shared hatred for Christianity. Oh well, stray exorcist or not, the person in question's hardly capable of giving me any trouble. My investigation can continue as planned. Sylvie, I whispered, keeping my voice down. I'm going to go in and see what I can uncover. I need you to stay here and keep watch over me, so no one enters without my knowledge. She exchanged her silent acknowledgement, slithering off to a discreet corner of the ruined church to maintain her vigilance. There's a small chance that I might get tunnel visioned while I'm eavesdropping on whatever's transpiring beneath me, but a chance nonetheless, and I'm not particularly in the risk-taking mood. My clash with Tiamat's essence more than worked that urge out of me for at least a month. Rainier, a fallen angel that had been assigned to Kuo Town by the Governor-General himself, breathed a deep sigh of grievance as she looked upon the clerically fitted, silver-haired Bishanen standing before her. Freed Selzen. A stray exorcist she made the questionable choice of recruiting, one who despite having been once deemed a genius by the Catholic Church, ended up being excommunicated because of his overwhelmingly violent urges, and the fact that the Vatican quickly realized he held no faith in their treasured lord to begin with. The church valued an exorcist's talent, but having a mad dog like Freed running around was bound to hurt their reputation far more than his expertise would improve it. Specifically, their reputation amongst humanity, and the faith they held in them. Or, more importantly, the faith the governments of the world had in them. Funding was of great importance to them after all. Besides, Freed Selzen wasn't a natural being in the first place. They could always make another, only this time accounting for any behavioral misgivings. Such was the church's way. Create, discard, recreate, repeat. Anything could be justified if it brought them the influence and high standing they lusted after with abandon. As for why Rainier decided to bring the stray exorcist into her fold, despite the fact that such an action would be heavily frowned upon by her leader. Well, she had done so in the pursuit of a side project that had received much more than a mere frown from the Governor-General. Honestly, it wouldn't be a stretch to say it'd offend the figurehead on a personal level, not just a political one. But that was fine. She'd make sure he never found out, and it's not like there was anything wrong with what she was doing in the first place. Why? Because it was all for the Governor-General's sake. Everything she did was. Every action. Every breath. Every thought. It was all to please the Governor-General. It was all for Grigori's benefit. And because of that, the ends justified the means. What she did was of no consequence since, in the end, it'd make her a more useful asset to Grigori. Maybe she'd even end up getting a promotion. Besides, Kokabil himself, one of Grigori's esteemed cadres, had encouraged her to follow through with her ambitious scheme. If a figure that high up the food chain had given Rainier his blessing, then surely the Governor-General couldn't hold it against her. Granted, she'd rather he not find out at all. The Governor-General's undying, nigh-fanatical infatuation with their scorned creator's biblical armament spread far and wide. It was common knowledge even to those who resided in the farthest reaches of the known universe. Even Kokabil had acknowledged that fact could prove severely problematic for her if their governor were to become aware of what she was planning, especially considering the device she was storing in her basement. If she wanted her plan to go off without a hitch, she needed to act both quickly and efficiently so she could get rid of all the evidence before the Governor-General noticed something was awry. So, Rainier began, narrowing her lavender-tinted irises. Have you made any progress? Or will I already have to rethink our partnership before it even properly begins, Selzen? Freed breathed a hoarse cackle, not even mildly perturbed by her demeanor. Kakik. You needn't stress that pretty little face of yours, Ray Ray. Your trusty, reliable, strong, exceedingly handsome exorcist. Stray exorcist, she coughed, followed by a faint snicker. Boah. Same difference. Freed huffed before plastering on a feigned pout. Anyhow. As I was saying before you so rudely interrupted me, Ray Ray, was that I've already made preparations to deliver our adorable former holy maiden onto our doorstep. Preparations. She raised an eyebrow, dissatisfied by his lack of clarity. Why the suspicious look? That girl has nowhere else to go following her banishment. Do you really think I, the great Freed Selzen, a genius exorcist? Stray exorcist. Ack. Quit interrupting me, Ray Ray. I'm attempting to give you the good news. Would it kill you to show a little more appreciation? He stomped, childishly flailing his arms before sighing and resting his palm against his forehead. Point being, all I did was throw around a few lofty buzzwords here and there that I learned during my time with the Vatican, alongside a few mentions of empathy, compassion, so on and so forth. And voila with grave. She took the bait without a second thought. He, I'm amazing, aren't I? Rainier leaned forward, displaying a little more emotion on her face. You're certain she'll come here? Sure as can be. She should arrive in no less than a week, and then you'll have your firelight peeling or whatever it was. Twilight healing. Fucking hell, have you got a fetish for interrupting me or something, woman? Fried deadpanned, slouching in dejection. She scoffed. Oh, please, the concept of anyone having a fetish regarding anything at all involving you is pure fantasy. Humph. How rude, I'll have you know I was quite the heartthrob back at the Vatican. He ran his fingers through his bangs while posing. The sisters just couldn't get enough of good old bad boy Fried. In his defense, he was quite the looker, but any charm his appearance carried could be nullified after exchanging no more than a few words with the detestable nun. Now then, Fried's posture stiffened as he wiped off a noticeable amount of his flippancy. I've held up my end of the bargain, isn't it about time you return the favor? Despite his behavior, Fried understood the kind of relationship he had entered with Rainier perfectly. Sure, both stray exorcists and fallen angels were both existences that had turned their backs on the church and heaven, however, that didn't necessarily mean they shared a sense of camaraderie. One would always believe themselves the other's superior, and even if biological grievances were somehow cast aside, friendliness wasn't exactly a trait commonly associated with such people. Give and take, that was all there was to it. No matter what happened, that fact would remain forever present between both parties. And if it were to be disrupted, even just a little, blood would be spilled. Rainier exhaled, handing Fried a sticky note with an address written down on it. He's a businessman contracted to the Grimory's queen. It's a fairly high-profile contract like he wanted, and once the queen notices something's happened to her client, it'll hopefully keep the Grimory group scrambling, distracted, and disoriented for a little while. Of course, Rainier was acting on the assumption that Rias Grimory wasn't aware of the presence of fallen angels in her territory. Or any other devil dwelling in Kuo Town for that matter. Fried let out a low, satisfied hum. Oh. That's pretty clever of you, Ray. By the time they figure out who's responsible for the devil-worshipping dog's execution, you'll have already finished your fun little pet project you've got going on here. His lips curled upwards into a wry, twisted grin. However, I could always do better than this if you'd just give me the green light, you know. You'd have a lot more freedom to move if I just went after the princesses themselves. Stick to the fucking agreement, Fried. She cut him off with a harsh, admonishing glare. If I find that a blade or bullet so much as grazes someone I haven't explicitly pointed you at, the deal's off, no buts, ands, or ifs. I'll even come hunt you down myself, I have to. Understood. Fried raised both his hands. Woa ho. No need to get your tits, which are quite voluptuous, might I add, in a twist. It was just a suggestion. Rainier exhaled deeply, sliding her palm down her face in exasperation. Just get out of my sight already before I stab you. Sheesh, aren't you just a bundle of joy? Now. A pink spear-like construct brimming with light magic appeared in her hand. Okie dokie. He took off in a sprint towards the exit, finally relieving the fallen angel of his tiresome presence. The deal between them was simple. He'd deliver a holy maiden to her doorstep. And she'd give him targets to exercise his bloodlust on. Nothing more, nothing less. Rainier flicked her wrist, looking down at her watch. I still have an hour before Donasik and the rest get back with their reports, she sighed, stretching her arms upwards until her shoulders let out a satisfying pop. I should properly use that time to get some RNR in. She too made her departure, leaving the hidden fallen angel base unmanned for the time being. Donasik and the others, huh? I pondered inwardly while stepping out of the shadows, listening in on Ray and Fried's conversation hadn't proved to be much of a challenge, as expected. All I had to do was mask my presence with senjutsu and erase the sight of me from their field of view with partial hypnosis. Honestly, I could have walked up and stood right next to them if I wanted to, and they'd be none the wiser. More importantly, I'm glad I decided to eavesdrop instead of jumping the gun and apprehending them both. First of all, I've confirmed that more than one fallen angel is operating in Kuo Town besides the black-haired girl. Unfortunately, she only named one of them, so I'm not sure what the exact number is, but life is rarely ever that convenient. I'm not complaining. I think it's safe to assume Ray's the one in charge of the group. I don't see why else the rest would be reporting to her if that weren't the case. Not to mention that she's the one who conjured some kind of a deal with that stray exorcist. Come to think of it, she also mentioned his last name at some point, didn't she? Selzen, I believe it was. It seems worth investigating. Second of all, there's all that talk about luring a holy maiden. As well as whatever that twilight healing was. From what I understood, that person's a representative, well, former representative, I believe, of the church. I guess that's why the fallen angel's working with Fried, since he seems to have the means to accomplish that. Which brings me to the third thing I picked up on, which is the fact that Rainier's handing Fried the location of a human Akinos contracted with in exchange for his service. Obviously, I'm not just going to sit back and let one of my students' clients be murdered. I have no qualms with getting rid of Fried. He's not affiliated with the church anymore, so there'll be no political repercussions following his death. The fallen angels, on the other hand. Now that's a little more complicated. What I need to know more than anything is whether they're acting independently or if they're acting under Grigori's orders. If it's the former, I guess I'll just kill them and be done with it. But if it's the latter, then a call to Serafall might be in order. I have a decent amount of authority here, but I think starting a war might be a little bit above my pay grade. Anyhow, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. I'd love to stay here and snoop around through their base, but I've got a stray exorcist assassination I need to stop. So that'll have to go on the back burner. It's not like this place is especially hard to infiltrate. I could probably come back right after I've dealt with Freed if I'm being frank. Following the address Rainier had given him, Freed found himself standing amidst the wealthier side of Kuo Town's residential complex. A neighborhood commonly inhabited by businessmen, government officials, and other citizens of upper-level corporate caliber. Sheesh, Freed blew an impressed whistle. He couldn't help but envy the profligate lodgings around him. Unless you were a bishop or higher back at the Vatican, you wouldn't be able to even dream of living amongst such luxury with the less than generous stipends you were awarded. Maybe I should try pushing Ray into hooking me up with something like this. Lord knows I deserve it for all my hard work. He cackled to himself, ignoring the cautious looks of perturbed residents around him and continuing on his way. In a neighborhood such as this, appearing even slightly unruly was more than enough to get the cops called on you. Seeing a silver-haired, crimson-eyed priest laughing to himself out in public more than fit the description of unruly. But Freed couldn't care less. By the time the cops arrived, he'd be finished with his fun little excursion and long gone. The stray exorcist was many things, but inefficient wasn't one of them. Eventually, Freed found himself standing before a luxury condo complex, his eyes switching back and forth between the note in his hands and the individual floors that made up the high-end residential structure. His target resided on the 7th floor. A man by the name of Matsuda Toshio, CEO of an exceedingly popular news station situated in Kuo, with a broadcasting reach that extended to a considerable portion of Tokyo's area. Of course, to obtain such a wide reach, Toshio needed connections. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't the most talented man around when it came to securing them. He had done well enough to secure a decent monopoly over Kuo Town's media, but beyond that, he found himself struggling. His ambitions of expansion burned hot, but he just didn't have the tools to bring that dream to fruition. Leaving him in a frustrating state of limbo, where his station remained successful, but not nearly as successful as he wanted it to be. Silver, but never gold. Once his desperation and greed reached a breaking point, a strange flyer landed in Toshio's mailbox, promising the help of supernatural creatures known as devils. At first, it was naught but laughable. A crude joke probably sent out by some weirdo with a little too much free time on their hands. However, Toshio's greed wouldn't stop tugging at him, to the point where it nearly felt like it was about to tear him in two. So, with no tangible expectations in mind whatsoever, he bit the bullet. And lo and behold, a devil had in fact appeared before him. A woman who went by the name of Akino Himejima, who offered to handle Toshio's cross-company relations in exchange for his monetary commitments. At first, Toshio had been skeptical, but after naming Akino as a representative of his company and watching her work her magic with his clients, he was convinced. He couldn't help but be astounded. It was like the word no had been completely erased from their vocabulary when she was in a room with them. For all he knew, she might as well be brainwashing them. But did he care? No, not even a little. Whatever she was doing, it was working. It was bringing Toshio the influence and awarding him the connections he sought after in a matter of days. Akino had even been gracious enough to give him a few tips here and there. Of course, after all, the contract she had made with him was for life. She knew better than to risk having a client cancel on her because they deemed her services no longer useful. Especially when that client was a cutthroat businessman like Toshio. It wasn't like the man took any issue with that stipulation. He was the type to maintain his greed even when he was all old, wrinkly, and gray. However, unbeknownst to Toshio, making a contract with a devil had caused him to adopt a particular scent. One that only supernatural existences could pick up on, including powered humans who possessed special abilities. Like exorcists. Like Freed, who could feel that scent grow more and more pungent the closer he got to the complex. Did Akino ever think to warn him of such a thing? No, of course not. Why would she? The only other supernaturals in Kuo Town were Sona and her peerage. And the chances of an exorcist coming for him were practically null. The town was publicly marked as under the protection of both Lucifer and Leviathan. Kakik. This is gonna be fun. It's about damn time bad boy Freed returned to action. Freed crouched, making full use of his empowered muscles as an artificial human to leap as high as he could, completely bypassing the complex's lobby security and landing on the first floor's balcony with ballet-like grace. And then the second. Then the third. Then the fourth. Then the fifth. Then the sixth. And finally, the seventh. Yash. Let's see what we've got here. he started to peer through the balcony window while standing on the railing, cupping his hands around his eyes in the shape of a binocular for whatever reason. OTO. I wasn't expecting this. Sitting on the living room couch watching television was a man who looked to be in his early 30s, with corporate-fashioned, slicked-back black hair. He wore a simple outfit consisting of a light blue dress shirt and black trousers. Judging from the devil-tainted odor clinging to him, Freed was pretty damn confident he was Matsuda Toshio, his target. But he wasn't the only one inside. Sat beside him was a brunette woman of similar age, calmly resting her head against his shoulder. And on his lap was a girl who couldn't be any older than 5. Who would have thought? The devil worshippers of family men. Freed's sickening grin intensified. I really ought to thank Ray Ray. I wasn't expecting to get a 3-for-1 deal. Guess my luck's starting to turn around, eh? Not bad at all. He hopped up, latching onto the balcony's roof and swinging backwards, aiming his feet at the glass panel. It looks like it's time for he swung forward, propelling his body into the window. Freed superhero entrance. ZE. His feet slammed through the glass, causing it to shatter into 1,000 tiny pieces and alert every member of the Matsuda household. WHWHO the fuck are you? Toshio jolted upright, quickly standing upright and stepping in front of his wife and daughter in a defensive posture. Which was both admirable and pointless, seeing as he was not but an ordinary human. Who am I? No. That's not the question you ought to be asking, Target Koen. Freed sucked his teeth, comically wagging his finger at him. The real question is, who are you? He reached into his clerical coat, withdrawing a silver, encrusted handgun. Which caused Toshio to take a sharp, dread-induced breath. Stumped. Not to worry. Sensei Freed will give you the answer at the house. You, my friend, are a low-life, pathetic, rat-like existence known as a devil worshipper. Step by step, Freed inched closer to him. Thoroughly enjoying the look of unparalleled terror on Toshio's face as the man looked frantically around his household, probably wondering if there was anything he could do to save himself. Papa, who's that? His daughter nervously tugged at his shirt. Excellent question, Daughter Koen. Freed beamed while pointing at her. I'm none other than the glorious, esteemed, exceptionally handsome Freed Selzen. An exorcist who's been sent to, well, exorcise the scourge that is your father from the face of humanity. But you needn't fret, Daughter Koen, I'll make sure to send you right with him alongside your mama. I'm not so crude as to separate a lovely family. Freed stopped himself, his trained eyes quickly noticing that something was awry. Oi, I'm in the middle of giving you a heartfelt monologue. Isn't it a little rude to turn away before I'm finished? Humph, not that I expected anything less of someone like you. Despite the situation, Toshio's attention had somehow been directed elsewhere. His gaze was completely fixated on whatever was looming over Freed's shoulder. With his curiosity now piqued, he started to track Toshio's gaze, eager to know what could possibly divert his target's attention away from the stunning performance he was putting. Freed's world went dark. A force had swept its way through his neck and swiftly lopped his head right off his shoulders. Before he had the chance to even begin deciphering what had just happened to him, the stray exorcist had died. Talk about anticlimactic, a blasé voice sighed, swiping his hand across the air to flick the dripping blood-coating appendage onto the floor. Alrighty then, now that that's handled. Let's get the 3 of you somewhere safe, shall we? His friend's probably going to come check out this place once she realizes he's gone. Welp, there goes Freed. Can't say it's very surprising seeing as Alduin not only entered ultimate class after his awakening ceremony, but has also successfully consumed Tiamat's blood. Of course, Freed was only the tip of the iceberg. Whatever's going on in Kuo is nowhere near being fully resolved. There's plenty of work to be done. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 47, The Leviathan's Ultimatum. Chapter 47, The Leviathan's Ultimatum. To say Toshio was confused would be a criminal understatement. One moment, he had been lounging on his living room couch, watching some television with his beautiful wife Niwa and his treasured daughter Seiki. The next, his balcony window had been smashed open by a swinging, silver-haired, red-eyed priest who somehow climbed all the way up to the 7th floor of the condo complex he resided in. Then, the said priest went on to not only threaten his life, but that of his family, all in the name of him being a devil worshipper, only to get immediately decapitated seconds later by a quad-horned, ash-haired man. And now, he found himself in his savior's residence. His wife and daughter had been put to sleep through some magical means and set to rest on an exceedingly lavish-looking couch. Don't worry, his savior began, completely ignoring the blank look of sheer, utter bewilderment on Toshio's face. Your wife and daughter didn't actually see me murder that troublesome little cockroach. To them, it just looked like he vanished out of thin air. You're the only one who saw all the gore. Of course, his savior was none other than Alduin, who had stalked Freed all the way to Toshio's house while keeping his presence concealed, and struck right before the stray exorcist had the chance to do any damage. Who are you? Toshio croaked, experiencing a fair amount of nausea each time the sight of Fried's execution resurfaced in his mind. That person back there, why was he trying to? Alduin held his hand out, gesturing for him to quieten. First of all, I suggest you take a deep breath and try to calm down. You're safe. Your wife's safe. And your daughter's safe. You don't need to worry about any harm coming to them anymore, all right? His voice remained calm as Thora approached the two of them, wordlessly setting down a cup of tea in front of the startled businessman. Toshio swallowed a nervous gulp, taking a moment to glance at his family's sleeping figures. All right. He replied, his voice still noticeably shaky, and his posture still plagued with immense unease, understandably so. Are they? They're just asleep. I'll wake them up when it's appropriate to do so. Alduin nudged the cup of tea closer to him, silently urging Toshio to take a sip to soothe his nerves. And to answer your first question, who I am isn't of any consequence to you, since chances are you'll never see or hear from me again once I allow you and your family to return to your abode. As for your second, that man attacked you because of your connection with Akino Himejima, or more specifically, your contract with her. Toshio's eyes shot wide open as if he had come to some kind of realization. Akino-san. She's the one who... No, she is not responsible for that attack. I'd appreciate it if you didn't jump to any conclusions before I'm done speaking. Alduin was quick to admonish him and shut down his blatantly incorrect train of thought, causing Toshio's posture to deflate out of pure intimidation. That man attacked you simply because you were contracted to a devil, he would have done so regardless of who you made a contract with. Oh. Toshio lowered his gaze, taking a sip of Thora's freshly brewed tea, and pausing for a little while to gather his thoughts. If you know Akino-san, does that mean you're also a devil? Though he was still clearly distraught, his voice had begun to sound slightly more composed. I am, Alduin affirmed plainly. I'll spare you the details since it'll all sound like flat-out gibberish to you, but that man was a rogue element of sorts, working with people who aren't supposed to be here. There's a chance they'll come inspect your residence when they realize he's dead, which is why I've moved you and your family here for the time being while I'm handling the situation. I see. Toshio hesitated to inquire any further, unsure whether Alduin would find his questioning bothersome or not. Is Akino-san aware of what just happened? No, Akino's currently busy with something, I'll let her know at a later time. Alduin was fully aware of the effect his words had on the lighting priestess when they were on the rooftop. I've got somewhere to be in a minute, so I'll have Thora help you get comfortable for now. Alduin paused, sensing the demonic power stored within his foreign affairs badge begin to pulsate, signaling that he was getting an incoming transmission from one of his two satanic bosses, Seraphal. Talk about convenient timing. Well, you get the gist. The only rules I have for you while you're here are, 1. Don't touch my garden. And 2. Do whatever Thora tells you to do. Other than you're free to do as you please. Understood, he nodded stiffly. If you don't mind me asking, how long do you think it'll take before we're safe? That depends on when I get the information I want, he shrugged, intent on deciphering whether the fallen angels were operating with or without Grigori's backing. Could take a day or two, or maybe more than a week. Can't really promise a time frame for you, I'm just working with what I have. Oh. Toshio sounded a little dejected but refused to voice any of his discontent. Like Alduin said, his family was safe, and that took precedence over all else. I entered my bedroom, or my and Thora's bedroom, I suppose, closed the door behind me, and conjured a sound-suppressing barrier with the snap of my fingers for the sake of privacy. I figured it was a common courtesy when you were directly reporting to a Satan. A reality I'm still kind of struggling to wrap my head around, but I'm sure I'll get there with time. I laid the bleeping badge down on the mattress and responded to its call with a wisp of my own demonic power, accepting Seraphal's transmission as a hologram of the woman popped into existence. Honestly, I had no clue this thing was capable of cross-realm communication until now. The Underworld truly is quite technologically blessed, isn't it? Alduin, she began. I hope this isn't a bad time. Despite her words, I could tell by her face that she quite frankly couldn't care less. Not that I mind, truth be told, after our initial meeting during Sona's birthday, I've come to realize that Seraphal and I are pretty abrasive with one another when we're conversing. I've decided to just chalk it down as one of the quirks of our employee-employer relationship because, in hindsight, I'm happy that she chose to drop her odd magical girl persona around me in favor of her sophisticated one. It makes our talks feel more genuine. Not really, I've encountered a minor situation, but I can tell by your tone you're calling me with something on your mind as well. So I'll keep it myself for a little while. I plastered on a dry smile as she raised a single brow. What's up? I'm calling you for 2 reasons. First off, Sirzex wants to know how you've taken to the role of Rias Mentor. She exhaled, clearly having the same initial reaction as me. Already. It's literally only been a day. I get that Lord Lucifer's affection towards Rias is strong, but sheesh. Oh well, it's no trouble to me. I think I've set a good starting foundation for Rias and her subordinates. I decided to just recount the starting objectives I had set for everyone. Rias has begun training her control over the power of destruction. Akino's mentally steeling herself to start utilizing her holy lightning properly. Kiba's starting to explore the limitations of sword birth while honing his creative prowess. I've started using my senjutsu knowledge to aid Kaneko in taming her nekishu abilities. And last but not least, I've found that having Gasper consume my draconic blood gives him the temporary ability to activate and deactivate Forbidden Baler View at will. I'm hoping that through repetition, he might be able to develop something more permanent. The look of genuine astoundment on her face, admittedly, brought me a bit of satisfaction. I highly doubt either her or Lord Lucifer were expecting me to make that much progress on day one. I myself am fairly shocked by my own abilities. Then again, after living a whole life that consisted of nothing but training in House Buné, it'd be pretty damn embarrassing if I ended up without any worthwhile teaching prowess, wouldn't it? She narrowed her eyes with evident, but not total, suspicion. You're not overhyping your progress, are you? Nope, I popped the P. You're welcome to come inspect them for yourself if you need confirmation. She let out an inquisitive hum. No, that won't be necessary. Rias is Surzek's concern, not mine. A curious, mildly mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. However, if you really have made that much headway so soon, then maybe I should have you serve as Sona's mentor as well. It'd be a shame if the scales of their rivalry were to be tipped by an unfair advantage, wouldn't it? I replied with an amused hum. If you want me to take on additional responsibility, I'll be expecting additional pay. Oh. Tiamat's blood isn't enough for you. What a greedy boy you are, she chuckled, presumably expecting my response. Speaking of which, have you consumed it yet? My expression tightened as I recalled Tiamat's trial. I have, I confirmed proudly. The trial was quite the challenge. You don't need to elaborate, Alduin. That knowledge belongs to your house, and your house alone. I'm just glad to know that you've gone stronger. Kua will be in safer hands because of it. She said with a firm, appreciative nod. I sheepishly scratched my nape, a little caught off guard by her sudden show of altruism. I sometimes forget that side of her because of our usual back and forth. Now then, as for the second reason I'm calling you. You'll be getting a visitor this evening. They'll arrive directly at the teleportation circle I've placed inside your house, so make sure they're properly received. My mouth went slightly agape. You put a teleportation circle in my house without me knowing. And? She scoffed. You seem to be forgetting that I'm the one who organized that residence for you in the first place. Besides, the circle's personally controlled by me. No one can enter or exit without my authorization. Still, don't you think that's a little? I sighed, quickly realizing that this conversation wouldn't amount to anything. Never mind. So, who's going to be my esteemed guest for the night? Rias and Surzek's mother. Venelana. She informed me that she has a private matter she'd like to talk to you about, one she's deemed rather urgent, hence why I've arranged same-day transportation for her. Eh? That's certainly unexpected. Don't tell me Rias complained about my training methods or something to her. No, I doubt that's the case. Despite her faults, she's not the type to enjoy leaning on her family members all that much. Let alone whine to them. Still, a face-to-face meeting with House Gremmary's lady definitely isn't something I thought would be on today's itinerary. Maybe she's just curious to see how her daughter's progressing. Unlike Lord Lucifer, she's never met me in person, so I can understand her coming to visit in order to inspect the person responsible for Ria's training. However, would that really classify as urgent? I know House Gremmary's got quite the reputation for their prudence and all, but doing this only a day after I arrived in Kuo seems a bit excessive if you ask me. Alduin. Is something the matter? She asked with narrowed eyes, noticing my momentary deliberation. I sucked my teeth. Well, you know how I mentioned that I've encountered a minor situation here. I'm listening. She immediately caught on to the fact that what I had discovered wasn't so minor. So I may or may not have discovered a cell of fallen angels operating in Kuo Town, and I'm going to go ahead and make the safe assumption that they aren't doing so with your Lord Lucifer's permission. Seraphal blanked for a second, blinking repeatedly. Her expression gradually began to shift with hostility as my words started to settle in. Fucking crows. She snarled. I never should have trusted that blonde-streaked smug bastard, all that talk about keeping the peace and then he goes and pulls something like this. Stationing his grubby little minions in my little sister's town, despicable. The venom in her voice was palpable. For a second, I thought she was about to pop over here herself and hand them a personal execution. They're using the town's abandoned church as a hideout to conduct their operations. I've confirmed the presence of at least two. I saw Ray in person, and heard mention of the one named Donaseek. But I haven't killed any of them yet, since I'm not sure if they're operating independently or under Grigori's jurisdiction. Not to mention they're also pretty damn weak, neither Sona nor Rias is in any actual danger with them around. She nodded her approval. Good thinking. Despite the itch I'm getting to waltz over to Grigori and raze it to the ground myself, I'm not exactly in the mood for an international incident at the moment. She fell into thought, probably considering what she was about to do next. What else have you discovered? Anything else I should know about? Yes, the fallen angels are, or were, collaborating with a stray exorcist. Oh. This time, she seemed far more intrigued than irritated. I guess she shares my sentiment on how inconsequential such a person was. He went by the name of Fried Selzen. He made some kind of a deal with the fallen angels, which resulted in him getting the address of a human Aquino made a contract with, whom he was planning on assassinating. A satisfied grin crept up my face. I already went ahead and dealt with him before he could do any damage. He's no longer a problem. I see, she let out a disinterested hum. Can't say I'm surprised, fallen angels and stray exorcists getting in bed with one another is hardly anything new. Although, you wouldn't happen to know anything more about the deal you just mentioned, would you? I scratched my cheek, still a bit uncertain on the topic. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to rummage through the fallen angels' lair to learn more since I was busy tailing Fried. From what I heard while I was spying on them, the fallen angel mentioned luring someone called the Holy Maiden to Kuo Town. All I know is that she had some kind of connection to the church and ended up being exiled by them. I snapped my fingers in a moment of recollection. Ah. They also said something about securing twilight healing, I believe it was called. I'm not really sure what it means, though. Twilight healing. She pursed her lips. The sacred gear? Is that what it is? I tilted my head. Now that I've started training Rias Peerage, I gotta admit I'm a lot more curious about the subject than before. It isn't a Longinus, however, the fact that it possesses a recovery factor makes it, or rather its possessor, highly sought after by all factions. You of all people should be well aware of how important healing abilities are amongst all walks of life. I replied with an affirming nod. If that's what the fallen angels are after, then I have even more reason to believe Grigori's behind their presence. Their governor practically collects sacred gears like a squirrel hoards nuts. So I've heard, I chuckled lightly. What would you like me to do next? I have no concerns regarding Rias or Sona's safety at the moment, but I have a pretty good opportunity to do a little more digging if I act quickly. I recalled the fallen angel mentioning that her subordinates would be gathering to make their reports in an hour, and that was about half an hour ago, giving me more than enough time to sneak back into their lair for another eavesdropping session. Go ahead, the more information you gather, the better. Her face twisted into a warped, sadistic grin. In the meantime, I'm going to phone up a certain governor to demand an explanation. Once I've got one, I'll inform you whether an execution's in order or not. Sounds good to me. Upon realizing something, I adopted a questioning look. Oh, and what about Lady Gremory? Will her visit be postponed until the situation's handled? That won't be necessary, she wore an amused smile. Trust me, Venelana's more than capable of handling herself around a few crows. She'll probably prove helpful if anything. Gotcha, I chose not to refute Serafal's judgment. If what I've heard from Sebastian is true, Venelana's the Truman of the Gremory house. Which makes sense to me, come to think of it, she's the one who possesses the power of destruction between them, and her moniker was earned, not inherited. Should she be willing to offer a helping hand, who am I to refuse? I'm bored, a light silver-haired, leather jacket-wearing young man groaned, his chin resting atop his knuckles as his feet dangled over the edge of a strange-looking building's rooftop. One most would think belonged to the set of a sci-fi movie or something of that nature. Partner, a pair of bright blue, shimmering, translucent, pentagon-shaped wings protruded out of his back, supported by a white, mechanical frame. I understand your thirst for battle better than anyone, a voice started to speak into the young man's mind through the wings, their glow intensifying in tandem with its words. And while it has served your growth well, surely you can handle at least a short dose of abstinence. You only just sparred with a cadre 2 days ago. It's not just that, Albion, he sighed, slouching further. The quantity of battles are one thing, the quality another. I've been sparring with them for practically my whole life, it's starting to get dull. I know their abilities, I know their fighting styles, hell, I even have their mid-combat tells memorized down to the last-minute detail. Where's the fun in that? I might as well fight droids for the rest of time. I see, the deep, reverberant voice mused. You crave a new challenge. Precisely. His eyes lit up at just the thought of it alone. Hey, come to think of it, isn't it about time the Red One awakens? It's been more than a decade since you woke up within me, surely your rivals had enough time to resonate with his host. I know I pulled it off at an unusually early time, but my patience can only last so long. You know that. I do, and I also know that you know that's not how it works. I've yet to detect the Red One's awakening, and whining about it certainly won't change anything. Logically speaking, it's possible he hasn't even found a host to reside in yet. Ugh, at this rate I'll be all old and wrinkly like Azazel before your damned counterpart wakes his draconic ass up. He allowed himself to fall backwards, giving himself a moment to look up at the underworld's mauve sky as his heart longed for battle, like usual. Humph, how rude. I'll have you know this little old face of mine still has centuries of charm left in it. The rooftop door opened wide, and a mildly offended, clearly older voice followed. The wing-bearing youth neglected to turn his head, already knowing full well who the gradually approaching footsteps belonged to. What do you want, Azazel? He grumbled. Unless you've got an interesting battle in store for me, I suggest you hurry up and get lost. I'm not in the mood to listen to you ramble about whatever science mumbo-jumbo you're working on. He shooed the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels away with his hand. Azazel breathed a heavy sigh. There you go again. Battle. 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 Good grief, Valley, how long is it going to take you to learn that there are other things to life? Like women. You're a young dragon for crying out loud. You should be out there looking to stick your dick into anything with a pulse. Yet here you are, lying on a rooftop all by yourself, remaining a kissless virgin while everyone else your age is out there getting it on. As your foster father, my heart aches for you. You're one to talk, Valley rolled his eyes. You're no different than me with your strange little contraptions. When's the last time an egghead like you had a woman in his bed? I'm willing to bet you're piping the servant droids you have running around the place while no one's watching. He scoffed mockingly. It's different for me, I have no need for sex anymore. Azazel insisted with crossed arms. Oh. How's that? As you so eloquently put it, I'm old. I've already experienced most of what life has to offer. He stepped closer, standing on the rooftop's edge and looking down upon the Grigori Institute in all its scientific glory. You, on the other hand, have ignored all of that in favor of your lust for battle, which, as incomprehensible as it might be to you, you can pursue while doing other things with your time. His voice grew a little sterner, expressing genuine concern. Fighting and fucking aren't mutually exclusive, though. His choice of vocabulary weakened the effect of his words somewhat. Valley clicked his tongue. If you want me to get out and about so badly, then maybe you should remove those shitty little restrictions of yours keeping me in the underworld. Oh, believe me, if I thought there was even a remote chance that you'd do anything other than attack the first interesting thing you saw up on the surface, I'd gladly let you do as you please. Azazel pinched his nose bridge. Albion, tell me you see how problematic Val's stubbornness is. I mean, for fuck's sake, Grigori's literally teeming with bodacious babes, and each time they approach him all he does is death stare them like he's about to tear them from limb to limb. I will admit, when I was my partner's age, I was a lot more eager with my pursuits of the opposite gender. It served as a good way for me to work off the steam that accumulated thanks to my lifestyle of constant combat and training. See. Even Albion sees the problem with your behavior. And practically every creature in existence deemed him a battle-driven maniac when he was active. Vala simply closed his eyes, choosing to give the governor the silent treatment. Oh, real mature, he rolled his eyes, crouching down and putting his hand on Vala's shoulder. You know, Valley, if you have a preference towards men, you can just tell me. I'm a fallen angel, I'm quite literally the last person who would judge you for your kinks or fetishes. Shut up. The corner of Vala's mouth twitched, his instincts urging him to give Azazel a solid right hook to the cheek. I'm serious. Go on, what's your type? You want a twink? Someone muscly. Lean perhaps. Another dragon. Another devil. Maybe even another draconic devil. You name it, I'll get it for you. Vala didn't hesitate to swing at him, only for his punch to end up being caught by his foster father, who knew him all too well to get caught off guard. Always quick to resort to violence, Azazel shook his head disapprovingly and exhaled. Whatever am I going to do with you? Lord Azazel, the voice of Grigori's vice-governor-general, a droopy-looking, white-haired, purple beret-wearing man by the name of Shemhazai, called out to him. You're needed in your office, you have a top-priority incoming transmission. Azazel knitted his brow with a mix of intrigue and alarm. From Seraphal. A jolt of shock flashed across both his and Vala's faces. Musical notes, oh, somebody's in trouble. Musical notes, Val equipped in a sing-songy tune, snickering. Not necessarily, Seraphal calling me doesn't guarantee that she wants to speak to me about something negative. Both his adopted son and second-in-command shot him a blank, disbelieving stare. Who was he kidding? It was definitely something negative. Seraphal wasn't the type to call him if she had anything else on her mind. And to be honest, he kind of already had a solid idea of what could have possibly attracted the Leviathan's ire. Azazel immediately returned to his office. He took a deep breath before sitting down on his chair and pressing a button that deployed a sound-suppressing barrier around the room. And without further ado, he accepted Seraphal's call through a computer that'd make NASA look like cavemen. A hologram of the scowling Satan appeared in front of his desk immediately after. Azazel, she spoke, her voice teeming with indignation. Explain yourself, now. He chuckled nervously. Sorry, you're going to need to be a little bit more specific than that. Crows. My little sister's town. Her glare intensified. Is that specification enough for you? Soon-to-be-dead Governor-General of Grigori. From the look on her face, Azazel could decipher that her words were more a promise rather than a threat. He swallowed a nervous gulp, realizing that his theory about the reason behind Serafal's call had just been proven true. Serafal, there's a perfectly good explanation for all this. Oh. So you are aware of their presence there? She let out an ominous hum. All right, stay put, I'm coming over there to slaughter you now. Wait. 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 He pleaded, noticing her starting to reach elsewhere, presumably to end the call. They're not there for anything malicious. I swear. Scientist's honor. She wore an amused smirk. That might have meant something to Ajuka, but not me. Just hear me out. I only stationed them in Kuo to keep a watch out for sacred gears. Their assignment is strictly observational. They won't harm so much as a hair on anyone in Kuo's body, I promise. That's bullshit and you know it. Serafal snarled, appalled by the governor's audacity to tell her such a bold-faced lie. Huh. He wore a look of genuine confusion. Don't huh me. My agent not only discovered your hidden pathetic little cell of crows before you informed us of their presence, which I bet you were totally planning to do, but he also found them conspiring with a stray exorcist, who they sent to kill a human contracted to Rias Gremory's queen. Oh, and also something about luring a holy maiden to Kuo. One possessing twilight healing. But I'm sure that has nothing to do with you, right? It's not like you have a thing for collecting sacred gears. Oh wait. To say Azazel was positively starstruck would be an understatement of biblical proportions. No, he couldn't even begin to wrap his head around what he had just heard. One task. He had given Rainier and her stooges one incomprehensibly simple task. Sit in Kuo and watch for sacred gear possessors. That was literally the one and only order he had given them. Strictly informing them that they were forbidden from doing anything else, anything at all, because of the town's protected status. Was he aware of their dim-witted nature? Absolutely. Had he given them the assignment anyway? Yes. Why? Because he was also aware of their fanatical, usually tiresome obsession with him. Even if he couldn't count on their intelligence, he could count on their desperate eagerness to please him. Which should have been more than enough to keep Rainier and the lot in line. Yet somehow, they had strayed from that. A notion Azazel believed to be impossible, but one that had occurred regardless. At present, he wanted nothing more than to march over to Kuo and snap the necks of his outlandishly moronic subordinates himself. Serafal. He hesitated, realizing that he needed to choose his words carefully. I know we're not on the best of terms, but you know me, I've always been a pacifist at heart. Hell, it's why I so readily encouraged the ceasefire agreement in the first place despite my subordinates' discontent. You know I wouldn't do something like this. No, Azazel, I actually don't know, because I'm not a fucking mind reader. She spat, her tone laced with venom. What I do know is that my agent uncovered the operations of your subordinates, and that Grigori encroached on and trespassed on another faction's territory. Specifically, the territory where my little sister's stationed. Whether what they did happened with or without your knowing is, frankly, irrelevant if you ask me. As their leader, you're obligated to take responsibility for their actions. The governor gulped, knowing full well how much the Leviathan obsessed over her younger sibling. He knew that was the true reason behind Serafal's wrath, the political implications were not but an afterthought to her. Azazel couldn't help but swallow a nervous gulp, realizing there was a chance that negotiation wasn't even going to be an option for him. I can make this right, we both have no desire for war more than anything, don't we? My subordinates clearly overstepped, and you're right in saying that I should take responsibility for that. Which is why on top of offering reparations for their misdeeds, I'll go in person and discipline. Kill them. What? You heard me. Her voice lowered, her fury taking on a colder demeanor. You're right, our side's current intention is to avoid war with Grigori, despite us being more than capable of crushing you all like lambs to the slaughter. However, mere discipline isn't going to cut it here. They violated our internationally agreed terms by intruding on Sona's territory, and if they really did so without your prior knowledge, you should have no qualms delivering the appropriate punishment. Especially if it's for the sake of avoiding conflict, which you are so allegedly inclined towards. Hold on just a second. She ignored him. My agent will be watching you, and if you so much as deviate from what I'm demanding of you, even remotely, I will wipe every last one of you pathetic creatures myself. Believe me. Serafal. She hung up without another word, leaving Azazel to brood on her ultimatum. The governor, out of sheer frustration, proceeded to bite down on his lower lip, drawing a trail of blood that trickled down his chin. Fuck. So, that was eventful, wasn't it? Poor Azazel isn't going to be getting away with a slap on the wrist this time, but maybe that's to be expected when a Satan's one of the first people to find out about Raynier's misdeeds instead of Rias herself. WNZT 9 ASAZ. Chapter 48, Alduin's Undercover Escapade. Chapter 48, Alduin's Undercover Escapade. After concluding my call with Seraphol, I approached my bedroom mirror and slipped out of my kimono, not before giving Sylvie a moment to slither out and coil up on the mattress, of course, and switched into an outfit most devils wouldn't even dream of adorning. A priest's ensemble. Specifically, the one Fried had worn. Before turning his corpse into a pile of stray exorcist ash with the snap of my fingers, I decided to loot his outfit and gear, which consisted of a strange lightsaber-like weapon infused with light magic, and a handgun reminiscent of a Desert Eagle that came with a magazine of silver bullets, which if basic fantasy logic is to be believed, are probably enchanted with holy power. As I discussed with Seraphol, I'm continuing my investigation into what the fallen angels have planned in Kuo. However, I've decided to take it a step further than before. Now that Fried's dead, I've got a far more intrusive option than mere eavesdropping from afar. I'm going to disguise myself as him. I'm not capable of using partial hypnosis to coat my aura in light magic, since I've basically done no in-depth research into the power source at all. But I've already figured out a workaround. Fried's a human, which I'm more than capable of making myself appear as even without partial hypnosis's help, especially when the people I'm fooling are so laughably weak. All I have to do is mask everything supernatural about my presence with senjutsu, and bam, they'll see me as naught but a mere mortal. Then comes step 2, making my body emit a faint, but noticeable signature of light magic. I've already established that as of present, I'm incapable of creating an aura of light magic from scratch. Which isn't surprising, I mean, today's literally the first time I've ever been exposed to it up close. However, that doesn't mean I can't intensify an already existing light magic signature, which Fried's weaponry happens to emit. There's no need for me to create anything from thin air, I just need to stretch their minuscule aura to the point where it's coating my body. Sure, light magic is technically harmful towards devils, but that fact scales. A high-class devil could effortlessly negate the effect of low-class and even middle-class light magic if they're skilled enough. I'm ultimate class, Fried's weaponry could hit me at point-blank range for all I cared, it'd just bounce right off me. As for step 3, that's naturally my appearance. Partial hypnosis can solve that no problemo, like Lesser Tiamat could during the trial. I'm currently capable of manipulating 2 senses at a time. I'm using half of that power to solve my presence's lack of light magic, and the other half will be used to manipulate the fallen angel's vision to make me look like good old bad boy Fried. Hee hee. And last but not least, there's his voice. I've already got a talent for mimicking voices, even though I could always tweak it a little with wind magic to alternate my pitch and bass. I honestly doubt I'll be needing any magical assistance. Fortunately for me, Fried proved to be quite the chatterbox. I've already got his mannerisms and whatnot committed to memory. Despite all my preparations, is there still a chance I could get found out because of my incomplete knowledge? Yeah, 100%. But so what? They're ants in comparison to me. They aren't capable of causing me any harm. If everything devolves into a confrontation, I'll just tie them up and interrogate them the old-fashioned way. Point being, this is a chance for me to have a little fun with my job. There's no way I'm going to let it go simply because of a what-if. Right as I finished getting myself set up, save for actually activating partial hypnosis, I heard a knocking at my door. "Young lord, may I come in?" It was none other than Thora. Of course, I watched as she entered with a distinct look on her face, one that was desperate for answers I couldn't give her earlier since I was kinda caught in the rush of investigating, executing, and protecting. Upon opening the door and observing my understandably jarring outfit of choice, Thora paused, wordlessly opening her mouth as if she were momentarily at a loss for words. "I can't really afford the luxury of time at the moment, so I'm just going to go ahead and give you the long story short," I said while buttoning up my coat, earning a slow, stiff nod from her in return. With Ria's help, I discovered a cell of fallen angels operating in town, without authorization, of course. And I'm heading out to investigate them until I receive further orders from Seraphol. "Fallen angels? You're certain?" she muttered, narrowing her eyes as she mulled over my words. I didn't need to explain any of the stray exorcist stuff since she had been listening in on my conversation with Toshio. I affirmed plainly, adjusting my collar and doing my final checks to make sure my uniform was on properly. Shocking, isn't it? Who would have thought the weakest of us 3 could be so daring? By 3, I'm referring to the 3 biblical factions. Seraphol's communicating with them as we speak, but there's a pretty good chance they aren't going to give her any worthwhile information. Which is why I'm going to snoop through what they have going on in their base before they have a chance to do any covering up. I see. Though she was a little taken aback, it only took a few seconds for Thora's composed professionalism to kick back in full swing. "How can I be of assistance?" I breathed a regretful sigh, her eagerness clear as day to me. "Sorry, if this mission were search and destroy, I'd be more than happy to bring you along. Unfortunately, this mission's exclusively searching. She masked the dejection on her face, but I could still sense it through her aura, causing me to experience a pang of guilt. Besides, they're weak, like really, really weak. Having someone of your strength there as well would be excessive. I did what I could to try to cheer her up, but I knew it wasn't the mission itself that concerned her, it was the fact that I was doing it on my lonesome. Yes, I suppose that's logical. She nodded in resignation. Stay safe out there, young lord. Should you find yourself in any trouble? I know, I'll call for you, I chuckled lightly. Don't worry, unless a cadre pops out, this will all probably be handled before dawn. I've got Sylvie with me too. Safety-wise, I'm feeling exceptionally confident. Rias was anxious. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop her leg from jittering up and down while she remained seated at her desk. It had been almost an hour since Alduin had departed to go investigate the alleged light magic signature her familiar detected at Koa's abandoned church, and she had yet to hear so much as a peep back from him. Had something happened? Had a confrontation transpired? Had Alduin been injured? Was he all right? She had no way of knowing. Part of her wanted to assemble her peerage and march over there right this instant to make sure everything was in order, however, she knew now was a terrible time to disturb her subordinates. All of them were either in the midst of crucial training or much-needed self-reflection. Besides, if there was indeed a threat present, and one that Alduin was incapable of handling, what chance did she and her peerage have? Still, I could just send my familiar over to be safe. Don't move, a deep, almost regal, womanly voice interrupted her train of thought. A pale, frigid hand cupped itself over Ria's mouth, holding her in place with a frightening amount of brute strength, and causing her face to whiten in dread. Her clubroom had been infiltrated once more, only this time, the intruder's hostility didn't appear to be feigned like Alduin's was. If you scream, I'll snap your neck. If you try to resist, I'll paralyze you in place, and the effect probably won't wear off for at least a month. If you try to turn around and look at me, well, I'll also snap your neck. If you understand, don't say anything, just nod. After spending a few moments frozen in fear and beginning to feel the intruder's grip tighten with impatience, she started nodding in a hurried, shaky fashion. Survival being the only thing on her mind. Good girl, the intruder said, removing her hand and allowing Rias to inhale a big, desperate gulp of air before keeling over her desk. The Gremry princess was quick to put her hand on her chest, feeling her heartbeat wildly soar with abandon, as if it were about to burst right out of her skin. Bullets of sweat began to trickle down her skin in tandem. It wasn't just the fact she had been caught off guard like this that instilled her with such gut-wrenching terror. No. It was the hate. The sheer animosity radiating off the person standing mere inches behind her, someone who didn't give off the presence of a human, devil, fallen angel, or any other existence she recognized. It was a cold presence. Somewhat reptilian in nature, like Alduin's, but lacking any and all semblance of warmth. Like a snake. Whatever motive the intruder had, it was evidently personal. She breathed a deep, disappointed sigh. It appears you've done some investigating as of late, haven't you? Rias Gremry. Investigating. I'm not sure what you're talking about. The trembling in her fingers worsened with each word she had to force out of her throat. No. So your request to pull up files on House Salos was just a figment of the lady's imagination. She neared Rias, her head looming right above hers, the Gremry not daring to look up. My lady's a liar, is she? Rias felt the intruder's bloodlust quadruple, the pressure created a suffocating air around her, forcing her to gasp for air as she felt her consciousness begin to wane. She needed to do something to appease the woman's anger, and quickly. And no. Your lady isn't a liar. I deeply apologize for my statement. Rias stammered, unaware of just how palpable her desperation was to her aggressor. Ma'am, the woman let out a deliberative hum. I know you're just saying that to cling onto your pathetic little life, Rias felt her heart sink. However, killing you would create problems for the young lord, and you aren't nearly worth committing such a grave offense for. The woman's hostility started to settle, not to the point where Rias was able to relax, not even remotely, but at the very least, the Gremry no longer felt like she was about to have a knife plunged through her heart at a moment's notice. Young lord. She pondered, quickly realizing that there could only be one person who fit the bill of House Salos' young lord. Are you talking about Alduin? Do not speak his name so casually, her inquiry was met with immediate, ice-cold admonishment. The only reason you've been afforded the luxury of the young lord's assistance is because of your older brother's spoon-feeding. Nothing more. Never forget that, girl. Why yes. For the sake of survival, Rias made the wise choice to remain obedient. Good. Now then, as for why I'm here, her tone grew more professional. The ladies decided to graciously let you off with a warning. Your first and last one, mind you. From this point on, you will not make any attempt whatsoever to investigate her house's background. And that includes asking or requesting any details from the young lord, not just attempting to obtain certain documents, she said, assuming that the young lord was aware of his maternal family's history. A.M. Clear. Sea crystal. A faint gust passed through the clubroom, and with it, the intruder's presence disappeared. Finally allowing Rias a moment's respite, and giving her the chance to cautiously glance behind her, and confirm the figure's absence. Fuck me. I've really gone ahead and gotten myself involved in something quite troublesome, haven't I? She put her hand on her forehead and slumped back into her chair, holding her rapidly rising chest to calm her breathing. Rias Gremory had just survived her first true near-death experience. After enjoying a momentary stroll around Kuo in the name of stress relief, Rainier returned to the abandoned church, choosing to remain on the surface and make herself comfortable on one of the benches instead of entering the hidden basement level. It's not like anyone bothered to visit the long-since decommissioned structure in the first place. Soon, everything will come together, all for Lord Azazel's sake. She thought to herself gleefully, unable to contain her self-satisfied smile. And after spending a few minutes absorbed in her fanciful train of thought, her ears picked up on the sound of wings fluttering in her direction. You're late, Rainier chided while glancing at her watch. Sure, by a few minutes, a dismissive, womanly voice replied. Big deal. She was a tall, buxom woman with beige-colored eyes and navy hair that covered her right eye. Her attire consisted of a maroon trenchcoat with a wide, open collar that offered a generous view of her considerable breasts and cleavage. Calawarna, Rainier narrowed her eyes, not a fan of her subordinate's averse attitude. How many times am I going to have to remind you that we're not operating on home soil anymore? Timeliness when we're conducting our business is of great importance if we want to return to Grigori without a target on our backs. Calawarna scoffed, taking a seat of her own and crossing one leg over the other. Gosh, who would have thought the great Rainier would be sweating over a few baby devils? How the mighty have fallen. Rainier rolled her eyes. It's a matter of politics, you know that. She hummed idly while inspecting her nails, making it abundantly clear that she couldn't care less. So, do you want to hear my report or not? Rainier sighed, pushing her knuckles against her cheek. Go on then. Calawarna pulled out her phone, opening the image of a blonde-haired boy, probably around 17 years of age, and threw it towards Rainier, who effortlessly caught it with one hand. Who am I looking at? A potential sacred gear possessor, just like you wanted, Calawarna shrugged. His name's Genturu Saji. 2 younger siblings. Both parents were killed in a car crash. He currently lives with his grandfather, but that geezer doesn't look like he has long left. Soon enough, he'll be out on his own and up to his neck in financial troubles. There was no sympathy in her voice, just plain indifference. Which makes him a prime target for devil recruitment, Rainier concluded, cupping her fingers around her chin. Yeah, pretty much, Calawarna flicked her eyebrows. What do you want to do with him? Well, it'd be rather irresponsible of us to stand back and allow the underworld to amass more power, wouldn't it? Rainier's gaze sharpened in a dark, ominous fashion. Especially taking into account our already weakened position. Oh. Finally, her cerulean-haired subordinate expressed some intrigue, immediately realizing what Rainier was suggesting. Do you really plan on following through with that? Despite Lord Azazel's orders. Rainier's face twisted with a glimmer of hesitation before speaking. Lord Azazel may not have ordered such a thing, but sometimes it's up to people like us to take drastic measures when they're necessary. For Grigori's sake. She steeled herself, falling deeper and deeper into her delusion, supported by Kokobeel's words of support. I'm not so sure Grigori will share the sentiment, Rainier. A gruff, male voice spoke from the church's entrance. However, if you're truly intent on proceeding with such an immensely reckless plan, I'd suggest you account for 2. Donasik, Rainier acknowledged her fedora-wearing, far more even-tempered subordinate. Have you found something? She asked, choosing to completely ignore his words of caution and focus entirely on those of suggestion. I have. Like Calawarna, he opened the photo of a teenage boy on his phone, one with chestnut, bizarrely styled hair, and tossed it towards Rainier. Hayadu Issei. Currently attending Kuo Academy as a second-year student. Lives with both his parents. No siblings. And has quite the notorious reputation for being a pervert, which should make luring him an effortless task. Rainier hummed her approval. Kuo Academy might prove to be a bit of an issue, though. That's the devil's base of operations, isn't it? It is, Dohansik affirmed, leaning against one of the church's stone pillars and making himself comfortable. Hoopsie. Looks like I'm the last one to arrive. An exceptionally high-pitched feminine voice chimed in. Followed by the arrival of a petite, blonde-haired, twin-tailed sporting girl clad in a gothic Lolita ensemble. Middled, Rainier groaned. Have you found anything? She asked, with a stark lack of expectancy in her voice. Nope. Middled beamed, all too proud of her inefficiency. I was gonna go searching, but then I found an ice cream shop and got distracted. Tee-hee. Zoe. She cartoonishly tapped her knuckles against her head, wiping off mid-chocolate chip stains from her mouth. Thwack. Donasek handed her a swift chop to the scalp. Ow. That's mean, Donna. You can't just go and hit a girl like that. It's abuse. Humph. Idiot, he sighed, pinching his nose bridge. Enough, Rainier grumbled. Middled, I want you to go out again and at least try to make yourself useful. She ignored her subordinates pouting and redirected her attention to the two who bore some semblance of competence. As for the two of you, I want you to start making preparations to get rid of those sacred gear possessors. They replied with a firm nod, beginning to follow Rainier down into the church's hidden lair to start planning. OTOTO. The gang's all here. A familiar, hoarse voice made its fashionably late entrance before they could do so. You lovely ladies and gentlemen wouldn't happen to have room for one more, would ya? Freed, Rainier narrowed her eyes, eyeing the stray exorcist with her usual mix of caution and disdain. You're back early. Of course I am Ray Ray. I told you, didn't I? I'm efficient. He cackled, approaching the descending trio with his typical flamboyance, causing them all to shuffle somewhat uncomfortably. Besides, it'd be a bit shameful if a genius, super-strong, ultra-handsome exorcist. Stray exorcist. Freed's eye twitched. Like me struggled to deal with one measly devil worshipper. He ultimately chose to ignore his partner's interruption. Rainier lifted her brow. You didn't leave behind any evidence, did you? The point is to keep the devils scrambling, not to give them a precise target to hunt down. If they were to detect any light magic at the scene of the crime, they'd immediately be able to draw a link to a fallen angel and exorcist. TSK. 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 How many times must I remind you, Ray Ray? He dramatically wagged his finger at her. I am efficient. I can give you my 101% guarantee that I haven't left so much as a shred of evidence behind. He folded his arms and pouted. Honestly, I'm insulted you even felt the need to ask. Aha, she deadpanned with a stark lack of amusement. Whatever, if you've dealt with that, then you shouldn't have any reason to be here. I agreed to give you 1 hit per day, nothing more. Yes, I'm well aware of our deal, thank you very much. Freed waved her off as a slow grin crawled up his face. It's just. I happened to hear some bits and pieces of the riveting conversation you all were having, including the part where you said you were going to deal a blow to the 2 pampered little devil princesses lurking here, and I couldn't help but find myself a little intrigued. Oh. Rainier scoffed. Let me guess, you want to help out of the pure kindness of your own heart, right? Her posture was practically brimming with ambiguity. Is that really so hard to believe? He smoldered. Our beloved former holy maiden has yet to grace us with her presence, and like you said, I won't have another filthy devil worshipper to hunt down until tomorrow. He straightened his posture. Come on, help a dear pal satiate a bit of his boredom. Kakeek. I'll make it worth your while. Exorcist promise. Stray exorcist. You're never going to get tired of that, are you? Freed's shoulders slumped. Nope, she replied with a self-satisfied grin. As for your proposition, she hummed, exchanging a glance with her subordinates before continuing. I suppose we have space for an extra pair of helping hands. As a human, it'll be easier for you to move around Kuo without being detected by the devils anyway. Excellent. He threw his arms up, happily kicking the altar aside and revealing the downwards leading staircase. Rainier, Donasek narrowed his eyes, muttering into his leader's voice. Are you sure he can be trusted? Freed himself. Not a chance, she snickered. However, I do trust his love for tormenting devils, and for our plans, that'll suffice. Well, that was about as easy as I expected it to be. I grinned inwardly, descending the lair's staircase with a trio of fallen angels following behind me, all of whom were practically staring holes into the back of my head. Can't say I blame them, though, even from my brief observation of Freed's mannerisms alone, I can immediately tell that the word generous most certainly isn't a part of his character description. Fortunately, I was able to use his deep-rooted love for tormenting devils to my advantage, and justified my generosity with the sadistic motive they'd undoubtedly expect from Freed. As for the conversation they just had, I obviously heard a little more than just bits and pieces of it. I was waiting in the distance the whole time, using my enhanced hearing to listen to what they were planning and pick a suitable time for my grand entrance. Genshiro Saji and Hayadu Issei. 2 potential sacred gear possessors, and apparent targets for execution by Rainier and her stooges. At first, I thought it was strange that an organization so intent on collecting sacred gears would be attempting to get rid of them, but as it would turn out, what they're doing isn't actually sanctioned by Grigori. I guess that means there's a divide among them. Oh well, that's not my problem. Freed, Rainier called me. Take this, she handed me a photo of a teenage boy, with oddly fashioned spiky chestnut hair. That's Hayadu Issei, he's a possible sacred gear wielder we're looking into. I allowed my face to light up dramatically. Oh ho. So this is the lucky fellow who'll get to experience the honor of being felled by the renowned Fried Selzen's mighty blade of justice. No, you are not to harm him in any capacity whatsoever, she swiftly cut me off, glaring at me with a stern, authoritative look on her face. What gives? I slouched my posture, looking at her like a puppy that had just been denied a treat. He's gonna make those devil princesses stronger, isn't he? You should just let me get rid of them before they get the chance. I stomped. She breathed a deep exhale before taking a step closer to me. Allow me to make one thing crystal clear between us, the deep, violet hue of her irises intensified. You do not call the shots between us. I do. The only time you're allowed to shoot is when I point you at something to shoot. If I find that you even remotely deviated from that term, I will kill you. Her light magic started to passively emanate from her body, presumably in an attempt to intimidate me. Understood. Hee hee. Honestly, it's kinda cute. Hi. Fried understands perfectly well, boss lady. I leapt up and saluted, still smiling, earning myself an unamused eye roll. Not once did Fried display any semblance of fear in Raynair's presence. If I did so now, they'd probably get suspicious. Besides, strength-wise, I'm quite certain Fried's above Raynair. I mean, they're both ants, but one's a summer ant, and the other's a bullet ant. Believe it or not, I can tell the difference. But if you don't want me to slice and dice them, then what exactly do you want me to do with Hyadu? I questioned. I need you to spy on him. Figure out his routine, hobbies, interests. And most importantly, her tone lowered to add emphasis. Whether he is or isn't already on the devil's radar. He attends the same school as them, so the chances of them being aware of his presence aren't in our favor. Good grief, going after a human child who's yet to awaken strength he may not even possess in the first place. Have some shame. Roger Dodger. I gave her a jubilant thumbs up. I'll get right on it, boss lady. I proceeded to make my departure, exiting the hidden lair as the fallen angel group's gazes were fixated on my back. At least, that's what it looked like to them. In truth, my departure was just an illusion. I decided to proceed further into their lair to do some snooping around, which I had to pass on last time I was here. The size of this place suggests that it's designed to be more than just a mere meeting spot for them, and I fully intend on finding out what secrets it holds. Oh, and I also went ahead and took the liberty of snatching a dossier I saw lying around their lair with some handy sleight of hand, one with the Vatican seal attached to it rather than Gregori's. Judging from where it was positioned and its wear and tear, I'm certain it's a file they'd been frequently looking at. I have an inkling it might have something to do with the Holy Maiden they were mentioning. I opened the dossier, finding myself staring at the picture of a gentle-looking young girl with long blonde hair and emerald eyes, clad from head to toe in a nun's uniform. Name, Asia Argento. Age. Rank, laity asterisk, excommunicated as of February 9, 2008. Status, alive asterisk, no observation order has been issued since excommunication. Description. Found abandoned at the doorstep of the local church as an infant in her hometown of Vernazza, Liguria, Italy. Taken into the sisterhood as a nun until being conscripted into the Catholic Church's medical division upon awakening the sacred gear, twilight healing, during childhood. The awakening was spotted by the local priest, Father Thomas, when he saw her using the sacred gear to heal an injured puppy. Argento was handed the moniker of Holy Maiden once her abilities were put into use by treating exorcists injured in the line of duty, and members of the Catholic Church seeking treatment for ailments of varying degrees. Note, Father Thomas reported that Argento experienced a noticeable amount of alienation among her peers because of twilight healing's power. Father Thomas hypothesized that her abilities drew a significant amount of envy her way. Reason for excommunication. Spotted treating a wounded devil that had appeared near her local church. Bishop Monaldo, acting head of the medical division at the time, decided to issue immediate excommunication upon hearing of the incident. I let out a deep sigh, rubbing my nose bridge as I closed the file. I can't help but pity the poor girl. The Vatican seemed to value her kindness and abilities, however, only as long as they were used solely on their behalf. The second it touched someone else, she was tossed aside regardless of the good I imagine she did, for their sake no less. However, I'd be lying if I said I was surprised. The church probably interpreted the incident as a personal incident from Asia to them. It's no wonder that they dismissed her without a second thought. But from looking at her photo and reading her description, she really doesn't strike me as the spiteful type. Unless it was a product of the alienization this Father Thomas has mentioned, I can imagine how that'd make her lose faith in the church. Granted, looks can be deceiving. Maybe she was a double agent working for the Underworld that whole time. Wouldn't that be a twist? Regardless of her past, Fried confirmed that she'll be arriving in Kuo Town sometime this week, and now that I have a name and face, I should probably keep a lookout for her. Although, I'm not sure I really have the resources to spare on setting up a surveillance detail. I'm occupied with training 5 people at the same time. Thora's keeping watch over Gasper around the clock. And while Sylvie could patrol Ko alongside her clones, I prefer to have her near me if I can help it. Her detection abilities are immensely useful, and she's also helping me ensure Chiron's Nikomata powers don't go out of control. I may have to get Rias involved. The help of her and her peerage's familiars would be quite useful. But I'll handle that after this fallen angel situation has been handled. I continued further into the lair. For the most part, all I saw were empty file cabinets that would probably be filled with reports from the observation missions they were doing in Kuo. I also noticed a few arsenals here and there, containing light magic-infused weaponry that was of little interest to me. But eventually, I did find something that was worth my attention, located at the farthest end of the lair. A room. An awfully spacious one, with a descending staircase situated at the entrance, and a fair amount of empty flooring that led up to an ascending one that was connected to an elevated platform, and sitting atop that platform was a strange object of sorts. I tilted my head, examining a large, mechanical-looking cross with a myriad of strange, illuminated verdant characters and symbols running through its technological surface. None of which I could even begin to try comprehending. Whatever the hell it is they've cooked up here, it's definitely something that's more up Lord Beelzebub's alley. Upon closer examination, I noticed a pair of chains attached to the cross, one on the left and right side, and two near the base of the structure as if it were intended for a person. Don't tell me they're trying to crucify someone. Shouldn't that be the church's specialty? Fallen angels should abhor doing anything they're synonymous with, although, it might be a little foolish of me to assume that taking into consideration this thing's jarringly mechanical appearance. I should send Seraphol a picture, maybe she knows something. Revolting, isn't it? I froze. A voice had just spoken to me, even though neither I nor Sylvie sensed anyone's presence beforehand. It was the second time in my life someone's ever managed to sneak up on me, the honor of the first going to my fiancée's night, Halabel. Slowly, with a faint tremor running through my appendages, I turned to my side. Coming face to face with a tall, middle-aged, dark-haired man with a blonde streak at the front, whose aura I was only now capable of perceiving. One that exceeded mine, by leaps and bounds. Which meant I was in the presence of a Satan-class existence. Good afternoon, Agent of Seraphol, he greeted me with a voice chock full of venom, though strangely enough, that venom didn't seem to be directed at me. I presume that's who you are. Since she informed me that the stray exorcist my idiot subordinates were working with had been killed. He folded his hands behind his back. I'm Azazel, Grigori's Governor General. If it's all right with you, I'd like to have a conversation. WNZT 9 ASAZ. Chapter 49, A Governor's Grief. Chapter 49, A Governor's Grief. As things stand, I can't even begin to fathom how I'm supposed to feel. How could I? The Governor General himself, Azazel, the fallen angel of fallen angels, who's lived for millennia, partaken in and survived the Great War, is sitting on the descending staircase only a few feet away from where I'm standing. His gaze was laser-focused on the mechanical cross looming in the distance, and I could sense this aura of sheer animosity and rancor emanating off him, the potency of which sent continuous shivers down my spine, and caused my fingers to tremble and jitter in fear. My fight-or-flight response was practically banging against my skull with a sledgehammer, demanding that I do something, uncaring of the logic behind my eventual decision, merely desperate for me to respond to the overwhelming presence I was standing before in some capacity. Scream. Run. Attack. Call Seraphol. Those were all the immediate instinctual responses my body threw at me. However, I remained still. I trust my senjutsu, and it's telling me that the governor doesn't hold any ill will towards me. Besides, he did refer to me as Seraphol's agent, didn't he? That means the two of them have talked to each other prior to his arrival, or so I hope. No matter what I choose to do, I mustn't fight this man. I won't win, regardless of what tactics or strategies I decide to employ. The gap between high class and ultimate class is like a river, and the gap between the latter and Satan class is, in essence, the Pacific Ocean. I've made some progress following my consumption of Tiamat's blood, but I'm still a hatchling. I've got a long way to go before it's time for me to cross that ocean. In this situation, all I can really do is trust Seraphol's judgment. There's no way she'd let him come here if she thought he posed a threat to me, and most certainly not if she thought there was even a remote chance he'd cause Sona harm. You can go ahead and dispel that illusion you've got on you. I shared a rather eventful conversation with your boss a short while ago. You have my absolute, unbreaking guarantee that I won't harm you in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. If I do, I'll end up starting a war between my people and yours, which is the polar opposite of what I'm hoping to achieve. Although I may have ruined the chances of my hopes coming to fruition thanks to this incident. Some leader I am. He breathed a dry, self-deprecating chuckle. I wasn't sure how to respond to that last part, so I chose to abstain. Instead, I took a deep breath and allowed myself a moment to gather and recompose my frantic train of thought. Very well. I was still confident that he wasn't being disingenuous, so I allowed partial hypnosis to break. Not like it really mattered when he had already seen through my illusion. Upon observing my true appearance, I noticed the governor's bright violet irises come alight with instantaneous recognition. Selvero. I heard him mutter in disbelief, only for his expression to settle immediately after my ancestor's name left his mouth. No, he's dead. Forgive this geezer's memory. I forgot how strong your family's genetics were. You're his descendant, right? Sebastian, I believe your name was. Though hearing the governor speak Selvero's name with such a firm sense of familiarity had aroused my intrigue, I knew now wasn't the time for such dialogue. I shook my head. No, Sebastian's my father. I'm his son, Alduin. I'm not all that happy about being compared to the 1,000-year-old shitty old man, but I'm going to let it slide out of respect, and for the sake of my own safety. Oh, right, of course you are. He face-bombed, probably appalled that he could mistake my presence for his, taking into account the admittedly colossal strength difference between us. There's no way a patriarch would be working for Serafal as an agent. Goodness me, I'm really off my game today, aren't I? He breathed a deep, exasperated sigh. My apologies, I haven't really been keeping track of devil affairs for quite some time now. Still. I'm shocked a noble, much less a Buné of all people, is operating in such a position. Do you mind if I ask how you came to be in Serafal's employ? My expression tightened. Circumstances, I said without elaboration. Serafal probably wants me to cooperate with him to some extent, but I highly doubt that includes telling him my life story. Fortunately, he didn't seem to take any offense. I suppose it was a little callous of me to ask something like that without thinking. Sorry, as you can probably tell, I'm not exactly as clear-headed as I'd like to be. He sheepishly scratched his nape. It's fine, I imagine you've got a lot on your plate. I redirected my attention to the mechanical cross, the object that seemed to arouse the governor's enmity. That's putting it lightly, he pursed his lips. Nonetheless, actions have consequences. And I suppose this is mine for stepping on the tiger's tail like I did. Raynair's job was merely to stand back and observe the sacred gears that would soon awaken within Kuo Town, but as we both know, she didn't follow those orders. I knitted my brow, picking up on a key statement he had just made. You knew that sacred gears were going to appear here? I had no idea precognition like that was even possible. Yes, he confirmed without skipping a beat. It's thanks to one of Grigori's divisions, our most important one at that, the Longinus Institute. We're able to scan the globe for specific energy readings belonging to sacred gears, and while we're unable to find the specific person they appear in, we're quite effective at narrowing down our findings. Then again, there are some troublesome gears like dimension loss that we'll never be able to track in advance, regardless of how many resources we put into doing so. I sensed some of his animosity dissipating, even if the change was marginal at best. But that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about my subordinates' misdeeds and what's been done to rectify them. What's been done? I repeated, not failing to notice he was speaking in the past tense. He breathed a deep, mournful exhale. Serafal gave me an ultimatum. Either double down and endorse what my subordinates did here, which would undoubtedly lead to war between my side and yours. Or execute Raynair and her group, as a show of me taking responsibility for having them stationed here without Serafal and Surzek's permission, and also proof that I'm against them doing what they've done, or more accurately, attempted to do. Which I suppose could serve as a nice example to any potential future miscreants. I might be imagining it, but I don't think he's fully convinced. Seeing as we're having this conversation, I think you know which one I chose. I spread my senses, and as the governor had claimed, the signatures of Raynair and her stooges remained present, but without a trace of life force left within them. They had become corpses. I'm sorry, I dipped my head and did my utmost to maintain a respectful tone. For what? He lifted his eyebrows with a genuine look of confusion. I can't imagine dealing with your own people like that was an easy task, even if they disobeyed your wishes. Somehow, I just couldn't find it in me to ignore the grief in his tone. He blinked repeatedly before his lips curled into a smug grin. Oh. Expressing sympathy for the enemy, are we? I doubt your boss would take kindly to that. Calling you the enemy would be a bit of a stretch in my opinion. I mean, the actions you just took ensured that our ceasefire will remain in place. Legally speaking, you're a dubious presence at best. Legally speaking, huh? He let out a low, inquisitive hum. You're a strange one, all right, Alduin. But I don't mean that in a bad way, he nodded to himself before adopting a more somber demeanor. Unfortunately, even after this, I don't think our ceasefire's stability has been guaranteed. What? How so? I lifted my brow with concern. Because of that, he pointed at the mechanical cross. That is a device known as a sacred gear extractor, and before you ask, it does exactly what the name implies. I shuddered, quickly realizing what Raynair had been planning, or at least, what I thought she was planning. I know for a fact she had no interest in capturing Hayadu Issei or Genturu Saji, since she explicitly expressed her desire to kill them. Asia Argento, on the other hand, yeah, there's a good chance she had something else in mind for that poor girl. It's a device that a much younger, and much stupider Governor-General created during the start of the Great War. Out of fear for the potential damage they could cause his people, specifically that of the 13 Longinus. He talked as if he refused to even acknowledge that version of himself as a part of his current being. So, he created an abomination, an affront to all the good the art of technological pursuit could bring. A device that could force a sacred gear out of a wielder's body, and allow the one carrying out the extraction to steal a gear for their own. Oh, and did I mention it killed the wielder in the process? Quite painfully, might I add, since it forcefully tears the sacred gear apart from their soul. He gritted his teeth, his fury on full display. That sounds brutal. I swallowed a nervous gulp. He replied with a firm nod. Tell me, Alduin, with what you've experienced of Rainier and her group until now, do you think any of them could put a device like that together? No, not even a remote chance, I said without hesitation. A few of them demonstrated some level of intelligence, like the fedora-wearing one, for example. Donasik. I believe his name was. However, none of them had the intelligence I think you'd need in order to recreate such an advanced construct. Much less one invented by the governor himself. Precisely, he affirmed. Listen, the information I'm about to divulge to you is quite sensitive, and can't afford to be disclosed to anyone else until the time is right. Can I trust you to keep a secret? My posture stiffened. Not even to Sarah Fall? No, not even to her. If there's any chance of a leak, even a remote one, all my plans to fully rectify this situation could be rendered obsolete. I smoldered. I'll have to admit I'm a little confused here. We've quite literally just met. Where's this trust you're placing in me coming from? Circumstance and instinct, he replied plainly. Circumstance, because you're the one actively guarding this town, making you the person capable of helping me out the most. Instinct, because, well, I like to think of myself as a good judge of character, and you strike me as someone trustworthy. Especially when we're both striving for the same thing here. I took a moment to mull over his words. The more paranoid side of me was convinced that this was some bizarre, chess-like manipulation attempt to convince me that we were on the same side. However, funnily enough, the more instinctual side of me was telling me that the governor was a true advocate for peace. Ultimately, I opted for the middle ground. I'm going to go ahead and trust the governor, for now, but if I get so much as a slight inkling that he's up to something nefarious, I won't hesitate to switch up on him. How does that saying go again? Keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer. I gave my word to protect this town and its 2 princesses. I'll do anything to uphold that commitment. Anything. Even if I have to oppose the Governor-General himself. All right, I said in a stern tone of voice. I'll keep your secret. Thank you, he took a deep breath before continuing. Grigori has a traitor, and by traitor, I don't mean a lowlife nobody like Rainier. I'm talking about a cadre. My eyes widened in shock. Oh boy. Yeah, he shared the sentiment. About a month ago, one of my cadres went AWOL, and we've been trying to track him down ever since. Only for all our search efforts to come up barren, he turned to face the sacred gear extractor. Until now. At the same time of his disappearance, that device's blueprints stored within our database were accessed. Of course, only a cadre would have sufficient clearance to access them. He let out a regretful sigh. In hindsight, I suppose it's my fault for not expunging every last trace of that revolting insult to technology when I had the chance. Honestly, I'm grateful that you uncovered what my subordinates were plotting here behind my back. You are. I tilted my head. MHM. It opened my eyes. I've been far too lax with how I'm running Grigori. In fact, it wouldn't be a stretch to say I've been a governor in name only. And because of my faulty oversight, I've found myself in this situation. He folded his hands together. You have my thanks for that, Alduin. You're welcome. I'm not sure how I'm meant to respond to being by the governor for putting a Leviathan-sized target on his back. He nodded before getting back to business. Back on the topic of my wayward cadre, his name's Kokabeel, and he's always had a grudge of sorts against me, for lack of better words. He cleared his throat. It started after the Great War. My choice to call off the fighting from our side when Heaven and you devils had also chosen to, didn't sit well with him. I'm not sure how or why he fell under the delusion, but Kokabeel firmly believed that our side somehow could have emerged victorious if we had prolonged the meaningless bloodshed, even though we had suffered the most casualties among the 3 factions. He pinched his nose bridge, lowering his head and grimacing as if he were recalling an excruciating memory. I still remember it to this day, the sight of my subordinates, the people who looked up to and counted on me, dropping out of the sky en masse, like pouring rain. The rest of my cadres all remember it just as painfully as I do. All except Kokabeel. To this day, I can't help but wonder how he was able to maintain a pro-war stance after witnessing that. Each and every syllable that left the governor's mouth was filled with unending grief. I could even feel my face reflexively soften with pity, knowing full well someone as privileged as me, who didn't need to experience the Civil War nor Great War, couldn't possibly know the right words to comfort him. Nonetheless, I felt compelled to at least try. "Governor," I began, my tone as somber as it could be. "I could never hope to fathom, nor dare claim to understand the horrors you've witnessed. However, I can tell that your desire to avoid further conflict is indeed genuine." I performed a slight, yet respectful bow. "And because of that, I'm more than happy to offer you my assistance in whatever way possible to keep things that way." He blinked repeatedly, seemingly surprised by my words. "You're surprisingly more cooperative than I was expecting you to be. Good grief, I wouldn't look at me with those trusting eyes if I were you, Governor. Part of me is still convinced that you've got an ulterior motive in mind after all, and while I'm mildly disgusted at myself for thinking of you in such a way after listening to that heartfelt speech, the truth is the truth. My priority and desire is to protect my people. As much as I don't want to admit it, I'm willing to make use of the less desirable side of me. No. I can't afford to think like that. I shouldn't let Martha's words get to me. I am not the person she thinks I am, and I never will be. From the way you've worded it, you're suggesting this Kokobeel intends to start another great war, correct?" I waited for him to nod before continuing. "In that case, I think my cooperation is more than warranted." I pointed at the mechanical cross. "Especially when his plot involves the town I'm sworn to guard. While I'm beyond grateful for your willingness to help, I wouldn't worry too much about that abomination of a device if I were you." He sighed, causing me to lift a brow. Knowing Kokobeel, I'm willing to bet he gave Raynair it simply to spite me. He clenched his fists with indignation. He cares little for Grigori's scientific pursuits, however, he knows full well how much I loathe that creation. I'd say it's basically his way of giving me a big ol' fuck you before he puts whatever it is he truly has in mind in action. How petty. Granted, his pettiness is the reason his plot was uncovered earlier than I imagine it would have been had he kept his head down and struck only when the moment was ripe. "I take it you have some inkling as to what he's actually planning?" He hummed affirmatively. "Yeah, I'm about 99% certain it involves the Gremory and Citri princesses residing here." "Thought so," I exhaled softly. "What better way to start a war than to go after the siblings of Lady Leviathan and Lord Lucifer? Unfortunately for him, I'm about 100% certain he'll end up in a body bag before he gets the chance to even breathe the same air as them. Keep in mind, he won't be targeting your princesses exclusively. His hatred extends to both devilkind and heaven. I'm not sure how he's going to do it, but one way or another, he's going to look for a way to get them involved and create a conflict that involves all three biblical factions. And he's going to use Kuo Town as his ground zero," I concluded with a carnivorous scowl on my face. "Kuo Town is not only my responsibility, but my lifeline. It's what makes me untouchable to Sebastian, and more importantly, ensures Thora's safety from him. I'll be damned if I let some disillusioned crow swoop in and take all that away from me." His plan to involve Heaven obviously had nothing to do with Asia Argento or Fried Selzen since they were both excommunicated, which means I'll need to keep a lookout for someone with an active tie to the big man upstairs. "That would appear to be the case," he replied apologetically. "So, how are we going to go about stopping him? I'm hoping you have some kind of countermeasure in mind." The governor's upper eyelids dropped with hostility as we both exchanged a glance of mutual understanding. Kokobeel's maintained that flawed mindset of his for millennia, holding it close to his heart like a poison he won't even consider obtaining an antidote for. He clasped his hands behind his back. "As much as I'd like to bring him in as a prisoner, if at all possible, I did say I would learn from my past mistakes, primarily my overly lenient method of governing. Therefore, if it truly comes down to it, well, I think you know exactly what a countermeasure I'll be employing." He spoke with a tinge of regret, which, truth be told, I found understandable. Grievances aside, Kokobeel's one of his cadres, someone who's been at his side for thousands of years. I can't imagine parting with a person you've known for that long is an easy task, regardless of the circumstances. "I've really got a lot to reflect on, haven't I?" He groaned, looking up and holding his palm over his face to mask whatever expression he was wearing from me. Maybe, just maybe if I had tried a little harder. My eyes widened once I picked up on the shakiness of his voice. I could have convinced Kokobeel to change his mind, instead of immersing myself with my fancy little trinkets. I should have been at my friend's side, helping him step off a path that could only lead him to one ending. The next instant, he seemed to come to some kind of realization, causing him to quickly recompose himself. "Sorry about that, you probably don't want to hear an old-timer ramble on like this. Honestly, I'm not sure why I keep going on these tangents in front of you." He followed with a dry chuckle as he rubbed his nape. "It's a bit unsightly of me, isn't it?" "No, not really," I replied, which seemed to catch him off guard. "You've clearly got a lot on your mind, and for good reason, as well as 100 times the responsibility I'm dealing with pressing down on your shoulders. The need to vent is natural, and sometimes it doesn't matter who we vent to, just that we're able to do so. I'm not entirely sure how I'm supposed to respond to that. He scratched his temple with a stumped look on his face. You truly are a strange youngster. I'm guessing you're about 100 or somewhere around that ballpark, right? Immediately, I felt a vein throb out of my forehead. 100. Me. A cool and hip youth that'll forever remain that way. Inconceivable. Unacceptable. Blasphemy. Though I suppose 100 would be seen as young in the eyes of someone as ancient as the Governor General. I cleared my throat in an effort to reaffirm my composure. I'm 18 years of age, Governor. He fell silent, staring at me with a look of sheer and utter blankness. Haha. Sorry, it seems these aged ears misheard you. For a second there, I thought you said you were 18. He let out a hearty bout of laughter. You did not mishear me, I insisted in a no-nonsense tone. Yeah. Still, he remained plagued with disbelief. I am. Not. 100. I am. 18. I mouthed each word out like a robot to get the point across. I don't care how persistent I have to be, I absolutely refuse to allow such an abhorrent misunderstanding to remain. He blinked repeatedly, taking a step back as the shock appeared to settle in. So you're telling me, all the rambling I just did, was in front of a baby? That would appear to be the case, I shrugged with indifference. He stumbled onto the floor butt first, clutching his hair. I think I might need a drink, or maybe two for good measure. Perhaps, but before you do, I'd appreciate it if you let me know how we're going to proceed to deal with Kokabeel so I can get prepared. I pulled out my phone, checking the time. I may not be nearly as busy as you're about to be, but I've got some tasks of my own I can't afford to delay. The fact that my student's mother would soon be making a personal visit for something urgent still weighed on my mind. He nodded his understanding. Well, I think I know where to start. His face tensed into a fierce snarl. I felt the air around him intensify as an indescribable, instinctual pressure at least 1,000 times more intimidating than that of when Isaiah attempted to wield dragon-slaying magic in front of me descended. My body broke into a nervous sweat as I reflexively retreated a few steps back, watching as a radiant, bright yellow spear materialized in the governor's hand, coursing with energy that screamed at every last drop of devilish blood that dwelled within me. Letting me know exactly how helpless I'd be if I were to ever be afflicted by its might. So this is what true light magic feels like, how terrifying. It's hard for me to even acknowledge Rainier and her stooges as members of the fallen angel race when faced with such a behemothing difference in strength. His arm cracked forward like a whip, hurling the spear at the mechanical cross with all his strength, and swiftly reducing it to nothing more than a pile of rubble and broken circuits. Alongside the entirety of the room, save for the part we were standing on. Good riddance, he spat before turning to me. For now, I don't really need you to do anything except keep an eye on this town, which you're already doing a stellar job of. In the meantime, I'll start devising a plan to lure out Kokabeel from wherever it is he's hiding, and once I've got something concrete, I'll contact you. Contact me. How? He reached into his pocket and tossed me a phone with a hard black cover that had an upside-down cross plastered on it. I'm pretty sure Seraphal's monitoring your phone in some capacity, so you can use that as a secure line between you and me. Oh, and before I forget, he snapped his fingers in recollection. Do this old fogey a favor and let Seraphal know I upheld my end of the bargain, please. It's kinda hard to operate when I've got her breathing down my neck. Will do. Much obliged, he beamed. Good grief, to think I handled a problem only to end up with one 1,000,000 times more troubling. Some luck I have. Not much action in this chapter, as you can see, but I think this was a good opening conversation to begin Alduin and Azazel's relationship. People who I like to believe are similar to one another with their philosophies on conflict. WNZT 9 ASAZ. Chapter 50, Problems upon Problems. Chapter 50, Problems upon Problems. You're certain? Seraphal asked me with narrowed eyes through her hologram, seeking confirmation for the umpteenth time that the governor had done what was asked of him. Oh, and I totally wasn't miffed by the fact that she neglected to tell me that I'd be in the presence of the fallen angel head honcho in advance. Yep. Not mad at all. Yes, I'm certain. I made little effort to hide the exasperated irritation in my voice, tilting my badge so she could see the sprawled-out corpses of Rainier and her 3 followers on the church's floorboards. And before you ask, they aren't fakes, unless the governor's a legendary sage in disguise capable of altering someone's life force. Besides, it's not like they were even remotely valuable enough for him to go to such drastic lengths to protect. I see, she pursed her lips and hummed inquisitively, seemingly approving of my explanation. I'm assuming Azazel and you talked with one another before you left. Knowing him, he probably took some interest in getting to know my agent. We did, I confirmed plainly, expressing little emotion in my tone. And she raised one brow, clearly expecting some elaboration. He made some casual comments on my house, discussed his intent to maintain the peace between our factions, and left after asking me to inform you that he upheld his end of the deal between you. Once more, the convenient power of half-truths proves itself to be my faithful ally. Really? That's all. I flinched inwardly as Serafal's icy gaze fixed onto me with an abrupt, unexpected level of intensity. He didn't even attempt to make some kind of deal or trade with you. I could sense that she was scanning my face with hawk-like precision, looking for the slightest twitch or wince that'd suggest I was lying. He showed no interest in trying to salvage his losses. None at all. I have to say, Alduin, that doesn't strike me as the shrewd, all-or-nothing science-obsessed Governor-General I'm familiar with. The conjecture in her voice reached its absolute apex, making my efforts to maintain my visible composure feel like I was playing an immensely arduous game of tug-of-war in my mind. You're not lying to me, are you? If she were questioning me like this in person, I have no doubt that my mask of composure would have broken almost instantly. Good grief, all this trouble better be worth it, Governor. Lying to a Satan's face seriously takes a mental toll on me. No, I forced denial out of my throat. While I obviously don't know the governor like you do, when we talked, obsessed is the last word I'd use to describe him. If anything, he was mournful. Mournful. She furrowed her brow. From the disbelief in her voice alone, I could tell that our perspectives on the governor were vastly different from one another. The only question was, which of our interpretations was correct? Perhaps neither of them were. Or perhaps there was truth in both versions, who's to say? The world's rarely ever black and white after all. Only time would tell. Yes, I continued, using yet another truth to bury the one she wished to dig out of me. He mourned the deaths of his subordinates, despite acknowledging their foolishness. And to my surprise, I let out an amused chuckle before continuing. He thanked us. Did he now? She asked while blinking in confusion. Go on. I smirked inwardly, noticing that her piqued intrigue had started to suppress her growing suspicion of my involvement with the governor. He said our intervention gave him a chance to do some long overdue self-reflection on how he was running Grigori, with him being too lax in his administrative duties and whatnot. Though I highly doubted Serafal would believe me immediately, at the very least, I could tell she was giving my words some consideration. For now, that'd be more than enough. I'm not saying this because I want you to forgive the governor or anything, I know full well that's none of my business. However, for what it's worth, I truly do believe he wants to keep the peace between us. He's clearly got his flaws, but I don't think warmongering's one of them. Mem, she pursed her lips together. And you were able to come to this conclusion based on a single conversation? She asked, skepticism laced into her words. Forgive me for saying this, but I'm not sure how much weight I should give your opinion. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to insult your intelligence or anything. However, I've been doing this job for 500 years, I'm fairly confident with my existing assessment of the governor. What does it matter if you've known someone for that long, if you jump to a conclusion about them the first time you met? And stubbornly refuse to change your mindset about them. But now doesn't seem like the right time to give her that opinion, especially since I'm trying to do the opposite of getting on her bad side. Besides, I'm pretty sure the main reason she's mad at him is that this happened in her little sister's town. Had it been anywhere else, she probably wouldn't have been even half as angry. I shrugged, choosing to take no offense. Like I said, I'm not trying to directly shape your opinion. That's just the impression he gave me. I'm just here to tell you he did as he asked, and the fallen angel threat in Kuo has been neutralized. Allegedly. She nodded her approval. Grievances aside. You've done good work, Alduin. Me and Surzex won't fail to take that into consideration, she said somewhat suggestively. What's that supposed to mean? I furrowed my brow. You'll find out in due time, she smirked, clearly enjoying the air of mystery at my expense. As long as you keep your current rate of efficiency, that is. She promptly ended the transmission, leaving me hanging with my mouth open before I had a chance to question her any further. Oh well, her tone made it sound like a good thing, so I'll remain optimistic. Now then, I think it's time for me to inform my crimson-haired student of what's transpired. Leaving her completely in the dark would only diminish her safety. Oh, and I suppose I should do the same for Sona since this affects her as well. We haven't talked since I arrived in Kuo, have we? I might want to rectify that before Serafal's beliefs of favoritism have a chance to grow. I wore a smug, mischievous grin as my hands gripped the ledge of the clubroom's window in preparation to jump-scare my student with yet another one of my surprise entrances. However, right as I was about to vault myself up and over, I paused, noticing something awry with Rias's aura. The smell of fear was lingering around her, and I couldn't for the life of me figure out why. Obviously, she wasn't aware of my presence, not yet at least, and neither myself nor Sylvie detected anyone else in the room, let alone residue from a possible unfamiliar presence that had been inside earlier. Slowly, I lifted myself upwards, ensuring that I didn't make any sound so as not to startle her, and crouched down, balancing myself on the ledge with a pensive look on my face. Rias. I softly called out to her, finding the woman hunched over her desk with a drab, grim expression. Like all of her usual pride and composure had been sucked right out of her very being. Her lack of response only caused my concern to heighten. I stepped through the window and walked right up to her, waving my hand in front of her face in an attempt to get her attention. Moshi Mosh. Underworld to Rias. Still no response. Right as I was about to resort to giving her a light chop on the head to snap her out of whatever trance she was in, she spoke, her voice quiet as a whisper, but still audible to me thanks to my enhanced hearing. I made a mistake. A mistake. I repeated, a little perturbed by her ominous wording. Wordlessly, she reached into the stack of paperwork on her desk and pulled out a document I had noticed last time I was here, but had neglected to address since I was still deliberating what to do about it. The inquiry into House Salos. I'm sorry, she rasped, her gaze still fixated on her desk as she clenched her fists on her lap. I didn't mean to. I couldn't contain my curiosity. Instantly, I was met with confusion. If all she had expressed was guilt, her state of mind would be clear as day to me. However, out of all the emotions I could feel radiating off her, guilt was by far the weakest. Fear. Overwhelming fear. That's what I felt from her, more than anything. My eyes narrowed with suspicion before I put my hand on her shoulder reassuringly. Rias, did something happen while I was gone? I didn't want to say it aloud, but in the back of my mind, I already had an inkling of what possibly could have transpired, and it was a possibility that made the looming threat of a cadre and resurgence of the Great War seem like mild inconveniences at worst. Martha. But surely she wouldn't, should she? Doing anything, and I mean anything at all, to the Lucifer's little sister was no different from doing the exact same thing to him, personally. Oh, who am I kidding? This is Martha I'm talking about, the very incarnation of apathy itself, who has disregarded everything in the known universe that doesn't revolve around her. And as fate would have it, that extends to a Satan capable of extinguishing even her with naught but the snap of his fingers. The problems just never seem to end for me, do they? I must have been some kind of otherworldly villain in my past life to deserve this. Then again, I also have my own lack of foresight and inaction to blame. I should have done something the moment I noticed she had gone looking where Martha clearly didn't want her to. Although I have to say I'm fairly surprised that she was the one to make the first move. This whole time, I was expecting Sebastian to be the first to prove himself a royal pain in my ass. Someone. Rias choked up, clearly struggling to get the words out of her mouth. Someone came here. She warned me to stop looking. Her grip on her skirt tightened, fueling me with a sharp sense of acrimony as my worst suspicions seemed to prove themselves true. Otherwise she would. She couldn't bring herself to finish that sentence, and she didn't need to. How dare she? I cursed inwardly, my face contorting in furor. Me and that woman obviously have our differences, putting it lightly, but I didn't think she'd have it in her to be this petty. Would I expect this from Sebastian? Yes, absolutely. But from her? No. And for what? All because she made a simple request about her house's background, the kind of inquiry any noble could ask for. Literally speaking, what she tried to do was no different from stepping into a library and looking for a book on the house. Not to mention the glaring, irrefutable fact that she didn't even get anything. Rias wasn't punished for anything concrete, not that I'd let that happen either, but the point stands, this was all just because a girl expressed a little morbid curiosity. You needn't say any more, I understand. My voice turned somber as I slowly rubbed circles on her back in an attempt to calm her. First and foremost, it's clear to me that there's an intruder in Kuo, and one's lifespan has been just cut short, as it would seem. Can you tell me what she looked like? I'm about 99% sure it wasn't Martha herself, that woman's far too proud to make a personal appearance. Which would mean she sent some kind of operative here on her behalf to her bidding. Whom I failed to notice. Some guardian I am. She shook her head despondently. No, she made sure I wasn't able to look at her face the whole time and, she talked about you, as well as your mother. She did. Yes, she called you her young lord, and your mother her lady. Rias shivered, making it clear to me that she wasn't in any state to be questioned further. Her presence, it was so, cold, and hateful, like I had been frozen in ice. With the tip of a knife pressed upright against the back of my throat. I hope you're happy, Martha. You traumatized an innocent girl over a situation that easily couldn't have been handled with not more than a light verbal warning. How could I forget? How could I let my guard down like this? Just because she expressed a little goodwill to me before I left the underworld, goodwill which I knew was a temporary mood swing at best, and a calculated move to make me drop my vigilance at worst. I'm supposed to know that woman better than anyone, yet I still let something like this happen. Shame on me. You've had a long day, and words can't possibly express how sorry I am for not preventing this, my dear student. I had to use every last ounce of strength to hide the temper in my voice. However, I won't let this happen again, you have my word. I put 2 fingers against her forehead and released a carefully targeted sliver of ki into her hypothalamus to put her to sleep. Get some rest, this will all be over soon. Obviously, I can't just leave her here when there's the risk of Martha's unidentified mud approaching her again. I slapped my palms together and created a wood clone of myself. I'm not all that talented with this technique, not to mention that I haven't done much practice with it in recent years, so I don't really make use of it during combat. And unlike Halibel, I have to siphon off a part of my own strength when I create a clone. Which doesn't really suit my aggressive fighting style. But who knows? Maybe I'll figure something out with it later to make it a genuine part of my arsenal. Take her to the villa, I instructed my wooden self. Tell Thora that she'll remain under our direct protection from now on, and brief her on everything that's happened except for Martha's involvement. I'm still figuring out how I'm going to. Wait, why am I even explaining this to you? You already know what I'm thinking, I face-bombed. Just do as I said, all right? Oh, and let Toshio and his family know they can go home. It nodded in response and scooped Rias up in a bridal carry before bolting out the window without skipping a beat. Now then, I guess it's about time I pay a visit to the other princess I'm protecting. Is this all right, Kaicho? Tsubaki Shinra, the student council's vice president, asked while massaging her president-slash-king's shoulders. Yeah, that's perfect, Sona heaved a deep groan of relief. Ever since her older sister had come to visit, informing her about the arrival of Kuo Town's new guardian, her torso had been met with a very explicable, immense degree of soreness. A natural result when you were met with the full force of an onslaught of the Leviathan's unrestrained, obsessive hugs and cuddles for nearly an entire hour. You're a lifesaver, Tsubaki. Days had gone by since her sister's visit, yet the soreness still showed no signs of subsiding. I swear, she doubles the force of her hugs each time she visits me. I'll start having back problems before I'm 20 at this rate. You flatter me, Kaicho, Tsubaki replied while restraining a proud smile. Nonsense, I'm only giving praise where it's due. Had it not been for her queen's massaging expertise, her Leviathan-induced back problems would have begun a long time ago. A few minutes passed as the two enjoyed one another's company, only for the looming silence to be disturbed by the sound of someone knocking on the door of the student council's chambers. Someone's here. I didn't sense anyone approaching though. Sona shared a mildly perturbed glance with her queen. Even as the figure stood right outside their door, their presence remained completely untraceable. To a supernatural being, that was no different than being visited by a ghost. Kaicho. Tsubaki whispered, visibly unsure how to proceed. I know, she whispered back before standing upright and straightening her posture, clearly upping her guard. Come in, she urged cautiously, her fist tightened in preparation for a possible confrontation. Granted, if someone were genuinely trying to harm her, chances are they wouldn't bother announcing their entrance. It's been a while, Sona. Followed by an even-tempered, somewhat familiar voice, the door opened and in stepped an ash-haired man donning a white kimono. Though Tsubaki's caution remained, Sona's quickly dissipated as her eyes widened in recognition, her memory returning to the day of her 18th birthday. Alduin. Is that you? She questioned, noticing the change in his bulk and stature since they last met. And of course, the 4 draconic horns resting atop his head like a crown. You've changed. She said while readjusting her spectacles, the gesture proved to be quite helpful in maintaining her poise. So I have, his gaze slowly drifted over towards Tsubaki. She flinched a little under his reptilian inspection, but Sona was quick to reassure her by placing a calming hand on her shoulder. I presume she's one of your peerage members? He asked with palpable curiosity. Unlike with Rias, Serafal hadn't provided him with files on Sona and her subordinates since it was deemed unnecessary for him to have access to their information. At least for now. Yes, she's my queen, Tsubaki Shinra. Sona looked at her somewhat shaky right hand. Tsubaki, this is Alduin Buné. He attended my birthday party, but I didn't get a chance to introduce the two of you since he had meetings of sorts to attend to. Buné. Tsubaki blanked, evidently processing something for a few moments before her face whitened, coming alight with panic. My lord. I apologize for not recognizing you. She performed a hurried bow, recalling what Sona told her about him in their own private time. Haha. Most of the Underworld wasn't even sure I existed until recently. Why would I hold that against you? He let out a hearty chuckle, waving off her concerns. Besides, my last name is of little importance up here. I am but a humble foreign affairs representative, at your service. He returned a bow of his own. You know, my sister tried to downplay your position quite a bit when she informed me about your presence. Sona narrowed her eyes. At first, I thought it was just a product of her usual antics, but after speaking with Rias and listening to her, colorful, recount of her experience with you, I learned that couldn't be further from the truth. Oh. How do you mean? He tilted his head innocently. According to what you told her, you're here on both my sister and Lord Lucifer's orders to act as our guardian, and prepare Rias for an apparent upcoming raiding game she's going to have against Riser Phoenix to annul her marriage arrangement with him. MHM. That's all true, he confirmed, detecting a note of disappointment in Sona's voice. Let me guess, you think Serafal doesn't trust you to protect yourself? Since when were you on a first-name basis with my older sister? Sona crossed her arms as she and Tsubaki shot glares chock full of suspicion at him. Whoops, Alduin blinked nervously, quickly realizing that he had slipped up. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Why would I be on a first-name basis with Lady Leviathan? He made the immediate decision to call upon the power of shameless denial. But you just said. No, I didn't. I literally just heard you call her. No, you didn't. You're being delusional, Sona. Maybe you need to get your ears checked. He reached for his badge. Don't worry, one call and we'll have the Underworld's best doctors on the case. They both slumped. It was clear that trying to get anything out of him on the subject would be like trying to draw blood from a stone. Fine, she rolled her eyes. I'll let this go, for now at least. And for the record, yes, it does feel like she doesn't trust in my abilities to keep myself safe within my own territory. Especially when neither of us was consulted about this beforehand. Assuming this arrangement between you and them occurred during my birthday, she made it clear that she hadn't forgotten his discussion with Lord Citri. I presume this was decided a month ago. That's also true, he nodded, understanding her sentiment. However, I think you've got your perspective all wrong. Have I now? Lady Leviathan and Lord Lucifer didn't order this because they lack faith in your abilities or anything of the sort, they did it out of mere concern for your safety. He breathed a light exhale. Yes, they are the 4 great Satans, and you are both heiresses to your respective families. But more importantly, your family. That's certainly the way they see it, he smiled, sensing that Sona was following along. I mean, think about it, can you honestly say you wouldn't at least consider doing the same if you were in their shoes? Well. Sona fell into contemplation, exchanging a look with Tsubaki that made it clear her queen agreed with Alduin's suggestion. I suppose you have a point, still, it would have been nice not to have been kept in the dark until the last minute. He could only shrug. Knowing your sister, do you think it would have made any difference? She sighed in resignation. No, she's far too stubborn to let anything go once she's decided on it, especially when it concerns me. Her dejected expression gradually shifted into one of further confusion. However, there's still one thing I don't understand. Her gaze fixed on Alduin. Why you? With the authority my sister wields not only as a Satan but the head of foreign affairs. I imagine the list of people she had to choose from was considerable, and that's probably putting it lightly. Yet, she and Lord Lucifer trusted you. Why? And here I thought Rias was the inquisitive one. Alduin chuckled inwardly, he could practically see the gears turning in her head as she tried to piece everything together. One could only imagine how thick the veil of mystery around him had become from her point of view. You think I have some kind of hidden history with them, don't you? The mild glimmer of shock on her face sufficed as confirmation. While I understand why you'd think that, I can assure you that was the first time I ever had the privilege of meeting them. Sona knitted her brow. Even if I were to assume you're being truthful, that only makes this all the more confusing. You can't honestly expect me to believe they'd trust someone they've known only for a month with a responsibility like this. She knew more than anyone just how overbearing of an old sister Serafal could be. For her to trust someone other than herself with the safety of her little sister spoke volumes about her faith in that person. Trust isn't as black and white as you seem to believe. He closed his eyes. The trust you're referring to is one that's cultivated over knowing someone for an extended period of time. Obviously, no such trust exists between me and Lady Leviathan, nor Lord Lucifer. The kind of trust we have stems from the fact that we know what both parties want from one another. It gives us something to count on to ensure neither of us will go back on our word. In this instance, I could count on Lady Leviathan and Lord Lucifer's desire to protect their younger siblings. The fact that I know that desire of theirs is genuine extinguishes any and all concerns I might have about them going back on their word. With her arms still crossed, Sona started to drum her fingers against her bicep. She understood the crux of what he was trying to say, but found his lack of elaboration rather unsatisfactory. And what about them? What is it about you that my sister and Lord Lucifer are counting on? Ah, that. He chuckled. That's none of your business, Sona Citri. Without warning, both his gaze and tone had become sharp as a razor, his smile dropping right off his face in the span of a blink. The eerie light of his verdant irises had intensified to a frightening degree, causing the king and queen to break out into a nervous sweat, their instincts screaming at them to be wary of the abrupt change in Alduin's demeanor. And for your sake, I strongly suggest you don't attempt to make it yours. After all, my job is to keep you away from danger, not push you further towards it. Though they couldn't bring themselves to offer a verbal response, he could tell that they understood not to pry any further, causing him to drop his pressure and cast away his intimidating posture in favor of his more flippant one. I won't make the same mistake twice, he promised, recalling the incident with Rias that had occurred only moments ago. The crimson-haired princess had hardly even dipped her toes into the clusterfuck that was his family, and look what happened. There's no way he could just sit by and allow Sona to experience the same fate. Haha, sorry about that, I got a little too serious there, didn't I? My bad. He scratched the back of his neck with an apologetic smile. Anywho, the whole reason I came here in the first place is because I need you and your peerage's help with something. If you're willing, of course. Our help. She stammered, still needing a moment before she completely regathered her poise. Yup. Slowly, Alduin started to explain the situation. Well, at least the parts he was willing to divulge. Starting with Rias' discovery of light magic around Koa's local, long-since abandoned church. Followed by his discovery of Rainier and Fried colluding with one another, the attempted assassination of a human contracted to Aquino, which he stopped, and the eventual execution of Rainier and her stooges. Fallen angels, hiding in my town like rats waiting to spread their plague. Sona clenched her fist, teeming with fury. Where did a lowly murder of crows find the audacity to encroach on her territory? Regardless of whether they succeeded or failed in doing whatever it is they had in mind, the fact that such a pathetically weak group attempted to do what they did at all was an insult in and of itself. How despicable. Indeed, Tsubaki concurred, wearing a darker look than usual beneath her spectacles. I understand your frustration, but I'd save it for another time if I were you. Your sister already unleashed more than enough of it on Grigori's doorstep to last at least a millennium. Serafal's indignation was still fresh in his mind. Thanks to her, the situation was dealt with quicker than we even realized there was a situation in the first place. If that's true, what do you need our help for? Fret not, it's nothing major. He reached into his kimono and pulled out a dossier, handing it to Sona. There's just a tiny bit of aftermath I was hoping you could help me out with. She eyed him carefully, skimming through the contents of the dossier before replying. Asia Argento. Yes, Rainier seemed to have something nefarious planned for her, and from what I understand, she's on her way here as we speak and supposed to arrive in no less than a week's time. I'm hoping you could use your familiars to keep an eye out for her when she does, and inform me once you've confirmed her presence. Well, I suppose that wouldn't be much trouble. She raised an eyebrow. But why the interest? Keep reading and you'll know why. He made his departure without another word. Now then, it's time for me to return home and start figuring out how I'm going to deal with all of this. It's just one thing after the other, isn't it? Poor guy. WNZT9 ASAS. Chapter 51, A Dragon's Inner Conflict. Chapter 51, A Dragon's Inner Conflict. As I stood in front of the doorway of my own villa, I found myself hesitating. It was like there was a voice in the back of my head admonishing my every micro-movement, scolding me for having the audacity to even show my face to the people waiting for me inside. It wasn't a confusing feeling, on the contrary, it was one I understood perfectly well. One that had been quickly creeping through the crevices and weak spots of my mind like eroding rock ever since I had stepped into Rias's clubroom earlier. No, it started before that, didn't it? It started when I lied to Serafal about my involvement with the governor. Of course, I convinced myself that I was doing the right thing, that it was all for the sake of peace. And honestly, I don't regret that decision. I truly do believe the governor's striving towards that noble goal. But that's not the problem. It's not just the lying itself that's bothering me, it's the process of justifying the lies in my mind that's really getting at me. Both the lies, and the refusal. My refusal to immediately act on my knowledge of Rias' inquiry, my refusal to tell Sona about what happened to her closest friend, and my refusal to tell anyone at all what's going on inside my head at this very moment. It's weighing on me, and I'm gradually beginning to feel like I'm not equipped to handle that weight. That I'm not as strong as I'd like to believe. Of course you aren't, nor are you supposed to be. I flinched, hearing a voice that I didn't even think was capable of speaking to me outside of our usual encounters. My dragon. I'm a part of your mindscape, why wouldn't I be able to speak to you at my own discretion? Or did you believe that I was not more than an obstacle for you to face every now and then? I mean, kinda. Can you blame me? The only time we've talked is during my trials. In that case, allow the words that I now speak to you to serve as immediate clarification. I'm not just a medium of your strength to challenge whenever you choose to, I am an ever-present part of you. You said it yourself, did you not? We are Alduin, Salos, and Buné. Yeah, I did say that, didn't I? I sheepishly scratched my cheek. In any case, if you've been able to speak to me this whole time, why are you only doing so now? Good grief, you can be frustratingly dense when you want to be. Your mind is in turmoil, and it's clear to me that you won't divulge its contents to anyone else. Frankly speaking, it's pretty pathetic to see the one who conquered both me and the fragment of the strongest dragon king so downtrodden. Which is why I've decided to drown out the voice of self-deprecation you created with my own. You're welcome. It is rather pathetic of me, isn't it? Hesitating when I know full well. Yes, yes. Hesitation is defeat. I'm very much aware of the mantra you love repeating time and time again. However, that mantra only makes its worth known in a battle of fists. I'm afraid it won't do you any good in a battle of mentality like this, Alduin. No, I suppose it won't. I breathed a dejected sigh. So, what is it exactly you'll have me do? Because as I'm sure you're aware, I have absolutely no idea what I'm supposed to do from this point onwards. It's simple. Admit your weakness. Come to terms with the fact that you can't endure all the weight you recklessly put on your back, and understand just how burdensome the path you've chosen is. Only then will you be able to experience true growth. You make it sound so easy. I donned a weak smile. I'm insulted that you'd even suggest that I would ever say something so incomprehensibly idiotic. Nothing about you is easy. You've done a good job of ensuring that. Not the words you speak. Not the actions you take. Not the thoughts you think. All of it is so impossibly complicated to the point where even if you wanted to explain it to someone, you wouldn't have the words. I clenched my teeth as I felt my face begin to twitch. Not because my dragon's words infuriated me or anything of the sort, but because his explanation was perfect. Absolutely, unequivocally, perfect. Sebastian. Martha. Gilda. Thora. Ladora. Roygun. Seraphol. Surzex. Rias. Sona. Gasper. Even the governor. They all swirl around your mind, clashing with one another as if they were one supersized, decaying spiderweb. Eating at you like a slowly progressing cancer. And here you are, hesitating because you don't know what to do with yourself. With all the baggage you foolishly took on. Then what would you have me do? Oh, wise and noble dragon, my inner voice took on a colder tone. Simply forget and move on. Is that it? Ha. If you were capable of that, you would have heeded my warning and avoided this path in the first place. The fact that we're having this conversation at all is proof that it'll never happen. You really love using that word, don't you? Path. Somehow, I get the feeling that our interpretations of the word are vastly different. Maybe. Maybe not. It doesn't matter, that's not what I'm here to talk to you about at present. I felt the urge to let out a deep groan. There's nothing I hate more than being talked to cryptically. No. And what is it exactly you wish to talk to me about? To give you an answer. One that will hopefully offer you some peace of mind, or at the very least, give you something resembling a sense of direction. I swear, if you're about to spew some riddlesque nonsense at me, I'm going to jump into my mindscape and punch you with the force of 1,000 suns. We are one in the same. Our dislike for riddles is mutual. Good to know. My posture eased up in relief. There's a question that's been on your mind ever since Martha planted those seeds of doubt into your head, one that you keep asking yourself again and again, especially when you're in Thora's presence. I felt my body freeze up. I knew exactly what question he was referring to, and despite one's expectations, I wasn't all that keen on hearing his response. Since there was a good chance the answer would frighten me. You wish to know if you really are the person you're aspiring to become, or if it's all just a self-constructed lie designed to mask the pool of evil and manipulative tendencies lurking beneath. Well. I almost hesitated to ask. I know I've had a similar conversation with Thora, where she told me that she didn't care whether or not that was who I truly am, and that she was just happy to be in her current position either way. Did hearing that reassure me? Yes, of course it did. But it wasn't a complete answer to the question. All it told me was that I hadn't wronged Thora, which was naturally of immense importance to me. However, it didn't answer whether I, Alduin, was wrong. Indeed, you are capable of a great deal of evil. My heart dropped. So it's as I thought. Idiot, do not jump to conclusions. I didn't say you were evil, I merely stated that you are capable of it. And for the record, I don't even believe in good or evil in the first place. I'm simply using your definition of the term. I'm afraid I don't follow. You have an exceptional affinity for understanding the emotions of others, and I'm not just referring to reading people's auras through senjutsu. You're quick to figure out what they want or don't want, what makes them tick and what keeps them calm, and what they do and don't perceive about you. These are all traits of a top-class manipulator. Martha wasn't wrong in saying that. I'll give her that credit. Then doesn't that make? Let me finish, he sounded irritated. What she failed to understand is the manner in which you choose to use those traits. A fact which you actually realized almost immediately. I did. Tell me, is Thora not but a mere tool to you? No. Absolutely not. And Roygun, do you plan on conveniently throwing her aside now that you've gotten her to postpone your wedding? Never. Never in a million years. Then shouldn't you see my point? These are two evils that you could enact with little to no difficulty, both of which would make life a lot easier for you going forward. Yet, neither of them has come to fruition. You chose that path from the start, and you've stuck to it. I fell into deep contemplation. I felt like I understood what it was he was trying to convey, but part of me couldn't seem to comprehend why he would convey such a thing. Hold on, it almost sounds like you're telling me to just accept that I'm manipulative. Must you continue to misunderstand me? I'm telling you to accept that you have the capacity for manipulation, not that it's the core of your character. Honestly, I feel like calling what you did to Thora and Roygun manipulation is a bit of a stretch. It seems like plain persuasion to me. Manipulation itself suggests malice, does it not? I've yet to feel that from you. The only thing you've kept from those two is your conflict, which I doubt they'd understand. At least for now. With each word, I could feel my shoulders loosen up a little. But at the same time, my confusion started to grow. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to feel about this. You shouldn't be sure of anything. You're young. Your journey's only just begun. Clarity is something even aged veterans struggle with, so there's no shame in experiencing confusion as you are now. Alduin, you need to stop trying to identify yourself in black and white. You aren't nearly as simple as plain good and evil, you're someone who can be both, neither, or one at a time. It all depends on what you choose to do with the person you are. Regardless of what you decide on, make sure you keep moving forward. Stagnation can be the downfall of even the greatest of warriors and most gifted of scholars. You're in the prime of your growth, so don't waste it wallowing in meaningless possibilities. Focus on you, be selfish if need be. As long as you keep moving, you'll eventually find all the answers you seek. So long as you keep moving, huh? It sounds simple in theory, but so very complex in practice. Although I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel a little clearer-headed than before. He's right after all, regardless of what I am, that alone can't decide what I become. Only what I choose to do with it. Come to think of it, isn't that what I told Akino in regards to her power? Huh, what kind of teacher would I be if I didn't practice what I preach? A pretty fucking lousy one, that's for sure. Even if I am a little evil, for lack of better words. That doesn't necessarily mean I have to allow that evil to hurt the people around me, because if there's one thing I'm good at, it's fighting. And if I have to fight my own shortcomings every now and then so be it, that's something everyone goes through, isn't it? Supernatural or not. Besides, if I come across a rather troublesome opponent or encounter a situation that my fists alone can't solve, maybe a bit of manipulation here and there could serve me well. Not to mention that I just recently acquired an ability that lets me manipulate people's senses. This is all assuming that I'm able to properly keep myself in check, of course. Granted, I have a feeling Thora's perfectly capable of doing that job for me. If anyone can stop me from going astray, it'd be her. No matter what poison Martha tries to pour into my ear. Thanks. I merely offered a few supporting words. Whether you're able to make use of them or not is up to you, child of the moon. Are you ever going to tell me what that means? I'll take that as a no, I sighed in resignation. He admitted his disdain for cryptic speaking, so I'll presume he has a good reason for keeping quiet about that. I took a deep breath and snapped myself out of my exceptionally deep state of introspection, refusing to dawdle any longer as I stepped through the front door. Young lord, you've returned. I was met with an immediate greeting from Thora, who was watching over Rhea's sleeping figure situated on the coach. I trust my clone briefed you properly. From her expression alone, I knew she wanted nothing more than to cut to the chase. It did, I noticed a glint of pity shimmer within her eyes as she observed Rhea's. To think there's a third party lurking here besides the fallen angels, and a far more troublesome one at that, talk about rotten luck. Tell me about it, I chuckled dryly. I'm not sure how they did it, but they were able to erase any residual signs of their presence in her clubroom to the point where neither I nor Sylvie could pick up on anything. No energy, no scent, nothing. Thora narrowed her eyes. In the first place, why did they even target Lady Rhea's? Your clone said that she was threatened in some capacity. But didn't elaborate on what exactly it was she was threatened about. Of course it didn't, I ordered it to keep everything about Martha's involvement a secret. However, that was only because honestly wasn't sure what I wanted to do with that information. Well, maybe that's not entirely true. I know what that information means for me, I'm simply hesitant about confronting it. I'm going to have to make a decision that'll be definitive in shaping the person I become from this point onward. Whether or not I inform Lord Lucifer about what happened. If I do, the result's obvious. Martha's death warrant will be all but signed. There's a reason he has those Siscon allegations floating around him. Like Serafal, his younger sibling is precious to him to the point where it can't even be put into words. He wasn't as outward about it as her in my presence, but I know it's true nonetheless. Martha's strong, terribly so, but from what I hear, Lord Lucifer's strength is at a level where any description one could muster, no matter how gifted with vocabulary they were, would be an understatement. And honestly speaking, I don't doubt that. When I'm around Martha and Sebastian, I'm still able to perceive the behemoths gap between us, despite its size, my senses can comprehend the gap. But when I met Lord Lucifer for the first time, even the mildest of probes into his strength graced me with a throbbing migraine. It was as if my mind couldn't even begin to fathom that he and I were a part of the same species. My eyes saw flesh and blood, but my senses saw a bottomless void of power that was indescribably beyond my understanding. If they were to clash, I have no doubts whatsoever that the super devil would come out on top, and probably with little to no effort. Responsibility or family? That was the choice I had to make. My duty, or the life of a family member I both loathed and wished to protect for all the wrong reasons. I mean, the only time Martha ever showed me any goodwill was when she believed me to be a manipulative bastard. For crying out loud, any sane person wouldn't care for someone like that. She's a horrible, vindictive, apathetic woman. I know this for a fact. I know the sheer amount of venom that runs through her veins, yet I don't want to lose her. I could argue that I feel this way simply because I believe death is excessive, or that I held some lingering attachment towards her because of our shared blood, but deep down, I know that's all a lie. Deep down, I know no matter what Martha did, no matter how repulsive or sickening her actions were, I would still protect that woman. And the same goes for Sebastian. I still want to protect him. Not because I pity him, even if I do to an extent, nor because I possess some noble code of forgiveness within me. I'm simply afraid. Inside me, there's this overwhelming fear of being stripped of my family once more. Even the positively dreadful one. I've been stuck with this life, one that I know will cause me immense pain, far more than my heart can withstand. To make matters worse, I haven't even thought about them changing for the better. Somehow, I'm perfectly content with protecting them as they are, even if our relationship remains as twisted as it is from now until the end of time. That is the conflict my dragon described to me. The desire to protect people I know don't deserve protection. The desire to love people I know don't deserve love. The desire to keep people close to me that I know shouldn't be within 1,000 kilometers of my heart. My greatest flaw, my greatest shame. The one you fear you'll never be able to resolve or make sense of. Couldn't have said it better myself. I mean, regardless of what decision I make, it's not the only variable I'll have to take into account, is it? Chances are, Rias will inform Lord Lucifer about what happened herself. I know she doesn't like relying on him, but this definitely warrants an exception. She has every right to tell him, and Lord Lucifer has every right to deliver punishment unto Martha for her actions. And as much as it disgusts me, a colossal part of me doesn't want that to happen. Young Lord. Thora called out to me again, noticing that I had been eerily silent. Sorry, it looks like I spaced out for a bit. I rubbed my forehead. The workload seems to be piling up on me harder than I imagined. I've noticed, she replied with her usual knowing stare. I understand that your responsibilities demand a great deal of your attention, but it's also important that you give yourself time to rest every now and then. An overworked mind won't do you or your students any good. Believe me, I'd love nothing more than to get a good night's rest. But with everything that's going on at the moment, I doubt I'll be able to enjoy that privilege anytime soon. And that's assuming I make it through this all without doing something that puts me on Lord Lucifer or Seraphil's hit list. Good grief, I really am a mess, aren't I? My dragon couldn't be more right. I've bitten off way more than I can chew. Here's to hoping he's also right about me eventually finding a light at the end of the tunnel. Don't worry, things will cool down eventually, and once that time comes, I'll make sure to get all the rest I need, and then some. I smiled at her, making use of my growing habit to mask my true thoughts. As much as I desperately want to tell her everything, informing her about what Martha's done and my involvement with the governor would only make her an unnecessary accomplice. Considering how high the chance of my future actions backfiring is, especially with the former, that's a risk I'm simply not willing to take. Knowing her, she'd be more than happy to shoulder that weight alongside me, but I just can't find it in me to take advantage of her kindness like that. It's good to know there's at least something about me worth admiration. A dragon should never talk themselves down like that, it's an insult to your pride. Easier said than done, buddy. Easier said than done. Thora didn't appear to be entirely convinced, but respectfully chose to keep her concerns to herself, though I imagine that'll only be temporarily. She's far too perceptive and caring to keep this to herself indefinitely. Come to think of it, I began, eager to distract myself from my current inner turmoil. You haven't had a chance to properly test your blood manipulation since your reawakening, have you? She raised her brow. Where's this coming from? I shrugged. Call it a young lord's simple desire to see his trusty right hand at her best. I adorned a suggestive smile. How about it? You up for a spar? After all those years of dormancy, I imagine that ability has accumulated quite a bit of rust, wouldn't you agree? With the possibility of Kokobeel's imminent attack on the horizon, I think it's important that I ensure Thora's able to protect herself to the best of her abilities. Even though I plan on doing absolutely everything and anything within my power to keep her safe, it'd be arrogant to presume there won't be a situation where I'm possibly incapable of coming to her aid. Indeed, she hummed her approval. However, I'd highly advise against taking that ability lightly, rust or not. It'd be a shame if you were to be seriously injured at an inconvenient time such as this. My eyes widened as a proud smirk crept up Thora's face. Ha! I never thought I'd see the day when she flared her teeth like that. Or perhaps it'd be more apt to say her fangs. Whatever the case, I'm glad that she's finally toning down her humbleness. Humility might not be a bad thing in and of itself, but it can wound one's self-esteem if overdone. Yeah, it would. I returned a smirk of my own, motioning for her to follow me out to our oversized backyard. As long as the greenhouse doesn't get damaged, I should be able to repair any damage we end up doing to the area no problemo. Let's hope I still know what I'm doing. Thora inhaled deeply. She calmed her mind and did her utmost to hone her concentration. Before the sealing of her vampiric side upon Alduin's birth, her blood manipulation had undergone extensive training with the help of Sebastian's guiding hand. And now, it was time for her to dig up all the experience, knowledge, and techniques she had given up for the better part of 2 decades. The ability allowed her to freely manipulate the existing blood within her body, weaponizing it however she pleased. Moreover, she hardly even needed to worry about how much blood she expelled during a battle. For a human to fully replenish their blood, they'd need about 24 to 48 hours to regenerate the initial volume, and another 4 to 6 weeks for the blood red cells themselves to operate at full capacity once more. A vampire, on the other hand. Even if they were to lose a limb or two, presuming they weren't afflicted by a hard counter like holy power, they'd only need up to a minute for their bodies to refill all the lost volume. And maybe up to an hour for their red blood cells to make a full recovery. Hence why their regenerative prowess was so renowned throughout the supernatural world. And that was just an ordinary run-of-the-mill vampire. Nobles were on a completely different level. Of course, as a damper, Thora's regeneration factor wasn't as strong as a pure blood. At least not on its own. Thanks to over a century of consuming Sebastian's blood in small doses, about once every few months or so, her vampiric factor had strengthened drastically. To the point where she was easily on par with most noble patriarchs and matriarchs, eclipsed only by the king and queen of the 2 opposing factions. More so the latter than the former, thanks to her blood-giver's intervention some time ago. What's wrong? You're looking a little tense there. Alduin called out, stood a few feet opposite her, clearly eager to see her powers in action. He's hiding something. Thora wordlessly scrutinized the object of both her affection and loyalty. It's clearly related to Lady Ria's incident, but instead of addressing it, he neglected to answer and invited me to a spar instead. Surely he doesn't believe this is all it'll take to make me drop the subject. You know better than that, Alduin. The fact that she couldn't read him as well as she normally did at the moment bothered her to no end. Sure, she had realized that something was wrong, but what good did that information alone do? Unless she could at least skim the surface of what that something was, she wouldn't make any progress. Your concern is unneeded. I was merely collecting myself. She held her palms a few centimeters from each other, manifesting 5 individual sanguine orbs. I hope you're prepared as you believe yourself to be, young lord. Normally, when he realizes I know something's awry, he's quick to speak up about it. But this time he's decided to keep silent despite that realization occurring, which means it's serious. And for him, that normally involves either the lord, the lady, or perhaps Lady Leviathan. Alduin smiled, raising his arm and taunting her to bring it on with his hand. Or maybe all 3. Convergence, she intoned mentally, slapping her palms together and squeezing the orbs of blood in between her skin. Simultaneously, they all began to compress and condense to their utmost limit at will. But with how involved I am already with all this, the decision to keep quiet now, of all times, doesn't make sense. The feeling's mutual. His posture straightened, the looming pressure around him, which had been strengthened by his consumption of Tiamat's blood, making it clear that he was taking her seriously. Piercing blood. Multiple arrow-shaped beams of blood exploded out of her hands, shooting towards him as if they had 1,000 kilos of gunpowder behind them. Sheesh, coming out with something that intense right off the bat. How vicious. He chuckled despite understanding precisely how much danger he'd be in if he let the scarlet streams hit him. 2 of them are going for either side of my ribcage, and one's aiming straight down the middle. Moments before the streams made contact, Alduin ducked low and coated his hands in a thick layer of tuki, making the awfully bold decision to reach out and grab onto the hardened blood beams in an attempt to wrangle them. I had a feeling you'd try that. Thora made a motion with her hands, and to Alduin's horrific surprise, the arrow-shaped tips of the beams redirected themselves, effortlessly performing a 180-degree turn and resuming their collision course towards him, while hardly losing any of their initial speed, no less. As it would seem, Thora's blood manipulation had reached a level where inertia barely affected it. So much for the law of motion, Alduin sighed. Instantly letting go of the beams and backstepping before creating a wooden spear, primed and ready to sever the deadly tips of the bloody currents. I had a feeling you'd respond like that as well. She couldn't help but grin a little. So far, Thora had only activated 3 of the 5 compressed blood orbs. While her young lord's back was turned, she fired a 4th blood beam at him, effectively creating a pincer attack from both sides. Good grief, if I didn't know better, I'd say these attacks of yours are carrying quite a bit of anger with them. Really now? I wonder what gave you that impression, she said with an overwhelming amount of sarcasm. As the streams neared, Alduin decided to make use of a technique he had used against Kiba during his initial arrival to Kuo Town and dug into the earth, creating a pocket for him to hide in and sealing the top off with a sturdy, reinforced barrier of wood that even Thora's projectiles couldn't pierce through. I knew you'd go for that too. At this point, she was wearing a full-blown toothy smile from ear to ear. Instead of turning her fifth and final orb into a stream of piercing blood, she tossed it towards the wooden blockage, allowing it to hover above it for a few seconds before making her move. Supernova. The orb exploded into a torrent of reinforced blood bullets in all directions. Though lacking piercing blood's flexibility, they surpassed the technique by miles in terms of raw power, allowing Thora to destroy the wooden seal covering Alduin in an instant. This is why I asked you if you were prepared. Bold of you to assume I wasn't. Thora froze. Somehow, someway, Alduin's voice had appeared right behind her. His presence was made clear by the shadow on the ground overlapping hers. But that wasn't the only thing that caught her off guard. In the span of a blink, the terrain in front of her had changed. The hole that Alduin had created, and the bits of scattered, exploded wood that were supposed to be sprawled across the grass, had completely vanished. As if they were never even there in the first place. Only the bullet holes her supernova had created remained. An illusion. Thora blurted out in disbelief, burdened with the realization that the entire exchange, from the start to finish, had been naught but a figment of her imagination. This whole time, all she had been doing was attacking empty air. Damn it. Her face reddened a little in embarrassment. You should have known something was wrong the moment I decided to make physical contact with your blood, despite knowing that you're more likely than not capable of manipulating any blood that would have landed on my skin. There was no mocking or judgment in his voice, just pure suggestion. Granted, this was a spar, and you were unaware that I could create illusions in the first place. So I shoulder part of the blame. Since when? She felt obligated to ask. The art of being an illusionist was an immensely complex specialty to pursue. A novice couldn't possibly use it as effectively as Alduin just had, yet not once had she seen her young lord use anything that even resembled an illusion throughout his life. Could the lady have taught him how to do it at some point? If anyone knows how, it'd be her. Since I ingested Tiamat's blood, he clarified. I obtained a power from her, or more accurately, a remnant of her, I like to call partial hypnosis. It allows me to manipulate someone's senses directly, though at the moment I'm only capable of altering two at a time. Just now, I manipulated your vision to make you think you were fighting me, and your hearing so the sound of anything I said or did would originate from my false position. He looked at said position. I also wanted to test how close I needed to be to someone to activate it, and seeing as I was standing about 10 feet away from you before we started, I guess it's roughly a 3-meter radius. Not terrible, I suppose, but not great either. That's quite the terrifying power you've acquired, young lord. One didn't need to be a genius to understand just how frightening the ability to directly affect someone's senses, rather than casting a typical illusion through a barrier or contact was. He nodded. Indeed it is, but don't worry, I won't use it again for our spar. I've already learned what I wanted to. I do want you to have a genuine opportunity to hone your blood manipulation after all. He rolled his shoulders until they let out a satisfying pop. Shall we continue? She swallowed a nervous gulp before recomposing herself. Yes, let's. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 52, Chapter 52, Lady Gremory. Chapter 52, Lady Gremory. An unfamiliar ceiling, Rias thought to herself upon waking up. Finding herself peacefully resting on an exceptionally comfortable, ivory-white couch with fluffy wool blanket draped over her. Where am I? She looked from side to side, examining the contents of the living room she resided in to gauge her position. You've awoken, Lady Rias. And eventually, her eyes landed upon the back of a raven-haired woman adorning a maid dress, who appeared to be preparing something in the room's open kitchen. Are you feeling all right? She stammered, a little unnerved by the maid's presence, but also aware that she wasn't expressing any palpable hostility. Where am I? This is Lord Alduin's residence, Lady Rias. The maid answered plainly, still maintained complete focus on the cutting board in front of her. Dinner will be ready shortly, in the meantime, the young lord would like to speak to you. She pointed to a sliding glass door that led into the villa's considerable backyard. With the mention of Alduin's name, Rias immediately recalled their talk inside her clubroom, the last thing she remembered before waking up. What did he? I assure you, Lady Rias, any questions you might have, the young lord will be more than happy to answer. She urged, clearly uninterested in conversing much while she was concentrated on her cooking. Picking up on the maid's clear insistence, Rias breathed a begrudging sigh and made her way to the sliding door. You better have a good explanation for so tactlessly knocking me out like that, Alduin. Once she stepped foot into the residence's green expanse, she couldn't help but take a moment to stop and marvel. Not just at its size, but the evident time and care that had gone into nurturing the area. The grass had a uniform, dark green coloration, and when Rias crouched down to brush her hand against them, its firmness was made immediately clear. The flowers were no different. The tulips, orchids, roses, and lilies that populated the greenery were vibrant to the point of picturesque perfection. Not even the slightest trace of withering or mismanagement to be found. It reminded Rias of the level of gardening expertise she was usually exposed to at Sona's household, which spoke volumes to the finesse Alduin had achieved. I mean, I know everyone's gotta have a hobby, but I wasn't expecting him of all people to have such an elegant pastime. She mused. In the middle of all the backyard's flowery splendor, she found a greenhouse awaiting her arrival. The silhouette of her draconic teacher visible through the structure's glassy exterior. What do you think? His proud voice was the first thing she heard upon entering, that, and the sight of Alduin carefully tending to a potted, bright pink peony as if it were his own child. It's quite something, she hummed her approval as she surveyed the greenhouse's interior. It wasn't as lush or all-worthy as the outside of the backyard, but that was simply because Alduin didn't have enough time on his hands to work on it as much as he'd like to. Especially as of late with all that was going on. I'll be honest, I'm quite surprised to find that you of all people happen to be a gardening aficionado. Pleasantly surprised, mind you. It's reassuring to know that brutish training isn't the only thing that goes on in that head of yours. Oh please, brutish is a bit of an exaggeration if you ask me. He chuckled lightly, creating a wooden stool beside him with the flick of his wrist, and motioning for Rias to approach. But I appreciate the compliment nonetheless. You're quite welcome. She wore a faint smile, sitting down and glancing at the peony he was currently working on. Although, I imagine Sona would be able to provide much more in-depth comments about what you've got going on here. She excels at this kind of stuff. I'd expect nothing less from a Citri, especially one of Sona's intellect. He nodded in agreement. But there's still a fair amount of sprucing up I'd like to give this place before I bring in an expert opinion. I'd hate to come off as an amateur after all. Pride was, and always would be a key component of a dragon's mentality. For Alduin, his gardening was one of his biggest sources of that. Fair enough, Rias straightened her posture, closing her eyes as she decided the time for small talk had passed. Now then, I believe I'm owed an explanation as to why you brought me here. And why you chose to knock me out before doing so. She crossed her arms and lifted her eyebrow, purposefully leaving her displeasure on full display. To answer your first question, safety. He began, redirecting his attention from the flower to his student. I believe it's been made obvious to the both of us that whoever my mother sent to do her bidding, possesses an extraordinary level of stealth. I don't know what she has planned next for you, if anything at all, but as your protector I can't in good conscience leave you in the clubroom anymore. Not when she's able to infiltrate it with such ease. She frowned. So this is involuntary relocation then? Please, he let out an unamused scoff. Let's not pretend like you wouldn't take the exact same precautions if you were in my position. Her first instinct was to refute him further, but once the memory of what it felt like to be that woman's presence resurfaced, any and all gripes she was about to muster were squashed in an instant. Never. Never again did she want to be exposed to that level of bloodlust. To that level of helplessness, trepidation, and despair. I'm sorry, but until I'm 100% sure she's no longer a threat to you, or anyone in Kuo for that matter. You're going to have to remain here where myself and Thora can watch over you, he put on his best comforting smile. She narrowed her eyes. Anyone in Kuo, huh? Wouldn't that mean Sona also has to be relocated? Despite her tone, Alduin knew she already understood why she had to remain near him. In truth, she was simply expressing concern for closest rival friend. Having Sona go through the same she did was the last thing she wanted. Well, normally I wouldn't hesitate to, but I think we both know why you, specifically, need to be guarded. The location of Martha's mutt was an unknown, but their motive most certainly wasn't. You don't think there's a chance she might make the same blunder as me? She understood his reasoning, but still wasn't fully convinced. Like she was to most people, Martha Sallos was an enigma to Rias. She couldn't even begin to guess what the woman's true motives were, assuming her reason for doing what she did was a product of more than just plain pettiness. And for some reason, she had a feeling even Alduin himself didn't have the full picture in regard to his mother's actions. But she couldn't say for certain, she wasn't a walking polygraph after all, which meant there was a chance he was simply keeping the truth to himself. I don't think so. After I sent you here, me and her had a brief conversation with each other. About. Rias quickly intervened before he had the chance to move on without elaborating, a poor habit of Alduin's she had noticed. Oh, you know, just catching up with each other and whatnot. It didn't take long for him to notice that she wasn't buying it. Guess I'll have to give her part of the story, he figured. I also decided to let her in on the fallen angel situation. I thought it was proper since she shares your position as this town's overseer. You were right to do so, she approved. a little regretful that she missed out on the opportunity to flaunt her initial discovery of the crows in Sona's face. Although, I fail to see the connection that has to her not repeating my mistake. He shrugged. One question led to another, and eventually I was given the chance to drop a not-so-subtle hint to avoid touching anything involving my family with a 10-foot pole. That statement alone greatly intrigued her. It was faint, but she could have sworn there was a change in his tone when the word family left his mouth. She couldn't help but wonder what exactly his relationship with his folks back home was. Especially his with his mother. Granted, it was obvious now was an ill-fitting time to ask such a thing. And you're confident she'll listen? He nodded. I'm pretty sure she got the memo. She drummed her fingers across her thigh. Did you tell her about what happened to me? He shook his head. No, I didn't think it was my place to. I mean, I appreciate the thoughtfulness and all, and it's not that I don't trust that you warned her properly. However, I think there might be some use in using my incident as a cautionary tale for added measure. Sona might be an overseer of this town alongside me, but I care for safety just as much as I'd like to believe you do. Abruptly, Alduin's expression changed. His even-tempered smile dropping into a frown. Yeah, you might want to change your mind on that by the time we're done talking. Or at least the manner in which you choose to go about it. Telling her, it wasn't anger or disappointment that she felt emanating off him. It was guilt. And that only confused her even further. What in Lilith's name could be going on in that head of yours, Alduin? If only she was a mind reader. Maybe then she'd be able to discern what the ashamed look in his eyes meant. And to answer your second question, he continued. I knocked you out because I hoped it'd give you a chance to collect yourself. We wouldn't have been able to hold a conversation like this if you were still experiencing the after-effects of your assailant's bloodlust, now would we? Only now did Rias realize just how much calmer she had become in comparison to before. The memory still affected her, yes, but the tremors and jittering in her appendages had all come to a halt. Thank you, she nodded her appreciation. Don't thank me yet, save for when that mutt's been dealt with. He waved her off. About that, won't you get in trouble if you attack her? Since she's, you know, working for my mother. He finished her thoughts and earned an affirmative gesture in return. Haha, I appreciate the concern, but you really don't need to worry about me on that front. He clasped his hands together as a carnivorous smile crept up his face, causing his student to flinch on instinct. I am this town's protector. It's my responsibility to get rid of anyone who intrudes on it, just like those bothersome crows you discovered. Martha's life was one thing, but that of her mutt. Alduin truly wouldn't hesitate to snuff out every last remnant of their life force should they make the grave error of appearing before him. You're not worried about her getting angry at you. The more she heard Alduin speak about his mother, the more invested she became in the true nature of their relationship. Of course, she knew better than to go digging again. Nope, as long as I have the backing of Lady Leviathan and your older brother, there really isn't anything she can do to me. He sighed, folding one leg over the other as he peered out of the greenhouse's glass. Speaking of your older brother, I'm afraid I'm going to have to make a rather shameless request of you. She blinked. Request. To Ria's shock, Alduin proceeded to stand up and bow to her, at a complete 90-degree angle. An action which demanded he swallow more pride than any dragon should be capable of, let alone be willing to. Alduin. Please, keep this incident to yourself. He made no effort to hide both the guilt and desperation in his voice. My mother has wronged you, and there's no excuse for her actions, nor would I ever be so lacking in self-awareness that I'd try to make any, or ask you to forgive her. Both her and I are completely to blame for this. Why you? Don't be ridiculous. You haven't done anything. And please raise your head already. Exactly, I didn't do anything. He kept his head lowered. I actually noticed the file on your desk with House Sallow's emblem on it before I went to go investigate the abandoned church. Her face whitened a little. Why you did? Yes, I chose to ignore it temporarily because I was certain my mother wouldn't try anything foolish here of all places, a town protected by two Satans. She could hear his voice begin to shake. But at the same time, part of me knew that my mother would try something regardless of that. I knew just how deep that woman's apathy ran, yet I chose not to act on it, choosing to take comfort in my own delusions instead, and your life was threatened because of my inaction. Alduin. She whispered, at a complete loss for words. However, despite all her faults, of which there are many, I know that letting Lord Lucifer finding out about what happened would be the equivalent of signing her death warrant. Slowly, he raised his head, dropping his mask for once and allowing Rias to see the sheer exhaustion he was carrying. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like she's a good person, but at the end of the day, she is still family to me. And while I'd be more than happy to see her punished, I don't wish death upon her. Talk about being put in a tough position. Rias lowered her gaze, fiercely deliberating how she was supposed to proceed from this point onward. Her mind was experiencing a distinct split between her disdain for the figure that had threatened her, and pity for the plight her teacher was experiencing. The question was, which would triumph over the other? You're saying all this on the assumption that my brother will immediately try to force a death penalty, but I don't think he's the type to jump to that straight away. Had this happened to anyone else, I think you'd be right. Lord Lucifer does strike me as quite the pacifist. He exhaled deeply. But this didn't happen to anyone else, now did it? It happened to his little sister, who he seems to cherish more than anyone in the world. If you truly believe he'll settle for anything less than my mother's grave, then I'm afraid you've gravely underestimated just how much he cares for you. As much as she wanted to refute him, she had to admit that her brother could be rather obsessive at times with his affection for her. Of course, she knew he meant well at the end of the day. Just imagining her telling her brother what happened, word for word, was enough to make her realize that a peaceful resolution would be the last thing that entered his mind. Honestly, it'd be a miracle if he didn't raze the entirety of House Buné itself to the ground. This is all very hard to make heads or tails of, she said with a conflicted look on her face. I understand. I'm definitely going to need some time to think over this. I understand that too. His posture softened to make it clear he wasn't trying to pressure her into agreeing. If you do decide to inform Lord Lucifer in the end, just know that I don't plan to hold it against you. What my mother did was wrong, and if her actions result in her demise, then she has no one to blame but herself. But you don't want her demise to come to fruition. No, I do not. He admitted both plainly and solemnly. Before I leave you to your own devices, I think you ought to know that your mother's going to be visiting tonight. She seemed taken aback, but also a little excited at the same time. She is? What for? I'm not entirely sure. Lady Leviathan said she had something urgent to talk to me about, and that she'd directly be appearing at my residence. He stroked his chin. It might be a good opportunity for the two of you to catch up with one another before we talk business, don't you think? Yes, that sounds nice. Excellent, he smiled weakly. Gasper's room is on the second floor if you're interested. I and Thora try not to disturb him too much during daylight hours, but I'm certain he'll be happy to see you. Then I think I'll pay him a visit, she agreed. Ever since Alduin had informed her about the progress they had made with Gasper's forbidden Baylor view, she had been quite eager to meet up with her adorable little damper again. And perhaps apologize for the isolationist treatment he had been given thus far. I'll also make sure to mull over what you've asked of me, but if I'm being completely honest, I'm not sure if my final answer will please you. He hummed his acknowledgement. Like I said, regardless of what you decide on, I will not hold it against you. Giving my request some consideration is all I ask of you. She nodded and stood up to take her leave, failing to notice the strange look on Alduin's face as he watched her back fade into the distance. I'm sorry, but I already know what your answer's going to be. Especially now that I've thrown the word family around you of all people. He slumped on his stool, listlessly observing his gradually expanding plant collection within the greenhouse. Have I done the right thing here? The concept of right and wrong itself is subjective to the individual. I wouldn't waste effort contemplating that. Instead, focus on the fact that you did what you, Alduin, wished to do. Not what you were asked of by another. Am I supposed to take comfort in that? Ideally, yes. But knowing you, there's probably a whole lot of brooding you're going to force yourself to go through before you attain any semblance of comfort. Did you really have to be so blunt about it? Alduin rolled his eyes. If I don't, then who will? Touché. About an hour and some change had gone by, and the residences of Alduin's villa, except Gasper, who was watching television while being spoon-fed by Thora in the living room, now found themselves gathered around the dining table. With plates of expertly seasoned and garnished tonkatsu in front of them, courtesy of Thora's decision to take advantage of her new station and try her hand at cuisine outside of the Underworld. From the smell alone, it was safe to say the attempt had proven a great success. Unfortunately, as enticing as the finely cut strips of pork cutlet were, they needed to prolong their hunger a little longer. Their guest had yet to arrive after all. Did Seraphal tell you what time my mother would be arriving? Rias asked. Despite all the training she had received on table manners, the fragrance the meat strips emanated was slowly eating away at her restraint. Aquino wasn't a bad cook by any means, but her specialty mostly revolved around tea-related beverages and snacks. The Lightning Priestess had a long way to go before her culinary expertise reached a point where it could rival the head maid's. Thora's cooking almost reminded the crimson-haired princess of that of Graphia's. It had been no more than a week since she left the Underworld to assume her mantle in Kuo, but she already missed the silver-haired maid's dishes enough to point where it made her want to cry. He sighed. No, she just said she'd be arriving tonight. Like Rias, he was also fighting the temptation to wolf down his entire meal in one go. Come on Alduin, you don't want to look bad in front of your bosses and students' mother, right? Hold it in. I see. For a few minutes, Rias and Alduin remained in a bizarre, silent deadlock. Their eyes glued to their plates as they counted each second, hoping the next would involve a crimson flash of light illuminating the room. And eventually, it happened. The bleeding crimson, G-shaped crest of the Gremory clan had made its presence known on the floorboard. Finally. They simultaneously sighed in relief, quickly straightening their postures to appear professional. Apologies, I hope I wasn't too tardy. It's been quite some time since I last ventured to the surface. A polite, courtly voice called out to them. Whoa, and I thought Sebastian's genetics were strong. Alduin's eyes laid upon the spitting image of his student, only with a far more mature figure, and slightly shorter, flaxen hair. Her attire consisted of a long, frilly white dress with black lining. Long white sleeves that completely covered her hands and spanned up to the boundary of her bicep, black stockings, and white high heels. Normally he'd take a moment to stop and gawk at her exceptionally well-endowed curves, but thanks to his recent experience with Roygun and Thora, maintaining a respectful demeanor proved to be a much easier task this time around. There's no need to apologize, Lady Gremory. Alduin stood up, sliding his chair backwards and putting one hand on his chest as he performed a typical, noble bow of respect. It's an honor to have you at my residence. Oh my, what a respectful young man you are. My son certainly knows how to choose them. She cupped her mouth and giggled as her eyes drifted across the room, widening in surprise as they landed upon her daughter. Hi Mom. Rias waved with a warm smile. Happy to see the woman who was more likely than not, the one most involved in getting her older brother to open a path that'd free her from an unwanted marriage. Honestly, where did her husband get the nerve to just up and choose a partner like that without her, or her daughter's input? As much as she loved the man, he had a bad tendency to be rather thoughtless in matters such as these. Sweetie. What are you doing here? As Alduin had hoped, Venelana was pleasantly surprised by Ria's presence. I was just doing some training and routine planning with Alduin. She walked up to her mother as they embraced each other in a tight, welcoming hug. Oh, and Gasper's here as well. Gasper. Ria smirked inwardly, noticing the flicker of delight in Venelana's eyes. Back when Rias and her peerage were all living at the Gremory mansion, there was nothing the lady loved to do more than dote on Gasper and Kaneko, the runts of the litter, in her free time. She couldn't help it, they were just too gosh darn adorable. The Gremory matriarch peered through the doorframe connecting the dining and living room. Watching as Gasper gleefully kicked his legs over the couch with Kamen Rider playing on the television while Thora carefully spoon-fed him his food bite by bite. More. Gasper mumbled with his mouth still full. Gasper, Thora said in an admonishing tone. Remember what I said? You need to chew your food properly, otherwise you'll choke. She sighed, picking up a napkin and wiping crumbs of meat off his face. Auque. The younger damper nodded, clearly not processing a word that came out of Thora's mouth. She shook her head. I'm glad that he's starting to come out of his shell and all, but his rowdiness is starting to remind me of when the young lord was little. He must be having some kind of an influence on him. Like master like student, I suppose. Sweetie, didn't your older brother say that Gasper was being kept under a seal? Of course, she wasn't even remotely disappointed to see Gasper out and about. In fact, the opposite couldn't be more true. However, she was aware of why the damper was sealed in the first place. Even back home, Gasper's movements were heavily monitored by Graphia. Whenever Gasper encountered anyone he was unfamiliar with, like one of the other maids or butlers, he got startled to the point where Forbidden Baylor View activated on instinct. It's funny you mention that. Rias wore a devious smile that sent a chill down Alduin's spine, causing beads of sweat to form around her teacher's brow. You see, a certain someone decided to go ahead and undo that seal without asking me, she said while staring a hole through Alduin's skull, which in turn made Venelana shoot him a questioning look. Ah, but my memory's a little foggy, I just can't seem to remember who exactly that certain someone could be. What about you, Alduin? You wouldn't happen to know who was responsible for that, would you? He gulped. Lady Gremory, I assure you there's a perfectly good explanation for all this. Puffed. You should see the look on your face. Rias pointed at him as she broke out into wild laughter, thoroughly enjoying how her teacher looked like a helpless kitten under her mother's glare. You little shit. He clenched his fist, his face tightening up as he called upon every last fiber of strength his body carried to restrain his anger, restricting it to a mere eye twitch and forced smile. I'm glad to see the two of you are getting along. Venelana breathed an amused chuckle. Although, I would like to be clued in regarding Gasper's situation at some point. She directed an expecting glance at Alduin. He nodded in return, making it clear that he hadn't forgotten her desire to have an urgent conversation with him, as Serafal had worded it. Mamalana. Gasper's high-pitched voice and hurried footsteps cheered from the other room, his attention grabbed by Rias' laughter. There's my little rascal. Venelana was quick to kneel down and grab the damper into a tight, spine-crushing hug. Goodness, you've put on a little weight, haven't you? I guess it won't be long before my adorable little bodybuilder puts on more muscle than Serorg. She scooped him up in her arms while spinning him around. Hee, and clearly, Gasper was enjoying her overwhelming affection. Mama Thora said I'm going to be stronger than Alduin soon. He flexed his arm and sported a toothy, ear-to-ear grin. Mama. Thora stammered. her face ever so slightly flushed. "Oh. Mama Thora." She squinted, exchanging a fierce, competitive stare with the maid. "I can't say I've had the pleasure of meeting you." Thora cleared her throat, swiftly gathering herself. "The pleasure is all mine, Lady Gremory." She folded both hands in front of her skirt and bowed. "My name is Thora, I'm Lord Alduin's humble attendant." "A humble attendant, huh? You mean to tell me a humble attendant managed to get this little bundle of joy to acknowledge her as his mama?" Her priorities were abundantly clear. "I assure you I meant no disrespect, Lady Gremory." She raised her head, an equally competitive glint shimmering in the older damper's eyes. "I'm simply privileged to have the honor of looking after young Gasper at all." Alduin could have sworn he saw sparks flying between the two. "Good grief, this is going to be a long night, isn't it?" He sighed inwardly. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, The Surface of Truth. Chapter 53, The Surface of Truth. About an hour or two had gone by since Lady Gremory arrived at my residence. Most of which was spent allowing her and Rias to enjoy some mother-daughter bonding time over dinner, which was quite the heartwarming sight for me to behold. This whole time, I had assumed both her mother and father were in on shipping her off to House Phoenix. But now it's clear that whole fiasco was a one-sided affair on Duke Gremory's behalf. Unfortunately for him, his plan has absolutely no chance whatsoever of coming to fruition with me around. By the time I'm done with my lovely little group of students, they'll be able to squash Riser and his lust-brained groupies with both hands tied behind their backs. Especially Gasper, I have a pretty strong feeling he's going to prove himself to be quite the MVP when the time comes. I mean, I obviously want them all to have an opportunity to really show what they're made of. But realistically speaking, there's no way I'll be able to make everyone shining star quality by the time Riser shows his face, whenever that may be. I might be making better progress than I thought I'd be, but some of Ria's subordinates are going to need a lot more time to truly flourish. Honestly, no matter how skilled one is, I think the absolute best a teacher can do is help their student find the path that suits them best. Sure, I can teach them how to weave, punch, slash, and cast. But what use is all the training I give them if they're unable to stand on their own 2 feet when it's time for me to move on? At that point, I might as well be babysitting them rather than teaching. As a rookie mentor, I know that my guidance won't be anywhere near perfect. However, I still want to do my utmost to give them the best assistance I can. Not just because I promised Lord Lucifer that I would, but because I genuinely enjoyed myself when I was training them. I might have been harsh, more so to some than others, but I think that's because I really do want to see them succeed. Not just in their inevitable rating game, but beyond that. I can't really put it into words, but something within me can't help but feel compelled to see them grow. Like an instinctual attachment of sorts. Heh. I guess they've already started to grow on me. I'm glad you're finally starting to agree with me on the importance of acquiring one's path. My dragon's smug voice interrupted my train of thought. Yeah. No need to gloat. I rolled my eyes. You say that as if you wouldn't do the exact same in my position. His dry chuckle echoed through my mind. Good grief, I'm not sure what's worse. The fact that he's clearly enjoying himself a little too much, or the fact that he's literally incapable of being wrong about anything involving me. You know you're that much better off for it, even though I wasn't in my mindscape, I was 99% sure he had a shit-eating grin on his face. In all seriousness, I'm glad that you're able to feel a genuine sense of fulfillment from training your students rather than seeing them as yet another burden. Lucifer knows you're shouldering enough of those. Fair point. I hummed my approval. I'll acknowledge that this second life of mine has come with a considerable amount of negatives, but it'd be foolish of me not to acknowledge all the positives it's provided me with as well. Beyond still being alive, of course. And as long as you keep moving forward, there'll be plenty more of them to come. Here's to hoping. At the moment, I was standing in my backyard, taking a short breather from all the rowdy but enjoyable festivities taking place inside. A breather. Yeah, that's not entirely true. I knew you were going to point it out at some point. Is it strange that I'm still kinda pissed that you did? I heaved a deep, audible sigh. I suppose the happy thoughts can only last for so long. No, it's not strange at all. The fact that you're pissed, as you so aptly put it, proves that this is something you care about. Which makes it worth addressing. The truth is that I can't stand to look in Rias and Lady Gremory for another second. Can't stand sounds a little hateful, doesn't it? I don't hold so much as a modicum of hate for either of them. It'd be more accurate to say I can't bear to look at them any longer. Why? Because I envy them. Man, do I envy them. The beautiful relationship they share as mother and daughter, as a parent and child. The longer I observe it, the more my heart aches. As if the sight of them twists a rusty knife deeper and deeper into my chest, infecting it with envy to the point where it's like I'm about to be swallowed whole. But you know. Yes, I know that I'll probably never be able to achieve such a thing with Martha. The care I hold for her is one-sided, and more likely than not, will forever remain that way. Sometimes I like to close my eyes and envision a world where me, Martha, and Sebastian were family. Not just in blood, but in bond as well. It's both an awfully pathetic and childish habit of mine, but I can't bring myself to resist despite knowing that. Funnily enough, I can actually believe such a version of Sebastian existing. But Martha. No matter how hard I try, I cannot create a selfishly idealistic version of her in my mind. I can't even get close. I want to believe that the three of us will embody that fantasy to some extent, someday in the future, but deep down, I know that's just wishful thinking. Yet, some part of me continues to yearn to see that fantasy become a reality. Haha, what a frustrating woman you are, Martha Salos. Making your own son languish over you like this, have you no shame? You know the answer to that. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. I was broken out of my stupor by the sound of Lady Gremory's heels crunching against the grass, her footsteps encroaching behind me. No, not at all. I replied with a placid smile, my eyes magnetized to the ethereal allure of the human world's moon hovering above in the night sky, so very, very far away. It's strange. The Underworld's artificial moon looks the exact same as it does. I mean, that's obviously the whole intent of its design in the first place, but that's not my point. My point is that the way they feel couldn't be more different. The Underworld's moon is nice to look at all, but it doesn't calm me down like the real thing does. Even as all these thoughts about Martha surge through my head, I'm not experiencing so much as a hint of anxiety, confusion, or stress. My mind is perfectly serene, when it has every reason not to be. All the envy I felt swelling up within me as I watched Lady Gremory and Rias. It vanished the nanosecond I locked eyes with the moon. I know for a fact I felt it, but the sensation was far more distant to me than it had any right to be. Moon-gazing are we? She stood beside me and tracked my gaze. Can't say I blame you, I couldn't help but do the same the first time I arrived in the human world. Moon-gazing, huh? I hummed. I have a gut feeling it might be the other way around. She turned to me and blinked. What do you mean? No clue. Hopefully I'll figure it out someday. I shrugged. I could tell that she was dissatisfied with my nonsensical response, but her expression told me she decided to let it go. I know this feeling has something to do with that child of the moon thing my dragon keeps mentioning and stubbornly refusing to elaborate on. No matter how much time passes, be it 1 year or 1,000, I don't think I'll ever forget what it felt like to sit on the lake before I reawakened as Alduin. To be void of any and all company save for the moon's looming radiance for who knows how long. It's you, isn't it? My face softened as I allowed my eyes to linger on the shining gray orb. You're the same moon that was watching over me back then. I can feel it in my bones. I sighed inwardly as my dragon maintained radio silence, and respectfully redirected my attention to Lady Gremory. I wonder if you'll ever reach out to me. I'd love nothing more than to speak to you face to face if that's at all possible. To know what exactly our connection is. Sorry about that, I'm not sure what came over me. I breathed a sheepish chuckle and scratched my nape. Is there something you wanted to talk to me about? She lifted an eyebrow with an expression that said, I think you know the answer to that. Fair enough, I nodded and raised my hand, creating a sound-suppressing barrier around us. It was glaringly obvious that we were going to need some privacy. Your control over wind magic is quite refined, she observed with an approving smile. Would it be safe to assume you can control all 4 basic elements like your mother? Indeed, and I appreciate the compliment. Though my expertise is not more than child's play in comparison to hers. I was only giving credit where it's due, and don't you think it's a little unfair to compare yourself to her? She's had nearly 1,000 years to perfect her craft. Her voice quietened. Not to mention that she was my generation's golden child. Huh, so she really is that old. I guess I ought to start drafting up some hag-related insults when I have time. Also, am I imagining it? Or did I just detect an undertone of bitterness in Lady Gremory's voice? No, you are not imagining it. Interesting. So she was some kind of a prodigy. That doesn't surprise me. She chuckled as if I had said something foolish. No, prodigy is a grave understatement. Your father is what we defined as a prodigy. Your mother was something else entirely. Oh. Now this I've got to hear. How so? I'm not sure, and I don't think I ever will be. I hope she's not just saying that to get back at me for my comment on the moon. I'm being honest, Alduin. Back when we were all children, she was just always better than us. In might, in technique, in intellect, in comprehension of any subject she decided to pursue. Frankly speaking, she understood our own abilities better than we ever could. I scratched my temple. Isn't that the definition of a prodigy? She shook her head. No, take Sebastian, for example. We all understood why he was better than us. We know we could never best him in hand-to-hand combat, or hope to surpass the raw physical might he possessed thanks to his seemingly boundless draconic strength. His talent for those two aspects was extraordinarily potent. Alright, I can kinda see where she's going with this, but it's not really helping me make heads or tails of what she's trying to say. But you couldn't understand why Mother was. None of us could. Not me. Not my husband. Not Sona's parents. Not Serorg's. She just didn't make sense to us. She pinched her nose bridge, her demeanor brimming with gravity. Listen, you absolutely cannot repeat what I'm about to tell you to anyone. No matter how much you trust them. No matter how much you think they deserve to know. Understood, I agreed without hesitation. If anyone's good at keeping secrets, it's me. You possess both wood manipulation and your mother's healing power, Dryadic blessing, I believe it's called. I do. She exhaled deeply. Well, you and your mother are the only Saloses in the Underworld's history to possess them. Or at least the only known Saloses to have them. I paused, blinking repeatedly with my mouth open a little. Huh. Before your mother came around, there were no reports of any member of House Salos possessing either ability. In fact, they were similar to my husband's lineage, being declared not to have any clan trait at all. Only a surprisingly strong affinity for senjutsu. Whoa. Whoa. Wouldn't that mean Martha has a... At first, we assumed she had a mutation. Like my son, whose power of destruction exists in a realm we don't even fully understand yet. Like Serafal, who's the only Citri in existence to possess ice manipulation. Like Falbium, who's the only Glaciolabelas with absolute defense. Or even Ajuka, the only devil to ever transform the very nature of his demonic power itself from imaginative to calculative. There weren't nearly as many of them back then as there are now, but they did exist to a smaller degree. At first, I repeated. I could see the rising conflict on her face, her lips pressing together as she seemingly deliberated whether to continue or not. A few years after your mother was born, House Salos itself seemed to just up and vanish. As hard as I imagine that is to believe, it's the truth. In almost 1,000 years, not one Salos clansman or clanswoman has made a public appearance, nor have there been any rumors about private ones. The territory they once owned was handed off to a minor clan by the name of Valefor, who are now extinct. Then who owns the territory now? My family. House Bale. I'm not sure if Lady Gremory noticed or not, but as she spoke, I was forming a mental conspiracy board, noting down every single word that left her mouth. This is the first time I'm actually hearing something of concrete value regarding Martha's background, and I'll be damned if I let it go to waste. Wait, if House Bale owns the territory, then... I know what you're thinking, you probably think I can give you access to the Salos compound that still resides in the territory. You can't. I failed to hide my disappointment. Who knows what secrets could be lurking within the confines of that woman's home? Unfortunately not, the territory's under House Bale's banner, yes. But it's not under the universal oversight of the clan. Whether it's me, my nephew Serorg and Magdaran, or their father. None of us are allowed access into that compound. Oh boy. There's only one name on the Bale list she didn't mention. The only one that gives even Sebastian the creeps. Zekrom, I murmured. Should I or should I not be surprised that he's somehow involved in all this? Yes, my ancestors personally watching over the compound. Other than him, I think it's safe to assume your mother's the only one who's allowed entry. I wonder, if I'm able to grow partial hypnosis to a certain extent, would I be able to sneak into the compound? The only alternatives I can think of are getting Martha's or Zekrom's permission to enter. I'm 100% sure the former is impossible, and I'm not sure I want to take the risk of approaching the latter. Zekrom Bale doesn't strike me as someone you stand before without a foolproof plan, and at least 5 other contingencies for good measure. Listen, she continued in a somber tone. I know it sounds like I'm trying to cast suspicion on and villainize your mother, but I just want you to be a little more informed. Lady Gremory, I know you mean well, but there's no need to sugarcoat who she is for me. She seemed surprised by the blunt response. I may be in the dark about my mother's past, but I assure you, I'm perfectly aware of her character. The translation being, I know her personality isn't exactly all sunshine and rainbows. I see, she sighed, her voice carrying an undertone of pity that I wasn't sure whether to be insulted by or appreciative of. Regardless, I desperately wanted this conversation to continue. No, I needed it to continue. I must keep moving forward, I must keep seeking answers. Back to what you were saying earlier, about her mutation, would you mind elaborating on that? Ah, right, she cleared her throat before resuming. We tried investigating House Salos for any information regarding her upbringing, of which we knew next to nothing about, only to find out that all the documents on the house had been sealed by none other than Zekrom himself. Mind you, this was long before we started storing information digitally. I knitted my brow, humming thoughtfully. So the digital seal, would it be safe to assume that's also Zekrom's work? Yes. Zekrom Bale. Despite Sebastian's insistence to avoid that man at all costs, and my personal reluctance to interact with him. It would seem that as long as I continue pursuing the truth about who exactly my mother is, the convergence of our paths is inevitable. Can't say I'm looking forward to it. Such is life, I suppose. Sorry, I'm still a little confused. How exactly does this tie into your doubts about the authenticity of her, or I guess, our mutation? I don't have concrete evidence that it isn't one, however, don't you think it's all a little suspicious? The second the super genius that was your mother appeared amongst us, House Salos itself just vanishes out of thin air, every last member disappears like they never even existed in the first place, and a lid is put on all information about the house. Oh, and let's not forget that she doesn't possess a mutation. She has two. And don't even get me started on how out of every mutation possessor in the Underworld's history, she's the only one to have successfully passed her mutation down to her offspring. She stammered towards the end, noticing that her tone had grown considerably heated. Apologies, I didn't mean that as a slight against you. No worries, I didn't think you did, I reassured her. I'm grateful that you're willing to inform me about my mother at all, Lady Gremory. Though I have to ask, I narrowed my eyes. Why exactly are you telling me all this? She doesn't strike me as a fool. I highly doubt she's simply handing me all this information on a silver platter just because she's in a giving mood. She came here with an urgent matter on her mind, which means there's some angle she's playing at. Why wouldn't I? Whether she wants to admit it or not, your and Martha's lives are intertwined. I thought it was only proper that you had at least somewhat of an understanding of your mother's background. I crossed my arms, not failing to notice her slip up. Oh. You were aware of my lack of knowledge beforehand. That's quite impressive, Lady Gremory. It was awfully faint, but with eyes like mine, I spotted the brief flicker of realization on her face. Especially when I haven't told your daughter, nor your son, that I was in the dark regarding mother's past. I think you might be jumping to conclusions there, Alduin. The confusion you demonstrated when I first started talking about your mother was more than enough to tell me that. Hee hee. Nice recovery. I see Sebastian's remark about you being the Gremory's true backbone was right after all. Unfortunately, I can use senjutsu, and she can't. Therefore, any attempts to lie to me really aren't going to get her anywhere. Really? Because I can think of two other possibilities, I kept my tone light. I'm not actually angry at Lady Gremory per se, I'm just exceptionally eager to extract as much information out of her as possible. 1. Mother herself told you that I don't know anything, which I highly doubt. Or 2. You know the woman far better than you're letting on. You speak as if she were merely your generation's shining star to you, but if that was all, there's no way Martha would ever let you get close enough to her to know her in as much depth as you seem to. I know what it sounds like when someone speaks of a simple acquaintance of theirs, and what it sounds like when they talk of someone they have a genuine bond with, regardless of whether it's a negative or positive one. You don't just know Martha, do you? You know Martha. An awkward silence enveloped the space around us, our eyes locked onto one another as we patiently waited for the other to be the first to speak up. Goodness, that perception of yours really takes me back. She sighed in resignation. I should have known you inherited more than just her bloodline. My posture softened. Now would you mind telling me what your real relationship to my mother is? She took a deep breath before answering. She's my cousin. BZZT. I think something in my head just short-circuited. Not by blood, of course. If she wielded the power of destruction on top of everything she already has, then we'd all be in serious trouble. Start with that first woman. Is what I would have yelled if I didn't remind myself that I was standing in the presence of House Gremory's matriarch, and the mother of both my boss and student. Seriously, though, I nearly just had a heart attack. She was my adoptive older cousin by 2 years. Zekrom was the one to bring her into our house when your mother was around 13 years old, if my memory serves me correctly, and declared himself her foster father. She stroked her chin. Come to think of it, I guess that makes you his spiritual grandson in a way. Yup, I think I can feel the heart attack coming back on. Though I don't think that's legally binding since your mother never took the Baal name. So, there's nothing for you to worry about on that front. That's easy for you to say. From what I've heard about the enigmatic ancestor, he could have those papers up and officialized today if he so pleased. Although, if all the rumors about him are to be believed, then wouldn't that explain a lot about why Martha's personality is the way it is? That's quite the revelation. I wasn't sure how else to respond. Did Zekrom ever tell you why he decided to adopt her? No, and I asked him countless times, believe me, almost every scarce moment when he freely showed his face around the mansion, at least one member of the household would ask him something regarding your mother. Well, at least the ones with the courage to approach him. She smirked proudly. But every time, the answer remained the same. It was either a flat-out, it's none of your business, or a frustrating, you'll know when the time's right. Like we were somehow supposed to be satisfied with that answer. This is definitely one of those situations where for every answer I receive, 2 more questions will pop up to prolong my tireless search for the truth. Honestly speaking, I don't think there's anyone in the underworld, both past and present, who received as much affection from Zekrom as your mother did. Not his closest aides, not any of his descendants, probably not even his own wife. Hell, until your mother came around, I didn't even know he was capable of affection in the first place. I mean, he'd have to be pretty damn attached for a figure like that to adopt someone. She hummed her affirmation. She remained in the Bale mansion for about 2 centuries before deciding to go out and about to explore the world. I can't remember it perfectly, but I know she traveled to some kind of sacred Senjutsu land. Ryuichi Cave, I continued for her. The home of the White Snake Sage. She told you about that. I chuckled. She did more than just tell me about it. I tugged at my kimono, signaling for Sylvie to slither up and poke her head out of my collar. She gave me an unbelievably helpful memento from the place. Pless master, you needn't flatter me with your compliments. Sylvie said, clearly enjoying her well-deserved praise. Oh my, I felt Lady Gremory take an internal step back. Her eyes clearly recognized just how dangerous Sylvie really was underneath her unfathomably adorable scales. You must have impressed her quite a bit for her to gift you a familiar of that caliber. You could say that. I gave Sylvie a light pat, letting her return into the snug comfort of my kimono. I might have impressed Martha, but it was for all the wrong reasons. Granted, it's only the sentiment behind the gift that I have a problem with. The gift itself, on the other hand. I wouldn't trade her for the world. Now then, I think we've talked about your mother enough for one night, at least in this regard. I believe it's time I discuss what I originally came here to talk to you about. I happen to disagree, but I don't think it'd be wise of me to recklessly push her for answers if she's unwilling. It'd probably have taken me months, if not years, to figure out the information she just told me on my lonesome. I'm not going to forget this gesture of goodwill she's shown me, that's for sure. Very well, I agreed and maintained my attentiveness. It's about the digital seal Zekrom placed on House Sallow's history. Once those words left her mouth, I immediately knew what this conversation was going to entail. It's come to my attention that my daughter requested information that technically falls under that seal's preview. Very basic information, mind you, bare bones at most, but the request was made nonetheless. Bingo. But that wasn't the only immediate conclusion I reached. She's speaking as if she's going to genuinely question me about this, rather than launch a full-on interrogation on me. Which means, Rias chose not to spill the beans. I owe her big time, don't I? No kidding. I let out a heavy exhale, rubbing my forehead to seem genuinely disturbed by the news. If that's true, then I'm pretty sure I know where this is going. I offered her a knowing look. You think my mother's attitude, shall we say? It might put your daughter in harm's way. Either that, or you're worried about Zekrom attempting something even while she's up here in the human world. It's a mix of both, though I'm significantly less worried about Zekrom. He can be ruthless, yes, but his ruthlessness is bound by his own logic. Which is, fortunately, quite reasonable. Since my daughter didn't actually obtain any information from her request, he won't see any reason to hand her any kind of punishment. Especially with my son around, the most she'd get is a light verbal warning. For both you and Ria's sake, I hope you're not making the same mistake I did by underestimating Martha. But you believe my mother will be offended by the attempt alone? Yes, she said in a mildly regretful tone of voice. Alduin, I need you to tell me if I should be worried for Ria's safety or not. This town might have my son's political protection, but it does not have his physical presence. If you think my daughter's truly in danger, I must know immediately so I can bring her back home. Even if it's against her wishes, her safety is everything to me. I scratched my cheek. I don't understand. You've known my mother for centuries, and it's abundantly clear to me that you understand her far better than I do. Aren't you more qualified to make that judgment call than I am? I haven't spoken to your mother in over 3 centuries, reminiscence was written all over her face. I knew her back then exceptionally well, but people change with time, some don't experience changes that are nearly as large as others, but change happens regardless. When it comes to the current version of your mother, there is no one who understands her better than you do. There's no one who can. Not even my father. I couldn't help but ask. And in return, I got a soft, pitiful look of understanding from Lady Gremory in return. Ah. It seems she knows what the current Sebastian's become. Oh well, it didn't hurt to check. Haha, that was rather silly of me to ask, wasn't it? We exchanged our silent agreement. All right then. If it's my opinion you want, then I'll gladly give it to you. My gaze steeled as I wore a stone-faced expression that wouldn't budge even under the pressure of a bona fide Dragon King. No, I do not believe Rias is in any danger from my mother's pettiness. I can't use Zekrom's logic as a reference since I've never met the man, but I think she's intelligent enough to understand how colossally screwed she'd be if your son were ever to approach her with vengeance on his mind. Technically, I'm not lying. Because Martha's already done something. She sighed in relief, planting her hand on her chest. Yes, I was of the same opinion. I'm just happy to hear it from your mouth as well. She readjusted her posture, evidently calmed. I'm glad that I was able to offer you some peace of mind, Lady Gremory. Come now, you needn't use honorifics with me. Venelana will do just fine. Mamalana is also acceptable if you're feeling up to it. You have both my son and daughter's trust, that practically makes you family in my book. I beamed. Now I can't help but wonder if Zekram's adoption papers are the ones I should truly be afraid of. We both shared a laugh at that. Family, huh? After what I've done, and the things I'm probably going to do in the future. I think I'm the last person you want to slap that title on, Venelana. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 54, Chapter 54, Secrets Upon Secrets. Chapter 54, Secrets Upon Secrets. Italy, undisclosed location. Standing on the balcony of an Art Nouveau castle, with a glass of blood-red wine in his hands, was a tall, pale man with a skin complexion no different from one would expect of a vampire. His eyes bore the same, eerie shade of the alcohol he was sipping on, the pleasant sight of the residence's parterre reflected in their cornea. He had long, obsidian hair that framed both sides of his face, cascading over his shoulders and sprawling down all the way to his midsection. His ears were pointed like an elf, and he wore a simple, but finely tailored black suit and tie. How dull, he murmured to himself. His gaze shifted upwards to the bright, cloud-filled sky looming above him. A view that most would struggle to find anything but peace in. He was not most. He couldn't be further from it. To him, that serene, tranquil sky was naught but a temporary, long-driven lie designed to mask the proper, rightful truth of the world. War. That was his peace. Brutal, grimy, senseless, awful war. Whether it be between small packs of animals mindlessly chewing at one another, a human nation splitting in two and pointing its own blade at itself, entire continents breaking apart and drowning each other in oceans upon oceans of mankind's blood, or when the higher powers most have yet to comprehend utilize their superior strength to bring about untold destruction. He cherished it all the same. War was beautiful to him. It gave him more than just peace, it gave him purpose as well. It added meaning to an existence that couldn't help but feel bleak every waking moment it spent away from the thrill of the battle. It had been 63 years since he last got to relish in that thrill. When he engaged in an epic clash with the wielder of one of the legendary holy swords, Durandal. The only time in history when he had been pushed back and defeated by a human. It's a shame really, he traced his hand down his torso, where a monumental, grotesque scar left behind by Durandal resided. Even if he's still alive to this day, he's probably been reduced to a mere shadow of his former himself. He groaned, finishing the last of his wine and tossing the glass right over the ledge of the balcony. A true shame. In all honesty, it wasn't the boredom that was truly eating away at him. 63 years was nothing to him, hardly even a speck in the wide-reaching river that was his lifespan. The frustration on the other hand. Now that was something else entirely. His frustration had been plaguing him for millennia. It all stemmed from the conclusion of the bloodiest war in supernatural history. The memory of when the men he believed to be both his friend and leader, gave the order to stand down. To simply put down their weapons, tuck their tails in between their legs, and walk away with their heads lowered. That order turned him into a husk. It had slowly, excruciatingly drained every last drop of passion out of him. It had grabbed him by the head and forced him to watch as everything he believed in was crumpled up, thrown to the ground, stomped, and spit on. But he endured. He endured for millennia. Doing everything in his power to try to make his friend see his point of view. To help him understand that their species were destined to rule above the rest, to dominate all that wasn't them. Only to be refused. Every single time. Time and time again, his friend would turn his head away from the battlefield and drown himself in pointless scientific endeavors to hide from all the horrors that had transpired during the conflict at his hands. Constantly, he insisted that peace and advancement were all that mattered, and to add insult to injury, his friend had the audacity to suggest he do the same. That he lay down his pride and passion, and be content with their status as the weakest faction among the three main participants of the war. How dare he? After all that sacrifice. After all the comrades they lost. After all the atrocities they committed in the name of ensuring victory. He was supposed to just lie down and accept defeat. He was supposed to just forget all the undying hatred he felt towards their enemies. Pretend like it didn't exist, and force a smile as he shook their hands. Unacceptable. He had endured his frustration for millennia. But no more. He wouldn't insult himself by playing the role of content anymore. Someone needed to set the world back to a state of truth, someone needed to lift the false curtain of peace that was covering everyone's eyes, unearth all the filth that had been swept under the rug, and force them to face it again. The ceasefire they had all agreed on was nothing but a barefaced lie. A half measure to give them false hope that their world could exist without violence. What a joke. Hatred of that magnitude didn't simply disappear on its own, you couldn't just forgive and forget, and move on like nothing even happened in the first place. Soon enough, I'll make you all remember. Lord Kokabeel, an aged, jovial voice interrupted his train of thought, causing him to breathe a deep groan before turning to face the men who had approached him. Standing behind Kokabeel with his hands folded behind his back was a short, bespectacled elderly man with gray hair, a mustache, and pitch-black eyes. He adorned a priest outfit and gave off an overall friendly and even-tempered impression. Well, as long as you didn't look into those soulless pits of his for too long. I hope this isn't a bad time. He noticed the look of irritation on Kokabeel's face. I could always come back later if you wish. The missing cadre pinched his nose bridge and sighed. No, I trust you have the common sense not to show yourself before me without something of value to discuss. Valpor. Your confidence in me is deeply appreciated, he chuckled lightly while adjusting his rounded glasses. I'm just here to inform you of a complication of sorts. A minor one, I assure you. But one I think you should be aware of. Go on then. Kokabeel narrowed his sanguine eyes. As it would seem, Fried Selzen has failed to check in with me at the allotted time. Valpor cleared his throat before beginning. Which means he either decided to turn his back on us, which I highly doubt, considering his character. Or he's been compromised in some manner. Oh. Is that what you consider a minor complication? Kokabeel's glare sharpened, sending a dread-ridden chill down Valpor's mortal spine. Because from what I understood, he was the only person you had in mind capable of wielding the Excalibur fragments, was he not? And if he's been compromised, then that more likely than not means Raynair's experienced the same fate. If she's been found out, and the devils have somehow not already declared war on Grigori, then that means Azazel's already intervened. Valpor slipped his finger in between his neck and collar, gulping as beads of sweat started to form on his back and stain the fabric of his attire. But he needed to hold his ground and remain firm. If he appeared weak or even remotely incompetent in front of the cadre, the 10-winged fallen angel wouldn't hesitate to execute him on the spot. I assure you, Lord Kokabeel. I've already prepared a solution to Fried's absence, regardless of whether he's merely being foolish or has been incapacitated. Kokabeel didn't seem all too impressed, but still somewhat willing to let Valpor say his piece before coming to a verdict. As for the governor's intervention, was it not inevitable? I wouldn't dare presume to know him better than you do, but I imagine he began looking for you once you departed from Grigori. Kokabeel hummed, leaning against the balcony. Indeed, you do not know Azazel as well as I do. Hence why you can't comprehend the difference between him wondering what I'm doing, and knowing what I'm doing makes in determining how much of an issue he'll be to my plans. Azazel lacked decisiveness. The old him might have had it in spades, but that version of him was long gone. There was a reason the governor hadn't managed to track him down yet, despite the sheer resources he had at his disposal. Azazel wanted to believe. He wanted to disillusion himself into thinking Kokabeel, a man he deemed one of his closest friends, wouldn't truly go against him, regardless of his outward opposition to the pro-peace policies he pushed forward. Or that even if he did, it'd be possible to reel him back into the fold. How soft, Kokabeel sneered inwardly. Azazel just never seemed to get the message, no matter how clear-cut Kokabeel was with his dissatisfaction. For better or for worse, Kokabeel decided to take his former friend's lack of understanding into his own hands. Leaving behind a certain memento of the person he once was at the abandoned church where Raynair was operating. Granted, he hadn't planned for Azazel to discover said memento for at least another week, as that was when having an aggravated governor-general would be most ideal for him. Oh well, I haven't even confirmed whether they've truly been compromised or not. I can cross that bridge when I get to it. Nonetheless, fallen angel matters are for me to handle, not you. He straightened his posture, looking at Valpor expectantly. Instead, I'd like to hear more about this solution of yours to our lack of a suitable holy sword vessel. It's quite simple, really, a devilish smirk graced Valpor's mug. If we're lacking a Fried, then all we have to do is make another one. Kokabeel raised his brow. You're referring to the Sigurd Institution? The very one, Valpor's smile grew. I wasn't a part of it when they created their first and most successful creation, but I was there long enough when they conscripted me during the mass production phase to know how to create something like Fried. Perhaps even with a few upgrades here and there, if you're willing to lend a small helping hand, of course. If by helping hand, you're expecting me to waltz into the Vatican and take over the institution for you, I'm seriously going to throw you over this ledge. He pointed over the balcony's railing. Oh, please, I'd never be that shameless. Valpor was quick to deny. As ideal as the Sigurd Institution would be, that facility was designed to simultaneously produce specimens in the dozens. It would be overkill. For what we have planned, a singular subject will suffice. A singular successful subject, I believe you mean. Though Kokabeel didn't share Azazel's passion for science. It was hard for him not to pick up a thing or two after spending both his lifespan as an angel and fallen angel in Grigori. He understood the scientific process better than most would imagine. Valpor sighed. I understand why you might call my militaristic planning into question, but surely you have faith in my scientific prowess. He coughed, wiping the sweat off his brow. Lord Kokabeel, I know better than to make such a bold proposition without possessing the confidence in my ability to follow through. The man dubbed with the notorious moniker of the Genocide Archbishop was a shrewd character, there was no question about that. Of course, Kokabeel had dealt with much worse through his exceptionally long life. When it came to such characters, the only thing you could count on was their obsessions. In this case, Valper's was his research, and his desire to live to see the fruits of his research come to life. Taking Valper's current state of exile into account, there was literally no one else for him to rely on other than Kokabeel if he wanted any hope of still pursuing his obsessions. Very well, Kokabeel hummed his reserved approval, ensuring that Valper understood his trust wasn't to be taken lightly. What is it you want? Financing, Valper stated clearly. I still have the necessary underground connections and know how to set up a miniature lab of my own, but the state of my personal wallet has seen far better days. Sure, archbishops appointed for the Vatican were awarded an exceedingly generous stipend. However, Valper hadn't really done a good job of stashing hidden funds before his excommunication. Beyond his scientific ability, Valper's talents were awfully limited, for lack of better words. Finance allocation hadn't really been a strength of his. Officials from the Vatican's treasury were forced to micromanage the funds at Valper's disposal when he spearheaded the Holy Sword project. That can be arranged. Unlike Valper, Kokabeel had been a lot more proactive with his offshore dealings. For quite some time, he had been working hard on procuring investments outside of Grigori's territory, the castle he was residing in at this very moment serving as a prime example. It was all in preparation for the day he'd inevitably break away from Azazel's side for good. Assuming he never managed to convince the governor to agree with his perspective, he knew he'd have to take things into his own hands and would more likely than not need some resources to move whatever pieces needed moving. A day that had finally come. Now, Kokabeel had a considerable resource pool at his disposal, all of which he could utilize for the sole goal of bringing forward his warmongering ambitions. Funding a mere lab would hardly even put a dent in said pool. Your generosity is deeply appreciated, Lord Kokabeel. Valper bowed in an attempt to flatter his newfound employer, but only received a blank look of indifference in return. Don't thank me yet. I won't be giving you so much as a single dime until I've thoroughly confirmed that the Stray and Rainaire's group has actually been compromised. He cautioned. Just because he had a surplus of resources didn't mean he needed to be wasteful with them. What use was there in making another Freed if the existing viable option? In the first place, Kokabeel wasn't counting on Freed for his combat prowess. He only wanted someone who could help him get the Holy Sword fragments involved in the war-starting incident he was cooking up. Of course, Valper bowed once more before leaving him be. After saying her goodbyes to Rias and Gasper last night, Venelana had returned to the Underworld. I'm not sure whether to be disappointed or relieved about that. Part of me still had plenty of questions I wanted to ask her about Martha's past, but the other part was worried that the longer she stayed, the higher the chance of her finding out what happened to Rias. Although she seemed intent on fulfilling my request, there was still the possibility of her slipping up to take into consideration. Even the slightest twitch or misspeak could have alerted Venelana, that woman was frighteningly perspective after all. Fortunately, my student managed to hold her ground, and the next morning came without a bloodthirsty Satan Lucifer appearing at my doorstep. Someone's up early, I quipped, yawning as I descended the staircase into the living room. Observing the sight of Rias assisting Thora in the kitchen as they prepared breakfast, or at least attempting to, I only needed a glance to tell that Thora had relegated all the less consequential tasks to her. She had done the exact same thing to me when I was younger. Years went by before I was allowed to touch anything that would even have a remote impact on the food's actual flavor. Not that I blame her, it's precisely because of her high standards that her dishes are as exquisitely delicious as they are. Oh, believe me, I was planning to sleep in after everything that happened yesterday. Her eyes gravitated towards the sizzling pan of bacon in Thora's hands. But the smell basically slapped me right awake, and I mean that in a good way. You needn't praise me, Lady Rias, but your compliments are appreciated nonetheless, Thora said with a well-restrained smirk. I'm seriously going to need to teach her how to take a compliment at some point, aren't I? Young lord, would you mind setting the table in the meantime? Sure. One by one, I started to get the plates, silverware, glasses, and napkins ready. Only to be interrupted by the sound of someone knocking on my door. 3 presences were waiting outside, all of which I was familiar with. That was quick. I turned to Rias and gave her a questioning look. She raised her brow. What? You said I could use your house as my base of operations, didn't you? Oh, right. I chuckled lightly. Guess I should prepare a few extra plates then. I opened the door to the sight of Isaiah, Chiron, and Aquino all standing outside. All with looks of mild befuddlement on their faces. I think it's safe to assume Rias hasn't told them anything. Otherwise, they'd be in full panic mode right about now, and practically tearing at the seams to rip me a new one. Hey, I greeted them casually, pretending not to notice a certain raven-haired queen's state of mind for the time being. You're all just in time for breakfast, come on in. I stepped aside, welcoming them inside. Alduin, is Rias here? Aquino was the first to speak, clearly forcing herself to appear composed as ever in front of her juniors. Or at least making an effort to. Gasper's here as well. Gasper. They all went wide-eyed at that. I guess Rias didn't have a chance to tell them. You'll all have a chance to catch up with him later. I'm still slowly trying to convert his schedule from a nocturnal to a diurnal one, so I won't wake him up until noon. I started walking towards the kitchen, motioning for them to follow. For now, go ahead and grab yourself a chair. Trust me, you wouldn't want to miss Thora's bacon for the world. It'd be a dishonor to your taste buds. We appreciate the hospitality, Isaiah replied. Clearly more interested in seeing Rias than talking to his amazing, talented, ultra-handsome, highly intelligent sensei. It's not like I want my students' attention or anything. Baka. On a more serious note, I decided it was best to just stand back and allow Rias to come up with whatever explanation she deemed most fitting for their new, and hopefully brief arrangement at my residence. I'm not worried about her telling them the truth, because like me, she understands that doing so would potentially only put them in more danger. I mean, if Martha's willing to go after Lord Lucifer's little sister. Who knows what she'd do to a group of middle-class devils? Explaining the danger that woman's pettiness poses wouldn't amount to anything either. They're an emotional bunch, to the point where disclosing the truth to them would only lead to either of two possibilities. 1. They recklessly try to go after the woman herself and get themselves severely hurt, or worse. 2. They spill the beans to Lord Lucifer, or someone within his scope of influence, and Martha gets blasted into extinction. Ideally, I'd prefer neither scenario happening. Once breakfast had been prepared, Alduin decided to take his meal to his greenhouse alongside Thora to allow Rias and her peerage some privacy so they could converse with one another in complete comfort. Everyone's first instinct was to question Rias on why she had asked them to come to Alduin's residence without explaining, as well as why she was here at such an early hour. However, a formidable opponent had gotten in the way of that instinct. The frighteningly pungent, mouth-watering, aromatic smell of sizzling bacon sat before them on their plates. A smell that sang to their very stomachs, beckoning them to cast aside all their worries and dig in with abandon. You guys can relax, Rias breathed an amused chuckle upon noticing their hunger-driven conflict. Not that she could blame them, she was pretty much experiencing the same thing. She knew Thora had used some kind of special seasoning, but failed to pry the recipe for the blend out of the damper. I'm not going anywhere, you'll have all the time in the world to ask me your questions after you've eaten. They each gulped down their rapidly building saliva, grabbed their forks, and prepared to dig in. Delicious. Lightning surged through their taste buds, awakening a primal hunger in them that caused them to frantically wolf down their food as if it was about to grow legs and run away. Munch. 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 From their first bite, till their last, not a single word was spoken. Only the sound of furious chewing and the clattering cutlery remained, and in less than a minute, every plate in the room had been cleared spotless. Down to the very last crumb. What just happened? Kiba blinked, wondering how he had just gone from his usual nightly self to a gluttonous food vacuum in a split second. Quality dining, I believe, would be the most fitting term. You can thank Alduin's maid for it when you get the opportunity. Rias replied calmly, tapping her napkin against her mouth as if she wasn't just as ravenous as her peerage, and plotting to steal Thora's recipe for herself. Now then, I believe I owe you all an explanation. They all leaned forward with piqued intrigue. Rias straightened her posture. First and foremost, we'll temporarily be using Alduin's home as our base of operations. She narrowed her eyes, looking at Aquino in particular. I was discussing our arrangements with him, if you're wondering why I was here in advance. She couldn't have her queen getting any ideas. Is something wrong with the clubroom? Aquino queried. No, the clubroom's perfectly fine. She reassured. This arrangement's more so a matter of convenience than it is necessity. When it came to planning her explanation, Rias originally intended to try to spin the story, telling them about the threat, but presenting Martha's servant as someone associated with the rogue cell of fallen angels, who had infiltrated her clubroom with the intent of going after her as a form of revenge, only to be stopped by Alduin's intervention, but at the potential risk of making her a continued target, leading her to remain in close proximity with her assigned guardian until the situation was deemed fully resolved. It didn't take long for her to realize how problematic that explanation was after a bit of deliberation. First of all, she hadn't had a chance to disclose the fallen angel situation in advance, which would open an entirely separate line of questioning, making incorporating it into the explanation twice as hard as the explanation itself already was. Secondly, she had her suspicions about whether or not Alduin had told her everything. For a situation as serious as a faction that had signed the ceasefire, albeit a rather flimsy one, intruding on territory protected by both the Satan Leviathan and Lucifer to be resolved in such a short span of time, seemed just a little too convenient. If she ended up going with that without knowing the full story, there was a pretty damn high chance of it coming back to bite her in the ass. Alduin, just how many secrets are you hiding? Assuming you've got more going on than this mess involving your mother. Granted, after experiencing the consequences of said mess firsthand, she was a lot less eager to go digging than before. Last but not least, such a story demanded she reveal that she was threatened in the first place. A crucial factoid her peerage wasn't yet aware of, and logically speaking, Rias knew it was best to keep it that way despite how much she hated lying to them. It was for the sake of their own safety after all. It wouldn't matter how much she tried to convince them to drop the matter, there wasn't an explanation on God's green earth that could ever stop them, even remotely, from hunting down the person that had made Rias, the king they all looked up to and cherished like family, experience such a thing. And they'd do with every iota of strength they could muster. Would it lead them to Alduin's mother? Would it not? She didn't know. Nor did she want to know. If that woman was willing to go after her, even after considering her status and relationships, then she couldn't imagine what had happened to her subordinates. In all honesty, if Rias ever found herself in a predicament where her peerage had, in fact, entered the sights of House Buné's lady, she would tell her older brother everything if it meant keeping them safe. It was a decision she didn't want to make, but one she knew could end up proving itself necessary. Her choice to oblige Alduin's request, at least for now, wasn't just a result of his lowering his head and pleading for her to do so. It was because she truly did value the work he was doing. He had only been in Kuo for a short while, but Kaneko, Kiba, and Gasper had all benefited immensely from it. Aquino still appeared to be in a state of limbo, but taking his previous work into account, she imagined it was only a matter of time before she started to show results as well. Alduin had shown them a path that could help them break the shackles they were burdened with. As ashamed as she was to admit it, Rias doubted she'd have achieved the same thing anytime soon, if at all. She didn't really share his talent for emotional confrontation. She didn't want the growth her peerage was experiencing to be abruptly cut off, lest they return to stagnation once more. Especially with the threat of Riser still looming on the horizon. And at the same time, she couldn't help but pity him a little. It was abundantly clear that Alduin understood his mother's less than favorable nature far better than she ever could. He acknowledged her actions as unjustifiable and wrong, straight to Ria's face, making no excuses on her behalf, and telling her directly that his wish to protect her was both idiotic and selfish. Yet, he wished it anyway, and she'd be lying if she said his upfront honesty didn't earn a fair amount of her respect. She couldn't imagine herself in his position. If they had swapped mothers, she had no idea if she'd react the same way as him or not. Venelana Gremory was the kindest, most supportive woman she knew. A true pillar of nobility with a well-deserved reputation as a role model for the youth and her peers alike to look up to. Martha Salos, on the other hand, was known only for her reputation of leaving her past spouses hollow shells of what they once were. Other than that, she knew absolutely nothing. And clearly, the woman wanted to keep it that way. As I believe Alduin just informed you all, Gasper's staying here as well. She continued. Her peerage was only mildly taken aback by that. Kaneko had already sensed the seal's destruction only moments after Alduin had broken it, and picked up on his scent scattered all over the damper's old room. Rias' words now only served as confirmation that he was here. Ultimately, she decided to prepare an explanation that wouldn't skim the notion of her having been threatened at all. If she wanted to honor Alduin's request while keeping her peerage safe, the best thing she could do was keep them as far away from the incident as possible. And as you're all aware, his power can be quite sporadic at times. Hence why my brother was so strict on keeping his movements monitored. It hadn't happened often, but they had experienced a handful of forbidden Baylor view misfires on the few occasions where Gasper was given more freedom to roam the Gremory mansion. Fortunately, Grafia was there most of the time to defuse the situation. As formidable as Gasper's sacred gear was, it had limits, and freezing a Satan-class existence was one of them. For now, at least. None of them were the type to pin the blame on Gasper. However, the fact that he could freeze any one of them in time with a mere glance did warrant a certain level of apprehension from them. Bucho, are you sure it's safe for Gasper to be out of his seal? Kaneko spoke up, expressing everyone's concerns. At first. No, absolutely not. I had half a mind to storm in here and take him back with force. She sighed, her eyes lingering around the staircase leading up to the second floor, where Gasper's room was. But, after understanding why Alduin had taken him, and what he had been doing with him, I realized it'd be foolish of me to separate them. Not if I truly cared about what was best for Gasper. Rias lowered her head. The guilt from Alduin's speech about the unintentional neglect she and her family had shown Gasper by virtue of not confronting his sacred gear as they should have, still ate at her. Aquino's expression tightened. Her mind quickly dissected Rias' words and connected the dots. Bucho, are you suggesting? Yes, she nodded. He and his mate appeared to have found a way to help Gasper control his sacred gear. It's a temporary solution at the moment, but they believe it'll turn into a permanent one with time and practice. Immediately, they all understood the possibility Alduin was trying to bring about. One where Forbidden Baylor View could be actively deployed in their upcoming raiding game against Riser. A deciding factor, unlike anything else the peerage had at their disposal, which would practically trivialize their opponent's ability to defend themselves, regardless of what tactics they choose to employ. How? Aquino couldn't help but ask. I'll get to that later. For now, I'd like to get back to why we're staying here. She cleared her throat. Since Gasper needs to be supervised and looked after by Alduin and his maid while he's training, I thought an arrangement like this might be a good way to make up for the severe lack of interaction we've had with Gasper. His isolation hasn't done his communication and social skills any good, so I think it's about time we start working on that. Together. As a peerage. Her subordinates all exchanged deliberative glances with one another, taking a moment to mull over their king's words. She made a good point. Gasper hadn't had many opportunities to really interact or get to know the members of the peerage aside from Rias herself. Most of his time was spent silently forming contracts on his laptop, ones that made him the overall breadwinner of the peerage, mind you, and by a pretty sizable margin. He never trained with them. He rarely ever ate with them. The number of times he wandered the Gremory territory with them could be counted on one hand. And all those instances had to be cut short because of just how much the damper struggled with being in public. Perhaps this was a chance to make up for that lack of attention. A chance they'd be extremely foolish and irresponsible to let slip. Yes, I think you're right, Aquino spoke for everyone. It would be nice to have an opportunity to socialize with Gasper some more, a lot more, preferably. But couldn't this have been discussed with us beforehand? She didn't see the need to be secretive about something the peerage would inevitably agree on. I'm discussing it with you now, aren't I? She smirked. Anyhow, now that our bellies are filled, I think it's time for us to get back to work, wouldn't you agree? There was training to be done, and a phoenix to swat. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 55, Training Chamber. Chapter 55, Training Chamber. Are you sure you'll be able to pull this off, young lord? Thora asked me, her eyes filled with concern as I started performing a few routine warm-up stretches in the backyard. Doubtful, are we? I smirked, allowing my demonic power to course through my veins in preparation. Not without reason, she admitted. While I wouldn't dare question the command you hold over your wood manipulation, your proficiency with other elements leaves much to be desired. Her tone was strained. A clear attempt to try not to sound too condescending. Although, there's certainly a fair bit of truth to her words. Oh, come on, all I'm doing is playing around with a little earth magic. What's the worst that could happen? I chuckled, insistent on going forward with what I had planned. There's hardly anything little about what you're trying to do. Her eyes narrowed with apprehension. And need I remind you're playing around with not just safety of everyone here, but the entire neighborhood. I huffed, waving her worries off. There's no need to be such a worrywart, safety's practically my middle name. She deadpanned. Strange, it's almost like she doesn't believe me. It must be my imagination. Trust me, everything will be just fine. I interlocked my fingers, stretching my hands outwards until the joints in my appendages let out a satisfying pop. There'll be a slight tremor at most, that's all. If your definition of a slight tremor and a magnitude 10 earthquake are one and the same, then yes, I suppose there will be. She replied, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Now you're just being dramatic, I rolled my eyes. Just sit back, and be amazed by your young lord's masterful prowess. I knelt down and placed both palms against the yard's soft grass, injecting a sliver of earth-natured demonic power into the soil and letting it dive deep below the foundation of my villa. By allowing it to work in tandem with my ki, I could essentially skin the area and map the space I was going to mold out. Quickly finding where all the power lines and important facilities connected to my villa and the surrounding houses were. Knowing you, it's probably pointless to ask, but are you sure you wouldn't rather I do this instead? I'm not sure Lord Lucifer and Lady Leviathan will be pleased to visit Kuo in a state of absolute ruin. Sheesh, first you're worried about the neighborhood's safety, and now the whole town. Have some faith in my abilities, will ya? I pouted while creating a mental blueprint of the dimensions of the underground training area I was about to create. With the help of a few barriers here and there, it is indeed possible to host one-on-one training sessions in my backyard. But it isn't really optimal, not only is it exposed to the elements, but there's a high risk of my beautiful plants being damaged during sparring. My gardener's pride won't stand for that. Which is why I've decided to create a much larger, underground area for my lovely students to utilize while they're staying here. It's a lot more convenient since they'll have a space where they can train, test their new abilities, and wreak havoc to their heart's content without worry. And because I'm thinking of using my wood clone technique to train them simultaneously. They might not be fit for active combat yet, but I think they'll do just fine for sparring. Especially for Isaiah, he'll need continuous access to a test dummy for when he wants to put all the new attributes he'll be creating into practice. In hindsight, they might be useful for more than just physical training. Since they share all my knowledge, I should be able to use them to provide the peerage with verbal guidance as well. Huh, it looks like I did find a proper use for them after all, neat. I have plenty of faith in your abilities, young lord. Just not that particular ability, I'm afraid. She replied, as if she totally wasn't scooting away from me to brace for impact. Earning a miffed look from me in return. I'm merely trying to be your voice of reason, that's all. She insisted. After about a minute or less of mental drafting, I had the positioning, depth, width, and height of the training chamber all planned out. Here goes nothing. Without further ado, I allowed a torrent of earth magic to unleash itself from the pores on my palms, crashing into the soil like a broken reservoir, only to be wrangled back into my control in an instant, before it could cause any palpable destruction. Thousands upon thousands of cubic meters of subsoil, weathered rock, and bedrock were being torn apart and shifted at the same time. The force I was exerting was enough to form the epicenter of an earthquake almost as potent as the one Thora had cautioned me about, only smaller in radius. Yet, not even the slightest tremor or rumbling could be felt. Why? Because I had made sure to layer the perimeter of the strata I was altering beforehand with a coat of flexible wood, the ratio between water and earth being composed in favor of the former to give it a more sponge-like composition, thus allowing it to absorb all the tensional stress the moving rock generated. Good grief, it pains me to admit it, but there's no way I would have pulled this off without Martha's advice regarding the balance of water and earth involved in wood manipulation. If only she'd teach me how to actually create plant life as well, rather than just manipulate its existing form. I'd love to decorate the training grounds with some flora. Guess I'll just have to make do with what I've got. Maybe I can create a nice river or waterfall to give the place some added color. I could also install some plants manually, though that might be too much even for someone with my degree of passion for gardening. I've yet to even finish filling up my greenhouse. Young lord. Thora called out to me with a questioning tone. She watched as I stood up and opened my eyes, snapping out of my state of deep concentration only minutes after entering it. Still not feeling so much as a slight shake beneath her feet. I told you, didn't I? You just needed to have a little confidence. I smirked, crossing my arms with a proud pose. You're finished. She looked around, noticing that nothing was awry with the visible terrain. I didn't feel a thing. It's all right, I understand how difficult it must be to bear the pressure of being in the presence of my unyielding genius. I rubbed my nose, holding my head up high. But before I let you sing my praises till sunset, I should probably let you have a look at the work I've done first. I stomped my foot against the grass, triggering the creation of a rather lengthy flight of stone steps. Leading around 50 feet beneath the villa's foundation into a large, unfortunately empty rectangular expanse composed of stone and more stone. With the wooden impact-absorbing layer safely hidden beneath the rocky walls, flooring, and ceiling to keep the area nice and secure, preventing it from collapsing from the inevitable combat that'll be happening within. I wouldn't want the place caving over my students' heads and crushing them into a fine paste while they're training now, would I? The dimensions of the space were about 200 feet and 50 feet in length and width respectively, and about 25 feet in height. Making the chamber roughly double the size of the gymnasium located within Ria's schoolhouse. Of course, these were all rough estimates since the scanning technique I just used doesn't come with an inbuilt calculator. But now that I'm seeing the area I've constructed in person, I'd say the margin for error is less than 1%. It seems I was mistaken about your elemental prowess, young lord. I hope you'll forgive me. She muttered while taking a moment to survey the landscape I had created. I chuckled, putting my hand on her shoulder. Actually, I wasn't entirely sure I could pull it off myself. I was just hyping myself up so my nerves didn't get in the way once I began. I see, she hummed inquisitively. Whatever the case, it's clear your skills have improved quite a bit. While I wouldn't want you to become too self-absorbed, I don't think there's any harm in taking a little pride in your work. True, I nodded my agreement. But my work's a bit dull-looking, wouldn't you agree? It wouldn't be doing the mentality of my students any favors if I left them in such a gloomy place all day long. It sounds like you have something in mind. Yup, my reserves still had plenty of demonic power left over to continue landscaping. So there's no reason for me to stop here. This time there might be some turbulence, so you may want to brace yourself. Once again, my palms met the ground, and my body started to generate a considerable amount of earth-natured demonic power. Not as much as I used to create the chamber itself though, probably only about a third of that. Rumble. Since there wasn't any interior padding in the room, the tremors coursing through the expanse were violent, to say the least. Varying sizes of rock started to crumble and tear off the walls and ceiling, trembling in the wake of the seismic waves that were pouring out of the space's flooring that I was trying to alter, while simultaneously keeping my focus on the ceiling's stability so it didn't collapse over me and Thora. It was like trying to circle both arms in different directions, which quickly made me realize that I may have bitten off more than I could chew. Young lord, focus on whatever it is you're trying to do. I'll ensure the place remains stable, she offered a helping hand, focusing all her efforts on the ceiling and stabilizing it almost instantaneously. I let out a bout of dry laughter. Oh Thora, whatever would I do without you? With her help, I could now focus completely on the river channel I was creating straight down the room's middle. Save your praises for later, the amount of weight I'm keeping from falling down on us is proving to be rather taxing on my concentration. I noticed a singular bead of sweat form on her forehead. I think that's a signal for me to hurry the hell up. I continued to expand the channel, stopping only once it had taken up a fourth of the chamber's width, and the depth had reached 20 feet. The curvature and overall shape being to my exact liking. I can't help but compare my landscaping work to that of Martha's. The fact that I'm being this picky about everything hardly comes as a surprise to me. Just you wait, woman, one day I'll have a forest of my own that'll make yours look like a toddler's arts and crafts project. After I figure out the secret to plant creation, that is. Alright, you can stop now. I gave Thora a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Thanks for the assistance. I'm merely doing my job. Although, I'd appreciate a warning next time you're about to attempt something like that. She exhaled, needing a moment to catch her breath. Yes, ma'am. I saluted. It was now time for the final step of installing the river, getting some actual water flowing through it. I mean, I could just keep pouring water into the channel until it's filled, but where's the fun in that? I'm trying to make something with flair. Besides, I'm really not in the mood to figure out a way to control the room's temperature so the water doesn't just straight up evaporate. It'd be tedious to keep refilling the river time and time again since it can't naturally refill itself through rainwater in an underground space like this. I know that look on your face, she remarked with squinted eyes. You're about to attempt a high-level spell you have absolutely no confidence in successfully pulling off, aren't you? My lips dropped into a frown. Oi, when did I give you permission to use a mind-reading technique on me? She merely rolled her eyes in response. Besides, I managed to pull off creating this entire place, didn't I? You said it yourself, my skills have grown. She shook her head and sighed in resignation. Why do I even bother trying to dissuade you? Honestly, I'd like to know the answer to that question as well. There's not a single life form who understands my stubbornness as well as she does. Go ahead then, at the very least, this should be a good learning experience for you. I dashed over to the furthermost end of the chamber, my eyes drifting back and forth between the end of the empty river channel and the wall it was propped up against. Mental calculations swam through my brain like a school of herrings. Not only did I need to make sure the spell was successful, but I also needed to ensure the precision of its deployment to make sure I didn't end up flooding the chamber. After all, I was planning to install a miniature waterfall into the wall, the water of which would flow into the river and fill it up for me. Of course, since there obviously wasn't a natural source of water for me to utilize down here, I'd have to make one on my own. Magic would be my instrument. More specifically, a technique called the waterfall basin technique. If I asked Thora to, she could cast with little to no trouble, but just because I'm training my students doesn't mean I should neglect my own training. Not if I'm serious about devoting every fiber of strength and focus within me to achieving Satan class. With the technique, you could create a source of spring water in a place that completely lacked water veins, and manipulate the water source to create waves that would serve as the waterfall's flow. I recall attempting to pull it off when I was younger to impress Thora, and let's just say the results left much to be desired. I'm pretty sure I was thinking with my lower half more than I was with my upper one. My understanding of elemental magic was awfully rigid back then, like a raw piece of dough that had yet to be molded into a fine piece of pottery. There was no craftsmanship or finesse in the way I used demonic power. I like to think that isn't the case anymore. Technically, the technique's classified as water type. But when you really break it down to its roots, you need a firm understanding of water, earth, and wind to bring it to fruition. Water, to create your source of spring water. Earth, to create an area for the water to reside, angle the waterfall's stream, make an opening for the waterfall's plunge pool, and most importantly, to ensure that the rock beneath the waterfall's stream is actually strong enough to support its weight. Otherwise, the rock would just erode, and your waterfall would come crashing in on itself. And finally, wind, to make sure the force of the waterfall's current is as strong as it needs to be. The flow of a waterfall needs to be fast and powerful, like a crashing rapid. Not a flimsy, timid stream. I'm obviously far more experienced with water and earth than I am with other elements, but I don't think I'll struggle with the wind part. I managed to coat the entirety of my gargantuan, fully dragonified wings in wind magic after all. Merely accelerating a current should be nothing to me. Once I felt like I had everything mapped out, I took a deep breath and placed one hand against the coarse stony wall. I closed my eyes and honed my visualization of the formation I wanted to breathe life into as much as I could. Resonating with my imagination, the root of demonic power source, to its fullest extent. It was time to begin. Taking proper precautions this time, I created another layer of flexible wood under the entirety of the chamber's ceiling. I started to notice the toll all the high-scale landscaping I was doing in quick succession was taking on my demonic power reserves, but I decided to persevere. I still have about 40% of my total energy left in the tank despite having just moved thousands of cubic meters of earth. As long as I don't muck up too much and force myself to make corrections, I should be able to create the waterfall with energy to spare. Thora knows the dangers of completely exhausting one's reserves in such a short span of time. If I were in any actual danger, she wouldn't hesitate to step in and stop me before I cause myself permanent harm. That said, the sweating and quickening of my breathing was making it rather difficult to gather 100% of my concentration. Calm yourself, Alduin. You're not satisfied with remaining a third-rate mage, right? So focus and prove to yourself that you've improved. You have to if you want to have any hope of catching up to her. I muttered aloud, pushing myself to recompose myself. Even circulating some of my ki in a rhythmic manner to help with the calming process. Alright, let's do this. The sound of rock grinding, tearing, and shearing against itself resounded throughout the chamber, echoing with immense vibrato. Bit by bit, my demonic power started to carve a pocket in the upper wall positioned right above the start of the hollow river channel. Carefully, I started to expand the length of the pocket backwards, giving the water source I was going to install some breathing room, and making it easier for the wind magic I'd eventually apply to obtain maximum coverage. Squeezing it all into a tight pocket isn't impossible for me, but it most certainly isn't ideal. Next, I started to harden the layers of rock tucked beneath the pocket, strengthening them to their utmost limit and plugging any joints that water could seep into to completely nullify the possibility of erosion. I don't even want to imagine how embarrassing it'd be to flaunt my creation in front of my students, only for it to come tumbling down until it was reduced to mere rubble. The total process took about 10 minutes of silent, grueling concentration and effort. The initial formations weren't an issue, but all the touch-ups I had to do afterwards to guarantee maximum security and stability proved to be quite the tiresome task. Phew, I heaved a sigh of relief once I concluded the first section of the formation. I wiped the accumulated beads of sweat off my brow. It was now time to create the spring water source. Spring water wasn't particularly difficult to create, it was just rainwater that had been naturally filtered by the earth. It runs through layers of rock and soil, and the downward movement removes all the impurities and sediment from it, leaving the water clear. When water is created through water magic, it's got about the same composition as rainwater. If you exclude the glaring fact that it's composed of particles of demonic power. All I had to do was use earth magic to create a sheet of pebbles and soil on top of the designated pocket, and summon the water above it, filtering it through the sheet like a strainer you'd use in a kitchen. I might not have to use spring water for the formation, but I'm in the mood to push myself, so I'm doing it anyway. Oh, and I could incorporate some fire magic to create a hot spring later on if I wanted to. I mean, come on, who wouldn't want to take a soothing dip after working up a hellish sweat? Hot water's quite beneficial for post-workout muscle relaxation. Just because I plan on working my students to the bone doesn't mean I can't spoil them a little every now and then. The task of making the spring water itself was hardly a challenge, the duration of it on the other hand. Now that was something else. I needed to continue pouring water until enough of it had flowed from the source into the river channel to fill it up completely. Once that was done, the formation would naturally draw upon my demonic power reserves to replenish itself as long as I was close enough to it. Considering that the channel itself was 250 feet long, 20 feet deep, and 12.5 feet wide. It quickly became clear to me that I was going to be here for a while. Part of me thought it was better to ask Thora for a bit of assistance, but that part of me was quickly engulfed by the burning desire to someday reach Martha's level of prowess. It didn't matter how minor or major the improvement was, as long as there was a chance to improve, it wanted me to seize it for all it was worth. I can't afford to let myself get complacent. It's a joy to have the privilege of training my students, but everything I'm doing here in Kuo is temporary. At the end of the day, I will always be Alduin of House Buné. This town is nice, but it's just a stopgap with the sole purpose of buying me time to prepare for the inevitable day when I confront that house. I've known this from the get-go, when I first made this deal with Seraphal and Lord Lucifer. With that resolve in mind, I continued. Focusing on nothing but the sound of water seeping its way through sediment and slowly, but surely filling up the river channel. I refused to acknowledge the encroaching fatigue until my work was completed. 1 minute turned to 2. 2 to 3. 3 to 4. 4 to 5. So and so forth, drip by drip, the image of the waterfall I had visualized remained firm as ever within the confines of my brain. The once thin sheen of sweat covering my skin grew thicker and thicker with each passing moment. The circuits of demonic power contained within my body didn't let up for a single second, just as determined as I was to see this project through, learn from it, and use it to create something even greater in the future. Time continued to tick by, my internal clock no longer bothering to keep track of how long this was taking. My concentration continued to strengthen, sharpening to the point where I started to grow numb to everything around me, save for the cascading image I had conjured in my head. Young lord, that's enough. Until eventually, Thora's soft voice snapped me out of my trance-like state, followed by the gentle brushing of her digits against my back. I blinked, groggily opening my eyes that had been closed for an uncertain amount of time, and breathing in the earthy, musty smell of spring water permeating through the chamber. How long was I out? A little more than half an hour, young lord. Her eyes directed themselves over my shoulder, observing the gentle flow of water from the pocket embedded within the upper wall into the start of the river channel. A genuine smile graced her lips as she did so. You did well, exceptionally well. You should be proud of yourself. At last, my river had been filled. With about 15% of my demonic power reserves remaining, give or take. It was truly a sight worth marveling at, one that added a much-needed sense of color to the once barren, lifeless chamber. I could only imagine how much its beauty would magnify if I were able to surround it with an elegant bed of flora and vegetation. I suppose I'll just have to allow that wish to fuel my motivation for the time being. It really is quite something. I allowed genuine words of self-praise to leave my mouth. But it isn't a waterfall yet. The water was flowing. But I didn't need it to flow, I needed it to crash. The sound of a waterfall's overhang stream clashing with the plunge pool that lay beneath it was a trademark component of a waterfall's splendor. With the wave of my hand, I called upon the power of wind magic, and the current's force increased threefold. The pleasant sound of waves crashing finally made audible, the water bursting at the base of the plunge pool appearing white from the air-water collision. Finally, I could say with complete confidence that I had successfully cast the waterfall basin technique. Much better, I couldn't help but smile. An overwhelming sense of pride welling up within me as I observed the finished product. Now then, I think it's about time I introduce my students to their new training ground. Young lord, I believe a bit of rest is due before you tend to them. You may not be completely exhausted, but that doesn't change the fact that you just used up nearly the entirety of your reserves within less than an hour. I huffed. Nonsense, I've still got more than enough energy to start training them. The second I started to march towards the exit, I was met with an abrupt loss of balance, my legs nearly staggering to the point of collapse. You were saying? She raised a single brow. I rubbed my nape. I suppose a quick nap couldn't hurt. Man, I didn't plan on this scene being an entire chapter on its own, but for some reason it just flowed really, really well. And I had a lot of fun going in depth with Alduin's magical process. I might do it again at some point, but I won't overdo since I understand the importance of pacing. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, The Queen's Resolve and Mother's Reaction. Chapter 56, The Queen's Resolve and Mother's Reaction. You made all this, just now? Aquino asked with a tone of total disbelief and sheer amazement. Having just descended the stone steps leading into the training chamber from his backyard. She couldn't help but wonder how Alduin had created such a large-scale area without them sensing a thing, or feeling a mild disturbance at the very least. Rock displacement on this level was normally part of an earthquake-labeled package deal. Getting everything the way I wanted it and making sure it was as safe as possible took about an hour in total. But more or less, yeah. I started working on it while you were all having breakfast. Alduin smiled, sparing a glance at the proud watery formation he had installed within the chamber. The ever-present sound of rushing water echoing from the waterfall's base was like music to his ears. It really did make the training area feel like more than an empty, rock-ridden rectangle. It gave the place a desperately needed sense of life and wonder. From the look on Aquino's face, he was fairly certain the formation was just as impressive as he hoped his students would find it. But, how? She felt obligated to ask, not just out of morbid curiosity, but professional curiosity as well. She was the sole user of elemental manipulation within her peerage after all. Her affinity towards lightning-natured demonic power was by far her strongest attribute, but she was also capable of utilizing fire, water, and surprisingly enough, ice. A mutated, or evolved version of water magic that very few devils possessed. Seraphal being the most notable example. Seeing a construct like this practically sent her magical curiosity into overdrive. I'll spare you the nitty-gritty details since now's not an ideal time for me to give you a lengthy geology lesson. He cleared his throat before continuing. I used senjutsu to map out the area. Earth magic to create the space itself, and a combination of earth, water, and wind magic to make that butte over there. He pointed his thumb at the waterfall. Pretty cool, right? I'll say, her opinion of Alduin was relatively conflicted. However, she knew that this chamber was not only proof of his immense magical reserves, but proof of a superb level of control over his elemental prowess. As a fellow mage, she couldn't help but respect his mastery. Though I have to ask, why am I the only one here? If this is where we're going to be training from now on, shouldn't the others have a look as well? For some reason, Thora informed the group that Alduin only wanted to see Aquino at the moment. Don't worry, they'll be here soon enough. I just thought it'd be nice for the two of us to have some privacy, considering the nature of the conversation we're about to have. The hardened, knowing look in Alduin's eyes told her the moment she would love nothing more than to procrastinate had arrived. This was about the words they had exchanged on that rooftop. It was now time for the Lightning Priestess to decide what exactly those words meant to her, and how they'd shape her from this point onwards. She pressed her lips together with hesitation. Does it have to be now? He shook his head. No, it doesn't have to be. I know that forcing you to confront something like this when you're unwilling would only do you more harm than good. So if you truly don't want to talk about this, I'll drop the subject, no questions asked. She exhaled, wearing a self-depreciating smile. I sense it but coming. But, he sucked his teeth. If you're serious about doing the best you can not just for your king and juniors, but yourself, then you should be well aware that time isn't a luxury you can afford right now. How shameful would it be if by the time the raiding game with Riser came around, everyone but Akino's abilities had progressed by leaps and bounds. Even if they won without her assistance, she'd have to live with the fact that she was the only one among them who didn't give their all into preparing. A stigma like that would be quite frankly, unbearable. It's just. I'm unsure. Akino bit down on her lower lip, hoping Alduin would deduce her meaning so she wouldn't have to say what she had on her mind aloud. Unsure of what? Alduin tilted his head, his words pushing the queen even further into her discomfort. In truth, he knew exactly what Akino wanted to silently convey to him. Yet, he also knew that allowing her to maintain that silence wouldn't do her any favors. Confronting one's inner turmoil was supposed to be an uncomfortable experience, he would know. The mental training he was giving her wasn't all that different from physical training. If it didn't hurt, you weren't doing it right. She shuddered as she felt his piercing, verdant gaze fix on her like a hawk. One way or another, he would make her say the words. I don't know how to separate them. The brutish, yet truthful words Alduin had offered her on that rooftop resurfaced. Do you know what the crux of your problem is? You can't differentiate power from person. To her, the holy lightning she wielded wasn't just holy lightning. It was the holy lightning she had inherited from her father, Barakiel. The man who failed to protect his wife, her mother, when she needed him most. When you wield your power, you wield it not just for yourself, but for them. And when you choose not to, you're not only denying yourself that power, but you're also denying them your power. You're leaving them void of your strength when they need it most. She knew. She understood how helpful that power could be to protecting her king and her comrades. There wasn't anything in the world she desired more than to keep the people she held close to her heart safe, but that desire was contaminated by the hatred she held for the cadre. Hate. It held her back, like it had a vice grip around her fists, cramming the heart-crushing memory of her mother being slaughtered before her eyes each time she started to muster up the courage to make those bolts of godly electricity her own. The hate wouldn't let her move on. No matter how hard she tried, it'd feel like she was trying to walk against a raging upstream current with nothing but brute strength. Only to be pushed back, again, and again, and again. Them. I'm afraid you're going to need to be a little more specific than that. But now, another current had made its presence known. One that was trying to push her further upstream. It had given her a brief, but hopeful glimpse of what lay beyond that stream, and maybe, just maybe, it had the power to make that wishful sight a permanent one. Listen closely, power itself cannot decide who you are. It's how you use it that determines your character, or in your case, how you don't use it, I suppose. Only one question remained. Was she willing to accept his help? Alduin could guide her towards the right path, yes, but he could not force her to walk it. A teacher's job was to teach. A student's job was to absorb and use what they were taught for themselves. I can't. She choked the words out. Separate, my father. Referring to him by that word alone made it feel like needles were being jabbed into her throat. From our holy lightning. She followed with a gasp, keeling over and panting as if she had just run a marathon. Well done. He congratulated her in a low, soft somber tone, gently caressing her back in an effort to soothe her. This might sound like some flimsy cliché you'd hear from a shrink, but I'll say it anyway, only by truly acknowledging the root of the problem can you begin to tackle it. And you've done exactly that. Do you really think it's possible for me to stop hating him? She whispered. He shook his head. I can't say for certain, just because I read your file doesn't mean I truly understand what your relationship with him truly is, nor what it will become. As much as Akino wanted a definite answer, she couldn't deny the logic behind his words. What I do know is this, you're ready to start treating the power as your own. Not a mere extension of your father's will, but a tool that you can hone for your sake, and to protect the people you care about. For Rias, Isaiah, Chiron, and Gasper. Her answer was now clear. Yes, she would accept his help. The path ahead would be a frighteningly rocky one, that was for sure, but after all these years, she finally felt like there was a light at the end of the tunnel. She didn't need to remain shackled by her hate. If she truly gave it her all, she could cleave her way forward. Hope would be the most apt description for what she was currently feeling. Goodness me, don't tell me I'm starting to develop a bit of a crush. Foo-foo, how shameful, and thrilling. So, she took a deep breath, standing up straight with an optimistic smile. Where do we begin? That's the spirit, he approved inwardly. Combat-wise, what do you think is your biggest flaw? He began. She tapped her finger against her lip, letting out a thoughtful hum. She recalled the frustrating memory of what had happened during Alduin's welcoming ambush, when he took advantage of her holy lightning to pull Kiba into the crossfire. Accuracy. He pursed his lips. Yes, like Rias controls, most certainly an aspect I'd like to help you develop. But that's not the answer I'm looking for, he admitted. I'm talking about your overall fighting style. The way you approach a battle itself. She blinked. I'm not sure I follow. You strike me as the type to want to end a fight as quickly as possible, wouldn't you agree? In all fairness, it did fit her nature as a lightning specialist to adopt a blitz-like doctrine regarding fighting. I suppose that's not an inaccurate observation. She couldn't help but notice an undertone of disapproval in his voice. Are you saying it's not a good fighting style? Nope. On the contrary, any fighting style can be good, as long as it's being wielded by the right person. But I'm not the right person for this one, am I? She concluded. He nodded. No, I'm afraid you aren't. The manner of combat you're trying to use is basically one where you keep fishing for a one-hit KO throughout the entirety of the battle. If you want to fight like that efficiently, there are 2 skills you need to have. He lifted up a finger. 1. Your senses need to be pretty damn acute, especially when you're up against an opponent equal to or above you in strength. It's the only way you'll be able to reliably spot the opportunity to deliver the finishing blow when it arises. Akino's expression tightened. It was clear that she was genuinely absorbing her teacher's words. And the other? Raw defense. He replied bluntly, lifting another. At its core, fighting like that is reckless, and to be reckless, you need to have the durability to endure the consequences of the inevitable mistakes you'll make in combat every now and then. Unless you want to be the one getting knocked out in one blow. It was more suited for someone like himself or Kaneko. The defensive prowess of Tuki, combined with Senjutsu's immense sensory efficiency, fit the description he had just given like a glove. Akino boasted a considerable amount of offense, but her defense was mediocre at best, mostly carried by the power of the Queen Piece. As for her sensory abilities, Alduin would rather not mention the subject at all. Some people had certain talents, and some people had other talents. I'm guessing you want me to abandon that fighting style. Akino had relied on ending her battles as quickly as possible from the get-go. The thought of just abandoning that style was a little jarring to say the least. Anyone in her position would feel the same. However, she understood that the desire to improve would require her to be willing to step out of her comfort zone. Yeah. You're a mage-type fighter at your core, which is by far one of the most versatile forms of fighting you'll find out there. Not to mention that you possess 4 types of elemental manipulation. You already have a multitude of attack methods stored inside you, you've just yet to hone and realize them. And you're going to teach me how? Not entirely, he chuckled lightly. Besides teaching you some useful combat theory, I'm only going to focus on your holy lightning. Thora's the one who'll help you with your elements. Thora. Your maid. She tilted her head. MHM. She's the one who taught me how to use my 4 basic elements, and she's far more experienced and knowledgeable than me when it comes to demonic power theory. Her guidance will be invaluable to you, trust me. He wasn't ashamed to admit that Thora's teaching ability on the subject was miles ahead of his. I see, she knew virtually nothing about the maid, but chose to trust Alduin's assessment regardless. I'll take your word for it then. Now then, onto your holy lightning. While it's true you don't have a whole lot of experience using it, you clearly have a strong understanding of the lightning element itself. He beamed. I presume you're aware of the element's greatest strength, yes? Speed, she replied without hesitation. Speed and power, he corrected. Lightning excels in both these things, and when the elements deployed in combat, they should be one and the same. There shouldn't be any need to compromise one over the other. Akino knitted her brow, attempting to discern his meaning. You mean like a burst attack? Precisely. He snapped his fingers. Lightning is the one element that you don't need to waste time charging up before you unleash an insane amount of power on your opponent. You can be quick, unpredictable, and immensely destructive all at the same time. And that's just typical lightning-natured demonic power. Your holy lightning is far superior to that. But how? I've tried charging it up quickly before, only for it to fisher out and fail each time. Show me, he hummed inquisitively. Are you sure? There's a pretty good chance it'll misfire if I lose control. I don't want to hurt you by accident. He gave her a warm, reassuring smile. I appreciate the concern, but I'll be fine. Toughness happens to be a forte of mine. She wasn't going to use her holy lightning, merely her regular lightning magic. The risks to Alduin's safety were practically non-existent. Very well then, she agreed with a hint of reluctance. Akino opened her palms and held them a few centimeters opposite each other. Here goes nothing. She inhaled sharply and focused intently on the flow of demonic power, allowing it to shift from its neutral state to that of lightning. Sparks of bright yellow electricity erupted out of the space between her hands, coursing with brilliant, thunderous ferocity. Typically, this is when she'd create a thundercloud above her head, allowing the static charge to slowly, safely build up before unleashing all the stored-up energy in one go. But not this time. This time, she was going to force it to reach that level of destructive power while it was still right between her hands. No preparation. No magic circle. Just a plain, instantaneous increase in output brought about by sheer force of will. Or more accurately, sheer imagination. Not good. In the blink of an eye, the lightning's output tripled. The somewhat strong buzzing turned into the chirping of 1,000 birds. The sparks now covered the entirety of Akino's forearms, wildly spasming all over the place as she tried to keep it suppressed under her will, a vein throbbing out of her forehead as she used every ounce of mental energy to prevent the electricity from blowing up in her face. But it wouldn't listen. It had only absorbed one part of Akino's will, get stronger. Beyond that, it wouldn't listen to a damn thing she tried to tell it. It wouldn't shut itself off, let alone weaken in the slightest. It would just continue, and continue increasing its output with abandon. Shoot it at me, Alduin's strange command cut through the endless sparking. What? It's either that, or you're going to have to deal with a horrific number of third-degree burns all over your arms and face. A cold, hardened glint shimmered in his eyes, making it abundantly clear that he was being dead serious. But you're going to completely lose control in 3 seconds. Hurry up and make your decision. He crossed his arms, inwardly preparing himself to use his Dryadic blessing if his student's hesitation got the best of her. 3, 2. In an act of panicky self-preservation, Akino's instincts decided to place their trust in his words. A bolt of lightning the size of a semi-truck shot out of her palms at a speed most eyes, even supernatural ones, wouldn't be able to follow. Alduin didn't move an inch, keeping his arms crossed and watching with a blank look on his face as the bolt blitzed towards him. Boom. It struck him right in the middle, where his forearms overlapped. A cloud of dust kicked up around him in response to the impact, preventing Akino from seeing whether or not she had just blasted a hole through her teacher's torso. Seconds passed, yet she didn't hear so much as a mildly pained grunt from his position. Merely the sound of his even-tempered, analytical voice continued as if nothing had happened. I think I know what the problem is now. He cupped his chin, completely ignoring the lines of burn-scented smoke rising off his skin, his spotless, scratchless, injury-free skin. Albeit, there's a good chance that wouldn't have been the case if he had rashly ordered her to holy lightning instead. Your demonic power theory is incomplete. Didn't that hurt? She wondered, taking a moment to register his words. Care to elaborate? She asked, simply relieved that she hadn't caused him any harm. I'll answer your question with a question. What's the root of demonic power? Imagination, she replied with a hint of confusion. Wasn't that question a little too easy? Even a toddler could answer that much. And what's the root of imagination? The mind. Still, she wasn't sure where he was going with this. Exactly, the mind. He nodded. Akino, using demonic power is like building a house. Imagination is technically the most important since it's the first step, the blueprint, but it isn't the full picture. You need the raw materials, your demonic power, and then you need the tools, as well as the know-how to use those tools effectively. She furrowed her brow, finding Alduin's explanation to be quite the head-scratcher. Tools? You mean like calculations? I thought that was reserved for human magic. No, that's something entirely different. He sighed inwardly, realizing that he needed to be a little more detailed with his analogy. The mind needs 3 things to function: oxygen, glucose, and blood. But to stay sharp, it needs tempering. Like a muscle, you've got to train it if you want it to function well. Are you saying my mind's not tempered? She pouted, unable to help but feel like he had just indirectly called her an idiot. I'm saying it's not tempered enough, he chuckled, knowing exactly what she was thinking. You've got the blueprint, the imagination to make your lightning charge up quicker. You've most certainly got the raw materials, the demonic power to fuel the spell. But your mind doesn't have the tools, the mental strength to endure the output that spell generates. It's the missing piece to your puzzle. Then how do I increase my mental strength? Akino thought that the plethora of books, magical, historical, political, so on and so forth, that she had read in the Underworld would have sufficed as more than enough mental training. Normally, all the studying she had done throughout her life would indeed have been sufficient for her to pull off the spell Alduin had asked her to attempt. However, something had gotten in the way of her development. Her hate for her father, and the trauma of losing her mother that haunted her mind at every corner. It was holding her back, inhibiting her emotional development by keeping it trapped in the past. But Alduin wasn't going to point that out aloud, putting aside the fact that Akino would probably figure it out on her own. He saw no reason to twist the knife when she was just starting to pull it out. Besides, he didn't lack the self-awareness to know that out of everyone in Kuo, he was the one with the biggest mental issues, by far. It'd be a little hypocritical to call someone else out for them. The only difference between him and Aquino was that his issues were doing the opposite of hers, they were pushing him forward instead of backward with relentless fervor. Now, whether that kind of development was healthy or not, that was a question for another time. Alduin's eyes shone with a tinge of wisdom. Listen, mental tempering isn't a one-and-done deal. It's constant. It doesn't matter if you've only lived for 10 years or 1,000. Sooner or later, a mental challenge will present itself. That's just how life is. She raised a brow and tilted her head. Are you sure you're the same age as us? You kinda sounded like a grandpa just then. Wah. His mouth went agape in shock. Do I need to start carrying my birth certificate with me or something? I am 18. 1-8. People's habit of calling him an old fogey was seriously starting to piss him off. Couldn't they see he was practically overflowing with youth? Sure, his hair looked pretty gray, but that was just the fault of his genetics. There were still centuries upon centuries left in the life of Alduin Buné before he became a stubborn old man. If you say so, she shrugged, totally not getting a rise out of her teacher's frustrated reaction. Anyways, how are we going to temper my mental strength? If our time frame's limited, I'm not sure having me sit down and start hitting the books again is going to be all that time-efficient method. He took a deep, calming breath. She made a good point, Riser could show up tomorrow for all he knew. The slow, reliable route wasn't going to cut it. Still, he needed to balance speed and safety. If he tried to employ the same method Sebastian used to train him to further Aquino's will, it'd probably just cause her more mental damage in the long run. No, he needed something safer. A method that could push Aquino's mind to its limits, but also give him enough control so he could ensure he didn't push it a step further. He fell into silent deliberation for a few seconds before speaking. I think I've got an idea. Yeah. In order to hone your mind. Aquino gasped, watching as Alduin completely vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. We'll do this. To her immense bewilderment, his next words came from behind her. How did you? I created an illusion, he said, making no mention of the ability's actual name or mechanics. And I'm going to keep doing so while we spar. I won't give you any warnings, heads up, or hints. You'll have to use your brain to try to figure out whether what I'm doing is but a mere figment of your imagination, or if it's for real. That way, I can keep your brain as active as possible while simultaneously working on fixing your fighting style. It didn't matter if Aquino could actually see through the illusions or not. Chances were she couldn't, since she lacked a strong sensory ability in the first place. What mattered was that her mind continued to actively attempt to see through while under the pressure of fighting Alduin. Of course, such a fight placed an unimaginable amount of stress on the person on the receiving end. You would be placed in a position where you had to doubt your opponent's every movement, micro-movement, even the slightest twitch could be called into question. Too much stress would be damaging. Fortunately, two factors would prevent Aquino's brain from overheating. 1. The fact that she knew this was a spar. Regardless of how scary fighting him became, she'd always be able to take comfort in the fact that this wasn't for real. That her life wasn't in any actual danger, knowing that, alleviated a crucial amount of stress. And 2, Alduin had complete control over what illusions Aquino would be placed under. If he felt he was casting too many of them, he could mitigate them. If he felt the illusions were too impactful, he could create something more mild-tempered. If he realized Aquino was getting too swept up in the confusion to think coherently at all, he could call a break. You can use illusions as well. Just how many abilities did her freak of a teacher have up his sleeve? I can. He teleported again, appearing a meter in front of her. Now prepare yourself, we're beginning. Not bad, Martha let out a pleased hum. Enjoying yet another pleasant morning of tending to the plants in her greenhouse. Or in this case, adding an entirely new species to her endlessly expanding collection. In front of her was a bed of distinctive, helmet-shaped flowers growing in tall, upright spikes. Varying in coloration from pitch black to light blue, dark red, and even a seldom few that were pure white. They all grew on a leafy purple-hued stalk, reaching almost 4 feet in height. If Alduin were here, he'd notice they were similar to the aconitum flower found in the human world. Also known as the monkshood or wolfsbane. A flower that with a mere touch, could deliver a deadly serving of neurotoxins, aconitine and mesaconitine. Capable of causing severe respiratory and cardiac problems. Yet another of nature's many examples of beautiful but deadly. As for what Martha had planted, it was, in essence, the supernatural version of that known by the moniker of Hydrasnap. Potent enough to shut down the respiratory system of even a high-class devil in absolute peak condition and health, in a matter of seconds. So naturally, Martha reached out and brushed her fingers against the bed of flowers, as if she were petting a golden retriever. Using her senses to carefully examine their water intake, temperature, and air quality. Proper ventilation was highly important for ensuring efficient photosynthesis and preventing mold and disease. As she was inspecting her new addition, a set of strange, black characters started to appear on the floorboard beside her in a circular formation, straight lines binding the circle's circumference to a smaller one in the middle. Ah, so it's that time already. She smiled inwardly, a faint eagerness swelling within her. This ought to be interesting. A cloud of smoke erupted from the circle, and from the fog, outstepped none other than Martha's vehemently eager servant, Tadjitsaheim, who was scheduled to appear before her lady specifically on this day. 1 week since Alduin's arrival in Kuo town. It was time for her to deliver her weekly report. My lady, Tadjitsaheim gripped the ends of her robe, performing a respectful bow to her master. Raise your head. I'm in the mood for information today, not pleasantries. Martha smiled, shifting towards her while sitting on her stool and crossing one leg over the other. Ordinarily, I'd tell you to get straight to the report, but I guess it would be a little short-sighted of me to ignore the elephant in the room, wouldn't it? My lady. She repeated, this time with confusion. Don't play coy with me, Tatsu. Tadjitsaheim experienced a pleasant shiver. It had been quite some time since her lady called her by that nickname. I know that look on your face, something's bothering you, isn't it? What use is there in having you bottle it all up, when you could allow your lady to try and be of some help instead? The serpentine princess swallowed a gulp, pressured by what appeared to be nothing but a light-hearted, intrigued look on her master's face. My lady, you're already aware of what's troubling me, aren't you? No, you must have known I'd end up feeling such a way from the start. Now that it had been pointed out, there was no use trying to keep it to herself. I'm having doubts, my lady. She admitted with a note of hesitation. About the dampers, qualifications to be acting as the young lord's aide. Damper? Martha questioned. I don't recall telling you she was a damper. I presume that means her seal's been undone then. There was no irritation on her face, just plain, morbid curiosity. Yes, the young lord, with the help of my youngest sibling, decided to break the seal on the same day of his arrival in Kuo. I see, there wasn't an ounce of emotion to be read on her lady's face. Her inner thoughts remained a complete mystery. And this ties into your doubts about her competence. Indeed. Upon the damper's reawakening, I was met with the unfortunate discovery that she lacked the force of will to restrain her lust. Tadjitsaheim's fists tightened at the memory, something which Martha most certainly didn't fail to notice. My lady, that fiend defiled the young lord. I had half a mind not to. Not to what? Martha intervened. Break the no-contact rule I explicitly set before you. Is that it? Tadjitsaheim's mouth snapped shut like all the air had been snatched out of her lungs. Her eyes widened in horror once she realized that she had just raised her voice in front of Martha. Please, my lady, you know I'd never dare to disobey you. Her tone softened, drastically so. I merely feel that the damper lacks the self-control to properly serve the young lord. What place could such a leech possibly have at the young lord's side? I understand why you might believe there's cause for concern, but I assure you it's needless. She folded her hands together. It's not a bad thing that she defiled him, as you so aptly put it. Understanding how useful a tool sex can be when used correctly will be an important lesson for him. A lesson I have reason to believe he's already made considerable progress in. The corners of her mouth curled up into a knowing smirk. How else would he have managed to satiate someone as emotionally unstable as Roygun in a day? She didn't need to spy on him to make such a deduction. If he wants to put the same chains on Thora, then what reason do I have to interfere? He's only solidifying her further loyalty towards him, and as a result, further away from Sebastian. The old Buné's frustration always proved to be great entertainment. Then again, this is more than just an evaluation of Thora's suitability to you, isn't it? My dear Tatsu. Martha's verdant, piercing glare seemed capable of staring straight into Tadjitsaheim's very soul. The one you truly have a problem with, is me. My lady. Tadjitsaheim's immediate instinct was to reject such an outlandish claim, but Martha simply held up a hand in response, gesturing for her to remain quiet. Don't worry, I already knew you'd feel this way from the start. I could tell how eager you were to meet with my son, and after I forbade you to engage in any physical contact with him while the maid remained at his side, it was only a matter of time before you started developing feelings of jealousy. Tadjitsaheim blinked repeatedly. Surprisingly, her lady genuinely didn't seem to be bothered by the serpent's discontent. Does this mean you plan on changing your mind? She asked, hopeful that she'd be the one at her young lord's inside instead of that filthy, lascivious damper. Preferably sooner rather than later. We'll see. Much to Tadjitsaheim's response, all she got in return was a non-answer. For now, I'm more interested in hearing your report on everything that's been going on with my wayward son. As you wish. Nonetheless, she had a duty to fulfill, and that was precisely what she intended on doing. Starting from the very beginning, Tadjitsaheim described the planned ambush Alduin had launched on the Gremory peerage. Not skipping out on even the slightest of the details, the cloak and mask he wore, the goofy voice he adopted, the words he spoke to each of them, nothing was omitted. From start to finish, her recount was frighteningly accurate. Oh. Who would have thought he could code switch like that? I'm impressed he managed to hide such a skill from me of all people, she said with a warped sense of pride. One Alduin would probably spit in the face of. Not bad. Not bad at all. Continue. Then there was the villa Alduin was staying at that Serafal had given him. Tagitsuheim would have liked to eavesdrop on their conversation a little more, but unlike the other inhabitants in Kuo, a certain level of caution was warranted with the Satan Leviathan. Hearing aside, Tagitsuheim had spotted something of significance happening between the Satan and her employee. The handover of a certain vial. The contents of which were revealed to Tagitsuheim later on when Alduin made use of it in his backyard. He's already consumed Tiamat's blood. Finally, Martha expressed some genuine emotion. The fact that Serafal gave Alduin such a valuable resource in the first place was one thing, but the fact that he chose to consume so quickly was another. You're certain he succeeded? I am. There were absolutely no signs of deviation, and to this day, his life force remains perfectly intact. She nodded with certainty. As a matter of fact, I only felt it grow stronger once he exited his state of meditation. She flicked her brow, shocked that her son's reckless gamble ended up paying off. Attempting to covet Tiamat's power should have been his Icarus moment, but somehow, he made it work. Do you know what kind of power he obtained from her blood, if any at all? Even with her intellect, she struggled to understand the true nature of House Buné's clan trait. Sebastian most certainly wasn't going to take the time out of his day to sit down and explain it all to her. And truthfully, most of the clan trait could only be understood by the users themselves since their mindscapes were heavily involved. Well, at least the users who managed to make use of it without perishing in the process. I do. Alduin had spoken about his reward from Tiamat's trial during a sparring session with Thora. He called it partial hypnosis. He said it could directly manipulate the 5 senses of his opponent, but also described it as being somewhat incomplete. Apparently, he can only control 2 senses at a time, and the area of effect is limited to a 3-meter radius. Sense manipulation. Martha's smile widened, rather pleased that her son had obtained such an ability. Good, the fact that it's incomplete means he'll be pushed in the right direction should he wish to improve it. Continue. Tagitsuheim went on to talk about the training sessions between Alduin and his students, but Martha's eyes expressed very little interest. To her, everyone in Kuo besides Alduin, Thora, and Sylvie were nothing but extras on a set, insignificant creatures taking up empty space. At least, that was her opinion. Until her servant got to the part about the fallen angel fiasco that had transpired. Rainier and her groupies, freed Selzen, Serafal's reaction, and Azazel. She didn't know him on a personal level, but like everyone else in the supernatural world, she knew of him. Can't say I was expecting to see him of all people in Kuo. What could he want with my son? Like with Serafal, Tagitsuheim needed to practice extreme caution around Azazel. Even more than she did with the former. She observed his arrival in Kuo, and his entrance into the same abandoned church Alduin was residing in, but had the good sense not to follow him inside. I'm afraid I don't know, my lady. To this day, he never once mentioned what happened in there to Serafal, the Damper, or anyone else in Kuo. I've yet to see him engage in any form of further communication with Azazel, let alone detect his presence in Kuo ever since his initial arrival. Martha hummed her acknowledgement. That means Azazel either told him everything he needed to in person, or he's waiting for something. She breathed an amused exhale. Still, if Alduin hasn't told Serafal anything, then that most likely means he's conspiring with Azazel behind her back. How fun. It looks like you've developed a talent for attracting faction leaders, haven't you? Should I expect the arrival of a Seraph sometime soon? Serafal should be glad she gets to interact with the young lord at all, he shouldn't have to divulge his every dealing to her like some submissive lapdog. Tagitsuheim huffed, totally without any jealousy in her voice. Martha simply rolled her eyes in return, her servant's fangirling behavior had a habit of quickly becoming tiresome. What else? A flash of discomfort graced Tagitsuheim's face, causing her lady to raise a questioning brow. The serpent knew that the final part of her report, a specific part of it in particular, wasn't going to elicit a positive reaction from Martha. Her lady rarely ever expressed any outward rage. It just wasn't how cold, calculating types like her operated. But when she did, Tagitsuheim didn't have the words to describe how horrifying it was. My lady, do you recall the warning you had me deliver unto the Gremory the young lords responsible for training? The serpent's breath sharpened. Of course I do, her upper eyelids dropped a little as she leaned to one side, resting her cheek against her fist. What of it? Shivers started to creep their way down the princess's spine. My lady, I don't think the young lord meant any. Tagitsuheim. She cut her off immediately. Already able to tell she wasn't going to like what she was told. Tell me exactly what happened, from start to finish. Fighting every warning instinct that surged through her, Tagitsuheim swallowed her fear and did exactly as her lady asked. telling her everything she had observed without sparing any details. Her lady valued her obedience. Even if her rage got the better of her, she was certain Martha wouldn't let it do so to the point of recklessly extinguishing a servant as valuable as herself. She started from the beginning of it all, when Alduin found Rias keeled over her desk after returning from the abandoned church, finding his student in a state of frightened delirium. Mortified by her first experience of true bloodlust, just as Martha wished. "Let me guess, I should expect her brother to come knocking soon." Martha guessed. "Is that it?" "No." Tagitsaheim stiffly shook her head. "As a matter of fact, I don't think you should expect anyone to come seeking retaliation, at all. As you've probably guessed, there's a reason none of the Gremarys have attempted to seek you out yet." Martha's posture straightened. Her expression tightened as her looming gaze weighed heavily on her servant's shoulders. Her heart was pounding out of her chest to the point where Tagitsaheim felt like she was nearing the verge of collapse. "Either you'll speak plainly, or you won't speak at all." Her master's glare intensified. What happened? But she had to remain firm until she had finished conveying everything to her lady. Such was her duty, so she continued. How Alduin lowered his head to the Gremary girl, pleading for her to keep the incident to herself. Tagitsaheim repeated each word her young lord spoke back to her lady, her fear of the reaction she'd soon display reaching an all-time high. "Please, keep this incident to yourself. My mother has wronged you, and there's no excuse for her actions, nor would I ever be so lacking in self-awareness that I'd try to make any, or ask you to forgive her. Both she and I are completely to blame for this." The serpent's memory was perfect. The angle at which he bowed, the tone he spoke with, the unimaginable sense of guilt and sorrow plaguing his key. She recalled everything. "However, despite all her faults, of which there are many, I know that letting Lord Lucifer finding out about what happened would be the equivalent of signing her death warrant." Tagitsaheim was always curious to know what kind of relationship her lady and young lord had. From the start, she thought it was the kind you expect when peering through a pair of rose-tinted glasses. She presumed all was well between them. "I'm not going to sit here and pretend like she's a good person, but at the end of the day, she is still family to me. And while I'd be more than happy to see her punished, I don't wish death upon her." But now. It was clear to her that their relationship was complicated, for lack of better words. What she had stumbled into wasn't just a mother expressing interest in her child's endeavors, and said child going through a bit of a rebellious phase. It was something else entirely. Tagitsaheim didn't fail to recount Venelana Gremary's visit either, focusing more on the fact that Venelana had divulged a portion, a rather small one at that, of Martha's past to Alduin. Or at least what she knew of it. Not to mention that he maintained his cover-up of what had happened to the matriarch's daughter during her visit, successfully managing to get Rias to keep everything a secret. Putting aside the fact that Venelana so audaciously spoke of Martha's background, one would imagine that Alduin's efforts to protect his mother would be received well by the woman. He had just saved her from the wrath of a super devil after all, what possible reason could she have to be displeased with him? But Tagitsaheim knew better. Or more accurately, she knew her master better than that. From the start, she knew exactly how she was going to interpret what Alduin had done, what it'd mean to her, and what kind of reaction it'd elicit. So, he did all that, did he? She leaned back, her eyes lingering on the greenhouse's rooftop, and her tone carrying an unreadable sentiment. "I see." Silence followed. Martha simply allowed her gaze to remain fixated on the rooftop, leaving Tagitsaheim to wonder what possible, unearthly thoughts could be going through her lady's head. Allowing apprehension to tighten its coil around her serpent's heart with each passing second. "My lady." She couldn't help but call out to her master. Martha's silence persisted. Though there was no outward expression of, well, anything from the woman. Her falling mute alone was more than enough to plague Tagitsaheim with unending fear of what was to come. Leaving her palms clammy and her forehead moist. Hoping that only a few more seconds would remain until the woman said something, anything at all to break the painfully tense quiet. And eventually, a sound was heard. It just wasn't the sound of Martha's voice like Tagitsaheim was hoping for. Instead, her ears picked up on a crunching sound. Like dry leaves were being crushed. Slowly, Tagitsaheim's attention drifted over to the bed of freshly planted hydrosnap her lady had been watching over before her arrival. Completely out of the blue, they started to lose their bright, wondrous colors. All of them fading from what they once were to a grim, depressing gray, then proceeding to drop and fall right off their stems. Falling onto the soil like the ashes of burnt paper. They were withering. Moments ago, their condition had been nothing short of perfection, because plants afforded the luxury of belonging to Martha Sallow's collection were awarded nothing less. But now. They were being stripped of all life by some unknown force, stripped of all their magnificent luster. And it wasn't just the hydrosnap, the withering was spreading. Progressing through the greenhouse as if it were an airborne virus. Destroying the plant collection, Martha had dedicated a colossal amount of time and effort to maintaining. Tagitsaheim let out a single cough. She furrowed her brow and rubbed her throat in confusion, wondering why she was experiencing an abrupt itching sensation throughout her windpipe. Cough. 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 Before she knew it, one cough had turned into a flat-out fit, causing her to collapse onto the floor knee first and keel over. All of a sudden, it had become much, much harder to breathe. It felt like the air in her lungs had just caught on fire. She desperately wanted to call out to her master to ask what was wrong. But no words managed to make their way out of her mouth. Instead, all that exited was a torrent of blood, enough to fill one of Sebastian's wine bottles. What's happening? Tagitsuheim shuddered with bloodshot eyes, noticing that the veins on her hands were starting to blacken. Her breathing was growing more and more shallow with each second. Don't tell me. In that moment, she finally realized what was going on. The key's being contaminated. It's toxic. To a creature born of Senjutsu like her, that was nothing short of a death sentence. That looks painful. Finally, Martha broke her silence. Calmly observing the sight of her servant toiling in her own blood with the same stare of sheer apathy Alduin had seen her wear so many times before. I apologize, it appears that I lost my composure a little. The withering ended just as quickly as it began, allowing Tagitsuheim to breathe once more, though not without great effort and strain. You can leave. I'll call for you later. With the wave of her hand, Tagitsuheim was summoned back to Ryuichi Cave, where she'd be able to rest and recuperate from the damage she had just endured. Protect me. Martha took a deep breath. You dared to presume I wasn't prepared for such a situation, Alduin. And here I thought you had wizened up a little. How wrong I was. No, all you've done is needlessly destabilize your position based on a lofty, misplaced sense of compassion. She turned to face the now withered collection of plants within her greenhouse. All of which were fixable with her power, but it would require a serious amount of energy, even from her, to repair everything. I'm disappointed in you, she snarled. Once again, you've managed to kill any sense of goodwill I started to develop towards you with your foolishness. Only this time, your folly is far more severe. Perhaps another scolding was due. Martha try not to want to beat the shit out of her son challenge. Difficulty, impossible. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 57, The Exiled Holy Maiden. Chapter 57, The Exiled Holy Maiden. A week's worth of training has gone by, and I'm proud to say the progress of my students has been nothing short of exceptional. When we first met, things were definitely a little rocky, but now it's become abundantly clear to me that each and every one of them are gleaming diamonds in the rough, chock full of immense potential. However, I have absolutely no intention of telling them that. The word potential can be rather counterintuitive when it comes to training people, especially those of a lower age bracket. It makes them think that any and all mistakes they make in the present can be excused, because their future self will be in a position to better manage whatever situation they find themselves in. The result of such a mindset? Lowered standards. Not by virtue of sloth or lack of belief, my students would never be so weak-willed, but rather an excess of belief and self-assurance. They'll undermine the training they do in the moment because of the implanted belief that their future potential is guaranteed to come to fruition, regardless of how much effort they put into their present work. Again, my students aren't lazy, they're the farthest thing from it. But it's a teacher's duty to constantly keep the pressure on their students' shoulders, regardless of how talented they are. Lest they stagnate to the point of remaining coal, never being allowed to truly shine and spread their wings like they're supposed to. For better or worse, that's a lesson I picked up from the old man. Yes, his mindset towards me didn't contain so much as an iota of warmth, but that doesn't change the fact that the principle is the same. Never let up. Never get complacent. Never falter. Train, train, train. Till your muscles tear and your bones collapse, only to be repaired stronger and new, so you can do it all over again. My training began when I was 4. The age where most children are just able to walk, albeit rather clumsily. I trained, or rather, I was trained every day for the past 14 years of my life. One spar against Martha in the morning, and another against Sebastian in the afternoon. 10,220 spars. 10,220 losses. Not including the elemental training I did with Thora, which admittedly, wasn't even remotely as punishing as what I went through with those two, and I mean that in a good way. Those thousands upon thousands of losses are the foundation of my strength, physical, magical, and instinctual. Do I plan on putting my students through that same gauntlet? That training may have worked for me, but let's face it, I'm kind of a weirdo. A weirdo who possesses severe mommy and daddy issues. I mean, maybe it could work for Serorg as well. I only met the man once, but the will his aura exuded felt like that of flat-out tungsten. And from what I've heard of House Bale, and rumors of the treatment Serorg faced in his youth, he probably shares my plight as a troubled youth of the Underworld. Heh. The strongest of the Underworld's younger generation both come from royal messes of a family, there's definitely some irony to be found there. Back to the topic at hand, While I understand the results such a method could bring about, I think adopting it would be a bit too excessive. Just because I need to keep the pressure up doesn't mean I can ignore the need to maintain its balance. Everything in moderation, including moderation, would be a good way to put it. Mentally speaking, Akino's easily the one who I've been pushing the most with the illusion training we've been doing. As expected, she's still unable to see through them. I know there's some kind of acute demonic sense one could attain to make it doable if one lacks a sensory ability, but I also know it's unimaginably difficult to pull off. Not even Thora's managed to do it, which means I'm still light years away from getting to that level. I'm not really sure how to explain it, but I recall Thora explaining the phenomenon to me once as being akin to ejecting your blood cells out of your body, sustaining them while they're airborne, keeping them connected to you, and getting them to inform you of their surroundings all at once. Hyperesthesiac demonic power, I believe it was called. Or something along those lines. Honestly, it sounds like a feat only Lord Beelzebub would be able to pull off. Anyhow, Akino being able to see through the illusions or not is irrelevant. What matters is that I've noticed her marginally becoming calmer and calmer with each spar, which means her mental endurance is beginning to strengthen, and as a result, so is her mental energy. As of now, without needing any charge-up time, she can produce about 1 million volts of lightning-natured demonic power, and a quarter's worth of holy lightning. True lightning's output can range anywhere from 100 million to a billion volts, but that's a natural force. If Akino got anywhere near that range, she'd immediately be classified as a Satan-class devil, perhaps even more considering her holy element. If she can at least achieve a tenth of natural lightning's lowest possible output, that would be more than satisfactory for me. I'm expecting her to produce that without needing any charging after all. Of course, simply because Akino's receiving the hardest training, at least in my opinion, doesn't mean that I've been neglecting the rest of the cohort. Chiron, for instance, has been making insane progress in her meditative training. As a matter of fact, I don't think it'd be a stretch to say she's the one who's made the most headway out of the entire peerage. She can spend a total of 7 consecutive minutes in Nikomata mode while keeping her ki in perfect harmony, and I mean that literally. Not a single fluctuation, not the mildest flare of emotion, nothing. Just total Zen concentration. Even Sylvie couldn't help but praise her, and my adorable little serpentine companion isn't exactly known for handing out compliments. Anekisha's talent is undoubtedly as profound as most say. When you take the span of most real fights into account, 7 minutes sounds like more than enough. However, Chiron's the peerage's rook, their tank. In her case, endurance is more important than anything. Thus, I need to keep pushing her as much as humanly possible until the rating game comes around. Besides honing her endurance, I'm trying to see if I can find a way to make her capable of using Kasha. It's an ability said to be exclusive to Nikomata yokai, where they can create wheels of spiritual flames that contain the purification element, making it highly effective against creatures such as vampires. In the report of the Kuroka incident, it stated that such flames were left behind at the crime scene. So, logically speaking, I see no reason for Chiron to be unable to replicate them. Yet, throughout all our training sessions, not once has her Kasha shown itself. And it's not because she's purposefully holding it back. I detect even the slightest hint of purposeful suppression in a heartbeat. After discussing it with Sylvie, we've come up with 2 possibilities. 1, she simply needs to spend more time training her Nikomata mode for Kasha to manifest. Or 2, there's still a considerable amount of trauma in her mind left over from the Kuroka incident, causing her to subconsciously hold back part of her Nekishu abilities. I'm willing to bet money on 2. Meditation has its uses, but it's not some magical mental tool that'll allow Chiron to resolve her deep-rooted trauma in the span of a mere week. Not to mention that the fact that her older sister used Kasha during the incident could also have created some type of mental block, associating the power with the monstrous visualization of Kuroka living in her head. If I want to resolve that block, I'll need to find a significantly more direct way for her to confront the memory. Any speech I could conjure just won't suffice. It's too tame an approach. Hopefully, I'll figure something out sooner rather than later. Isaiah's been making great progress as well. His grasp of what it means to truly test the limits of just how exploitable Sword Birth's attribute creation can be is developing wonderfully. When he spars with me, I believe there are 3 particular creations he's grown quite fond of using. His sword of kinetic absorption, which can absorb the energy generated from the impact of my physical blows, store that energy, and redirect it back at me when he swings. Naturally, the amount of energy it can store isn't limitless. If I were to punch it at full force, it'd just snap and shatter. Regardless, I'm glad that he's found a reliable way to counterattack. It suits a high-speed, high-power fighter like him. He's also got his termite sword, which, as one would imagine, is specifically designed to counter my wood manipulation. Isaiah quickly realized that he couldn't create a sword with enough power to just outright break through the raw defense of my wood formations, so he decided to settle for an alternative. A sword that could weaken the internal composition of the formations, rotting them from the inside, and making them more and more susceptible to being destroyed with each passing second. Is it a perfect solution? No, far from it. There are so many variables when I use wood manipulation in a battle that could render that counter useless, however, that's not the point. The point is that his mind's continuing to evolve. When faced with a wall, he doesn't just blindly throw himself at its bricks, hoping he'll eventually make a dent. He takes a step back, observes it, and checks if there's a way around. He's getting creative. That's the kind of mental development he needs to hone to grow sword birth, and I'm proud to say he's doing just that. To complete the anti-me trio, he has the Sword of Magnitude. A sword that specializes in destroying and disrupting earth formations. Unsurprisingly enough, Isaiah was quick to realize that earth was my personal favorite among the 4 basic elements. I can't help it, when we're fighting in an expanse literally covered in earth from head to toe, how am I supposed to resist having a little fun with the terrain? That would be like putting Play-Doh in front of a toddler and telling them not to touch it. Not to imply I have the mentality of a toddler. Cough cough. The sword is basically a portable earthquake creator. If he touches any of my earth formations with it, it'll instantaneously create an epicenter within that formation and start sending out fierce seismic waves throughout it until it breaks. I don't have a clue how it really works, since my formations don't possess the necessary shape and composition to even be earthquake-prone in the first place, but I guess that's the beauty of sword birth for you. Oh, he also has to be quite careful when he's wielding the sword. If he touches the ground with it, even by accident, it'll still create an earthquake. Which means there's a good chance he could level a good portion of Koa if he's not careful. Fortunately for him, the training chamber is sectioned off from Koa's soil by the layer of flexible wood surrounding it to keep it stable. Hopefully, he'll have full control over its activation soon. Probably once he's managed to impart more of his will onto sword birth. That is the root of every sacred gear's power after all, its wielder's will, their desire. On the topic of sacred gears, Gasper's permanent strength is finally starting to surface. For the past week, I've been feeding him 10 milliliters of my blood every day, with Thora keeping careful watch over him to ensure his body doesn't experience any adverse reactions. And so far, there haven't been any. According to her, the amount of draconic blood Gasper can consume without experiencing dragon blood poisoning is uncanny. Far, far more than a child his age should be capable of. There are 3 hypotheses she came up with. 1. It's a result of Gasper having not consumed blood for such a long amount of time, which created an effect where his starvation resulted in the awfully high level of tolerance he's displaying. Which would suggest that tolerance is more likely than not temporary, and will fade once his starvation has settled. 2. It's the fact that my draconic cells are mixed with those of my Salos ones, the latter proving to have the power to soothe the former. I already know for a fact that the effect of draconic blood varies with how diluted it is because I've consumed tannins, so I can see the logic here. 3. Gasper's innate tolerance is really just that good. He's a special damper, that's for sure, possessing the fearsome power that is Forbidden Baylor View, House Vladi's noble bloodline, and a mutated Bishop Evil Peace. And the fact that he's your favorite. I can neither confirm nor deny that statement, nor will I comment on it as my imaginary lawyer has advised me. Back to the matter of his power's permanence, as of today, Gasper has achieved 1 second. 1 second of stop time, completely at his discretion. Freezing all that remains within his field of vision with no outside help. In the heat of battle, a lot can happen in a second. But this is only the beginning, his sacred gears finally starting to wrap itself around the feeling of stopping time when influenced by my blood, slowly but surely engraving it into its long-term memory. In short, it's only a matter of time before he'll be able to stop more time, no pun intended, heh. Finally, there's the leader of the group. Rias. I don't have much to say regarding her, but I don't mean that in a negative way, quite the opposite really. Her control over the power of destruction is improving, and it will continue to do so. Besides that, there's not much assistance I can offer her in regards to her physical growth. Because of her role as the leader, I have purposefully refused to teach her any form of strategy whatsoever. I've only given her a few hints here and there as to how she can develop her own brand of strategy. Strategy doesn't just apply to combat after all, it's a key part of tackling politics, and as someone who'll one day lead House Gremory as its matriarch. She'll inevitably have to learn how to swim in that treacherous pool. Her strategy will be shaped by her own values, what she considers valuable and invaluable, acceptable and unacceptable, important and unimportant. That will be the core of her approach. I have no desire to shape that for her, that would be controlling, not teaching. All I can do is sit back and give her what little support I can. Strategy is a fickle thing after all. In the words of Martha, there are some people who simply get it, and those who simply do not. I think it's obvious which category I fall into, according to her standards. Young lord, Thora's voice called out to me while I was standing in the backyard, staring up at the morning sky while engrossed in my own thoughts. You have a visitor. I raised my brow, noticing a strange creature floating around her shoulder. A snake, the shape and features of which heavily resembled a python. Its size a monstrous 30 feet in length, the entirety of it covered in a layer of alluring, deep blue, shimmering scales. Pinch. Ow. What was that for? I winced at the feeling of Sylvie's fangs sinking into my skin beneath my kimono. That better have been a dry bite. She slithered out of my collar, her hood flared wide open with a nasty look in her eyes. You're staring, master, did you think I wouldn't notice? Oh, that's what this is about. Don't tell me you're jealous, I said with a teasing grin. What's there to be jealous about? Unless you're suggesting that I'm somehow inferior to that creature. She opened her maw, revealing droplets of faint purple liquid dripping from her fang. Is that what you're suggesting, master? I gulped, a single bead of sweat sliding down the side of my head out of panic. Of course not. I wouldn't dare doubt Lady Sylvie's boundless magnificence. Please forgive this lowly contractor for his folly. I lowered my head, a single thought overwhelming my mind as I watched her venom fall onto the fabric of my kimono. Please don't bite me. 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 Humph. I suppose your reverence is acceptable. See to it that you don't go ogling at another specimen. Lest you want me to give you a firm reminder of where your admiration belongs. She hissed, returning into the comfort of my attire. Phew, I think that moment just qualified as another near-death experience. Alduin Buné, I presume. The azure python spoke to me in a posh, feminine voice, the kind I'd expect from a noble woman. She hovered a noticeable distance away from me, as if she instinctively realized how dangerous a creature Sylvie was. Specifically to her, as our brief exchange had just shown. That's me, I narrowed my eyes. The demonic power signature radiating off the python seemed awfully familiar to me. Are you Sona's familiar? Yes, I am indeed contracted to Lady Sona. My name is Miriam. I've come on her behalf to relay a piece of information to you. She extended her tail out towards me, her lower half coiled around a Polaroid photo. I reached out to grab it, my eyes widening in immediate recognition once I observed the photo's contents. It depicted a blonde, emerald-eyed girl wearing a nun's outfit, standing in the streets of what I believe was Koa's town square. A clueless, dazed look was plastered firmly on her face. Asia Argento was here. You have my thanks, Miriam. The same goes for your lady, I nodded my appreciation. I'm merely doing my duty, she replied plainly. Although my lady would like to know what you intend to do now that you're aware of her presence, if you're comfortable with answering. I hummed in deliberation. I guess it wouldn't hurt to answer that, there's no real need for secrecy here. Lucifer knows I've had more than enough of that lately. For now, I'm simply going to reach out to her and ensure that she's alright. She probably doesn't have any lodging arrangements either, so I'll go ahead and set that up as well. Honestly, I'm not sure what my endgame plan for her is either. Obviously, sending her back to the church or anyone affiliated with them won't work, since she's excommunicated and all. Her file didn't mention any living relatives, so it's not like I can call anyone either. Man, it's really hard not to pity this girl, isn't it? I guess I'll just have to do my utmost to make her as comfortable as possible. Until I figure out something more permanent, I think it's best if I can personally look after her. I see, your honesty is appreciated. I'll convey that back to my lady. Miriam didn't hesitate to take her leave right after. I think the aura of fierce hostility coming out of my kimono might have been too much for her. I turned to face Thora, her face telling me she already knew what my next words would be. I'll be going out for a bit, it would seem I've got a guest I need to retrieve. Don't worry, I'll watch over your students in the meantime. The sound of them going haywire down below, with all sorts of explosions and whatnot being set off, could still be heard from where we were standing. I should probably do some soundproofing before the neighbors realize something's up. Thanks, I can always count on you. I smiled, moving past her to head over to Koa's plaza. But not enough to tell me what's really weighing on your mind, right? But before I could, I was caught off guard by a string of words I wasn't expecting to hear, causing me to freeze amidst my steps. My brain took a moment to process what my ears had just heard. I had a feeling you'd bring this up. My lips dropped into a frown. I wanted to face her before responding, but for some reason, I just couldn't bring myself to. Or at least that's what I'd like to believe. I know exactly why I can't do it, don't I? Shame. Now's not the time, my response was almost reflexive. Like my brain was trying to shield me from telling her the truth. No, of course it isn't. She continued, her tone growing colder by the second. Yesterday wasn't either, nor the day before, nor the day before that, or before that, or before. You've made your point, Thora. I wanted to sound just as cold, but I knew my voice just now wasn't nearly as convincing as I thought it'd be. We'll discuss this at a later time. Later, he says. A harsh scoff escaped her breath. I expected her to follow up, but instead, all I heard was the sound of her footsteps descending into the training chamber. Fuck. I can't leave this be, can I? Shutting everyone else out is one thing, but Thora. That's not a matter of maintaining secrecy, it's just plain idiocy and cowardice. A staggering amount of the latter. I have to address this, don't I? You don't have to, but I can tell you want to. You feel too strongly for that woman to let her experience any form of dissatisfaction, even an ounce. Painfully accurate, as per usual. I aim to please. Tonight's going to be eventful, that's for sure. But first things first, I've got a holy maiden to secure. The state of the streets of Kuo Town's town square was about as one would expect on a pleasant Sunday morning. Loud. Cramped. Active. Bustling with families, couples, and friends looking to relax from the stress of the week's work, schooling, and household chores. All manner of shops, restaurants, and supermarkets had colorful posters positioned in front of their entrances, alongside a few poorly paid flyer distributors wandering the streets, haphazardly seeing if anyone would be bothered enough to pick up one of their leaflets, all in an effort to help themselves to some of the green stored within the pockets of passers-by. And amongst all the ruckus and crowding, wandered a young, blonde-haired girl adorning a nun's outfit. The attire caused a few onlookers to shoot her questioning, confused stares, some believing she was a cosplayer, others a young missionary. For the few people who were curious enough to walk up to her and ask, all they received in return was a panicky demeanor and an outburst of slurred, confused mumbles. After all, the girl didn't speak a lick of Japanese. Only Italian, and a fair amount of English. Unfortunately for her, Kuo wasn't much of an international community, and on a weekday, most people couldn't be bothered to go through the effort to whip out Google Translate, which, for the record, was still highly ineffective even 2 years after its initial release. Another 8 years remained before it became anything truly worthwhile. As a result, the nun could do naught but helplessly roam the town square, hoping the person who'd called her here would find her eventually. Hi, tutto bene. Sembri perso. Hey, are you all right? You look lost. Minutes later. Her ears were hit with the shocking sound of someone speaking perfect Italian, causing her to come to a complete halt and blink repeatedly, wondering if she had misheard them. Mi dispiace, non volevo spaventardi. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. He followed with a gentle, apologetic expression. As luck would have it, her hearing was working just fine. She turned around, facing a man wearing a simple outfit consisting of a plain, freshly ironed dress shirt, black slacks, and brown loafers. Alongside a white scarf draped around his neck with the design of a snake, which was rather strange seeing as Kuo was shifting into its summer season. Yet, not a single soul among the plaza's populace paid attention to his neckwear, because his appearance was far, far more attention-grabbing. Exceedingly long, ashen hair possessing spikiness that'd make a porcupine lower its head in shame, reaching all the way down to his waist. Bright, verdant eyes, about the same as hers, save for the reptilian shape of their pupils, and the ominous, haunting presence they exuded. And most strikingly of all, the men had horns. 4 of them. 2 at the front curving forward, and 2 at the back curving backwards. Unlike the girl, everyone who spotted him was 100% certain he was a cosplayer, and more likely than not a foreigner, judging by his appearance. The sentiment behind the looks he received from them varied. Curiosity from the younger ones, wondering why someone was cosplaying with no convention happening in the town. Mild to fierce displeasure from the older male generation, wondering why someone had to disturb the people roaming the town square with his odd appearance, and possessing an unfortunate, but expected amount of disdain for the gaijin. And from the older female generation, ring-wearing or not. Looks that made it clear they were wondering how best to get him in their bedroom. For whatever reason. You Say Padre Freed. You Are you Father Freed? The nun took a step back, examining the men from head to toe. With fluency like that, who else could be other than her supposed benefactor? The person she had come to Kuo for in the first place. The men chuckled lightly. No, ma lo conosco. In un certo senso, potremmo dire che siamo conoscenti. No, but I do know him. You could say we're acquaintances in a way. Oh. Ti ha mandato a prendermi. Oh. Did he send you to pick me up? In un certo senso. In a way. He repeated with a strange grin, the sentiment behind which was hard to decipher. Hai gia avuto modo di mangiare. Have you had a chance to eat yet? The girl was prepared to respond to him with a firm no, assuring him that she was perfectly fine. Growl. However, her stomach decided to intervene before she could do so. Leaving her with an embarrassed flush on her face. Haha, credo che questo risponda. Haha, I guess that answers that. With a light smile, he turned to the side, taking notice of one of the promotional posters a restaurant had plastered outside its front door, depicting a pancake-based breakfast meal. Che ne DxD mangiare qualcosa prima di parlar della tua sistemazione con Kuo. Dopotutto, è difficile sistemarsi a stomaco vuoto. How about we grab a bite before we talk about your arrangement here in Kuo? It's hard to get settled in on an empty stomach after all. Ma non ho soldi. But I don't have any money, she replied with a dejected expression. Ovviamente a offerto dalla casa, che tipo di ospite sarei se facessi pagar il posto alla mia ospite. It's on the house, obviously. What kind of host would I be if I made my visitor pay for her meal? Without giving her a chance to refute his generosity, the man hurriedly ushered her inside, approaching the cashier while completely ignoring her starstruck look of curiosity and wonder. Table for two, please. Thanks to the handy devilish power of translation, I had no issue communicating with Asia, every word I spoke being translated into perfect Italian in her mind. Is it all right if I ask what your name is? Father Fried said there'd be others, but he didn't tell me anything else about them. Asia asked. I can only presume Fried was referring to Rainier and her stooges, who were revealed to have some not-so-savory intentions regarding this kind young girl with that sacred gear extractor device the governor disdained with such vehemence. Alduin, I replied calmly, deciding to keep the fact that I was a devil a secret for now. I'd like to at least establish some kind of trust between us before I dropped that bomb on her. Her whole life basically went to shit because she helped one of our kind. I wouldn't dare hold it against her if she felt a strong sense of animosity towards us. Then again, part of me feels like she somehow doesn't hold a grudge, despite everything she's lost. Is that just wishful thinking from my mind? Or something more deep-rooted? I wonder. Alduin. I see. Are you also a priest like Father Fried? A hopeful glint shimmered in her eyes, which managed to pique my intrigue. No, I'm not, just an acquaintance. I maintained the veil, folding my hands over each other. Although I have a feeling it might not be necessary for me to do any acting. She hardly strikes me as the paranoid type, quite the opposite, really. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly is it? Father Fried told you before you came here. She blinked in confusion. He didn't tell you. I shook my head. No, all I know is that he wanted me to pick someone up matching your description. However, I had no idea that person would be the church's exiled holy maiden. Asia Argento. I made use of yet another one of my neat conversational tricks, revealing information while clouding how you know said information. Her expression quickly tightened with discomfort. Her mind was probably racing to figure out whether I was actually on her side or not, since my actions suggested one thing, and my tone another. If you're worried about me reporting you to the Vatican or something to that effect, you can relax. Like I said, I'm merely an acquaintance of Fried. Personally speaking, I have absolutely no ties to the church whatsoever. Her posture softened, showing that my guess was spot on. But on the same note, I would like to know why he called someone of your status here. This town is rather important to me, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't have my reservations about an exiled member of the church being here. I watched as she shrank under my gaze, enough to the point where she could feel the pressure, but not the point where she was plagued with outright fear. I know I'm being a little harsh, arguably more than I need to, but it's all for the sake of steering this conversation to a point where we can come to a mutual agreement. My goal is to make her feel like I'm someone she can trust to look after her, not someone she doesn't have any other choice but to obediently listen to. I'm sure the poor girl got more than enough of that treatment at the Vatican. Call me crazy, but I don't think saying, hey, I'm a devil who killed the people who called you here, who were actually evil and plotting against you, and oh, I'll be taking you in from now on. Okay. Right out of the gate is a great way to inspire that kind of trust. Father Fried said there was work I could do here, and that I'd be reinstated into the church if I did well. Yeah, that's about the kind of lure I expected him to use. False hope is frighteningly effective against those who find themselves in times of desperation. I see, I paused, helping myself to a glass of water before continuing. I presume you haven't heard anything regarding Fried's reputation at the Vatican, have you? I'm not sure how the excommunication process actually works over there, but since nothing clocked in Asia's mind when that name was brought up, I guess a member being exiled isn't exactly something they like to advertise. Puzzled, she shook her head. And no, should I have? I took another sip, giving her a faint, visible hint that my next words were going to catch her off guard. Whether you should or shouldn't have depended on your superiors, I suppose. But I'll be informing you now regardless. I leaned back into the padded couch. Fried Selzen is, or rather, was a stray exorcist. I don't know when or why his excommunication occurred, but I have a feeling it had something to do with violent tendencies, if you catch my drift. I watched Asia's train of thought come to a grinding halt. Her mouth agape as her mind slowly started to process what she had just heard. Or at least attempt to. He was cooperating with a cell of fallen angels, as stray exorcists do. Naturally, that means all his talk about getting you reinstated was complete bogus. To nail in the information, I decided to continue. She'd have all the time in the world to ponder what I'm about to tell her anyway. His true plan wasn't to help you in any way. Rather, it was to lure you to the head of the fallen angel cell, so she could seize your sacred gear for herself. That can't be. She shot upwards, slamming her fists against the table and rattling the cutlery, alarming a great deal of the surrounding patrons, wondering what all the commotion was about. After realizing what she had just done, Asia looked around with embarrassment, timidly sitting back down with her head hung low. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell. It's fine, your shock is perfectly understandable. While she was absorbed in what I could only imagine was a chaotic thought process, a waiter came over to our table, carrying a plate with a generous stack of sweet, syrupy soufflé pancakes, and another consisted of a random assortment of bacon, ribs, and sausage, just as I had ordered. As I believe I've demonstrated by my disinterest in properly masking my appearance to blend in with the rest of Kuo, I couldn't care less about receiving weird looks from anyone. Thank you. You're welcome. Including the one the waiter was giving me as she handed me my seemingly bizarre meal choice. Being weird wasn't a crime, especially in a country where seeing salarymen passed out on the streets at midnight with their ties wrapped around foreheads, and a dozen or so cans of Asahi beer littered around them was the norm. Here, I slid the pancake stack over towards Asia. Dig in. There's a lot more you're going to need to process with what I'm about to tell you, so you might want to fuel up that brain of yours beforehand. Understandably, she hesitated a little. I had just given her a considerably tough pill to swallow, forcing her to come to terms with the fact that her supposed chance to get her position back was naught but a farce, concocted by people who wished her nothing but the worst. However, the combination of her evidently strong hunger and the sweet, aromatic smell of the discs of floury goodness sitting before her seemed to pull her towards a more comfortable state of mind. But before she indulged, I noticed her clasp her hands in preparation for something. Oh shit. Don't tell me she's about to. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts, which we are about to receive from thy bounty. Through Christ, our Lord. Amen. She finished with the sign of the cross, leaving me with a splitting headache that caused me to grip my pulsating forehead in pain, forcing me to use every ounce of restraint I could muster to prevent myself from letting out a pained yelp. I even went as far as to use partial hypnosis to hide my anguished expression from her. There are still a few things I want to say before I throw out the "I'm a devil" statement. Fuck, I really should have seen that coming. I exhaled sharply. The pain was strong but fleeting, only lasting as long as the words were coming out of Asia's mouth. After completing her grace, she picked up her knife and fork with an eager, hungry sparkle in her eyes, and proceeded to take her first bite of Japanese breakfast cuisine. What deliciousness! She squealed, her face beaming with ecstasy as she devoured the chunk of pancake she had bitten out with rejuvenated fervor. Cute. A warm smile overcame my face as I watched her devour the breakfast meal at a speed that you'd expect from someone who had been fasting for a whole month. Cough. Cough. She started patting her chest, clearly having forgotten to chew before she swallowed. Relax, the food isn't going anywhere. I chided her softly, sliding her a glass of water before she ended up choking right in front of my very eyes. Tea, thank you. No problem, I happily allowed her to finish her meal without interruption. I don't know if the care I can provide for her will be enough to make up for all she's been through, even remotely. But I'll still do my best, because that's all anyone can really offer at the end of the day. Alduin. She began after clearing her plate. You said you were an acquaintance of Father Free. I mean, an acquaintance of Freed, right? I did. Is it all right if I ask how exactly you two were acquainted? Unsurprisingly, she gathered that the two of us weren't familiar with each other in a positive way. Come to think of it, we never really got acquainted at all, did we? Since I, decapitated him and all before he could even look at me. Oh well. We were enemies, well, former enemies now, I explained with indifference. He and the fallen angels he was working with operated in a town they weren't authorized to be in, and engaged in activities they weren't authorized to undertake. So they were dealt with. Asia definitely carried an air of naivety around her, but she wasn't naive enough not to infer what I meant by that. The shocked, knowing look in her eyes told me that much. But, you're not with the Vatican. Why would you go out of your way to deal with them? And what do you mean by a town they weren't authorized to be in, are you referring to, here? Alright, now it's time to drop the bomb on her. 1. Yes, I have absolutely no affiliation with the Vatican, or any religious organization for that matter. 2. It's my job to deal with people like them. And 3. Yes, I'm referring to Kuo. At the moment, it's under the jurisdiction of another supernatural faction. The one I'm currently working for. Her eyes flicked to my horns, a sense of unease written all over her face. And which faction is that? Here goes nothing. The Underworld. Her pupils dilated from shock, and her posture stiffened. Was the only word she could mouth. The Underworld, the one with all the devils and stuff. I pointed my fingers up against my head, imitating a pair of horns. Wings that kind of look like bats, a bunch of noble houses, Satans. As a former member of the church, I'm sure you're familiar. To put the final nail in the coffin, I loosened the suppression I was enacting on my demonic power, allowing a very faint, but noticeable enough trickle of it to escape through my pores. She breathed a quiet, nervous chuckle. Why, you're a devil. Yep. I finished. I work with the Foreign Affairs Department to help supervise the town, and make sure the two noble women living here are safe. My bosses are a lot more interested in the latter than the former, though. I could feel the tension build up in the short amount of space, distancing us from one end of the table to the other. Her breathing hastened. Moisture was building up on the surface of her skin, and unease seeped through her skull. Are you going to hurt me? She asked, her voice shaking with agitation. No, I'm not. I leaned forward, folding my hands under my chin. Honestly, I'm not sure what to do with you. I'm hoping I'll figure that out through the course of this conversation. If I were to get needlessly meticulous with the Underworld's laws, you could technically be labeled a trespasser. I made air quotations. But we both know that would be comically unfair to you. You were lured here by criminals, who made you believe they had good intentions. If anyone's at fault, it would be me for not dealing with them sooner. Asia pressed her lips together, clearly unsure how to respond. At the very least, I think she understands that I have no ill intentions regarding her. In my position, I have absolutely no reason to lie about wishing her harm. I'm the one holding all the cards here. Asia, I know it might be redundant of me to ask this, but is there anyone you know you could reach out to? If so, I'd be more than happy to help you establish a means of communication. She pushed her palms into her lap, shaking her head. And no. There isn't anyone. I see. Yeah, I thought so. In that case, you can stay in Kuo as a guest. My residence might be a little crammed right now, but there's still plenty of space to go around. Until we're able to figure out something more permanent for you, you'll be taken care of there. Her eyes lit up in shock, the hopeful kind rather than dreadful. Is that really all right? You don't have to go out of your way to. I raised my hand, gesturing for her to stop. I'm not going out of my way to do anything. I'm simply doing the bare minimum. I found your file in the base where those fallen angels were operating, and it's clear to me that you've been through your fair share of tribulations. Offering you a moment to breathe is the least I could do. BZZT. I furrowed my brows, feeling a vibration from one of the two phones I was carrying. The phone Azazel had given me. This better be important. I pulled it out, discreetly glancing at it while holding it under the table. Hayadu Issei. Genchiru Saji. Let's talk. Ah. I guess that does qualify as important. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 58, Chapter 58, The Governor General's Gift. Chapter 58, The Governor General's Gift. Dropping Asia off at the villa went about as well as I expected it to. Thora wordlessly listened to me explain the girl's situation, the look on her face telling me her temper from earlier hadn't subsided even a little. I have a feeling that the fact that I neglected to tell her about Asia in advance, and me having to leave immediately after dropping her off for another mystery appointment I couldn't disclose the details of, didn't do much to soothe her. Good grief, I really have a knack for making my life far more difficult than it needs to be, don't I? Fortunately, Thora still had enough patience left to take care of Asia for me until I got back. There's no doubt my students will be swarming all over her in a mix of curiosity and confusion once they find a nun sitting in the living room, so it's important Asia has a reliable, almost motherly presence like Thora to take comfort in. As for Azazel's message, he gave me the address of an apartment complex near the town's plaza for our face-to-face discussion. I'm a little annoyed he decided to come in person instead of limiting our conversation to text, but what can I do? He's the Governor General, and I'm the one who decided it was a good decision to cooperate with him behind Seraphal's back. I suppose whether that decision was a good one or not is about to be tested. It's unlocked, come in. His flippant voice greeted me from the other side of the door. I took a deep breath, calmed myself, and without further ado, stepped through. My eyes were immediately met with what I could only describe as a criminal amount of maroon paint plastered all over the walls, ceiling, and floorboards, complemented by dark, leathery furniture, alongside a few, awfully expensive-looking paintings scattered around various parts of the room, all of which looked like they existed for no other purpose than to take up empty space, rather than to provide any aesthetic value. The lighting was kept purposefully dim, existing only through a sparse number of candles and a singular lamp set to the lowest setting possible. I know, it's a little gaudy, isn't it? Unfortunately, I'm a little too strapped for time to go browsing, so I decided to make do. And in the middle of it all, there he was, sitting on the couch with a plain, gray kimono draped over his figure and what looked to be a glass of some bougie brand of whiskey in his hands. His demeanor was the complete opposite of what it had been during our initial meeting. Even with senjutsu, I couldn't detect an iota of guilt, nervousness, or trepidation from him. Only raw confidence and self-assurance. I guess I'm finally meeting the Governor General Seraphal's used to. He has a surprisingly punchable face, doesn't he? Maybe she was right to be as paranoid as she was about him. Last time we met, I don't believe I told you anything about Genchuru Saji or Haida Issei. Let alone even mention them. I closed the door behind me and folded my arms, propping my back up against the wall. You didn't need to, I knew about them long before you and I talked with one another. He smirked, grabbing a fresh glass from his tray and beginning to pour. It's like I said, Rainier's orders were to sit and observe, and I didn't have them come to Kuo Town specifically just for the hell of it. I let out a thoughtful hum, taking note of the eagerness in his voice. Those two must possess exceedingly valuable sacred gears for you to take such a risk. He shrugged, remaining even-tempered. Maybe, maybe not. How should I know? The Longinus Institute can tell whether or not someone possesses a sacred gear, but finding out exactly what kind of sacred gear they have before it fully awakens within them. That's not so simple. Not so simple, huh? I scoffed, appalled that he'd even attempt to use such wording with me. Last I checked, that wasn't a synonym for impossible. He maintained his grin. A flicker of amusement graced those bright violet irises of his. While it's true that I don't know the exact type of sacred gear they wield, I may or may not know a thing or two about their category. Category. I raised a single brow, wondering if he really expected me to pick up on his sacred gear jargon. One of them possesses a high-tier sacred gear, he paused. The other, one of the 13 original Longinus. Oh. Since assuming the mantle as my student's teacher, I've made sure to do my fair share of reading on sacred gears. Those Longinus supposedly have the potential to be god-killing armaments, but for better or for worse, that feat hasn't been achieved by a single wielder since the biblical god originally conceived those weapons. Still, to think there's such a weapon in this town. Kuo really is proving to be quite the hotspot, though I'm not sure that's entirely a good thing. All it does for me is add to my never-ending workload. For some reason, the governor looked puzzled by my response. Strange, I was expecting a bit more of a reaction from you. He tilted his head, stroking his goatee. Why's that? I replied, equally confused. You're a high-class devil, aren't you? An unclaimed Longinus existing right under your nose is quite the opportunity. Shouldn't you be scrambling to capitalize on it? He said as if that course of action was only natural. Capitalize. Embarrassingly enough, it took me a second to decipher his meaning. Oh, you're talking about recruiting them into my peerage. Yeah, I guess that didn't really cross my mind. Why not? Have you not received your evil pieces yet? He continued, leading me to wonder why this even interested him in the first place. Granted, there doesn't appear to be any hostility behind his curiosity. So it wouldn't hurt to indulge him a little. I have them. But. He leaned forward, clearly expecting more. But what? Having a peerage is a choice, not a requirement. Even if I locked my evil pieces in a safe and let them sink to the bottom of the Mariana Trench for all eternity, it wouldn't make a difference. He blinked, taken aback by a specific part of my response. Hold on a second, you're almost making it sound like you don't have a peerage. Like, at all. That's because I don't, a faint smirk tugged at the corners of my mouth. I'd be lying if I didn't find that look of sheer shock on his face a little amusing. Though I don't see how that's relevant at the moment. We're here to talk about Genchuru and Haida, aren't we? Is he asking me this just to make sure I don't want to take them in, so he can then take them over to Grigori? If that's the case, I'll have to leave him sorely disappointed. Truth is, I decided to pop in and see those two for myself, not that I made any contact. I was merely curious to see if I'd notice anything peculiar about them, or if there were any lingering threats hovering around them. I'm confident the latter's no longer an issue now that Rainier's gone, but the former. I'm not so sure. Those two have the presence of a dragon clinging to them, I'm sure of it. Right now it's faint, very faint, but I have a feeling that won't be the case once their sacred gears properly awaken. You're a strange one, you know that. He grumbled, running his fingers through his blonde-streaked bangs. Alduin, do you know why exactly I decided to place them under observation? I shrugged. No clue. Research. Experimentation. Recruitment. All of the above. He breathed a dry chuckle, slowly nodding. I won't pretend like there isn't any truth to those three, however, you're missing the most important one. And what would that be? Safety. He said, his voice brimming with absolute confidence. Sacred gears all have their fair share of stories, tales, and legends written about them and those who wielded them. But at the end of the day, sacred gears are weapons. Dangerous, destructive weapons with the ability to bring a colossal amount of harm not only to the people around their wielders, but the wielders themselves. I would know, I was there when my father made them after all. Now it was clear to me, the governor definitely expected me to do something about those two. Where are you going with this, governor? I narrowed my eyes, making it abundantly clear that I wasn't in the mood to tolerate him beating around the bush any longer. You can't just leave them alone. Especially Hyadu, he's the one possessing the Longinus. He reclined back into the couch, taking a sip of his whiskey before continuing. I wanted him under observation because I needed to know if he was a suitable host for his Longinus, if he was someone who could actually handle being a vessel for that much power, or someone who couldn't, and would end up as nothing more than a ticking time bomb. And your verdict? I don't have one, and I won't until he awakens. He took another sip, his glass clattering as he swirled the chunk of ice within it around. A sacred gear always responds to its user's will, no matter what. But if the will of its host is too weak, the sacred gear will take the liberty of interpreting that will however it wishes. And in my experience, that usually leads to unforeseen consequences, shall we say. I let out a tired exhale and pinched my nose bridge. Governor, be straight with me. What exactly is it you want me to do? Take them under my wing. Nurture them as my own. Bring them into my peerage? Or is this whole conversation just a lead up to you wanting me to hand them over to Grigori? I'll never understand the old people's obsession with speaking in circles. Those are all valid options. He nodded. I thought you'd be adamant to get them into your peerage, but apparently that's not the case. So if you'd rather hand them over to me, I'd be more than happy to oblige. The Longinus Institute does more than just observe, we also take in and nurture sacred gear users, typically those who have Northwest other place to go. But they aren't in that kind of a situation, are they? Hyadu's got a perfectly fine and loving family. Genshiru's struggling, yes, but I don't think he'd appreciate being stripped of the company of his siblings and grandfather. His grandfather's dead, the governor interrupted, leaving me momentarily stunned. I observed both of them in person today, making no contact, of course. As of this morning, at exactly 4:34 a.m., Saji's grandfather was pronounced dead from a stroke. Oh, I took a mental step back. The news was depressing to hear, but not unexpected. I had seen it when I first took a look at Genshiru. His grandfather's aura only contained a few, awfully faint flickers of life force. Barely clinging on to what little vitality his form could hold on to. As I'm sure you're aware, the Genshirus weren't exactly a wealthy bunch. His parents obviously didn't live long enough to leave much behind for him, and what little his grandfather did. I think we both know it won't last long, especially for a family of 3. He finished his glass, setting it aside. It's only a matter of time before he finds himself in financial ruin. Even if he were to drop out and work himself to the bone, it still wouldn't be enough. TCH, he's shamelessly tugging at my heartstrings. And it's working, way better than I'm willing to admit. I assume it's not the money you're worried about. He scoffed. Duh. If I wanted to, I could make him the wealthiest man on the planet with the snap of my fingers. He straightened his posture. It's the emotional side I'm worried about, the stress of losing every parental figure in his life and being forced to assume that role for his 2 younger siblings. He raised both index fingers, pushing them together. Unstable emotions. Unstable sacred gear. It's basic math. I scratched my temple, grumbling a few resigned curses under my breath. If I take him in, assuming he'd accept that in the first place, I'd be stripping him of any chances of having a normal life, and forcing him into our world. He's already a part of our world, he said with unwavering resolution and certainty. A sacred gear is more than just a blessing, more than just a tool. It's a responsibility, a burden that's thrust onto its host without their input. You could even go as far as to call it a curse. Hell, there are some sacred gears out there that are practically guaranteed to bring misfortune onto their wielder. I wore a bleak smile. Yet you're fascinated by them. More than you could ever know, he returned the expression. But that's besides the point. Hayadu Issei will need someone to watch over him in the near future, and Genshiru Saji needs someone right now. I'm of the same opinion as you, I don't want to prematurely whisk Genshiru over to Grigori. Which is why I'm so adamant that you be the one to assist him instead of me, I don't see who else could. That's easy for you to say, Governor. I've already got 5 people I'm watching over at home, not including Asia, who just became the residence's 6th edition. I know for a fact Saji won't be content with him being the only one taken care of and not his siblings, which means I'll have to take in 3 more people in total. I might as well be running a full-on adoption center. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before I pop out for some milk. Still, the governor makes a good point. I can't exactly just leave him to his own devices, can I? If his sacred gear goes haywire in this town, my inaction will be responsible for all the damage it causes. I breathed a deep, exasperated sigh. It's not that I'm completely unwilling to take him in, but when and if his sacred gear awakens, what exactly do you expect me to do? I'm not exactly a leading expert on the topic like you are. Saji's a civilian within Kuo Town, not my student. While I'm willing to take care of him, I've got absolutely no interest in teaching him how to fight like I'm doing with my bunch. I'll simply do the bare minimum to keep his sacred gear from spiraling out of control, nothing more. He deserves to enjoy his school life and spend time with what remains of his family. He shouldn't have to worry about the conflicts that go on in the supernatural world, even if his sacred gear will rope him into them someday. I'll do my best to delay that for as long as possible. It's the right thing to do. And with the recent streak I've been on, I think I desperately need something right. Besides, it's not like he's guaranteed to awaken a combat-type sacred gear. From what I've read, there's a myriad of utility and recovery-type sacred gears as well. The governor put on a reassuring smile. Don't worry, just because I want you to watch over him doesn't mean I'm simply ridding myself of all responsibility. The second his sacred gear awakens, I will give you every last piece of information Grigori's archives can offer on it, and every recommendation possible on how to best manage its power, including any resources I might have at my disposal that could prove useful. I appreciate the help, but what about Hyadu? Don't tell me you want me to take the Longinus in as well. If that were to happen, I think my hair might go gray for real. He hummed in deliberation, rhythmically tapping his lip with his index finger. No, I think making you manage the Longinus as well would be asking too much. Advice alone isn't enough to handle something of that caliber, you need first-hand experience. I sighed in relief. Great, so you'll take him then. However, much to my dismay, he wasn't done. As you're aware, I'm currently preoccupied with searching for a certain someone. Which means the only way I could look after Hyadu is by bringing him to Grigori, where all my staff are, and as we just agreed, Hyadu isn't in a position where he needs to be brought to the Longinus Institute. Right, Kokabeel's still at large. Fuck. Unfortunately, if Hyadu's sacred gear awakens before I've dealt with my wayward cadre, I may need you to temporarily watch him until I'm in a position to take over. I shook my head with a tinge of reluctance. Governor, it's not that I don't agree that a Longinus should have careful supervision. But I'm not really in a position to help either. I've got way too much on my plate at the moment, and I'm not entirely certain I'll be able to take care of Saji properly. Asking me to watch Hyadu at the same time is just too much. He pursed his lips together, a questionable glint gracing his eyes. Even if I make it worth your while. What do you mean? He'd better not try to seduce me. I'm well aware of the lascivious nature of you fallen angels, your tricks won't make a dent in the impenetrable fortress of my mind. Oh, come on. Do you really think I'd ask so much for you and offer nothing in return? Please, even I'm not that shameless. I imagine Seraphal's opinion would differ. Withal, I watched with piqued intrigue as the governor reached into the innards of his kimono and withdrew an oddly shaped, shiny metallic object. It was gold in color, and adopted the shape of a dagger, the tip of which was similar to that of a lance. Its allure emphasized by the gleaming, spherical purple jewel attached to its handle. Yet, its shape wasn't nearly as fascinating as its scent. A scent someone like me would recognize better than anyone. A dragon's scent. It wasn't faint either, like the one clinging to Genshuru and Hyadu. It was the polar opposite. It was overwhelmingly potent, exuding a presence that eclipsed even the fragment of Tiamat I had faced, but remained beneath that of Sebastian's. It called to me in a way, like it was beckoning, or rather, challenging my instincts to respond. To acknowledge the existence I was standing before. Ah. That's when I realized. This isn't just a dragon's presence I'm sensing. No. This is a dragon king. Nothing less could be this overbearing. Nothing less could resonate with the piece of Tiamat that resides within me in such a way. Oh. You can detect him even while he's sealed. The governor seemed genuinely intrigued by my reaction. Fascinating, he told me only a dragon king or someone stronger could pull that off. What is that thing? I narrowed my eyes, unsure how to feel about whatever the hell it is he's holding. An artificial sacred gear, the first of its kind, or at least the first one I'd deem a true success. His voice brimmed with pride as he twirled the dagger around his fingers. Artificial. I blinked, taken aback by what I had just heard. That's possible. Shouldn't the biblical God have an issue with one of heaven's traitors recreating his work? I suppose the fact that the governor's still here means that isn't the case. Only if you're me. He winked, smug as ever. I picked up a few very, very faint hints on my father's process back when I was still a dove, and after thousands and thousands of years of trial and error, I ended up with this masterpiece. He clasped it firmly within his fist, holding it out towards me. Downfall Dragon Spear. A sacred gear housing the legendary Gigantes dragon himself, Fafnir. Fafnir. I muttered under my breath, my mind needing a second to wrap itself around what it had just heard. How on earth did you manage such a thing? Had I not sensed the gear's aura myself, I would be bursting with laughter right about now. I mean, to think that there's a literal dragon king living inside that small object he's holding, technology truly is quite frightening. He exhaled softly. I didn't force him inside if that's what you're wondering. I might have a slim chance of beating a dragon king if I used everything I had, tools, tricks, the whole shebang, but a victory like that would still cost me a limb or two, unquestionably. Then how? We made a pact. Fafnir allowed himself to be sealed in the vessel I created, hence giving life to the world's first artificial sacred gear. He traced his finger across the dagger's lance. And in exchange, I made him a promise. The look on the governor's face told me it was better not to ask. As impressive as your creation is, I'm a little confused as to why you're showing it to me. If I were him, I'd do everything in my power to keep a trump card of that caliber hidden. Knowing that Grigori has amassed such a wide number of sacred gear wielders under their banner is one thing. Knowing that they can create sacred gears on the other hand. That's just begging for conflict. Why disclose that to me? I'm still a devil at the end of the day, working directly for two Satans. Surely he can't trust me that much, can he? Because I'm about to give you the first part of my repayment plan for all the trouble I'm putting you through. A wider smirk graced his face. From now on, you, Alduin Buné, will be Downfall Dragon Spear's host. What? I stammered, my hand stumbling to catch the dagger as he haphazardly tossed it towards me. Until everything that's happening with Kokobel is fully resolved, I'm entrusting you with Fafnir. Why? A few reasons. He held up his index finger. The most important one is to ensure you and this town's safety, of course. If by some horrible stroke of luck, Kokobel himself or whatever machinations he has planned were to show themselves here while I'm away, I think it'd be best that you have a bit of extra help at your side. Not that I mean to demean your abilities. I gestured reassuringly. It's fine. I'm well aware of the gap in strength between someone like me and someone like him. For now, at least. But are you sure it's all right for you to leave something this powerful in my hands? What if I'm incapable of properly wielding it, or rather, him? Possessing a fragment of a Dragon King's power is one thing, but the full force of an actual, living, breathing Dragon King in the flesh. I can't help but feel like I'm skipping a few steps here. If it weren't that powerful, it wouldn't be very effective Kokobel repellent now, would it? He chuckled lightly. And logically speaking, you'll probably prove to be a better host for Fafnir than I ever could. How come? Again, it's basic math. A draconic host for a draconic sacred gear. One, who according to Fafnir, already possesses the power of the Dragon King among Dragon Kings, Tiamat, within him. He spread his arms across the couch's length, comfortably reclining into its fabric. Damn. That's not information I want out in the open. I don't know how many people are aware of Tiamat's ability, but those who are, will know that I possess the same thing. It might not apply to everyone, but there's a certain stigma in the supernatural regarding people with such a power, especially one that works in the way mine does. Unsurprisingly enough, it's not a positive one. Especially not for someone working as a foreign affairs representative. Relax, I'm not one to needlessly babble about other people's affairs. If there's anything I've learned as the head of a research organization, it's how to keep a secret. He waved off my look of disquiet. Besides, you're keeping a secret from me, so it's only fair I do the same. I suppose that's fair. Still, I would like to limit how much information about me I deem sensitive comes out. The less that's out there, the better. Even if it just extends to one or two people. Very well, I'll hold you to your word. Governor. I replied with a harsh, expectant glare. As long as you don't go toying with my noggin, I've got no qualms. He attempted to sound unbothered, but I could tell there was some genuine concern mixed in there. Oh, and there's no need to call me Governor, Azazel will do just fine, since we're partners in crime and all. Partners in crime, huh? Yeah, that sounds about right. All right then, Azazel. I looked down at the gilded spear, clasping it firmly between my fingers. You said there were a few reasons you were giving this to me, beyond my safety. Yup, he beamed, putting up another finger. As you've probably guessed, I'm hoping to collect some data on how you and Downfall Dragon Spear interact. Though I'm immensely proud of my creation, this is only the first step in developing the artificial sacred gear project. Without data, it'll be impossible for me to improve it any further. I'm glad you can count on me to serve as your guinea pig, my voice oozed with sarcasm. I should have known he wasn't the type to offer up a gift this incredible without a catch. He laughed dismissively. What? It's not like that's a bad thing. I'm simply collecting data from observing you do as you please with it, there's no controlled variable. Not to mention that I plan on making you the first beneficiary of the fruit this project bears. Is that so? I squinted, waiting for him to elaborate. You working with Fafnir might be a temporary thing, but with the personal and general data I collect from studying your bond, who's to say I won't be able to create something more permanent for you? A glint of genuine scientific wonder shone through his eyes. Think about it, a custom-made, hyper-specialized artificial sacred gear made solely for Alduin Buné. Pretty good payment, don't you think? I stroked my chin. Yes, it does sound pretty cool. But there's no guarantee you'll succeed in its creation, and I'm not one to put my stock into a what-if. That's a shame. Putting stocks into what-ifs is basically a job requirement for us scientists, but I see your point, at the moment, offering you a possibility doesn't really qualify as payment. He sighed. However, there is a more permanent benefit you can gain from Fafnir, isn't there? My eyes lit up, immediately realizing what he was suggesting. His blood, I muttered. Precisely. You've already got one Dragon King swirling around your bloodstream. Why not add to that collection? Who knows? Maybe you'll have the full set one day. My first instinct was to ignite with delight, immensely pleased to be hearing that I'd be able to add such a fine addition to my power base. But a moment's pondering made me realize something. Is Fafnir even willing to give me his blood? There's no emotion more important to a dragon than pride, even to a newborn. A Dragon King's pride, on the other hand. That's in a league of its own. I would know, I've seen how powerful a mere fragment of one can be. His passion calmed. I'm not sure. That's why I said you can gain it, not that you will. The decision's up to Fafnir himself. I expected as much. So basically, I'll have to impress him. Basically, he agreed. You two can discuss that topic when you form your contact, which I'll teach you how to do in a second. Right after I finish giving you my final gift, at least for now. I watched in confusion as Azazel whipped out his phone, his thumb rapidly moving across its screen until I heard a notification ring in the one he had given me. Whoa. I had received about a dozen notifications. All consisting of oddly tilted documents, each of which included one mutual keyword. That's pretty much all the information I've amassed about the phenomenon known as balance break. He paused, sucking his teeth. Well, not all the information, but at least everything relevant towards helping you get Forbidden Baylor View and Sword Birth to that level. Of course he knows. Those two have been awakened for quite some time. I've seen that term mentioned here and there, it's some kind of special transformation, right? That's just the layman's definition. All the juicy details are in there, he pointed to my phone. Now then, are you ready to meet the Gigantes dragon? A thrill consisting of both dread and determination surged through me. As I'll ever be. Man, I'm really having a blast writing Alduin and Azazel's interactions. It's fun to see how someone in their positions and predicaments talk with one another. Alduin seems to have begun some kind of path towards collecting the strength of all the Dragon Kings. We know for a fact Vritra's already well within reach with Saji's possession of one of his sacred gears, and Azazel having the rest. However, Midgardsormr and Yulong are definitely going to prove to be quite challenging to obtain. So it'll be fun to see how that unfolds. Oh, and there's also the question of Alduin's peerage, don't think I forgot about that. The kind of life he leads compared to the rest of his generation is unique, to say the least. I wonder who he'll deem suitable to remain directly at this side down the path he's chosen. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 59, The Gigantes Dragon. Chapter 59, The Gigantes Dragon. Making the contracts pretty simple, Azazel began. If you focus your senses on the sacred gear, you should feel something akin to a pulling force trying to bring you in. Once that happens, all you have to do is not resist, and Fafnir will handle the rest. I nodded, closing my eyes in preparation. Like two magnets nearing each other, I could feel the sacred gear trying to connect with my demonic power. Like there was a faint current surging through my body, attempting to guide the energy particles from my being into the gilded dagger. And like he explained, I made no attempt to fight it. Instead, I decided to encourage it. Circulating my demonic power to match the wavelength of the legendary king that resided within Downfall Dragon's spear. The feeling strengthened, and the faint pulling force quickly shifted into that of a flat-out vacuum, drawing a connective line between my mindscape and what lay within. It was a jarring feeling, the same you'd feel from having your head abruptly dunked in a pool of cool water, but I remained firm. Enduring the shock and using every ounce of mental fortitude to ensure the connection didn't break. In a way, it almost felt like he was testing me. So, you're the one. As I felt the process near its conclusion, a hollow, regal-sounding voice called out to me. Startling my eyes open, only to find that I was no longer in Azazel's apartment. Instead, I found myself amidst the confines of a royal hall. Draped in pristine white marble in all directions, with beautifully curated and decorated quartz pillars supporting the ceiling, and radiant beams of light protruding through colorfully tinted windows. I'd expect no less from a Dragon King. In the center of it all stood a pile made up of an unearthly amount of gold, jewelry, treasure, and weaponry. The likes of which seemed to originate from all corners of the world, and a vast array of time periods and ages. As if it were trying to embody the greediest depiction of historical materialism known to men. Both beautiful and sickening at the same time. But that wasn't where my true attention remained, how could it? When he was sitting atop it all. A western, wingless dragon with scales a brighter shade of gold than any of the riches that rested beneath him. With a luster that seemed to shine perfectly with the beams of light piercing the hall. His reptilian eyes, the same shape as mine, were blood red in color, and carried a depth with them that exuded both unbridled greed and ancient wisdom within. On the tip of his beaked face rested a single horn, one that emitted a strange presence that I couldn't quite decipher. As if it was a fundamental part of him I wasn't meant to be privy to. This was it, the form of one of the 5 great dragon kings, the Gigantes dragon, Fafnir. Not an imitation, not a lesser expression. The genuine article, flesh and blood. Gawking isn't going to get you anywhere, little parasite. He raised his voice, his calm, yet displeased tone echoing throughout the room. Parasite. I knitted my brow, wiping the awe off my face and replacing it with vexation. A pretty rude way to refer to your guest, don't you think? You're here at Azazel's behest, which makes you his guest, not mine. He scoffed, raising his head up high and narrowing his eyes with contempt. And I've given you a rather fitting title, haven't I? Some of my kind may have forgotten, but my memory remains sharp. I'm well aware of what manner of creature those of you who bear that surname are. Humph, and here I was planning on taking the respectful approach, but since that's clearly not welcome here, I suppose I have no other choice but to respond in kind. Let me guess, one of my ancestors took a chomp out of you or something adjacent. I wore a mocking sneer, carefully examining Fafnir's expression all the while. It's pretty unhealthy to hold onto a grudge for that long, you know. I expected my comment to turn his disgust into disdain, only to be surprised by an entirely different reaction. A puff of smoke left his nostrils, the back end of his maw curling up in what I could only describe as a smirk, putting his gargantuan rear canines on full display. The fact that you would suggest such a thing displays nothing but unchecked idiocy on your end, little parasite. There exists not one of your kind capable of creating so much as a minute dent on these illustrious scales of mine. His eyes shifted upwards, his demeanor abruptly filling with reminiscence. Well, I suppose there was one, but that fool went and threw himself at Albion's claws. Hey, perhaps your lack of intelligence is genetic. TCH, this asshole's starting to sound like Martha. Nonetheless, while I'm under no inclination to offer you so much as a drop of my essence, I am inclined to cooperate with you to an extent, at least until the one known as Kokabeel meets his inevitable demise. Azazel believes there's something within you worth admiration, but I refuse to share that sentiment until I see evidence to back it up with my own eyes. He says that, but now I'm only more determined to get my hands on his blood, one way or another. I need power, and I'd be a fool to miss out on the chance to attain the overwhelming source of it I'm standing before. Even if he doesn't have a positive image of me, he has shown that he's willing to consider that such an image of me might exist, and that's far better him showing outright denial. There's a chance. I'm not sure how I'll capitalize on it, but it's reassuring to know it's there. Fair enough. I had locked and loaded a myriad of retorts, but for the sake of necessity, I decided I'd best keep them to myself. So, how do we do this? It's simple, all you have to do is state the terms of the contract. He paused. Repeat exactly what I say. I, Alduin Buné, will be in possession and be able to access the power of Downfall Dragon Spear until the fallen angel known as Kokabeel is either incarcerated or executed. In which case, Downfall Dragon Spear will be returned to the fallen angel Azazel. Word for word. If you miss or mispronounce a single one, you can forget about me lending you my power at all. I rolled my eyes. Yeah. I got it. I cleared my throat in preparation. I, Alduin Buné, will be in possession and be able to access the power of Downfall Dragon Spear until the fallen angel known as Kokabeel is either incarcerated or executed. In which case, Downfall Dragon Spear will be returned to the fallen angel Azazel. Following those words, ethereal currents of bright gold energy started to protrude from the joints of Fafnir's scales. Slowly, they snaked their ways towards me, coiling around my figure and greeting me with a firm, pleasant warmth. They proceeded to find their way through the pores of my skin, creating a connection between themselves and my life force, one far more intimate than when I had first delved into Fafnir's domain through the sacred gear. It didn't just reach out to me, it blended with me. It assimilated itself into part of my being as knowledge of an unknown source of strength graced my brain. That's the base power of Downfall Dragon Spear. My golden aura. With it, you can negate the abilities of your opponents and strengthen those of your own. He sneered. Assuming you have the necessary finesse to control it in such a manner. Negation and enhancement. Fascinating. Tuki's also capable of enhancement, but that only extends to my physical attributes. I have a feeling that what Fafnir's got operates a much broader spectrum. As for negation, I don't have a clue what the mechanics behind that could be, but I'm sure as hell eager to find out. I smiled knowingly. Mind giving me a crash course? Oh, glorious and illustrious Dragon King. Azazel figured it out on his own. If you can't do the same, then you have no business wielding my power. Yeah, that's about the kind of response I was expecting. At least now I know one of the requirements for getting his approval, demonstrating my mastery over his power. Just wait, you wingless bastard, soon enough I'll make both you and Azazel look like fresh out of the box greenhorns. Wipe that smug look off your face, little parasite. I find it rather repulsive and irritating. I coughed in mild embarrassment, failing to notice that I had been making a face this whole time. What look? He rolled his eyes, clearly unamused. I already tire of your presence, be gone now, and make no attempt to come here again unless you have something worthwhile to show me. I blinked, and I found myself back in Azazel's apartment. Though I suppose it'd be more apt to say I could see it again. It's not like I ever left. It looks like everything went swimmingly. Congratulations. Azazel smiled at the sight of the shining lance-tipped dagger in my hand, one which now responded to my will rather than his. Temporarily, of course. He's got quite the personality. I can still hear you, parasite. Good. It comes with the territory of being a dragon king, he nodded his approval. Even though Fafnir made no comment, I could practically feel him grumbling under his breath. Still, I'm certain he'll make a reliable ally. You can always count on him when it matters most. I had another sly remark prepped, but decided to restrain myself upon hearing the sincerity in his tone. Azazel continued. With that settled, I think it's about time I get going. My sources tell me Kokabeel might be lurking somewhere within Europe, and it's only a matter of time before that search narrows down. A fluttering sound echoed through the room as 12 vantablack feathery wings protruded from either side of his back. If anything comes up, don't hesitate to give your favorite fallen angel a call. He winked, the apartment door swinging wide open as he disappeared into Koa's airspace. Right then. I stretched my neck from side to side and rolled my shoulders until they let out a satisfying pop, and stashed Downfall Dragon's spear in my pocket. I think it's time for me to fix things with Thora. Aquino looked from side to side with curiosity as she helped the villa's maid do the dishes, despite the latter's numerous reminders that such a thing wasn't necessary. Where's Alduin? I haven't seen him since breakfast. She asked, glancing through the backyard window to observe the sight of the girl her teacher had supposedly dropped off a short while ago, Asia Argento, who was currently being swarmed and drowned in affection by the entire peerage. Perhaps a little too much affection, considering the girl's frail stature, and the jet lag she was still experiencing from arriving in Japan. Asia-chan. Look, this is a donut. Have you ever tried one before? No. I'm not really hungry though, Alduin already bought me breakfast earlier. Bucho, I think Asia would prefer one of my cookies instead. See cookies? I think I've heard of them before. Don't be ridiculous, Kaneko, just look at her, Asia's obviously a donut girl. No, she's clearly a cookie girl like me. Based on what? Look at her eyes, those are clearly the eyes of a donut girl. Cookie girl. Donut girl. Cookie. Donut. The young lord went to handle an errand right after bringing Asia here, he'll be back soon enough. The maid answered, failing to mask the undertone of bitterness her words carried. I see, Aquino replied, choosing not to comment on her observation. At first, the Gremory group had been hesitant to have a fairly known figure from the Vatican living amongst them. Even if Asia wasn't a part of their order anymore. An unwelcome, but understandable reaction. Fortunately, Thora urged everyone to calm down and give the nun a chance to explain her side of the story. The reason behind her excommunication. The false promises of a stray exorcist. The dubious intentions of a rogue fallen angel cell, the mention of which forced Rias to feign ignorance. And finally, meeting their teacher a short while ago. After hearing her tale, it only took a matter of seconds for their opinions regarding her to shift in the complete opposite direction. Especially Kiba and Aquino's, who resonated with the misdeeds of the church and the fallen angel species, fiercely so. Quickly, it became clear to them that Asia was a kind-spirited girl who had simply been dealt a poor hand by fate. Not even the faintest drop of malice to be found behind her gentle, emerald gaze. True, they were a little miffed that their teacher had neglected to inform them about the whole fallen angel fiasco to begin with, but the fact that they now had such pleasant, and undeniably adorable company did a good job of soothing that feeling. Rias was more than happy to have Asia remain in her town, even from an overseer's perspective. The girl was an exile, which meant the church had no legal ground to stand on if they wished to interfere with her presence. Of course, the church didn't exactly have a reputation for following legal protocol. Especially since Koa was a devil-owned town, if they were interested in snagging Asia for whatever reason, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. But Rias was fine with that too. After all, the town's guardian would be more than happy to offer them a warm welcome if they wished for it. I'm back. Speaking of which, said guardian had just made his return. His even voice greeted the two women as he strolled back into the living room. Welcome home, Aquino put on a warm smile. Welcome back, young lord. Thora's demeanor, on the other hand, was far more cut and dry. Lacking its usual fondness Alduin had grown accustomed to. Alduin's eyes gravitated towards the backyard as he observed the sight of Rias and Kaneko attempting to push their sweet treat-related ideologies onto the residence's latest edition. It looks like they're having fun, his lips curled up a little. It was nice to see that Asia was settling in just fine. Aquino's smile widened. Asia-chan's a treat to have around, we're more than happy to spend as much time with her as possible. Her expression tightened. However, next time there's a rogue element operating in Kuo, we'd appreciate it if you gave us a heads up. Stuff like that shouldn't be happening without our knowledge, otherwise, what point is there in having Rhea serve as the town's overseer? Of course. I understand, he gave her a stern nod before directing attention to Thora, who didn't seem all that interested in looking him in the eye. Thora, would you mind coming with me for a second? Thora pressed her lips together, internally scrambling for an excuse. I'll be available in a moment, young lord. I just need to finish up these dishes. She insisted, putting a frown on Alduin's face as he effortlessly read between the lines. It's important, he returned with urgency, making it clear that such a flimsy excuse wouldn't deter him. Thora clenched her teeth, internally fishing for a more ironclad way to wave him off. It's all right, I can handle them. Aquino shifted closer, completely taking over Thora's duties without the maid's input. You two clearly have something urgent to discuss. The knowing look on Aquino's face spelled that she had read the room perfectly. Even if she didn't know what was going on between her teacher and his maid, she knew there was something. Leaving Thora with no other choice but to oblige. Thank you. Alduin nodded his appreciation at her. Don't mention it. She nodded back. Thora paused, quickly being reminded of her young lord's unending stubbornness. She breathed a heavy exhale and dusted off her apron. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Aquino. Anytime. Without uttering a word, Thora followed Alduin upstairs. Their footsteps were heavier than ever as he led them into their bedroom. He allowed Sylvie to undo her transformation spell, morphing from her disguise as a scarf back into that of her true form, and letting her wander wherever she pleased so he and Thora could have absolute privacy. We've clearly got a lot to talk about, don't we? He sat down on the mattress, unbuttoning his collar and making himself comfortable. Do we? She raised a brow, crossing her arms with skepticism written all over her face. You don't appear to be very keen on doing a whole lot of talking as of late, and I'm not entirely convinced that's changed. He sighed, feeling her disappointment, and understanding its source. Do you think I would have called you here if I wasn't willing to talk? He tilted his head, leaning backwards a little. Maybe, she narrowed her eyes. Or maybe you're planning on giving me a small fraction of the story, conveying it as the whole picture and expecting it to satiate me. It's something I'd expect from. Thora paused, stopping herself mid-sentence. Immediately realizing that she may have gone a little too far with her words. It's all right, but surprisingly enough, Alduin hardly seemed bothered. You can say it if you want, it is something she'd do after all. He breathed a dry chuckle. Although, she'd only do that if she was bored enough to want a reaction out of someone. Otherwise, she'd just flat out ignore them, wouldn't she? Her lips quivered ever so slightly. No, it was wrong of me to suggest. I said it was all right, didn't I? He pressed, expressing neither offense nor irritation. A strangely out-of-character thing for Alduin when mentioning her. During my initial awakening ceremony, I had to overcome a certain fear of mine. Thora's eyes widened. Her young lord genuinely appeared to be willing to discuss what was going on in that seemingly incomprehensible mind of his. I had to overcome my fear of becoming like my father, because deep down, some part of me thought awakening Dragonification would somehow lead me to the same state of mind he's found himself in. He looked down, smiling to himself. Of course, after conquering that fear, I quickly realized how foolish it was of me to let it exist in the first place. Puzzlement overcame his face. But some time after the ceremony, I couldn't help but wonder why that was the fear I faced, or rather, why that was the only version of that fear I had to face. When there was a much bigger one lurking in the recesses of my brain. As he spoke, the verdant hue of his irises appeared to intensify. While this was a prime opportunity for his dragon to intervene with its usual words of sage advice, Alduin's mindscape remained silent. Perhaps not because it didn't have any advice to give, but perhaps because Alduin might have already found the words all on his own. Then I started to think. He swirled his finger around his temple, the subtle change in his expression alarming Thora a little. What if it wasn't even supposed to be an obstacle in the first place? What if there was no dread for me to conquer? What if the reason the fear didn't show itself through a trial like that of my father's was because this fear was actually justified? Grounded in logic rather than paranoid delusion. She shuddered. Young lord, I think you might be jumping to conclusions. Couldn't you argue that you simply aren't ready to face that fear yet? Like you said, that fear's far more substantial than the one you faced. He turned to her, his optical gleam neither heightening nor waning. A thoughtful hum escaped his lips. Yes, I suppose you could be right. Thora wanted to sigh in relief, but felt a but coming. However, this clan trait of mine doesn't exactly have a reputation for being so considerate, now does it? I doubt it would be so generous as to let me delay confronting such a fear until I was prepared. She desperately wanted to refute him, but unfortunately, there was too much logic in Alduin's words. There was a reason only 3 Buné clansmen remained, one of which just barely escaped the clan trait's punishment for failure, and remained plagued by it to this day. Do you know why I fear becoming her so much more than I did father? It's not solely because she scares me more than he does. He began. It's because I know why father is the way he is, but I can't even begin to fathom why she's who she is, and there's no fear like that of the unknown. Part of him wanted to chalk all of it up to Zekram's nurturing, but the wiser part of him knew better. That she was much, much more than a product of nurture. Venelana had put it best, she wasn't someone you could simply understand. No matter how much time you spent observing her, no matter how many attempts you made to interact with her, she would always be more. And you know what's worse? His fingers clenched the duvet. I'm also scared that one day I will understand her, because at that point, I may already have become the exact same person. I might as well be stuck in limbo. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. He flexed his forearm as hard as he could, observing the veins spanning under his skin with contempt. Throughout his upbringing, his mother had done absolutely nothing to try to make her like him. Absolutely nothing at all. No warped guidance, no devilish suggestions. All she had done was educate him on their shared clan trait. Yet, with each lie he told, with each problem he swept under the rug, he felt his mentality start to change. Slowly but surely, it became more tolerant of the lies. More accepting of the justifications he told himself. More capable of planning around obstacles like his bosses. More intelligent, but not in the way he wanted to be. More apathetic to certain things and people. Just like her. However, he wasn't ready to see himself as a lost cause, not completely. Not when there was still someone at his side who had his unwavering trust and confidence. Perhaps the only one who could steer him from that fate. Thora bit down on her lower lip, knowing just how much of an effect her words from this point onward would have on him. Who you are is defined by more than just your blood, Alduin. She took a deep breath before continuing. The culmination of who you are is more than just your flaws, it's your strengths as well. Take Lady Rias and her subordinates, for example. It's only been a little over a week since they were put under your care, and look at all the good you've done for them in such a short span of time. Do you think your mother could have helped them like that? Noticing a chink in his mental armor, she persisted. Asia too, you were under no obligation to bring her in, let alone even acknowledge her existence. Yet, you decided to take her in anyway. Is that something your mother would have done? I think not. She sat down beside him, sliding her fingers over his. I too believed myself to be a product of nothing but my vices, but you managed to convince me otherwise, remember? A warm, gentle smile graced her face. So, allow me to do the same for you. Even if you feel like you're going too far, I'll always be here to make sure you don't cross that line. But to do that, you need to trust me, Alduin. I can't be there for you if you don't let me. With her spare hand, she reached over his cheek, gently pulling her face towards hers. Do you trust me? His response wasn't immediate. Instead, Thora was met with a gaze filled with immense longing and affection. Like he was about to pounce on her any second now, not that she'd mind. But he restrained himself, there was still much that needed to be said. Alduin breathed a softer, uplifted exhale before reaching into his pocket and pulling out none other than Downfall Dragon's spear. Its presence still concealed by Fafnir. This ought to elicit a fun reaction. He mused inwardly. When I went out just now, it was to meet with the Governor-General of Grigori, Azazel. He could practically hear the sound of glass shattering in Thora's head, but chose to continue nonetheless. It was best to throw all the mind-boggling revelations out first, and help Thora make sense of them afterwards. He gave me this, an artificial, sacred gear, the first of its kind. This one in particular houses one of the 5 great dragon kings, Fafnir. It's meant to serve as a means of protection against a possible, Satan-class threat that might rear its head in Kuo sometime soon. He tossed the gilded dagger up into the air, letting it spin before catching and stashing it back in his pocket. We started collaborating right after I went into the fallen angel's hideout while disguised as Freed. He told me the true perpetrator behind the whole incident was a cadre of his that had gone AWOL about a month prior, and wanted me to keep that a secret from Serafal so Grigori's perceived reliability wouldn't plummet too much in the eyes of foreign affairs. Alduin leaned sideways on the mattress, propping his palm up against his cheek and adopting a lounging position. He wants to bring true peace between us devils and fallen angels, and maybe one day between heaven as well, and in order to do that, he needs to put Grigori in a position where they'd at least be willing to hear such an outrageous proposition out in the first place. He waved the Grigori-issued phone Azazel had given him around, letting her get a good view of the organization's emblem etched into the casing. I think it's a worthwhile goal, which is why I decided to go along with his plan. Alduin stretched his limbs, a colossal weight lifting of his shoulders as he was finally able to tell someone about what he was getting up to. Phew, that was a real mouthful, wasn't it? Thora's face looked like it had been frozen in ice, her only noticeable body language being a few painfully slow blinks of sheer, utter befuddlement on an incomprehensible level. Pardon. Unfortunately, that otherworldly confusion was about to get worse. Oh, I almost forgot. He snapped his fingers in recollection. Mother was in town a week ago, well, not Mother herself, but a mutt sent on her behalf. She threatened Rias after she asked for basic, practically inconsequential on House Salos, and I decided to ask Rias to keep the incident a secret from her family, especially her brother, so he wouldn't waltz over to the manor and execute Mother on the spot. Alduin tapped his chin, wondering if he had left anything out that she wasn't already aware of. Ah. One more thing. According to Azazel, there's a high-tier sacred gear possessor living here in Kuo by the name of Genturu Saji, and a wielder of one of the 13 Longinus named Haidu Issei. He continued to tap in deliberation. Yep, I think that's everything. He clapped. Now I'm sure you have a plethora of questions you want to shoot my way, so go ahead. I have no intention of leaving this room until I've answered them all. Thora physically had to grab onto her chin and push her jaw back so it wasn't agape anymore. Alduin. Yeah. What, the FUCK? WNZT9 ASAS. Chapter 60, The Kami in the Suit. Chapter 60, The Kami in the Suit. Thora just had so much to unpack. To the point where she and Alduin had spent the past 30 minutes in a repetitive back and forth, just so she could confirm, double confirm, triple confirm, and then quadruple confirm that everything he had just told her really did happen, and wasn't part of some elaborate scheme to throw her train of thought off the rails. Even after it all, she still struggled to make sense of the bewildering information she had been given. She knew that something considerably grave had to be going on to cause Alduin such mental distress, but knowing that proved utterly useless when it came to comprehending what he had been up to throughout the past week and some change. Despite his repeating it all, as coherently as he possibly could, dozens of times. Not that he blamed her, the fact that he was colluding with the Governor-General of Grigori behind Serafal's back, while being under employment, and him hiding the whole Martha fiasco from Surzex, pretty much meant that Alduin had committed 2 acts of flat-out treason. Against 2 of the 4 great Satans. And surprise, his telling Thora everything made her complicit. Which was a big part of why he was so reluctant to tell her anything in the first place. Ironically enough, there was no way for him to truly convey the gravity of everything he had done without making her an accomplice. The possibility of Thora reporting what he had done never crossed his mind. It was the possibility of what he had done getting out, and his bosses holding the maid's silence against her, that bothered him. Alduin knew Serafal and Surzex weren't exactly the spiteful type, but what he did made the situation personal. More so for the latter than the former. Which meant their reactions would more likely than not end up proving unpredictable. Why? She muttered, gripping her temple and withholding the urge to yell at him so more lest she end up popping a vessel. Why would you withhold all this from them? Do you have any idea what kind of danger you've put yourself in? They could have your head for this if they wanted. I'm aware. He shrugged, his posture infuriatingly relaxed. I have my reasons for why I went along with the Governor-General's plan, and my reasons for what I did regarding Mother. Which would you like to hear first? She breathed a deep sigh of resignation. Somehow, that second one confuses me 1,000 times more than the first. So let's start with the Governor first. That one's a lot simpler to explain. He nodded his agreement. The Governor's proposition represents a chance for peace. After an unimaginable time period of bloodshed, violence, and countless border conflicts between us. I'll be honest, I couldn't care less about the Underworld itself as a whole. Thora's eyes went wide at that. It was the first time she had ever heard him express such an opinion. However, when I think about the futures of the people I do care for, like you, like Roygun, like my students. Don't you think it's only right that I at least try to help such a thing come to fruition? Hell, I'm well aware of how legally ambiguous what I did was, but ethically speaking, as a member of Foreign Affairs. Couldn't you say I basically had a responsibility to work towards a chance for peace when presented with the opportunity? Isn't that the whole point of this department's existence? Alduin let out a calming breath, recomposing himself. My reasoning's simple. I thought it was the right thing to do, that's all. He concluded, not an ounce of hesitation or regret in his tone or expression. Every word he said, he meant with absolute conviction. Yet, it didn't do much to ease Thora's overwhelming concern for his safety. The off chance of all his dealings being exposed still eating away at her, and her soaring blood pressure. She massaged her forehead, mulling over his words before continuing. Putting Lady Leviathan aside for a moment, what makes you sure you can hold the Governor-General to his word? What if he's just using you for his own ends? He isn't, Alduin replied flatly. Again, how can you be sure? She groaned her frustration. Again, it's simple. His tone remained firm. Azazel has everything to gain from following through with his promises, and everything to lose from turning his back on them. He didn't need to trust the men himself, merely his principles. Meaning. He's a man of science, similar to our Lord Beelzebub. I may not be an egghead myself, but I don't have to be to understand that Grigori's development will progress best during peacetime. He chuckled dryly. Besides, he doesn't have the guts to try to pull a fast one on me. Alduin recalled the unease on the governor's face when he brought up the topic of him possessing Tiamat's essence. His fear was faint, but that wasn't what Alduin was focused on, rather, he was paying attention to the type of fear Azazel demonstrated. The exact same kind Alduin felt when he faced his mother, not nearly as potent, but still the same. And that wasn't even considering the fact that the young Buné had Seraphol on speed dial. If Azazel failed to uphold his end of the bargain, it was only natural that Alduin responded in kind. When I first met Azazel back at the abandoned church, I witnessed a side to him that was much different from what I imagine most people saw. Alduin reminisced, remembering the grief Azazel had shown him. There wasn't an ounce of falsehood in his voice when he explained the situation to me back then. Azazel doesn't war. He hasn't wanted it for the thousands upon thousands of years that passed since the Great War, and he doesn't now either. Kokabil is an independent party, he does not represent Grigori's modus operandi. Not in the slightest. Like Azazel, he had absolutely no interest in letting tensions rise just because of one wayward cadre's disillusioned lust for war. At any moment, I could ring Seraphol and tell her about everything that's been happening. Sure, I'd have to explain my knowledge, and get in serious trouble for what I've been doing. But compared to the trouble it'll cause for Azazel, it'll basically be like a slap on the wrist. He folded one leg over the other. If he truly has something nefarious planned for me, do you honestly believe he'd leave himself so exposed? He fiddled with Downfall Dragon Spear. The ace in the hole Azazel physically could not retrieve until Kokabil was dealt with. Thora pursed her lips, a crease forming between her brow. Maybe that's just what he wants you to believe, her skepticism persisted. To lower your guard and make you easier to manipulate. Must this one refer to my partner with such misplaced distrust, little parasite? Relax, she's just worried about me, and in all fairness, I haven't really given her much reason not to be as of late. I suppose that's a possibility, he hummed, nodding his partial agreement. If it proves true, then it was rather foolish of me to let him pull the wool over my eyes like that, wasn't it? He wore a faint smile. Thora frowned. That isn't funny. I never said it was. He sighed, the gravity in his demeanor returning. I took a gamble when I chose to consume Tiamat's blood at such an early stage in my growth. In a sense, this is no different. Only this time, I have reason to believe the odds are in my favor. If it's an absolute guarantee you want regarding Azazel's trustworthiness, I can't give you that. Both of us are taking a risk by collaborating with each other, and we've both chosen to believe that we'll hold up our end of the bargain. Since neither of us are mind readers, we can't know for sure whether or not the other's holding a knife behind their back. As much as Thora wanted to find a way to separate him from the governor, it was evident that Alduin had a considerable amount of faith in Azazel. Enough to risk his standing with Seraphol for the sake of helping him bring about the peace he was promising. Do you at least have a plan, just in case things do go wrong with the Governor-General? She asked with an undertone of hopefulness. Alduin hummed, leaning backwards while folding his arms. That depends. On how Lady Leviathan and Lord Lucifer choose to react to that information. If they decide to let me off with a slap on the wrist, maybe revoking a few privileges here and there, I'll take it on the chin and move on. And if they settle on something harsher? There was one prime privilege they had granted Alduin he couldn't afford to lose. His political Satan-backed protection. Allowing him to remain in Kua with no interference from his father. Then I'll become either a defector or an exile, he shrugged. His answer disappointing Thora a great deal. There's a truckload of bad that could come my way as a result of what I'm doing, you don't need to remind me of that. Trust me. However, there's also a lot of good that could come from it too. Which is why I'm taking this risk in the first place. As per usual, once Alduin had made up his mind, there was little she could do to dissuade him. Though in all fairness, it was a little late for him to turn his back on the governor now, even if he wanted to. I'm not sure how to feel about the fact that you just suggested something like that without batting an eye. Thora deadpanned, not pleased with how ready he seemed to pack everything up and hightail it if things were to take a turn for the worse. His preparedness suggested he had already deliberated over this before, perhaps from the moment he first made contact with the Governor-General. It didn't make sense to her. How could he be so disposed to the idea of cutting off all ties from his home? Where was his hesitation? Where did such a mindset even stem from? For someone who had spent the entirety of his formative years trapped within his father's bubble, Alduin was oddly capable of stepping out of his comfort zone. Far more than she could ever have expected. Such is life, drastic situations require drastic measures. He replied evenly. Still, just because I've prepared for the worst-case scenario doesn't mean I won't do everything in my power to prevent it from happening. After all, now I'm telling you this, you'll more likely than not be implicated in everything I do, and everything that's done to me. As I should be. He offered her no response. merely giving her a blank, indiscernible look in return before letting out a resigned sigh. Am I really doing the right thing here? Dragging you into all this to a point where you won't be able to turn back. He knew Thora would resent him if he continued to bottle everything up. Yet, he couldn't help but feel obligated to weigh her satisfaction and safety. As if he needed to find some kind of balance between the two. Which was much easier said than done, since he couldn't bring himself to decide which of the two was more important to him. Yes, as you should be. He paused his train of thought, deciding to move on to the next, infinitely more complicated topic they were about to discuss. Now then, I imagine you're a lot more interested in what's going on between me and Mother than you are with me and Azazel, aren't you? Her strained silence was answer enough. Where do I even begin? He exhaled, rhythmically tapping his chin. His thoughts on the woman were virtually endless, but the ones he could properly convey to another person could be counted on one hand. I guess I should start by saying I don't condone what she's done. In fact, I want nothing more than to head down there and personally make my opinion on what she did very clear, but I think we both know how that'd end for me. He finished with a dry chuckle. Thora's expression tightened with confusion. You don't condone her actions, yet you chose to defend her from the consequences of them. Why? Because she would have faced the one and only consequence I'm not willing to let her face, his gaze steeled. Death. You don't know if Lord Lucifer would do it. He interrupted with a predictive glare. He would. Any preset laws or regulations wouldn't mean a damn thing in the wake of an enraged Satan Lucifer. I know that, he knows that, and anyone foolish enough to even consider getting in his way knows that. He's the strongest, that's justification enough for him to do as he pleases. Even now that Alduin had been made aware of his mother and Zekrom Bale's relationship, he knew it wouldn't make a difference. Unless Surzex was interested in hearing a rebuttal to his actions, what could the ancestor actually do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. You say that, but I don't recall Lord Lucifer having much of a vengeful reputation. Thora continued, still not sold on his firm belief. Yes, the lady would be punished, harshly so. But a guaranteed death penalty. I can't help but feel like you're jumping to conclusions. He shook his head in disapproval. Lord Lucifer and Lady Leviathan share the same intensity when it comes to the love they hold for their younger sisters. A deep, reminiscent breath followed. She was ready to go to war with Grigori, storming the organization on her lonesome just because a group of lowly, insignificant rogue fallen angels were present in Sona's town. Thora pressed her lips together, biting down on her lower lip. It was starting to become apparent that her odds of winning this argument were just as slim as the last. Noticing that he didn't need to elaborate, Alduin took a moment to gather his words. Regardless, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed that you even suggested such a thing in the first place. His voice lowered, his tone emphasizing umbrage. Disappointed. She blinked. She couldn't remember the last time he took that tone with her, if ever. Alduin's eyes narrowed into a cold, fiercely judgmental stare. Your entire point is based on the assumption that I'm willing to risk whether or not Lord Lucifer will kill her in the first place. He watched with indifference as she seemed to shrink under the intensity of his indisposition. We've been over this, haven't we? Yes, she's flawed, but she's still my mother. Thora balled her fist, rasping her next word. Why? He raised a brow. Pardon. Why is she your mother to you? Why do you see her that way? Why don't you resent her? She yelled, her words filled with desperation as if she were finally letting out something she had kept bottled up for quite some time. I don't understand. What love has she shown you? What warmth? What anything? It doesn't make any fucking sense. The lady is your mother in blood only. I've seen it. You've experienced it firsthand for the past 18 years. Yet you speak of her with such care. I don't get it. I don't get it at all, Alduin. Why? Tell me. He breathed a regretful sigh, reaching out and pulling her into a careful embrace as her eyes turned glossy. This was why he had been so hesitant to bring this topic up. He knew exactly how hard it'd be for her to fathom, and he knew he wouldn't be able to truly help her make sense of it all, no matter how hard he tried. Some emotions just didn't translate into words that well. Would she even appreciate it? The fact that you saved her from a fate she was solely responsible for. She burrowed her head into his chest, clutching the reins of his kimono. No clue. Her pleasure or displeasure really isn't important to me, but I guess that goes both ways, doesn't it? He quipped in a poor attempt to lighten the mood. Not funny. Yeah, sorry. He sheepishly rubbed his nape. Point being, I didn't do this in some futile attempt to win Mother's affection. I'm not counting on receiving such a thing from her, assuming she's even capable of giving it. How? Thora choked on her words. How can you be fine with that? Something so hopeless. His lips curled up into a faint, oddly comforting smile. I'm not entirely sure of that myself. Maybe it's because that's how things have always been between us. Part of me might just be content with accepting things as they are when it comes to her. Or maybe, she's just my type. Heh. Not funny. She grabbed hold of his ear, pulling it with full force. Please stop trying to make light of the situation, it's getting annoying. Ow wow. Sorry. Sorry. Please forgive this foolish young lord. He pleaded. Genuinely convinced that she was about to rip his ear clean off. I'm serious, if I ever catch you falling for a woman like that, I'll personally have you admitted into a psychiatric ward. Understood. Her ironclad glare made the weight of that promise perfectly clear to him. Yes, ma'am. He saluted. Good, she sighed in relief. Making a mental note to be extra cautious of the women Alduin associated himself with from now on. Even if he had only spoken in jest, it never hurt to be careful. Anything that stretches beyond Lady Roygun's clinginess is an absolute no-go for you. Thora reeled back, taking a breather so she could gather her sporadic, turbulent emotions. Listen, I'm pleased that you finally decided to share all this with me, however. It feels like I've left you with even more questions than I have answers, right? He knew precisely what was going through her mind. Yes. She replied with an apologetic nod, knowing full well that he was doing his best to make things clear to her. I know, when it comes to my explanation of why I so desperately want to keep Mother safe, I've pretty much given you the equivalent of one giant nothing burger. He breathed a resigned exhale, deciding to make one final attempt to put his thoughts into perspective. This might sound a little corny, but I feel like if she dies, an important part of me will die alongside her. It's an irrational yet terrifying feeling, and I'm not sure if there's anything I can do about it. Yeah, that does sound a little corny, but more importantly, it's infuriatingly cryptic. She furrowed her brow, trying her hardest to decipher something concrete out of what he was telling her. You mean, you don't feel whole without her? As much as she loathed such a truth, living in complete denial of its existence wasn't going to get her anywhere. Alduin hummed thoughtfully. That's not a bad way to put it. Abruptly, he stood up and walked over to the wardrobe, shuffling through its contents in search of something particular. I know I seem a little grumpy, but I'm glad I was able to get this off my chest. I doubt I would have been able to if you hadn't pushed me, so thank you for that. The feeling's mutual. She watched with intrigue as he continued to rummage through his collection of attire. Are you going somewhere? Yeah, I'm going to make a trip to the Genturu household to make sure everything's alright with him and his siblings. Since they're in a time of mourning, I think it's only right that I put on something more formal. He looked back at her. Do we have anything like that in here? Thora nodded. I recall Lady Leviathan having one of her department's official suits stored somewhere in there. Stress. Overwhelming stress. That was the unfortunate emotion weighing down on the shoulders of the blonde youth that was Genturu Saji. Fate hadn't been kind to him, both his body and spirit struggling to keep up with his studies, part-time job, household chores, looking after his younger brother and sister, Haru and Keed, and watching over his grandfather's ailing health. The only parental figure he had in his life since the untimely passing of his late mother and father. And just this morning, after having him rushed to the hospital by paramedics, he had been met with the news that the elder Genturu had met his end. The household no longer had an adult figure to look after it. Saji no longer had someone to look up to in his time of need. No one to seek advice and wisdom from when it came to the tumultuous challenge of being a good role model for his siblings. No one to stand by him and stop his weary mind from crumbling under all the pressure. Now it was just him. He, alone, was solely responsible for the household and its inhabitants. Every chore. Every meal. Every bill. Oh, the bills. With his pre-existing responsibilities, Saji had picked up quite the knack for managing his financials, and from what he had derived from the stack of mail and notepad markings in front of him consisting of due payments for electricity, heating, water, groceries, and tuition. Adding up all his savings and what moderate funds his grandfather had left behind for him, he'd only be able to fully support himself and his siblings for 3 more months, 4 if he decided to limit his consumption even more than he already was. Not exactly the most sustainable lifestyle for someone with a routine as physically and mentally demanding as his. Fuck, he muttered under his breath, gripping his bangs out of sheer frustration as his eyes traced over the numbers before him. Even if he were to drop out of school to pick up full-time work, perhaps even multiple gigs, it wouldn't be enough. At most, he'd be able to cover groceries and utilities if he were conservative enough. But managing both Haru and Keed's tuitions on top of that. With the salaries available to someone who had yet to even obtain their high school diploma, his chances were virtually non-existent. Sure, the Japanese government was currently investing a hefty amount of funding into educational subsidies. However, those were mostly reserved for private higher education institutions, prestigious universities, and such. Not to mention that they also operated on a competitive funding scheme. Saji loved his siblings more than anything, but he knew they weren't exactly genius material, and he wasn't exactly in a position to hire a tutor for them. Especially not when their rates ranged from 3,000 yen to 10,000 yen per hour, a price that he'd have to pay twofold to account for both of them. And DxD takes place in 2008. When $1 US equals 103 yen and 39 sen. Compared to $1 US equals 156 yen and 41 sen in 2025. Saji was stuck. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't think of a long-term, sustainable way to keep the household's finances going. If worst came to worst, he'd have no other choice than to put his siblings into foster care, and that was something he absolutely could not let come to pass, no matter the cost. For both his sake and theirs. He had lost his mother. His father. His grandfather. If he lost them too. He had no idea how he'd go on. He turned to a part of his living room, eyeing the memorial shrine that had been erected for his grandfather. His gaze trailed the faint, woody trail of smoke lifting off the burning incense stick. Cammy, if you're listening, please lend me a helping hand, just this once. I've endured more than my fair share of rain, haven't I? Don't you think it's about time I get a little sunshine? It'd be nice if Lady Luck sided with him for a change. Saji's ears perked up, the noise of something pattering against the balcony railing alerting him. Yeah, I don't even have the energy to be surprised. He narrowed his eyes, deadpan at the sight of the sudden weather change. It had started to rain, as if he were being mocked from up above. I'm glad you find my anguish so amusing. Another sound followed, putting a questioning smolder on Saji's face as he turned to face his front door. Someone was knocking. His eyes flicked towards the clock, wondering what someone was doing at his residence so early in the morning. The knocking persisted, causing Saji to stand up and walk over to greet the unexpected visitor. Whoa. Upon opening the door, he found himself looking at a strange-looking, yet sharply dressed man. He had long, ashen, porcupine-like hair. A faint, sympathetic smile on his face. A pair of bright, verdant eyes that Saji couldn't help but want to avoid meeting, both of which contained vertical, slit reptilian pupils, and for some unthinkable reason, on his head rested two pairs of horns? What the hell? Why is there a gaijin cosplayer at my front door? Saji took a mental step back, looking him up and down with understandable confusion. His attire consisted of a white, freshly ironed long-sleeved shirt with a pristine black tie fashioned into a Windsor knot. A set of black slacks, brown loafers composed of an evidently high-quality brand of leather, and to top it all off, a black, unbuttoned trench coat draped over his shoulders. Genshiro Saji, I presume? The man asked, his expression unchanging. That's me. Saji replied with a tone of uncertainty. His face scrunching up with scrutiny as he tried to brainstorm who this could possibly be, and more importantly, why he was here. The man proceeded to lower his head, wiping his smile off his face. I'm sorry for your loss, Genshiro-san. His voice echoed with genuine condolence. Saji blinked with heightened confusion. He had never seen this man in his entire life, nor had any requests to visit his grandfather by anyone beside him been made in the hospital. Thanks. He scratched his cheek. Sorry, I don't mean to sound rude, but who exactly are you? Are you a lawyer or something? A lawyer? No. He chuckled faintly. However, I am a civil servant of sorts, and I'm here to help you handle some of your affairs, Genshiro-san. Namely, your financial ones. Immediately, Saji's expression brimmed with skepticism. If you're a loan shark hoping to get me at my lowest, I suggest you take your leave, now. He crossed his arms, immensely unnerved by the man's piercing stare, but still determined to remain firm. I assure you I'm nothing of the sort, he replied evenly. His demeanor unwavering. I'm not here to make any sort of deal with you whatsoever, written or verbal. I merely wish to offer you some support on behalf of an acquaintance of mine. Naturally, Saji wasn't sold. As a matter of fact, the man's cryptic wording only made him seem even more shady. And who exactly is this acquaintance that my grandfather neglected to tell me about? I mean, assuming he's even real and this isn't some elaborate scheme you're cooking. Why isn't he here instead of you? Or is my grandfather's literal death not enough of a reason for him to show his face? The man sighed. Unfortunately, I'm not at liberty to disclose. Yep. Thanks for coming. Saji rolled his eyes, quickly moving to close the door in the suit's face. Thunk. But he only managed to close it 3/4 of the way, interrupted by the presence of a frighteningly strong foot wedging itself in between the door's frame. A nervous bead of sweat rolled down Saji's cheek. Move your foot, or I'm calling the police. He demanded, not sure what to make of the blank look on the man's face. I understand you and your family are in a time of mourning, Genshiro-san. But I really think you ought to hear me out, he exhaled, realizing that it may have been best to postpone this meeting a little longer. Just let me say my piece, and I'll be out of your hair right afterwards. Saji pressed his lips together in deliberation. If you just want to talk, then I presume there's no need for you to come inside, is there? Haru and Keet had locked themselves in their rooms after hearing the news of their grandfather's passing from their older brother. Saji wanted nothing more than to provide them the emotional comfort they needed, however, he just couldn't figure out how to. After all, he himself wasn't faring much better. If that's what you prefer. He nodded his understanding, withdrawing his foot, adjusting his tie, and handing him a sleek, all-black metal card from his trenchcoat pocket. Is that? Saji's breath sharpened, his eyes widening in recognition. Yes, it's a Visa Platinum debit card. The suit confirmed, causing Saji's fingers to tremble a little as he gripped the object in his hands. I was told there was a figure somewhere around 100 million yen in the account's name. Deafening silence fell between them. Saji's eyes looked like they were on the verge of bursting right out of his sockets as his mind mulled over the number that had just left his visitor's mouth. Oh, and the pin's your grandfather's date of birth. Saji's silence persisted. His gaze blank as a deer caught in headlights. Genshiro-san. Are you all right? The man tilted his head. Bullshit, Saji blurted. Pardon. I said, bullshit. Do you honestly expect me to believe that? 100 million yen. Was my grandfather acquainted with the chairman of Nintendo or what? He threw the card right back at the man, his face fuming with indignation, fully convinced that he was being mocked amidst his time of desperation. The suit caught the card between his fingers with effortless, freak precision. Letting out a thoughtful hum as he pondered how best to soothe Saji's worries. I understand that such a sum may be hard to fathom, but I assure you your beneficiary isn't playing some sick, twisted joke on you. Gently, he set the card down on the residence's doormat. You don't need to take my word for it, Genshiro-san. You can test it yourself at the nearest ATM when you have the time. Saji blinked repeatedly, desperately wanting to deny the sense of truthfulness emanating from the men, and at the same time, desperately wanting to believe it was true. That all his financial issues had been solved by some mystery savior connected to his grandfather. Ah, one last thing. The suit's eyes lit up in recollection. He reached into his trenchcoat once more and withdrew a piece of paper with an address and phone number written down on it. Should any further complications or needs arise, feel free to contact or visit me if I'm unable to pick up for whatever reason. The eldest Genshiro's eyes remained glued to the debit card quietly resting on his doormat, his mind struggling to make heads or tails of what was happening to him. 100 million yen. Just like that. Conveniently right after he had prayed for some good fortune. Really? Shouldn't you tell me the name of grandfathers? By the time he looked up to question the visitor further, he had vanished from sight, leaving no trace or sound of his departure behind. Acquaintance. With his mouth slightly agape, he looked up into Koa's cloudy, pouring sky. Kami. Good grief. 100 million yen. What was Azazel thinking? That's way too much dough for someone in his position to handle. Not that I'm against Genshiro having a truckload of money after all he's endured, but still, when Azazel said he was loaded, I didn't know he meant he was loaded. That much money could wind up putting that boy in some serious trouble if it attracts the wrong kind of attention. Granted, Saji's proven to be quite financially capable, so it's highly possible Azazel simply trusts him to use it wisely. Oh well, that's my job done I guess. Until his sacred gear awakens that is, which judging from his aura, I imagine will happen pretty damn soon. The grief he felt over his grandfather's death must have hastened the awakening process by a considerable amount. Little parasite. Speaking of which. Yeah. You were right, the scent of a dragon clings tightly to him. I noticed it when my partner came and visited him not too long ago, however, the scent just now was a lot more familiar than it was then, a lot more. Oh. I raised one brow, my curiosity piqued. The young one possesses the essence of one of my fellows within him. Vritra's essence. It's an awfully weak fragment, but it's there. Without question. Vritra. My eyes shot up in realization. Wait a minute, Vritra the prison dragon. A dragon king. I used the word fellows, who else would I be talking about? Oh boy. This just got a lot more complicated, didn't it? And, don't get me wrong, I enjoy seeing Alduin interact with the canon cast and all, but I don't want this story to just be a retelling of canon, or solely canon interactions/branches. I have a lot of original stuff I'd like to do as well, which is why I'll be speeding things along a little next chapter. Starting with Riser Phoenix. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 61, Long Time No See. Chapter 61, Long Time No See. 1 week later. Again, I ordered, standing opposite Thora within the confines of the training chamber with Downfall Dragon spear clasped firmly between my fingers. She nodded, wordlessly bringing her palms together and firing another viciously quick stream of piercing blood towards me. I inhaled sharply, pointing the gilded tip of the sacred gear in the direction of the sanguine projectile, milliseconds remaining until it had hit me square in the chest. This time I'll get it. A burst of bright, blinding gold light erupted from the lance in the shape of a spherical aura. clashing with Thora's blood manipulation as the sound of what could only be described as a full-speed bullet train coming to a grinding halt echoed throughout the chamber. The arrowhead of the bloody stream did everything it could to force its way through the raw defense of Fafnir's shining radiance, but just couldn't quite seem to find the strength. Ultimately ricocheting off and crashing into the chamber's roof, a few rocks crumbling onto the floor in the process. Damn it! I yelled in frustration, raising the sacred gear with half a mind to smash it onto the ground. Do that, and I'll brute force my way right out of this seal and swallow you whole. I'm serious, little parasite. TCH, I clicked my tongue in resignation. Figuring out the enhancement effect of Fafnir's golden aura was easy as pie, probably because using Tuki has made me immensely familiar with the process of doing so. Negation, on the other hand, is proving to potentially be the toughest thing I've ever tried to pull off. I've been going at it for the past week, and I haven't made any progress at all, literally none. I try, again and again, only to get the same result, again and again. I end up blocking an attack, never actually negating the spell itself, making it vanish into nothingness like Fafnir can. Honestly, there was a point where I felt like he just made the ability up so he could relish in the sick satisfaction of watching me run around like a headless chicken. I mean, being able to just straight up eviscerate a spell right down to the very core of its composition. Even the power I received from Tiamat doesn't seem all that outrageous put next to that. Yet, after about 4 days of endlessly mocking and sneering at my efforts, Fafnir decided to disprove my theory by temporarily taking control over the sacred gear and performing exactly what I believe to be a farce. Negation is real. My ability to reproduce the phenomenon, on the other hand, remains fiction. It's clear I'm missing something, but I can't even begin to guess what that something could be. Is it the way I'm ejecting Fafnir's golden aura from the sacred gear? Is there a fault in how I'm imposing my will onto it? Is it a lack of understanding regarding draconic strength, the functionality of sacred gears, or a mix of the two? I can't say. I've been studying up like crazy on the files Azazel sent me on sacred gears, and while they've been undeniably helpful in training my students, I'm not sure if that knowledge will translate onto an artificial sacred gear, the first of its kind, mind you, as well as I'd like it to. The laws of how sacred gears operate come from the biblical God's heavenly system, but those of what I'm holding stem from that of Azazel's laboratory. I don't think it's far-fetched to assume they aren't functioning on the same wavelength. If it's that difficult, you could always ask my partner for assistance. Would you still consider giving me your blood if I did that? You say that as if I'm considering it at all in the first place, little parasite. I believe I made my opinion on the matter clear when you initially contracted me, didn't I? You didn't answer the question. If you wish to wishfully blind yourself in your own delusions, then feel free. I snickered inwardly. Heh. That still wasn't a yes or no. I could hear Fafnir grumble from within the gear. You really are a stubborn one, aren't you? I like to think it's one of my strong points. Of course you do. Young lord, perhaps we should take a break for a little while. I mean no offense, but it feels like you're fruitlessly bashing your head against a brick wall hoping to achieve something other than a splitting headache. I breathed a defeated exhale at her painfully accurate description. Yeah, that's probably for the bee. I paused mid-sentence, my eyes turning up in a particular direction. My senses picking up on an awfully powerful presence, one that had appeared in my residence completely out of the blue. Young lord? She questioned. Seraphal. I muttered, her being the first person that came to mind once I detected the teleportation circle's activation. No, it's not her. Only to immediately notice that a completely unfamiliar figure had found their way into my living room. An unfamiliar, Satan-class figure. What's wrong? We have a guest, a rather important one it would seem. I wasted no time making my way out of the chamber. On the edge about the appearance since I hadn't received any forewarning from Seraphal or Lord Lucifer. Upon entering the villa's living room, Alduin found himself met with a peculiar sight. All his students were gathered in formation around their king, including Asia, who was standing behind Akino with a mix of uncertainty and intrigue written on her face. And it wasn't just her, the pungent tension in the air seemed to be affecting all the residents, albeit in varying ways. Alduin Buné, I presume. A calm, womanly voice called out to the room's latest arrival. The same voice that was soaking up everyone's attention. I've been looking forward to meeting the one Lord Lucifer trusted with the ladies' training. Alduin offered no immediate response, letting out a half-thoughtful, half-familiar hum as he eyed the woman up and down. I know that face, don't I? Or rather, I'm supposed to know that face. Like Thora, she adorned a French-made outfit with long sleeves, and a frilly white headband atop her head. Her hair was a pristine, shimmering silver that reached down to her lower back, fashioned into 2 pairs of braids, a small one over her shoulders, and a longer one running down her back, both with small, blue bows tied to their ends. Her eyes were a deep red, reminding Alduin of Fafnir's to a certain degree, imbued with a similar wisdom and observance, though not as aged. Like Alduin, she too was taking a moment to observe him up and down. naturally curious to see the men her husband had trusted with her beloved younger sister-in-law's protection and care. "You were right, dear husband," she mused. "The rest of him might be Sebastian, but those eyes are 100% that woman's, through and through." I don't mean to sound rude, for the sake of not coming off as a creep, he decided to break the silence. "But I would have appreciated a little heads up about having the strongest queen show up in my living room unannounced." No resident of the underworld that had breathed fresh air in the past few centuries failed to recognize the name of the woman who still remained the highest-ranked queen in the raiding games despite having stepped away from active participation for almost 4 centuries. Graphia Lucifuge. "I apologize for the sudden intrusion," she performed a slight, respectful bow. "However, I'm afraid this is a rather urgent matter involving the lady." All it took was a single glance from her to Rias for Alduin to understand the situation. "So it's time. Care to elaborate?" Instead of answering, Graphia gave Rias a subtle look, giving her the room to continue. Apparently, Rias breathed a deep exhale, her voice brimming with irritation. "House Phoenix isn't all that pleased about the marriage being postponed while I'm staying in the human world. Who would have thought?" She waved her hand sarcastically. "Let me guess, they interpreted it as you attempting to ditch the wedding altogether." Alduin smiled knowingly, not because of his words, but rather the implication behind them, and those of Graphia and Rias. They were all acting. Why wouldn't they be? Pretty much everyone in the room, save for Asia, was aware that an unofficial raiding game would soon transpire between the Gremory and Phoenix peerage. They just needed to keep it a secret from the immortal firebirds in question, the current conversation serving as no more than preparation for when they lied to their faces in person. For lack of better words, yes. Graphia picked up. House Phoenix has been putting considerable pressure on the lady's house, and in order to reconcile tensions, her father has decided she ought to return to the underworld for some time to meet with her fiancé to offer him and his family reassurances. Reassurances? Rias scoffed, expressing a note of genuine frustration amidst the farce. "Yeah, sure. I totally won't have a ring slapped on my finger the micro-instant my feet touch Phoenix soil." She rolled her eyes, displeased by her father's glaring lack of backbone. He was a duke, Lord Phoenix was a marquis. The latter had no actual grounds to pressure him into doing anything, which she imagined her mother had already tried to make clear to him. Evidently to little avail. Then again, if her father were intelligent enough to actually heed his wife's words of wisdom, this whole marriage wouldn't have even been arranged in the first place. Whatever the case, Graphia continued, inwardly in complete agreement with her sister-in-law's assessment. "Refusing to meet with your fiancé will come off as insulting, so I must insist that you come with." Before the Silverly maid could finish, another presence linked up with the villa's teleportation circle. One that exuded a much hotter, fiery radiance in contrast to Graphia's chilled demeanor. "Man, it's been a while since I last trekked up to the surface." A torrent of flames erupted from a familiar, blazing noble crest that appeared on the floorboard, followed by the sound of a pompous, obnoxiously self-assured voice that spoke to the room. "Showtime." A slow grin crept up Alduin's face. The embers cleared to reveal a slick-back blonde, red blazer-wearing individual everyone knew all too well. "I had a feeling you'd be a little stubborn, so I decided to come get you in person, my beloved Rias." He smirked, turning around to meet the clearly unamused crimson-haired princess. Riser Phoenix was here. Wait a minute, but his smugness only lasted for a moment, replaced by confusion when he picked up on an oddly familiar presence. One that, by all accounts, had absolutely no business whatsoever being here. "Miss me?" Alduin waved at him from across the room, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. "The fuck?" Riser's face whitened as he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, wondering if he had been put under an illusion. "What the hell are you doing here, lizard? What's with that reaction?" He pouted. "I came rushing to the surface the moment I heard my adorable Pookie Wookie Riser was going to be here, or does our relationship no longer mean anything to you now that you're engaged?" He sniffled, clutching his chest and wiping a tear. "I'm heartbroken. Who would have thought that I could fall for such a heartless man?" Riser clenched his fist, turning to Graphia with a fierce scowl. "There had better be a good explanation for this." The maid nodded. He was designated as Lady Rias and Lady Sona's guardian by Lord Lucifer and Lady Leviathan, and appointed a representative of the Foreign Affairs Department. Since when? Riser knitted his brow, all but convinced something nefarious was at play. He could count the number of times Alduin had been let out of the Buné Manor on one hand, let alone the territory itself. The fact that he was here, outside of the underworld, might as well be a part of one highly alcohol-influenced fever dream. It was decided roughly a month and a half ago, and officialized upon the beginning of their oversight over Kuo Town. She clarified, letting nothing slip through her tone. A month and a half. A light bulb went off in Riser's brain as he recalled the last time he saw Alduin. That was the same time as Sona's 18th birthday, wasn't it? "I'm a civil servant now, pretty cool, right?" Alduin beamed. thoroughly enjoying the Phoenix's look of sheer befuddlement. Riser adjusted his cuffs in an effort to retain his composure. Being a civil servant doesn't give you the authority to interfere with my marriage. Did I say I was going to interfere? He tilted his head. You heard her, my job's merely to keep her safe while she remains in Kuo. His eyes narrowed. Though on that same note, I'm not sure I can let you take her back to the Underworld if she's unwilling to go. He turned to Rias. Are you unwilling? Most definitely, she replied without hesitation, staring Riser dead in the eye. Well, there you have it. Alduin clasped his hands behind his back. If she doesn't want to leave, she doesn't have to. Riser's scowl deepened. So you say, but our fathers have already signed off on this. He faced his supposed bride-to-be. Rias, don't you think it's rather inconsiderate of you to ignore your father's wishes? She scoffed. How so? Judging by the fact you're here, he did a pretty fine job of ignoring mine. I'm simply returning the favor. Why must you insist on being so childish? He groaned, rubbing his nape in frustration. We both know why this marriage was even called for in the first place, don't we? It's for the sake of pure blood propagation, I'm well aware. She breathed a heavy, disapproving sigh. I assure you I'm perfectly capable of passing down my bloodline, with a spouse of my choosing, that is. He clicked his tongue. You know damn well that isn't how things work. This isn't just a matter of you passing down your blood, it's who you pass your blood down with. And you're somehow the ideal candidate. She snickered. If that's the case, I fear for all the young women of the Underworld. Riser clenched his fist, his patience beginning to wane. There you go again with you and your accursed selfishness. He started to approach her, all the while wearing a fierce glare. Do you think I was given any consultation about this in advance either? No. But I did complain. No, because unlike you, I understand that certain things have to be done for our house's sake, regardless of personal opinion. She nodded slowly. In truth, she did understand his point of view, but couldn't bring herself to sympathize with it. Her life was her own. Why did her father get to decide who she spent the rest of it with? Her older brother was allowed to choose his own partner, why shouldn't she be awarded the same privilege? Even her closest friend, Sona, had found a way to take some level of control over who became her spouse, using her intellect as both a shield and a suitability test at the same time. She'd feel pretty damn pathetic if she didn't at least try to fight for her right to choose. After all, that's how the Underworld worked, didn't it? The strong could have what they wanted, the weak could have what they were allowed to have. Only those willing to fight for what they want could ever hope to be among the former. She took a deep breath. You might be satisfied with being an obedient little daddy's boy, but I'm different. I value my independence, my freedom. I'm the next head of my house, not a broodmare to be shipped off at my father's pleasure. You just don't get it, do you? He growled, his hands reaching out to grab her by the shoulders. Neither of us are in a position to defy the will of our houses. The only difference between you and me is that I have the maturity to understand the necessity of this marriage. Yet you insist on your stubbornness, flailing your arms and throwing a tantrum like a spoiled little sh. Slash. The room fell silent. In the blink of an eye, a fierce, invisible force blitzed through the room. One no one besides the Grimory's head maid could observe. What? Riser looked down, only to notice that both of his hands had been severed clean off. I'd appreciate it if you kept your hands off my protectee, Riser. Alduin chided him calmly, his finger still outstretched, making it clear that he was ready to fire another wind projectile if need be. What happened to not interfering, lizard? His flames of immortality regrew his appendages just as quickly as they had been chopped off. Don't tell me you're jello. Another gust of wind followed, only this time it came from behind the Phoenix, and in the form of a pushing force rather than a cutting one. Riser flew straight towards Alduin, the former's neck ending up clasped firmly between the latter's grip. His fingers tightened to the point where Riser could do naught but let out a hoarse, croaking noise. That wasn't an invitation for you to talk back to me, he pulled the Firebird's face closer to his. You're under my roof at the moment, which means you'll follow my rules. Understood. Riser gritted his teeth, mustering up the strength to latch onto Alduin's wrist and spew hellfire out of his hands, as if he were about to make an attempt to break free. Where do you get off ordering me around like some? Wrong answer. Bam. With his spare hand, Alduin slugged his fist into Riser's abdomen. A chunk of saliva bolted out of the supposed groom's mouth as he was freed from the Buné's grasp. Riser fell to the floor with a thud, clutching his stomach as his brows knitted in confusion, his body experiencing a sensation very few members of the Phoenix clan understood by virtue of their immortality. Pain. It hurts. Why? Why does it hurt? He looked up in horror, noticing the purple flecks that had begun to swim around Alduin's verdant irises as the horned devil looked down on him with sheer indifference. What did you do to me? I punched you, that's all. In a moment of realization, Alduin surveyed the room, noticing all the shocked, smitten stares he was getting. Whoops, it looks like I let my emotions get the better of me for a moment. He chuckled lightly, his demeanor shifting back to its usual, easygoing self in an instant. Perhaps it'd be better if Mrs. Grafia took over from this point. For the sake of keeping things civil. He took a step back, giving the Satan-class devil the room. Very well, she nodded, her eyes shifting between Riser and Rias, pretending as if the scolding that was just administered hadn't happened at all. Lord Lucifer had a feeling Lady Rias' opinion on the marriage wouldn't change, which is why he prepared a last resort proposal to settle everything between the two houses. Cough. Last resort. Riser planted his palm on his knee, wearily hauling himself to his feet while shooting Alduin a fiercely spiteful side-eye. Indeed. He proposed a rating game between the two of you. Rias' eyes widened, totally taken aback by the totally unexpected development. Should Lord Riser win, the wedding will continue as planned. Should Lady Rias win, the wedding will be immediately annulled. Seriously? That's his grand proposal. Riser sneered. Putting aside how hopelessly outmatched and inexperienced she is compared to me, she isn't even qualified to partake in a rating game in the first place. Official participation required a devil to be at least 18 years of age, and there were still a few weeks left until that became true for Rias. And, don't take my word for this, Rias is supposedly already 18 at the start of DxD, but at this point they still deem her immature. Ishibumi things, I guess. Lord Lucifer is well aware of that, Grafia continued with a brief exhale. Which is why the match will be deemed unofficial. All the rules will remain the same as if it were a real bout, but it will not be counted towards any records, nor televised in any manner. That certainly saves her the embarrassment, he chuckled. Oh well, if this is how our glorious Satan Lucifer wishes to settle things, who am I to refuse? He grinned in Rias' direction. I'll even offer you time to prepare to even the playing field a little. How does 10 days sound? Idiot, Rias withheld the urge to grin. 10 days, she repeated in agreement. Though part of her felt like she was ready to take him on at a moment's notice, even someone as dense as Riser might realize something's up if she were to agree so readily. Besides, more time to prepare meant more time to ensure that Riser's defeat was nothing but one of utter humiliation. Excellent, Riser strolled back towards the teleportation circle, preparing to make his departure, but not before sparing Alduin one final glance. Just to make sure, you aren't planning to trade one of yours to her before the game. Alduin rolled his eyes. That suggests I have anyone to trade in the first place. Riser blinked, genuinely surprised. You don't? No. Not even one. Not even one. He stroked his chin. What? Mommy and Daddy won't let you have any evil pieces either. Sheesh, talk about controlling. I have my pieces, thank you very much. He narrowed his eyes, not particularly pleased about Riser mentioning his parents. Though I don't see how whether or not I have a peerage is any of your business. Riser hummed, shrugging his shoulders shortly after. Humph, weirdo. He stepped into the circle, returning to the underworld in a burst of flames. Well, that was eventful. Rias sighed in relief, rolling her shoulders and facing her teacher. Do you really not have a peerage though? That question's quickly starting to get annoying. Alduin exhaled. Is it really that interesting? I don't have one because I don't, that's all. There's nothing more to it. Hey, I'm not trying to sound judgmental or anything. She put her hands up in a surrendering gesture. Just curious, that's all. Your curiosity is noted, he replied blankly, offering no elaboration. Lord Alduin, Grafia chimed in. You are aware that the gathering of young devils will be taking place soon. I am. She raised a brow. And you are aware that it's tradition for your generation to compete with one another in a series of rating games, correct? He breathed a resigned sigh, knowing exactly what she was implying. I'm sure the event will survive just fine without my participation. He crossed his arms, eager to put the topic to rest as soon as possible. Neither Sebastian nor Martha had a peerage. As a matter of fact, he was pretty sure they didn't even have any evil pieces in the first place. Why was it so fascinating to them that he hadn't gone recruiting? It's not that simple, Lord Alduin. She shook her head disapprovingly. For a young devil, that event all but shapes a large portion of their future. It's a place where you're able to declare your ambitions, your hopes, and your aspirations, to your elders. The words you offer them are a lot more than just noise, they're opportunities, they open doors. Or close them, depending on your performance. I see, unfortunately, her words seemed to arouse absolutely no interest whatsoever from the young Buné. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. Grafia simply nodded, clearly there was no use in pressing him any further. I hope you know you have a place in the underworld beyond what you're doing for my husband and Seraphal, Alduin. Most of noble society doesn't know of you yet, but they will, and once they do, they'll expect great things of you. Now that everything's been settled, I believe it's about time I take my leave. the maid offered Rias a slight nod. I wish you the best of luck in your upcoming game, Lady Rias. I appreciate it, but I don't plan on relying on luck to defeat him. She wore a confident grin. Of course, Graphia returned a faint smile, pleased with her sister-in-law's mindset. Even just by looking at her and her peerage, she could see how much they had grown over the past 2 weeks and some change. It was like they had all undergone a complete metamorphosis, sharpening themselves with training and resolve the likes of which should have required a far more substantial amount of time had they chased after it on their lonesome. And it was all thanks to House Buné's peculiar air. As for you, Lord Alduin, I hope you'll continue to support the lady in her endeavors as you have been thus far. I assure you, Lord Lucifer won't forget your efforts. He'd better, Lilith knows I'll need him to if my misdeeds ever come to light. You needn't even ask, he replied assuringly. Watching as Graphia stepped into the circle and vanished under a sheen of frost. She makes a good point, you know. Rias began. It'd be a waste for you not to participate in the gathering. I might not be a combat guru, but I think you'd have a pretty good shot in taking Serorg's crown as our generation's strongest. Her peerage nodded in agreement. But Alduin's gaze remained blank. You should focus on dethroning him yourself rather than putting me on a pedestal. He flicked his wrist, checking his watch. I'm going to be in my greenhouse for about half an hour, training will resume afterwards. Don't be late. Rias frowned, finding herself staring at his back as he stepped out into the backyard. A mix of emotions running through her head. There has to be a reason why you don't have a peerage, or rather, why you don't seem to even want to consider having one. Her teacher was a complicated, perhaps even troubled figure, the whole scuffle involving his mother made that clear to her. In a weird way, she was almost grateful that the incident occurred. It was the only reason she was able to get a glimpse of his true feelings, the things that made him the person he was. Yet, part of her wasn't satisfied with just knowing about his conflict. Part of her wanted to help him deal with that conflict, just as he had done for her treasured subordinates. But how? How would she even begin to accomplish such a thing? The conversation they shared in the greenhouse was merely the tip of the iceberg, it was miles away from the full picture of House Buné itself. Of course, she understood that the wise thing to do would be to steer clear of that house, not touching it with a 10-foot pole. However, if it could help her teacher in any way, perhaps it was worth the trouble. First things first, she shook her head. Deal with the rooster, then we can start worrying about Alduin. WNZT 9 ASAS. Chapter 62, Interlude, Absorption Line. Chapter 62, Interlude, Absorption Line. 5 days have passed since Riser ever so graciously gave my students 10 days to prepare for their upcoming bout. I'm pleased to see that they're all progressing about as well as I'd hoped. Isaiah wanted my help to work on swords designed to specifically counter Riser himself, namely his hellfire and wind manipulation. Obviously, he's still nowhere near ready to create an attribute that could nullify immortality itself. And as his teacher, who was I to refuse? It wasn't hard for me to replicate Riser's offensive techniques. I could match the strength of his hellfire by harnessing a quarter of my draconic breath's full power, while fanning and oxygenating it with wind manipulation like he tends to do. Although, I have to be really, really careful with how I utilize those verdant flames of mine. After consuming Tiamat's blood, its strength pretty much tripled. I'm confident in my healing ability and all, but I have a feeling my flames might have reached a point where I'm no longer capable of healing the damage they'd cause if an accident were to occur, especially if I brought out their true strength. Speaking of healing, Asia's decided to join in on their training, helping me heal them after sparring sessions through the use of twilight healing. I tried to tell her she didn't have to and whatnot, but I think the fact that she's technically freeloading, even though I'm perfectly fine with it, started to weigh on her conscience. Sometimes I feel like that girl's just way too giving for her own good. Granted, there's nothing inherently dangerous about her doing some first aid here and there, so I decided to let her help out. At least, that was the plan. Somehow, it's gotten to a point where I'm considering letting her take over all medical duties. I'm not ashamed to admit it either, that girl's healing prowess is frighteningly good in comparison to mine, not because of the difference between a sacred gear and clan trait, but because her talent for the art, and theoretical comprehension of medical knowledge is the real deal. She might seem like an airhead from afar, but after taking the time to converse with her about medical theory, I was stunned. The depth of her understanding of the human body's top tier. The skeletal system, muscular system, nervous system, endocrine, cardiovascular, gross anatomy, neuroanatomy, etc., etc. You name it, she knows it like the back of her hand, in and out. She's only 17, but she might as well have a PhD in both physiology and anatomy. According to the information Azazel sent over, the main driving force for twilight healing is a genuine desire to help others. A compassionate soul. Asia's obviously got that in excess, but I highly doubt that's the sole reason why her healing powers are as effective as they are. I think her knowledge allows her to be precise with how she uses twilight healing. She can do more than just mindlessly tell it to fix something, she can tell it exactly where to go, what exactly to fix, and how exactly to fix an injury. She's efficient, immensely so. The church clearly has its issues, but I have to give credit where it's due. Their medical division's educational system is pristine. And that got me thinking about her future. I can't just indefinitely leave her as is. After all, everyone needs a sense of direction and purpose in their life to keep them going. Death by boredom's a real thing. I'm wondering if she'd be interested in pursuing a job in the medical field. Ability-wise, she's more than sorted, the only question is whether she actually wants to or not. I could have a tutor arranged for her to learn Japanese, or arrange for study somewhere abroad if she's interested. The only reason I'm considering the former is because she'd probably want to study with Rias and everyone. Dr. Argento has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Back on the topic of my student's progress, Aquino's instantaneous voltage output has continued to soar. Her lightning-natured demonic power is getting close to the 2 million volt mark, and her holy lightning's getting close to 400,000 volts. Chiron no longer requires Sylvie's assistance to meditate properly, the rhythm's still a little off, but the fact that she's able to keep her ki from spazzing out without her help is a big step in the right direction. Unfortunately, I've yet to see any signs of Kasha manifesting. I think my hypothesis about it being a mental problem rather than physical is starting to hold more weight. Should that be the case, then it isn't an issue that can be resolved before the raiding game. Which is why I'll simply leave it be until I believe the time is right, lest I end up doing more harm than good. That said, I haven't exactly planned out how I'm going to tackle her fear of her older sister. I'm not even entirely sure I'm capable of fixing it on my lonesome to begin with. I wonder, would actually having a chance to talk with Kuroka in person again be helpful? Or would it just lead her to have some kind of sporadic episode? Actually, forget that. How would I even go about finding the wanted Nekasha in the first place? I guess I could try asking Azazel. I'm sure he'd have the necessary networking and resources to track her down. Although, harboring an SS-class stray devil would count as yet another act of treason against the Underworld, wouldn't it? Oh well. Gasper can stop time for about an additional half-second, and to the shock of my students, his consumption of blood has, in fact, affected his physical growth. The little guy grew a whole centimeter. I don't really know the specifics, however, slowly but surely, my blood's starting to unravel the stunted growth Gasper's suffering from as a result of barely consuming any blood when he was younger. With any luck, it'll resolve his stunted confidence too. Fingers crossed. Last but not least, there's the king of the group. I haven't been doing much physical training with her, not that she hasn't been training her power of destruction, just that she's mainly doing it on her own for the most part. Instead, we're working on getting her mind acclimated to playing her role in the upcoming raiding game. The leader. I've had her run mock scenarios where it's her and her peerage against me, Thora, and a varying number of my wood clones. Sometimes I even set objectives as they do in official raiding games, capture the flag and whatnot. She's still a little rough around the edges, but that's to be expected of a greenhorn. Watching over the movements of 4 other people at all times, all with varying movesets, can be quite overwhelming. I don't need her to be the next Sun Tzu, I just need her to have the confidence to tell her subordinates what to do without hesitating or needlessly freezing up when she's battling Riser's peerage. As long as she doesn't hesitate, her peerage will snowball Riser's to the point where he'll be too overwhelmed to come up with any strategy whatsoever. Assuming he's even capable of strategy in the first place. You should wear this more often, Thora smiled faintly as she draped my trenchcoat over my shoulders, helping me put on the same outfit I had used to greet Saji for the first time. It suits you. Does it? I raised my brow. I've always seen myself as a more informal wear kinda guy. Foolishness, Sylvie snaked her way up my torso, deciding to chime in. This one is merely masking a statement of the obvious as a compliment to win Master's favor. Ah, is that your way of saying I look good in anything? I chuckled, giving her a light rub on the head. As expected, you were able to effortlessly decipher my meaning. She did the snake equivalent of a triumphant huff before sliding into one of the trenchcoat sleeves. She's just too cute, isn't she? Must she seek to belittle me at every opportunity? Thora deadpanned, her eyes twitching while she adjusted my tie. Oh come on, she's just having a bit of fun. I say that, but I've gradually started to realize that Sylvie's Senjutsu complex is more heartfelt than I presumed. Anyone who can't mold ki is basically a chimpanzee flailing around an assault rifle in her eyes. And I mean anyone, if I'm not careful with her, she'll say it straight to Lord Lucifer or Seraphul's face. Humph, I blame Martha for this. I don't know how or if she's responsible, but I blame her for it anyway. So you say, Thora sighed, doing her last touch-ups before taking a step back and observing my outfit. You actually look mature for once in that, would it be too much to have you make it a part of your daily attire? I certainly won't stop you from trying, I grinned, leaning in for a quick kiss once she was all done. I'll be back soon, try to keep my students from blowing themselves up if possible. They've been drastically ramping up the intensity as the days creep closer to the date of the raiding game. I'm all for being driven, but just because my chamber's as tough as it is doesn't mean it's indestructible. If possible, she repeated with a resigned exhale. It was time for me to head to the Gentru household once more. According to Fafnir, Vritra's awake. He's the third dragon king I'm going to encounter since arriving in Kuo. How exciting. /////. Saji paced back and forth within the confines of his bathroom, biting his nails out of sheer stress and confusion. It had been a little under 2 weeks since the strange, horned, suit-wearing foreign cosplayer had arrived at his doorstep, and save for the alarmingly full bank account the man handed him, everything had been going just fine, better even, now that all his financial worries had been quelled. Until a few minutes ago. He had been minding his business, going about his daily chores when, bam, his left hand started to burn. Like an invisible pot of boiling water had latched onto him out of nowhere. In a panic, he rushed to the bathroom, running his hand under ice-cold water in a desperate attempt to soothe the pain. But it was to no avail. The searing pain not only persisted, but intensified. Growing hotter and hotter with each passing second, to the point where he felt like his skin should have melted right off, dripping onto the tiled floor like goo. His desperation grew with the pain, causing him to bolt into the kitchen and plunge his hand into the freezer where all the ice packs were stored. Hoping that it'd work. And fortunately, it did. Perhaps a little too well. The feeling of pain subsiding wasn't natural, it was instantaneous, quick enough that Saji was half convinced it had all been a figment of his imagination. Maybe a manifestation of all the duress he had been under as of late. Only for a new source of stress and confusion to appear, completely out of the blue, and in the form of a cute, chameleon-shaped black bracer with violet eyes and a funny-looking face that attached itself to his hand. Firmly. He yanked, tugged, pulled, and clenched. But no matter what, the strange contraption just would not budge. Almost as if it was bonded to his very skin itself. At the moment, he was attempting to use the moisturizer in his bathroom as a lubricant to help slide the thing off, but even that effort was just as futile as the rest. The bracer remained unmoving. Don't tell me this is also just a figment of my imagination. Shit. Get it together, Saji. Now's not the time for you to get thrown in a nuthouse. Ni-san. His state of agitation was interrupted by the sound of his younger brother, Haru, knocking on the bathroom door. Give me a minute. I'm kind of in the middle of something, he replied, wondering what on earth he was supposed to do about the bracer. But there's a strange man at the door, and he says he needs to talk to you. Haru persisted. Strange man. Saji's tone deepened, his protective instincts quickly kicking in. Yeah. He's wearing a suit, and he has these funny horns on his head. Like a oni. Haru giggled, clearly amused by the man's appearance. He said you know him. Oh, he knew him all right. He arrives just as I'm having a possible psychological episode. Yeah, I'm willing to bet money on that not being a coincidence. Saji opened the door with skepticism written all over his face, hiding his hand behind his back as he walked past Haru. Stay here, I'll go talk to him. Saji approached the door, and as expected, standing there was none other than the man who had made him a multimillionaire overnight. Wearing the exact same outfit he had first arrived in. Good afternoon, Gentru-san. I hope this isn't an inconvenient time. Just like last time, his tone was even-tempered as ever, and his verdant gaze still inexplicably unnerving. Saji narrowed his eyes. You didn't tell me to expect any surprise visits last time you were here, civil servant-san. Oh. His hands slid into the pockets of his trench coat. This is a surprise, is it? The corners of his lips curled up ever so slightly. The eldest Gentru shuddered, noticing the man's eyes flick towards the hand he was holding behind his back. He inhaled sharply, clenching his fists. Are you the one who put this on me? He showed the bracer. No, the man pointed upwards. That thing on your hand's a gift from way on high, like as high as it can possibly get. Saji furrowed his brow. Huh? You mean like your boss or something? Huh? Absolutely not. The man breathed an amused chuckle. The one who gave you that isn't exactly fond of my kind, for lack of better words. Right, evidently, Saji wasn't a big fan of cryptic speaking. Dude, are you even an actual civil servant to begin with? I'm pretty sure those horns of yours are a glaring dress code violation. Taking the exorbitant amount of money the men had given him, Saji couldn't help but wonder if he was some kind of criminal-affiliated miscreant. Maybe he was with a foreign organization working with the Yakuza. He couldn't say for sure. He had no tangible information to do any investigating with. I assure you my employment's genuine. The man pulled out a strange-looking badge, one Saji couldn't even hazard a guess regarding its origin. Just not one from the Japanese government. Saji's suspicion heightened. American then. They were by far the biggest foreign influence on Japan. Nope, he made no attempt to elaborate. Is it all right if I come in this time? I have a strong feeling you might want to sit down before I tell you what's going on. Saji hummed, still not too keen on the idea of having a stranger, a particularly dubious one at that, around his siblings. I don't even know your name yet, he scoffed. Would you let yourself into my house if you were me? Fair enough, the man flicked his eyebrows and cleared his throat. Allow me to introduce myself properly this time. Alduin Buné, at your service. He extended his hand towards Saji. Genturu Saji, he shook his hand, cautiously eyeing him. That's not an alias, is it? I mean, I could show you some ID if you want, but based on your logic that could also be false. So I'm not sure there's much of a point. Alduin shrugged dismissively. Fair point, he exhaled, stepping aside and gesturing for him to come in. Just don't touch anything. Don't worry, I plan on being a respectful and hopefully informative guest. Alduin smiled, pausing for a moment to observe the living conditions of the Genturu household. This place is clearly on the more economical side, but it's been very well maintained. There's no smell of dust or mold in the air either, and the flooring and walls are basically spotless. Saji's caretaking abilities earned his silent approval. Wah. Hornman. A timid, high-pitched voice squealed from beside the dining table. Alduin turned to face its voice with a smile, noticing a young, dirt-blonde-haired girl pointing at him with her mouth agape, and eyes shimmering with adorable, childlike wonder. Keyed, manners. Saji was quick to chide her. Haha, it's fine. Alduin gestured reassuringly, crouching down and waving at the little Genturu. Hi there, Keyed-chan was it? My name's Alduin. She shook her head, flicking her arm and pointing even harder than before. No. You're Hornman. I called you Hornman, so that's your name. Keyed. Saji twitched. Hornman. Alduin's smile softened. Ah, I'm honored to be named by the great Genturu Keyed herself. This humble Hornman is thankful for your generosity. Playfully, he cupped his hands together and bowed. Keyed blinked, evidently taken aback in some manner. She looked up at her older brother. Nisan, I think Hornman might be a genius. Saji groaned, pinching his nose bridge in disappointment. Go to your room, Keyed, I have something important I need to discuss with him, in private. But I want to talk to Hornman. Now, Saji's eyes narrowed in emphasis. Humph, you're boring. She stormed off towards the hallway, but not before snatching a carton of strawberry milk from the dining table. She's certainly an energetic one, Alduin chuckled. Perhaps a little too energetic, Saji recalled the endless slew of complaints Keyed had gotten from her homeroom teacher. Something along the lines of her being a nuclear-level source of chaos and disruption. You shouldn't indulge her like that, you'll just be enabling her. I'm sure she's just working off some energy. If you actually knew her, you'd know that she has an infinite source of that. His attention gravitated towards Alduin's head. Hey, I've been meaning to ask, why exactly do you wear those? Alduin blinked. Wear what? The horns. What else would I be talking about? I'm not wearing them though. He craned his head. They're real. I'm being serious, Saji deadpanned. So am I, Alduin insisted with a confusing level of confidence. Unfortunately, I can't let you touch them, otherwise we'd have to get married, or I'd have to adopt you, probably the latter. Yeah, he's definitely punking me. Hilarious, Saji rolled his eyes, taking a seat at his dining table and planting his left hand on its glassy surface, putting the bizarre bracer in full view. So, what exactly is this thing? A sacred gear, Alduin replied, carefully examining the item. The faint, yet profound scent of a dragon king wafted through his nostrils. They're basically weapons handed to humanity by the biblical god, the one you have is part of a series of. Whoa, 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 WOAH. Saji frantically waved his hands. Stop right there, and start from the beginning. You're telling me God has something to do with this goofy-looking thing? His disbelief was clear. Not God, the biblical God. Specifically him. Please try to pay attention, Genturu-san. Alduin insisted as if he expected Saji to understand, let alone accept everything immediately. Also, I wouldn't refer to your sacred gear as a goofy-looking thing. You'll end up pissing him off. Him. Every word that left Alduin's mouth seemed to add another layer of confusion to Saji's already stupefied state of mind. He nodded. Inside that sacred gear's a dragon by the name of Vritra, or rather, a fragment of him. Compared to other sacred gears, the ones containing the prison dragon, plural, were a special case. He hadn't been sealed into one gear, he had his soul fragmented into supposedly 4 of them. The other 3 of which were currently in Azazel's possession. However, according to the information he sent Alduin, the governor had his suspicions that there were still more floating out there, yet to have crossed Grigori's radar. Those that contained a rather unfavorable side of the dragon's persona. Alduin had made sure to memorize as much as he could about the sacred gears, and from looking at the one attached to Saji's hand, it appeared he had awakened a variant known as Absorption Line. It was a fairly simple utility-type sacred gear, it could tether itself to someone and drain their energy, allowing the wielder to absorb it for themselves or transfer it to a person of their choosing. I'm just glad he didn't awaken one of Vritra's evil fragments. My sealing abilities are way too green to deal with that. AD Dragon. Saji bolted up out of his seat, slamming his palms on the table. I expected a proper explanation from you. Not some weird fantasy tale. Sit. Saji felt his heart sink, a cold shiver blitzing down his spine as he watched Alduin's expression lose all its humor. All that remained was a blank, bone-chilling glare that made him feel like nothing more than an unruly child receiving a scolding from his late parents. Without question nor hesitation, Saji sat back down, swallowing a deeply nervous gulp. I think I might have just soiled myself. What I'm telling you isn't fantasy, it's reality. He pointed at absorption line. A reality you no longer have the luxury of choosing to ignore now that a sacred gear has been thrust upon you. Everything, and I mean everything that happens between you and that weapon is dependent on your will. Alduin folded his hands under his chin, slowly leaning forward. I don't know if it will become a burden, boon, or merely an object to admire every now and then to you. Nor am I the one who can make that decision. Alduin's muscles tensed, pitch-black scales appearing and fading all over his skin. What I do know is that you're a part of our world now, Genturu Saji. And in our world, strength attracts strength. No matter how meager, or how great. Saji's breath quickened, his pupils dilating in horror as he observed the scaly masses coating the men sitting opposite him. The frightening, horn-wearing suited figure. Why, you're not human. No, I am not. He affirmed, his tone somber. I'm a devil. D-devil. Alduin exhaled softly. You can wipe that jarred look off your face. I'm not going to devour your soul or live up to any other hysterical stereotype. He could tell his words hadn't reassured Saji in the slightest, but continued on anyway. I'm not the only one in this town either, but you don't need to worry about them, I won't let them interfere in your business. Saji couldn't even begin to fathom how he was supposed to respond to what Alduin was telling him. Sacred gears. Biblical god. Dragons. Vritra. Devils. It was too damn overwhelming. His brain felt like it was on the verge of short-circuiting. Then, your boss who gave me all that money. He's not a devil, but he isn't a human either. Alduin folded one leg over the other. Unless you find yourself in the absolute worst-case scenario, I don't think you'll be seeing much of him. He's basically a silent observer who's taken an interest in seeing how you and that sacred gear develop. Saji pressed his lips together in doubt. Do you honestly expect me to believe that? He gave me 100 million yen. There's no way all he's going to do is sit back and watch. He wants something from me, doesn't he? Like my obedience, or. Saji, breathe. You're hyperventilating. Alduin calmly reminded him, patiently waiting for the boy to notice his own labored breath, take a moment, and calm down. Poor kid, hearing this is probably no different than taking a cold plunge after spending your entire life in a sauna. The boy now had a dragon possessing him, one way or another, his life would change. But for better or for worse. That remained to be seen. Saji clutched his chest, doing his utmost to calm his racing heartbeat. This is all really happening, isn't it? It is, in all fairness, the fact that Saji wasn't experiencing a full-on heart attack was a good sign by Alduin's standards. It spoke to the strength of the boy's character and mental endurance. The human mind rarely ever copes well with the fear of the unknown, and Saji was having one unknown rapid fire at him after the other. Why? Saji rasped. Alduin had said it himself, the weapon on his wrist was intended for humanity itself, as in every living person on the globe. Theoretically, it could have awakened in anyone, but it ended up with him. Why him? No clue. A scarce number of sacred gears have the free will to choose their host, but I've yet to hear anything about Vritra's gears having that power. 99% of the time, it's just up to complete lottery. There were some theories about compatibility, lineage, and other potential patterns that persisted between host and gear, but nothing proven. Dumb luck was the current leading hypothesis. I wouldn't bother trying to look for meaning in why you received it, unless you somehow get an audience with the men upstairs, you'll just be bashing your head into a brick wall. Slowly, Saji's eyes drifted over towards the reptilian-shaped bracer. Then what am I supposed to do with this thing? I mean, you just told me there's a straight-up dragon inside it. I already told you, didn't I? Alduin sighed. I can't make that choice for you, a tool's purpose can only be decided by its wielder. I'm merely here to offer you some advice to ensure it doesn't become harmful to you. Harmful? Saji looked at the bracer with increased concern. It's a weapon. An irresponsible gun owner can easily lose their own life if they don't handle their armament carefully, a sacred gear's no different. He pointed at the bracer. Fortunately, the one you have isn't particularly dangerous to its user. It's called absorption line, I believe that chameleon's tongue is a tether, and should you latch it to another person you'll be able to drain their energy and transfer it to yourself or a person of your choosing. The newly minted sacred gear possessor pursed his lips, unable to think of a situation where he'd need such an ability. Oh, and by the way, you don't have to worry about hiding your gear. To normal people, they just appear as ordinary trinkets, like a ring or a bracelet. I imagine your bracer appears like the latter to them. That's convenient. Saji started to drum his fingers across the table, something clearly weighing on his mind. You said you were going to make sure this thing doesn't harm me, right? I did, he nodded. As a sacred gear possessor, it's important that you're in good shape. The stronger your body is, the easier it'll be for you to contain and manage the power of your gear. Obviously, vice versa applies. Saji chuckled. Don't tell me you're about to send me on a shonen training arc. Alduin returned a chuckle of his own. No, I don't plan on teaching you anything related to combat. I merely wish to make sure you properly plan your nutrition, and teach you a few exercise routines to keep you fit, alongside arranging dates for you to have routine checkups at the hospital. Is it really that simple? Saji scratched his cheek. Eat well, exercise, and I won't have to worry about this thing eating me in my sleep. No, it isn't that simple. Alduin's harsh tone cut Saji's kindling hope in half. What I offer you is mitigation, not elimination. A weapon is a weapon. A dragon is a dragon. It will always possess a certain degree of danger, to you, the people you love, the people you hate, and everyone in between. Saji gulped. Every word that left the devil's mouth felt like added weight on his already buckling shoulders. There's only one thing you can do, Genturu Saji, and that is to try. Try your best. Failing trying. Lament trying. Praise the fact that you try. Curse the fact that you have to try it at all. Adore the fact that trying brought you to where you are. Loathe the truth that trying isn't always enough. Look down on others for not trying as hard as you. The list goes on, and on, and on. Alduin's gaze hardened, the leafy hue that made up his irises shining with wisdom he seldom displayed. But the point never changes. As long as you try, there is a path. As long as there is a path, there is a future. As long as there is a future, there is hope. Remember Saji, whatever happens from this point onwards, don't let your will to keep trying be snuffed out. No words needed to be exchanged for Alduin to understand just how deep Saji's love and compassion ran for his family, even if most of it had already departed this world. Saji had not yet felt it, but one day, Alduin knew he'd have to come face to face with the burden of possessing a dragon's power within his frame. It'd be a shame to see someone who cherished his blood so deeply perish under that burden, one incomprehensible to anyone who did not carry it. You are a strong child, Saji. I can tell. Don't doubt your abilities, and don't sully them either by likening them to absolute perfection. Perfection is a dream for the strong and ambitious, and a goal for the clinically insane and desperate. The words were caught in Saji's throat. He wanted nothing more than to offer a response to the monologue, but couldn't quite seem to string together an appropriate sentence. However, there was one thing he understood from the Buné's words. It was fine to be afraid, all that mattered was that he never ran away from his fear. Only when he turns his back to it, will it be able to swoop in and swallow him whole. Apologies, it appears I went a bit philosophical on you. Alduin cleared his throat in mild embarrassment before standing up from the table. Now then, how about we go out for a run? /////. Next chapter is the start of the raiding game. As well as the point where Alduin will start diverging from the Gremory group. It's been super fun to write his interactions with them and all, but like I said, I don't want this story to just be a retelling of canon. At the end of the day, Alduin has his very, very complicated life, and Rias and her bunch have theirs. ///// WNZT9 ASAS. Chapter 63, Chapter 63, Let the Games Begin. Chapter 63, Let the Games Begin. Lord Phoenix stood atop his estate's uppermost balcony, his arms crossed over the railing. His gaze was fixated on the courtyard, observing the sight of his youngest son, Riser, training with his eldest, Ruvel. The pride and joy of his house, its crown jewel. The Phoenix who had climbed into the domain Underworld's prestigious top 10, and the one that had inherited the mantle of the house's leadership once the current lord decided it was time to pass it on. Truthfully, Lord Phoenix was more than happy to pass the title on to him at a moment's notice, but his son seemed determined to continue climbing the ranks. All for the sake of dethroning the reigning emperor of the game. Despite how proud he was of his eldest son's achievements, he wasn't sure if such a thing would ever come to fruition. The emperor wasn't just strong after all, he was overwhelming. The gap between him and number 2 was 10 times as large as that between the rest of the top 10. You might have taught that boy a little too well, Sebastian. He muttered before shaking his head, pushing those concerns aside for another time. At present, he had much more pressing matters to consider. It had all started 9 days ago, when Riser had come home from the human world, in what was supposed to be an effort to retrieve his wayward fiancée, only to come back empty-handed, and clutching his abdomen in pain. The Lord could hardly believe his ears when his son informed him of what had transpired. Alduin was there. Alduin Buné. The same Alduin who had been let out of the Buné mansion's bubble less than a handful of times. The same Alduin who was only ever allowed to interact with Riser because their relationship somehow led to each other's improvement. The same Alduin whose presence was absent to the point where the limited number of devils who had heard rumors of his birth relegated him to not more than an urban myth. A fib told by a desperate Lord Buné to make up for the failings of his first son. That Alduin, by some incomprehensible twist of fate, had found himself not only in the human world, but right by Rhys Gremory's side. The woman whom both Lord Phoenix and Dryadicus had mutually agreed would be Riser's bride. The Lord had listened to each and every micro-detail his son relayed to him with near-obsessive attention, mentally going over each syllable with a fine comb in an attempt to discern what was going on. Apparently, he was there on Surzek's Lucifer and Seraphal Leviathan's behest, appointed as Rhys and Sona Citri's guardian. An arrangement that according to Alduin himself, was decided on over a month ago, and put into effect the instant the two future matriarchs assumed oversight of Quo Town. However, he wasn't entirely convinced that protection was Alduin's sole responsibility. The timing of it all felt wrong, suspicious even. For him to conveniently be by his future daughter-in-law's side at such a time, and for the proposition of an unofficial raiding game to be brought forth by Surzek's wife during Riser's visit during the exchange didn't sit right with him. The way Grafia had worded it made it seem like the match was planned as a last resort of sorts by Surzek's. But from Lord Phoenix's perspective, it almost felt like that was the original plan all along. An escape route planted for Rhys Gremory through sheer nepotism, a concept high society in the Underworld practiced all too often. Granted, nepotism or not, Surzek's was at the top of the Underworld's government. His word carried immeasurable weight, and Lord Phoenix was in no position to deny such a request. The only person capable of even challenging his words were his fellow Satans, and the men standing at the head of the Great King faction's table. The real head, not the pathetic puppet. Fully aware of the faction's stance on the necessity of pure blood propagation, Lord Phoenix had sent word to House Bael, hoping they'd take his side in the matter, and oppose it in some manner. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get a response from the ancestral Bael himself, but he was able to procure one from Lord Bael, who was, in essence, the mouthpiece of the former. Not that said response was very helpful, quite the opposite really. Your frustration with the state of affairs is noted, but I have no interest in standing between you and Surzek's Lucifer's scuffle. If you wish to resolve this in your favor, I suggest you ensure your son emerges victorious. Which translated into, piss off and handle it yourself. Lord Phoenix couldn't help but question their indifference. Rhys was of their blood, and that blood was going to be continued with another noble house that the Bael were highly favorable towards, as they paid more than anyone else for their renowned Phoenix tears. Sure, Rhys bore the Gremory last name, but there was no reality in which the Phoenix would reject her Bael ties. A fact which Lord Phoenix believed House Bael understood perfectly well. This was a solid chance for them to strengthen Bael Phoenix ties. Yet, they chose to play no hand in the situation, which seemed just as suspicious as the raiding game proposal itself. Still, the facts were the facts. The door had been shut on Lord Phoenix's face, which left him no other option than to do whatever he could to make sure Riser won the game, and that Rhys remained his fiancée. Hence why he had enlisted the help of his eldest son, the house's leading expert when it came to raiding games. Since Riser's return, he had been training his younger brother in his peerage to the best of his abilities. Granted, 10 days wasn't an awfully generous amount of time. He could only teach Riser so much, pointing out the young Phoenix's most glaring flaws, and offering as much correction as he possibly could in the limited amount of time he had. You can't afford to lose this, Riser. Failure would mean so much more than a single political setback. It'd be public humiliation. Dear, you're brooding again. His crestfallen state of mind was pleasantly interrupted by the sound of his wife's gentle, bell-like voice. Can you blame me? He grumbled, rubbing his face in exasperation. This was supposed to be a mutually agreed upon, one-and-done marriage arrangement, and now look what it's become. A big, sloppy Satan-sized mess. I did caution you, didn't I? Lady Phoenix wore a tight-lipped smile. It doesn't matter whether Dryadicus approves or not, Surzek's is far too protective of his little sister to stand idly by while she's pressured into a marriage she's unwilling to entertain. The Lord clicked his tongue. She's the future matriarch. What good does sheltering her from her inevitable responsibilities do? She sighed. The Gremory put family above everything, you know this, Rigel. We don't share the same values, and frankly, I'm not sure Riser and Rhys are a good match for one another. Maybe not at first, but I'm sure they'd grow on each other. He insisted. That's how it goes for most of us, isn't it? She shook her head. Our generation's different from theirs, we lived with those expectations from the moment we left the womb. We understood the necessity of it. The lady peered over the balcony railing, enjoying the sight of her children training with each other. But times have changed, war isn't looming over the youth's shoulders, there isn't that sense of desperation or necessity weighing down on them like it was for us. Thus, their expectations are vastly different in comparison to ours. Unable to reject the wisdom in his wife's words, he pressed his lips together in deliberation. Was she right? Was the matchup doomed from the start? No, even if it was, it's too late to go back now. The stage has already been set. Just out of curiosity, she continued. Was Alduin really there? It had been quite some time since she last saw the young Buné. She had always hoped he and her son's relationship would take a turn for the better, but as she had observed with Riser and Ria's wedding arrangement, some things were just not meant to be. I don't see why Riser would lie about that, he nodded, recalling a rather alarming detail about the little dragon's appearance. According to him, that boy's horns have grown in. She blinked in surprise. He passed. So it would seem, his eyes listlessly drifted across the underworld's violet-tinted sky as he fell further into thought. I'm still trying to figure out where he fits into all this, somehow, Surzex has involved him, I can feel it. I think the answer to that's fairly obvious. He raised his brow. How so? She didn't reply, instead, she simply nudged her head towards the courtyard that resided beneath them. Lord Phoenix's eyes lit up in instant realization. You mean he's... she hummed affirmatively. We both know how unbelievably talented of a teacher Sebastian is, it's highly possible that his talent was passed down to his son. He clenched his fists in frustration, now it all made sense to him. Surzex wanted Alduin to play the role of mentor, to shift the odds of his plan regarding his younger sister's marital fate in his favor as much as possible. Damn it. House Buné's training methods were truly terrifying, surpassed only by the effects they yielded. /////. Castles were a trademark commodity amongst the pillars of the underworld. Not because its architecture was practical by any means, but because it was a chance to show off one's wealth. How high could your castle reach? How thick were its walls? What kind of defenses did you have installed? What materials did you use to add to its luster? How did its symbolism speak to your family's history? So on and so forth. Whenever a pillar visited another's territory, their castle would be the first visual impression made on them. A castle didn't amount to much on its lonesome, but when posited and curated correctly, there were situations where it made all the difference in the noble court of opinion. And in said court, there was one opinion that stood head and shoulders above the rest. The Bale Castle is second to none. To even compare it to the others was an insult in and of itself. For every architect in the underworld, aspiring and practicing alike, that castle redefined the very definition of the word. It was the platinum standard. The unattainable goal they couldn't help but salivate in the presence of. The highest-ranking noble family's castle reached higher than the rest, its bricks were inscribed with magical circuitry that breathed life into over 50 protective barriers. None of which had ever been compromised, ever. Not since the Great War, nor the Civil, nor anything in between. Its courtyard was lush with a rare, beautiful, purple-colored flower species that was once thought to be extinct. Revived by the careful hands and intellect of Lord Bale's second son, Magdaran Bale. The clan's elite guardsmen patrolled the entirety of the castle's perimeter around the clock, prepared to flock to their master's side at a moment's notice should anyone be foolish enough to try intruding on the territory. All of this, just for Lord Bale and his family. Well, most of it at least. In total, the castle had 5 floors. The ground floor contained the kitchen, staff living quarters, and access to the courtyard. The first was mainly used when meetings were conducted with other pillars, designed primarily to appeal to foreign eyes and ensure they understood the weight of what it meant to set foot into Bale territory. The second was where organized events by the Great King faction occurred, an area that put a heavy emphasis on secrecy and security. Ensuring that none of their dealings became known to outside ears, even a passing staff member or two. The third was simply the private living quarters of Lord Bale, his wife, and 2 sons. Lord Bale had free reign and access to all of these floors, naturally able to command and oversee them as the patriarch of his house. As for the fourth, that place was completely off limits, to everyone in the castle, even Lord Bale himself. And the man himself, with all his pride, arrogance, and ego, had absolutely no desire to poke his head there without explicit permission from its sole resident. The presence that had drawn the very blueprints of the castle he resided in, the progenitor of the destructive DNA that coursed through every Bale clansman's veins. Zekrom Bale. That's no good, sweetheart. The enigmatic figure mused aloud, his hands folded behind his back as he watched over his territory from up above, as per usual. You shouldn't have let him slip from your grasp like that. How am I supposed to dote on my grandson if he isn't here? He breathed a heavy sigh, sparing a glance at the letter Lord Phoenix had sent to his house, requesting an intervention. How dull, he experiences one little hardship and comes crying at my doorstep like a child whose toy had been snatched from him. he grumbled, carefully slicing a part of his famous, homemade apple pie and popping it into his mouth. I thought it was only this generation that was losing its edge. Who would have thought even their predecessors would start to grow soft? To ease his disappointment, he took a moment to admire the long, endlessly spanning purple flowerbed enveloping his courtyard. He wasn't a fan of Magdaren's soft-hearted nature, far from it, but he couldn't help but deeply admire how much of a phytophile the child was. It reminded him of her, after all. I'm told he has your eyes. If that's true, it'd be nice to have an opportunity to see them for myself. A once-in-a-blue moon, faint smile appeared across his face. It's a shame really. Instead of hiding under Serafal and Surzek's wings, he could have sought my umbrella for shelter instead. He swirled his teacup, taking a slow, measured sip. No matter, it's still early days, perhaps a chance to play that card shall present itself soon. Who's to say? He had high expectations for that child. It was only natural that he remained beside him, where he could carefully watch over his growth. /////. Tonight's the night. I can feel the tension, the pressure, the weight of the difference between victory and defeat pushing down on my students' shoulders as I sat with them in the living room. All of us were sitting in silent anticipation, waiting for Grafia to appear and announce the initiation of the raiding game. Alduin, Rias called out to me, understandably more strained than the rest. Do you think we're ready? She crossed her arms, gripping them tightly. I paused, noticing that all eyes had become fixated on me. You've all devoted every ounce of blood, sweat, and tears into training this past month, and I'm honored to have had the privilege of calling myself your teacher. However, right now, at this very moment, what I think of you is no longer relevant. Their brows creased, and I could feel their attentiveness to my next words grow tenfold. What matters is that you believe in all the effort you've put in. You should all be proud of yourselves. You've all come a long way in a surprisingly short amount of time. I understand how much the outcome of this game means to you, but I suggest you treat it as more than just pressure. Instead, let it serve as motivation. Let it fuel your desire to trample on that firebird and everything he stands for. I added in a little grin at the end. She paused momentarily, her frown gradually shifting into a confident smile as my words started to sink in. Yeah, you're right. She exhaled, easing some of the strain out of her joints. We have worked hard, haven't we? Rias faced her peerage, earning a series of resounding nods in return. In a moment of perfect timing, the room's temperature started to chill, the teleportation circle lighting up in an icy blue hue as the lucifuge crest inscribed itself into the flooring. Good evening, Lady Rias, Lord Alduin. Grafia greeted the teacher-student duo, her attention fixated on the former. I trust you're adequately prepared for tonight's match. As much as I'll ever be, Rias replied with confidence. Good, she nodded approvingly. In that case, I'll now have you and your peerage teleported to the game's starting position. Not wasting another second, she snapped her fingers, whisking away Rias and her subordinates in a beam of light. So, the moment of truth's finally come, I smiled, stretching my legs and leaning back into the couch. That it has, she agreed. Lord Lucifer would like to use your residence as the spectating area for the game. Is that all right with you? Sure, I shrugged. The more the merrier. Thank you. A different, crimson-tinted crest connected with the teleportation circle, this time that of the Satan Lucifers. It's been a minute, hasn't it? Alduin. Lord Lucifer appeared before me with an even smile, his attire significantly more casual in comparison to the heavy-plated armor I had first seen him in. Instead, adorned in a tailored white suit with purple accents, and a black coat over the garment. Indeed, Lord Lucifer. I shifted my tone, opting for a courtlier demeanor in comparison to how I acted with Serafal. He chuckled lightly. Oh, come on, you dropped the honorifics with Serafal. Surely you could afford me the same luxury. Your family isn't all that fond of formalities anyway, right? You don't know the half of it. All right then, Surzex. Like a switch, I dropped the stiffness in my posture. He smiled warmly and sat down beside me, folding one leg over the other. This is a nice couch, Serafal's got good taste. Right as he spoke, the teleportation circle lit up once more. Speak of the devil, I smirked at him. Yahoo Alchan. Serafal cheered with her usual theatrical flair. How have you been? Did you miss me? Actually, there's no need to answer that, is there? Of course you missed me. For some reason, I could feel my danger senses going off as she skipped over towards me. It's nice to see you too, my spine. Despite the jarring difference in our statures, she effortlessly picked me up in a tight, excruciating, bone-crushing hug. Oh my. You've put on some muscle since I last saw you. It looks like someone's trying to compete with Syra-chan. Her squeeze tightened even further, to the point where I could do naught but croak and pleadingly tap her shoulder, hoping she'd get the memo. Surzex cleared his throat. Serafal. I think you're about to crush your favorite employee to death. Nonsense. Alchon's a tough cookie, he can handle my squeeze love just fine. Isn't that right, Alchon? Just fine, my ass. You're seriously about to kill me, you crazy overaged magical girl. See? He's fine. Damn it. I should have joined domestic affairs instead. For the fourth time today, I noticed a connection link itself to the teleportation circle, one that emanated a pinkish hue, and strangely enough, caused Seraphal to instantaneously loosen her grip and click her tongue in irritation. I really shouldn't have let her come, her expression darkened. Wait a minute, I recognize that crest, don't I? I don't seem to recall giving you permission to hug my fiancé like that, Seraphal. A scowling, cherry-haired woman appeared in my living room. Two upwards-facing horns resting atop her scalp. Clad in a dark, high-cut formal dress with raised slits. Hi honey, I rasped, still recovering from the aftereffects of having a Satan squish all the air out of my lungs. Hello, darling. I've missed you, Roygun gave Seraphal a fierce stink-eye as she walked up to me. Her palms lovingly cupped around my face. I would have come to visit sooner if I hadn't been swamped in an endless slew of bureaucratic work. I mean honestly, for all the talk about Beelzebub's technological wonders, you would have thought we'd have a more efficient way to deal with paperwork. She pouted, glancing at the head of domestic affairs who could do naught but chuckle nervously. I'll make sure to bring it up when I next see him. Humph, you better. I nearly missed out on an entire month's worth of time with my adorable Alduin. She pulled me closer, squishing my face against hers. Fortunately, he's going to make up for all that lost time, isn't he? She licked her lips. A carnal glint came alive in her eyes as one of her hands discreetly snaked down my torso. Oh boy. I'm not getting any sleep tonight, am I? No, you are not, Alduin. No, you are not. Of course, what kind of fiancé would I be if I didn't? I returned the sentiment, gently slipping my tongue through her lips, to which she responded in kind, with aggression. Ahem, Seraphal coughed. Surely the two of you can save the lovey-dovey routine for another time. We're here to watch Rias' raiding game, aren't we? Roygun. Oh, now you're all professional. Real convenient. I see you're disgustingly jealous as per usual, Seraphal. Roygun sighed, bringing me over to the couch and locking me in a tight cuddle. The older generation ought to have a little more class than that, don't you think? Seraphal's eye twitched vehemently. I'll show you older. Seraphal, Surzex intervened. His demeanor noticeably firmer than before. We shouldn't delay the game's initiation, excessive waiting could needlessly stress Rias out. TCH, fine. She huffed. She isn't going to take her frustration out on me later on, is she? Nah, surely not. Surzex reached into his coat, pulling out an odd-looking, circular mechanical device, and planted it on the table. What's that? I asked. As you're aware, the field for the raiding games takes place in a separate pocket dimension derived from the dimensional gap. I'd love to explain the specifics to you, but I'm afraid only Ajuka's able to make any sense of them. He pressed a button on the device, lighting up a hologram that displayed what looked to be Kuo Academy. With this device, we're able to connect to the pocket dimension for spectating purposes. Interesting, I hummed, not only intrigued by the device, but the decision to use the school as the grounds for the match. I'm definitely not complaining, but isn't that a bit biased towards Rias? Granted, she's got no experience fighting in raiding games compared to Riser, who's participated in about a dozen. It should be easy to pass it off as a balancing act. So those are your students, Roygun leaned forward, looking at the section of the screen that displayed the OCR clubroom, Ria's starting position. I can't help but notice the awfully interesting ratio of women to men among them, her tone lowered. Slowly, she trailed her finger down my spine. I don't have anything to be worried about, do I? Surzex turned to me, raising an eyebrow in support of Roygun's question. Of course not. What kind of a teacher do you take me for? I scowled, pinching her on the cheek. I was just making sure, darling. I didn't mean to accuse you, sorry. She tried to make my wounded feelings better with a light kiss, but I wasn't having any of it. Humph. Baka Roygun. Everyone, Graphia spoke. I'll be leaving to begin my duties as game referee now. I hope you all find the upcoming match to your liking. With a respectful bow, she disappeared in a flash of light, returning the room's attention to the holographic screen. Don't lose this, Rias, otherwise your brother might genuinely ruin the extinct me into oblivion. / Lady Rias, Lord Riser. The backs of both nobles straightened once they heard the strongest queen's voice address them through the intercom. The rules for this game will follow the same standard as that of an ordinary raiding game. The win condition for either team will be met when the opposing king has been eliminated from the match, or forfeits at their own discretion. In order to promote your pawn pieces, Lord Riser, they must be present in Lady Rias' territory, the old academy schoolhouse. Of course, as you're both aware, even though this game has been deemed unofficial, there is a stake that rests on the outcome of your match. An individualistic desire for freedom, and the collective sense of duty to one's house. At the end of the game, only one would prevail. Keep in mind that no time limit clause has been put into effect, the game can only end through elimination or forfeit. The pressure was on. With that said, I'll now begin the game's countdown. With Alduin's help, Rias and her peerage had done all they could to prepare. While vastly inexperienced in comparison to their opponent, they had an arsenal of strengths Riser's peerage couldn't even dream of replicating. 3. Quantity meant very little in the Underworld. 1. Proper high-class devil could wipe out a dozen middle-class with the snap of their fingers. 2. Even if Riser was equally motivated to win, and had received 10 days' worth of his elder brother's help beforehand, it didn't change the fact that his peerage hadn't been chosen for fighting ability, they merely existed to satisfy their master's lustful urges. 1. Losing to a man like that. Becoming his bride. Unacceptable didn't even begin to define how she felt about it. Begin. That's why, just as Alduin had told her, she'd trample on him and everything he stood for. //////. WNZT9 ASAS